This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 1. A Sunset. At the end of a perfect day in June, with indolent warmth and perfume in the air, New Haven Harbor was a theater of color, life, and song. The sun splashed the dancing tides with gold, vermilion, liquid fire, and blue. 100 rose-white wings of yachts, canoes, and catboats were lifted gracefully against the empurpling shadows as they glided to and fro in the paths of pleasure. And a crew of lusty college youths sang tuneful melodies which floated on the lazy breeze in charming harmony with hour and scene and season. It was one of those evenings perilous throughout the world, in which the very atmosphere becomes the subtlest of love's filters, and youth rises gladly to the draught. Among the winged watercraft was one particularly striking sloop, fast parting the ripples of amethyst and green as she slipped straight homeward toward the landing stage, which was still half a mile to the lee. It was not that the sloop was extra large, it was merely that her sails were gorgeously tinted in the manner of boats that ply the waterways of Venice. It was a wonderful tint of orange she spread against the sky, with a strange device in gold far up in the peak of her canvas. In the glory of the sun's last riot of color, she seemed some fragment of the sea and sky's mosaic, blown adrift upon it all and bearing away to the green of the wooded shores. And, as if to complete her perfections in the scene, her slender red tiller lay snugly in the palm of a girl of exceptional beauty. It was Thurley Ruxton, bare of arm and bare of head, with her eyes gazing straight past Gaylord, sitting near, to the landing stage for which she was skilfully heading. What a marvel of colours she presented! Her hair was gold, absolute gold, of astonishing luxuriance and lustre. Her eyes were the deepest of chocolate brown. Her brows were almost black and arched with exquisite lightness of outline. In her cheeks glowed the warmth of a soft red rose against a white rose tint of neck and chin. Her lips, which out-reddened the sunset's own vermilion, were slightly parted over teeth of daintiest regularity and pearliness. Her costume of gold-brown pongee silk, with a tiny crimson tie, found the most engaging completeness in her little red low-cut shoes near the big shining brown ones of Gaylord. The boat was Gaylord's Tigress. Thurley had sailed it before, while he, as now, had sat there to watch her in his calm, unemotional manner, nodding approval from time to time, with an air of conceited lordship over all. Perhaps there was something in this lordship attitude that appealed to Thurley's nature. She was capable, fearless, and self-reliant herself, and such a woman loves in a man the strong, primordial assumption of ownership. She had, however, loved him from the first, and 5 long months of consent in her heart had effaced all possibility of analysis, either of her own emotions or of Gaylord's character. She was happy in his presence, particularly happy here this evening, and that was almost enough. The fact that no actual pledge had passed between them was the least of her negligible worries. By 1,000 signs she felt secure in possession of his love. Despite the fact that her gaze was apparently fixed on the shoreward course, She was watching him now and thrilling anew as she felt his frequent glances fall upon her. She met one such look with all the glory of her eyes, giving him generously the fondness, the admiration, the confession of her inmost self, while a warm tide of colour rose to her face from the quick, happy tripping of her heart. He was handsome, big, and athletic, a smooth-shaved, blue-eyed fellow of robust health and colour, with the blackest of hair and the straightest, most perfect of features. In his white flannel suit, immaculate and absolutely faultless, he fitted a niche on his spotless sloop as a diamond fits in its setting. He was possibly a trifle over-perfect, a condition due, perhaps, to lifelong familiarity with wealth and all its tendencies to focus one's attentions on oneself. But Thurley was gratified, thoroughly, in all the demands of her being. He was a splendid product of the very latest moment. She loved him, and heavens! What a setting for love was this tropic water, air, and sky. A catboat crowded full of Eli's joyous sons went frothing by not 20 yards away. With one accord, the boyish skipper and his company swung off their caps to Thurley, calling out in gladness of the meeting, and all were repaid by her friendly smile, despite their deep-laid envy of Gaylord. They were gone in a moment, yet in Thurley's heart they left exaltation. She was honestly glad to be popular, glad to be admired, and glad to know what homage she declined from day to day in her absolute devotion to himself. The more she could bring him of these gifts refused, the more precious she would be in his sight. And to be to him dearer than all the world, to be as priceless in his daily estimation as he had become to herself, this was the dream for which, at last, she had given the kiss that symbolized to her the custody of all her sacred being. Yet the look she beheld in Gaylord's face, when the boys had surged by in their course, was needlessly inscrutable, even to her unexacting mind. But the end of the cruise was at hand. She guided the sloop with automatic skill, doubling round to come up in the wind and so make the landing at the stage. Then at last she observed, as they neared their goal, the tall, slender figure of Major John Phipps, as he lifted his hat in salute. If a momentary twinge of disappointment, occasioned by Gaylord's neglect to snatch at a moment in which to murmur some sweet bit of nothingness, all for themselves, slightly coloured the joy of the outing's end, she cast it aside with other trifling flaws in the deep-lying pleasure of the hour. The sloop nosed quietly up beside the planks, and was caught by the jacky there in charge. The Major, his face aglow beneath his crown of snow-white hair and overhanging brows, stepped like the veriest young gallant to the rail to offer a hand for Thurley's disembarking. "By Pollux," he said, "you manage a boat like a master, Miss Ruxton. Yes, you do, I swear. I've been watching for the last 15 minutes. Superb! How are you acting? How do you do?" "Okay," responded Gaylord succinctly. "Thanks." Thurley gave one hand to Gaylord and the other to the Major, and bounded out upon the stage. She was smiling in genuine pleasure. "It's the tigress you find superb," she said, "superbly trained and tamed. But thank you, Major Phipps. I shall treasure your compliment most highly." "I meant it, Miss Thurley, I meant it all," declared the Major earnestly. "Let me add, in proof of my sincerity, that I'm looking out for a clever young woman to steer the course of my literary labours down at my New York headquarters.
And I said to myself as I saw you bring in the tigress, 'Now, there's the young woman for the business.' I did, by Pollux. I said so emphatically."
Gaylord was looking at him stonily. Thurley slightly coloured. "Why, but, oh, what an idea!"
"Excellent, I call it excellent," continued the Major. "Someone said you're teaching French and German here, Miss Thurley. Limited field, and probably quite inadequate remuneration for any young woman of your ability. Takes brains, you know, to sail a sloop. I wish I might prevail upon you now, right here, to undertake the guidance of my labours. Well, that, of course, if you—" He left it unfinished, as he noted on her cheeks the telltale banner of colour. Gaylord was still dumb and staring. "You are very, very thoughtful," said Thurley quietly, turning a momentary glance on Gaylord. "But I fear I shall have to—" She paused, and the moment grew embarrassing. I see, said the Major hurriedly, reddening himself and smiling understandingly on them both. "By Pollux, of course, pardonable blindness, I trust. No such oversight intended. Glad to know you'll guide a far more poetic... but I assure you I feel my loss keenly, Miss Thurley, very keenly indeed, especially after I'd made up my mind to... act in... what a gorgeous sunset!" "Very fine," said Gaylord, and he took out his watch and gave it a glance with a barely perceptible show of impatience. "The sunset reminds me, Major, that we must hurry," said Thurley, feeling some constraint in Gaylord's manner. "Thank you very much, and goodbye." She held out her hand, which the Major took for a momentary pressure, and when they had gone he stood gazing earnestly on the regal young figure of the girl at Gaylord's side as the two walked away toward town. End of Chapter 1.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 2. A Departed Glory. They had always walked the mile to Thurley's home to prolong their hour of pleasure. Tonight, as the dusk of evening slowly gathered, they were both exceptionally silent. Gaylord, indeed, had been far more than usually reserved all afternoon. To Thurley's feminine intuition was presently vouchsafed an inkling of portent in the air. From time to time she cast a glance at Gaylord's face as if to read his thoughts. She found him gazing straight ahead persistently. A worry that she could not gloss with day-end happiness was present in her mind. When she spoke at last, she went frankly to the issue that she felt had been presented. "What a very odd encounter with the Major. It was, just a little bit embarrassing." Gaylord answered, "Yes." He still looked straight ahead. For some strange, inexplicable reason, Thurley felt a sinking at her heart. She summoned her courage to proceed. "It was kind of the Major, I am sure, to make me such an offer, but of course—" She halted it there, wishing to have him complete her thought, wishing to see him flare up warmly, declare his ownership in all she was, and even abuse the Major for his blunder. But he stared up the thoroughfare and was silent while she waited at his side. Then at last he said, somewhat hoarsely, "Why didn't you accept what he offered?" For a moment she was certain she had heard incorrectly, that some unreal fear in her breast had voiced itself as if from his scarcely parted lips, but looking intently on his set, averted face, she felt an almost overwhelming weakness attack her, and her cheeks lost their colour and were white. "But, Acton, you... Well, how could I?" she faltered hopelessly. "After all that's happened between—" And she halted as before. "All what?" he said after a moment. He could hardly have asked a question more brutal. She realized suddenly that all she had given, her love, her kiss, which to her had been so very much indeed, meant possibly nothing at all to him, save a pleasure to be taken for the asking. Even then she did not and could not wholly credit her senses. "All what?" she repeated weakly. "All what?" "Yes, all what?" His voice was increasing in firmness as he found her weak instead of accusing. "I should think you'd be glad of the Major's splendid offer. It might mean a very great improvement." "Do you mean," she said as one in a dream, that all you've said to me, and all the attention, that everything means nothing at all? You're not suggesting really—" "See here, Thurley," he broke in immediately, "this sort of thing couldn't go on forever, you know that. I'm going away tomorrow, and I'm going abroad next week." All the weight of his meaning, suspended before, crashed down on her unprotected head, as it were, and left her partially stunned. She could barely think, she could not reason, she could not rise to anger. "This sort of thing?" she repeated. "Certainly. Just the usual college sort of thing," he confessed baldly. "You knew all along I'd some day leave and follow my career, the career my family will naturally expect, which of course never contemplated this." She closed her eyes for the shame that rushed upon her, not so much for his intimation that between his family and hers there could be no hint of equality, not so much for this as for the sickening characterization of their association as usual college sort of thing. Her whole nature shrank upon itself, abashed and quivering. The love she had given him she could not snatch away. It had gone beyond recalling, but the love she had folded to her heart, his love, was gone, while still her hands were blindly groping. It had never been hers. It had been a college loan, to be taken away like a pin or any trinket. It seemed incredible, the whole affair, untrue, that a man could change like this within a time so brief, after all he had said and all he had done and all she had given of her love. Her voice was trembling when she spoke. "You, Acton, you surely don't mean that I'm not to see you any more, that this is—" "Why, of course, we may meet some time again," he interposed. "Now let's forget it. We've been good friends, and what more could we ask? You've always been a thoroughbred, and I thought, of course, you'd be one to the end." A thoroughbred. The end. She could make no reply. She walked on in silence at his side. The shades of evening enfolded the world. The city lights were gleaming in their mundane firmament. A thin, chill stratum in the atmosphere swept by and almost made her shiver. She felt strangely benumbed and unreal, incapable for the moment of accepting as her own the pain that had come to her breast. The little side gate at the house where Thurley lived was standing wide open when at last they came to the end of their walk in the dusk. Gaylord went in behind her, as she felt he would, and caught at her hand when they came to the all-concealing arbour in the garden. It was here he had kissed her just a week ago. "Goodbye, Thurley," he said. "You're a thoroughbred, all right. It's no good to be foolish and harbour ill feelings, you'll admit." He drew her forward in his way of ownership to kiss her as before. "No," she said, "no." And she pushed him off in anger that was rising in her nature. "No more of the college sort of thing. Not even a college goodbye." She had snatched her hand from his grasp. Her eyes took on a look of molten lava. During one scorching second she studied his face for a sign, overlooked in her former trust, and beheld it on his lip and on his brow. Then suddenly turning, she left him there and swiftly escaped to the house. He stood for a moment gazing toward the door and even started to follow up the path, but he presently faced about to the gate and slowly retreated down the street. The dream was at an end. The sky had taken on a leaden grey, all the duller for the now departed glories. End chapter 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 3. A College Widow. The house where Thurley made her home was a boarding place exclusively for women. The building itself had once been a fine dwelling in a fashionable quarter of the town. The quarter had, however, long since been deserted by the more exclusive set, now gone to an avenue of gold. The property had come by descent to the ownership of Mrs. Prue and Lavinia Legree. Both spinsters, grey of hair, but of admirable disposition, in the care of whom half a dozen young women, including Thurley Ruxton, had flourished in exceptional comfort. Tonight, as she let herself in at the door, Thurley crept to the stairs like a robber. She could not bear to meet the various inmates of the place and have them read her story in her face. She fled to her room without a sound, slipped in, locked the door, and then stood swaying, with her eyes tightly closed and one hand pressed upon her bosom. It was over, all of it, over and gone, and she, the proud, untouched by the rouge of mere flirtation, after months of exceptional popularity with all its attendant temptations, she, no less than the weakest of her sex, was the merest college widow after all. A wave of mortification submerged her at the thought. A college widow, another of the wretched abandoned amusements with which the town was tragically populated. A college widow. The name itself was ribaldry, a scornful derision that would raise a smile to the lips of countless students still to come, who in turn would flirt, awaken love, and finally depart, leaving another college widow in their course. And even yet it was not her pride that was wounded most, not yet, despite this outcome that she felt so detestably degrading. Her love had gone deeper than her pride, and in this she suffered shame and poignant anguish. She had loved him so completely, so joyously, with all her strong young nature. She had loved him this evening, out in the sunset glow, with a new, sweet sense of surrender, which it seemed he must almost have felt and understood. She had loved him so trustfully, dreaming her dreams, that now, with revulsions engulfing all her soul, she was rendered fairly faint with changed emotions. She groped her way to the couch at last and fell on it in a mood of anger, despair, and humiliation. She did not cry. She simply hid her face and clenched both her fists till they ached. Through every stage of wounded love she passed, to the stages of anger. Her pride had undergone indignities, and when it came to share in the woundings of her heart, she was slowly making ready for reaction. It came at last as a heated resentment that tinged every nerve of her being. She was angry all through, and something superb was in her indignation. Nevertheless, she did not descend to the evening meal, but lay for an hour on the couch before she felt she could even light the gas and stand face to face with her mirror. When she did rise, she stood abruptly, charged all at once with a resolution splendid in its strength. She would not succumb. She would not permit her heart to ache to breaking. She would not permit the world to know that another college widow was to let. Galled in her pride by Gaylord's intimation that her origin was not on par with his own, smarted by a realization that something of his hint was doubtless true, and stung by the sense that as long as she remained a teacher of languages in this college town, she would be but a target for futile admiration and passing affairs, she resolved that everything would change and fate become her slave and not her master. A thoroughbred. Yes, she'd prove she was a thoroughbred. No pain of heart should lie upon her sleeve, no sallow cheek, no faded smile, no sunken eye or trembling lip should advertise her plight. She meant to laugh, to flirt, to sing, and then, in a week, or maybe even less, go down to New York, accept the offer made by Major Phipps, and deliberately undertake the task of forcing herself to the top. She knew not how such a thing could be achieved. She merely knew that it had been accomplished by others in the past, and she felt that, though 1,000 obstacles should loom across her path, she could find the strength in her outraged heart to meet and surmount them all. She lighted her gas. There on her bureau lay an envelope, and behind it stood a photograph of Gaylord, mutely gazing on her face. Tempted for a moment to catch it up and tear it into fragments, she altered her mind, opened the drawer, and swept it in, face downward, among a lot of empty bonbon boxes, faded roses and ribbons which had come with many of his favours. The envelope fell to the floor, and she bent and took it up. For a moment she glanced at it idly before she tore it apart. Then she knew what it was, an invitation, wrongly addressed and hence delayed, but sent 3 days before by Mrs. Clayton White, one of New Haven's newest, newly rich, to the topsy-turvy ball at her home this present night. The ball was one to which women were privileged to invite male acquaintances of their choice. Not only did Thurley decide on the instant to attend, but she also determined to ask as her escort a hopeful admirer, good-natured Harry Shattuck, who alone of Gaylord's set had bested him at fencing and at chess. Colour leaped warmly to her face at the thought that Gaylord himself would almost certainly be at the ball. She glanced at the mirror, gave a few restoring sweeps to her hair, then ran to the door and down the stairs to the phone at the rear of the parlour. Shattuck responded across the wire in a spirit of youthful exultation. Not only was he free to go to the ball, but also he was wild to attend, and would call at 9 with his limousine car, and he knew they'd have a ripping time. Half an hour later Thurley was robing in her room with one of the girls of the house to dress her hair. She had swallowed a cold, belated dinner, but had never appeared more animated in her life. The light in her eyes was a flame of warming fire. The pride in the poise of her regal little head was the natural, unstudied outcome of her newly completed resolve. She was gowned at last in a shimmering pale green toilette, as flimsy as gossamer. It was cut only slightly décolleté, but with the marvellously contrasted colouring of her lips, brows, eyes, and hair, it made a startling combination of things irresistibly charming. Only a faint flush of rose tint played in the perfect oval of her face, a colour moving now toward her temples, now toward her chin, as if some zephyr wafted it thus about, as it wafts a changing tint upon a meadow. Shattuck arrived ahead of time, and his car softly purred at the gate. Then, when at length it was halted at the Clayton Whites, and Thurley and Shattuck alighted, the one thing possible to make her moment triumphantly complete actually had the grace to occur. Gaylord arrived with a little Miss Snow, driven in an ordinary cab, and there in the glare of a white electric arc a greeting was exchanged between the four. The smile and nod with which, apparently, so far as Thurley was concerned, the affair of the afternoon was dismissed, disconcerted Gaylord utterly. Indeed, the last person he expected to encounter here was Thurley Ruxton. Already his evening was beginning with a scowl. It was Thurley's hour. Never had any hour within her life been more thoroughly conceded to her queenship. Gaylord, unable to endure it longer, forced his way, as if by unsurrendered right, through the group to her side. She met his gaze and nodded brightly. "May I ask for your card?" he said, burning red to his ears. "I hope for a waltz or two or three." "Oh, there isn't one. Too bad," she said, smiling at him gaily. "Perhaps you could ask for an extra. Ask Mrs. White." "I will," he said. He did, and was granted his boon. Thurley danced with him gladly, and something that savoured of divinity and motion was generously bestowed upon her. Something possessed her to waltz in Gaylord's arms as she had never waltzed in her life. She led him to the brinks of new infatuation, all to hide the truth that for an hour he had crushed her like a rose beneath his feet. It appeared to all that nothing had been changed as they watched the pair together on the floor. Gaylord himself was bewildered, not only by her wonderful recovery, but far more than ever by her beauty. Some mad impatience to snatch back his ownership goaded his vanity anew. "Thurley," he said, looking down into her eyes, "I want one more of those waltzes. I've got to have 2 or 3 more." She laughed. "Oh, doesn't that sound like little Oliver Twist? Mustn't it be dreadful to want more mush, school mush, or college mush, especially when there isn't any more left?" He felt she was laughing at him, treating his wishes as a joke. "I didn't know you were coming here tonight," he said. "You might have invited me." "Oh, I thought you might be packing your trunk," she answered innocently. "I'm almost sure you said you were leaving tomorrow." He glared down at her half angrily. "You don't care," he said. "About what?" she answered. "Dancing? Oh, yes, I do. And that tall, ungainly-looking Billy Linkerton waltzes like a swallow. You'd never believe it in the world. He's a bifurcated poem. He glides like a jellyfish in cream. You'd as soon expect a ladder to attempt a minuet, but he really has a soul for rhythmic motion." She could think of nothing further to add to this frippery, and Gaylord, utterly incapable of comprehending her mood, and annoyed and piqued, relapsed into sullenness. To Thurley, in the moment that the waltz was ended, came ineffable relief. A dozen eager swains were presently swarming about her as before, and Gaylord could do nothing but retreat. Nevertheless, she was faint at heart, now that the worst of it was over. The dance with Gaylord had proved to be an ordeal taxing all her powers. She was weak, despite her air of buoyancy, and conscious always of a deep-lying hurt. By 12 o'clock, when her purpose was fulfilled, the reaction came upon her. Beginning to be physically exhausted, she found herself the ready prey of all the aches postponed by her artificial joys. Her game had been played, her triumph was complete, but she had barely the strength to meet the demands of her most exacting role through the process of making her escape. She left with Shattuck in his waiting car and was taken directly home. A final sparkle of incandescence was conjured to her eyes in the smile she gave him at parting. Then, at last, she was once more alone in her room, sadly requiring rest. End chapter 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 4. A Fateful Encounter. What an eon of time a few heavy weeks may seem when an unexpected crisis has inaugurated a new life's calendar. It was nearly 5 months since that sunset hour in which Thurley Ruxton's dream had faded in the sky, and even less since she had taken charge of the work for Major Phipps. Yet it seemed a time that extended far back into other ages of her being. Today, with fates and change once more impending, she felt she knew not what. She was not precisely sick at heart, but perhaps merely overwhelmed and utterly belittled by the size, the indifference, the ceaseless heave and tumult of gigantic New York, the city that, having been made by man, now made and unmade him in an hour. The huge device of stone and iron had received her as the sea receives a raindrop. She was one of a swarm of human beings, all blindly working, as bees seem to work, no one individual for himself alone, but each for all, despite himself, to gratify the law of existence. It was not to be escaped, comprehended, or measured, this unrelenting enginery of life. There seemed to be nothing, absolutely nothing, she could do to lift herself apart. She was simply submerged in the human tide which must rise and fall with the mighty laws that govern the cosmic scheme. She was sitting alone in Central Park, far out on its western border, pondering all her former dreams of rising to some brilliant eminence on which to receive the tribute of the world. The day had been cool. A few drops of rain had driven scores of park visitors back to their homes. Thurley was weary enough, after 4 miles of walking, to be glad of a rest on a bench. During the first exciting weeks of her metropolitan adventure, she had sought with conspicuous success to achieve an understanding of the ways to genuine usefulness in directing the work that Major Phipps was so mightily toiling to produce. She had likewise been confident of bounding soon to splendid things. She had won the Major's approval, his gratitude and trust, from the first of her employment. But she had found herself uncomfortably popular with all his force of clerks, and then her disillusionment had presently begun. The Major was her loyal friend, sincere and earnest in his praise, and that was all. She had neither expected nor desired social equality, or opening of the magical door from the source of this association. She had readily discovered a fairly agreeable domicile. Her wages were saving themselves. Altogether it appeared as if, after all, the commonplace fates had assumed a foster parenthood to guard her on a simple, modest way, regardless of her dreams. A certain sort of utilitarian career seemed in its sphere, even fair and promising, but then there was something that constantly gnawed at her inmost heart. The one brief effort she had made to discover a cousin, Edith Steck by name, whom she had vaguely known to be somewhere in New York City, failed and had never since been renewed. She had thought at the time that loneliness explained the sum total of her cares. She knew at last it was not that only, but things that went deep as life itself. She had purposely avoided proffered friendship of the useless, unedifying description, choosing to remain aloof from anything save mere acknowledgments of acquaintance with all her fellow workers and the people of the house where she lived. Today she wondered if it had paid. She almost wished for any sort of friends, provided they were honest and sincere. For 15 minutes she scarcely stirred, sitting there lost in meditation. To what would it lead, this toil and hope, this excursion into the maelstrom of the town? What might anyone situated thus achieve at last, now that she was launched upon the tide? A faint, mirthless smile crept slowly to her lips, freshening the radiance of her beauty. She shook her head, as if her knowing self thus gently rebuked the self of groundless dreams. How beautiful was all the scene! This was almost enough to require. The bright green grass, with scattered leaves of vermilion and amber upon it, the gold and garnet trees, the cool sweet air, saturated full of essences autumnal. Idly she gazed across the park, then at a squirrel frisking joyously by. Thus her glance came presently to rest on a small white object lying on the grass just at the end of her bench. The object was a handkerchief, a dainty lace confection, immaculately clean, folded in the neatest little square and marked with a small raised design. She took it up. A faint, subtle fragrance was wafted to her senses. The tiny thing was of cobweb frailty. The design was a crest wrought with exquisite art in the tissue. She was holding it carelessly when a muffled percussion attracted her gaze down the level roadway to a shadowed turn some distance off in the trees. There a large blue touring car was leisurely rolling into view, in charge of a bare-headed man, a fine but bored-appearing young Viking who was driving about alone. Thurley, watching, felt a sudden splash of rain, which brought her to her feet with quick decision to move to better shelter. But the shower broke almost instantly, quite unheralded, as if it had spilled through a sieve. It was one of those downpours, swift and violent, against which an umbrella is practically no protection. Thurley raised her silken tent at once, however, and fled to the base of a tree, still watching the car and the road. The driver, she noted, was clean-shaven, broad-shouldered, and ruddy. He was obviously disturbed by the drenching of a robe in the rear of his car, and cast a quick look upward at the sky. Making a momentary spurt, as if to race and so abbreviate his discomfort or concern, he abruptly altered his mind, halting the car not 50 feet from the place where Thurley stood. Then, attempting to leap out hurriedly over his levers and the casing for extra tires, he was tripped and thrown with exceptional violence, landing face downward in the road with an arm crumpled awkwardly beneath him. Thurley uttered a little cry to see him plunge so heavily on his untwisted hand. She moved a few steps forward in the rain. He scrambled at once to his feet and turned, his face tensely drawn and excessively white, his left hand clinging to his limber right wrist as he weakly reeled back against the car. That the man was in agony was obvious. The eloquence of pain was in his poise. He could barely stand. The rain beat down on him savagely. Out across the intervening space Thurley ran without a moment's hesitation. Her umbrella was raised, and rain was bouncing from its roof. "You're hurt," she said as she came to the car. "Perhaps there is something I can do." The man had seen her coming. He gazed at her mutely for a moment, his lips compressed with pain. It's broken," he said. "My wrist." Thurley had come sufficiently close to hold her umbrella above him. It had all been done in obedience to something impulsive in her nature. The man was suffering intensely. She had utterly forgotten herself. "Tell me what to do," she said in her earnest manner. "I know it pains you horribly. What shall I do to help?" He tried to smile, then closed his eyes, leaning heavily against the wheel, a muscle twitching near his mouth. The rain entirely ceased as abruptly as it had come. "I suppose I'll have to let someone drive me home," he said, struggling with a quiver of pain in all his being. "But I hardly like to impose upon you, to ask you to look me up a man." "Well, couldn't I drive you to the nearest relief?" asked Thurley simply. "It might take so long to find help." He looked at her curiously. His eyes, despite his hurt, burned warmly in tribute to her beauty. He thought he had never in his life beheld a face so nearly divine. And indeed, as Thurley stood there by the car, unconsciously sublimated by her sympathy, she presented a vision that for sheer sweet loveliness could scarcely have been matched in all the world. "You drive?" he said, with no attempt to conceal an astonished incredulity. "Do you mean that you could really take the wheel?" "Oh, yes, if you need my help," she answered readily. "It can't be very far, I'm sure, to a place where of course you will do much better." She hesitated, looking at him gravely, adding, "I couldn't do less. I knew you were hurt. I couldn't stand by and do nothing." "You're very kind," he said, looking at her oddly as before. "I hope you will pardon my wretched limpness. I'll probably feel much better sitting down." "Shall I help you get into the car?" she inquired. "Perhaps you'd better lean on my arm." No, I'm all right, quite all right, if you'll just get in," he replied, and weakly he followed where she passed round in front of the car to mount the unobstructed side. "If you'll tell me where to go," she said, as she took her place with the wheel in hand and speeded up the motor, "I'll do my best to—" "Down through the park to Columbus Circle," he interrupted, sinking limply in his seat. "Kindly overlook my impatience." She dropped back the brake with her foot on the clutch, set the speed control at the first, and the car glided smoothly up the road. Half a minute later she had shifted to direct, and her passenger nodded his approval. He continued to cling to his wrist. The pain had surged entirely through his system down as far as his knees. It had sickened and rendered him utterly nerveless. Nevertheless, as he looked on her face, he was strangely abstracted from his suffering. A sudden outburst of sunlight was poured down on her at a parting of the clouds, and the gold of it made her a goddess. She had dropped the dainty lace handkerchief down beside his foot, but neither of them knew it was there. Round a narrow curve she swung the car, and the man beside her stared, uttered a smothered note of apprehension, and rigidly froze in his seat. Bearing down on them in criminal madness of speed, two huge red cars with hoods abreast were racing like motion-crazy demons. They practically occupied the road, and to it they clung, each of the drivers stubbornly determined that the other must slack or give off to the side to let the blue touring car pass. Thurley was out at the middle of the road. There was neither time nor opportunity to shift her position. The two wild comets charging lawlessly upon her were scarcely more than 4 feet apart from wheel to wheel. A momentary indecision, a gasp of helpless fright, and she and her passenger, car and all, would be hopelessly in collision with one or the other of the fools in the road, where death might claim them all. The man at her side was out of it. Absolutely cold sweat broke out on his forehead, so imminent did the disaster appear. Even had he held the wheel himself, he could scarcely have known what to do. It happened in the briefest fraction of a minute. Thurley stayed with the middle of the thoroughfare, driving as true as a die for the space between the onrushing monsters. It was far too narrow to let her through when she headed for the gap. She only hoped to wedge it wider. For a terrible second everything seemed hopeless. The wreckage of all 3 cars seemed inescapable as the coughing minotaurs hurtled upon her position. To the swerve of an inch, a second's unsteadiness, the slightest panic at the steering post, and the crash would startle the air. She was almost upon the race-tied pair when they gave to the nerve she was displaying. Even then they relinquished but a trifle apiece, and between the two, as they racketed by, she passed with a hand's width to spare. "The fools!" cried the man who rode at Thurley's side. Then he sank even deeper into his seat, from sheer relief to all his throbbing nerves, plus the pain unrelenting in his wrist. "That was superb." A wave of colour passed lightly across Thurley's cheek. She began to realize the strangeness of the situation, now that the threatened climax to the ride had sped away to the rear. "You are going to a doctor first, I suppose?" she said as she glanced about for a possible policeman and gave the car a perceptible touch of speed. Your hand must pain you dreadfully." We're going. "We'll see," he answered undecidedly. After a moment he added, "Perhaps I can manage to present my card," and he started as if to grope in a pocket with his uninjured hand. "Please don't," she begged. She cast him a quick, inquiring glance. "Is it necessary?" Up to now there had been for her no element of personality in all the encounter. He tried to smile again despite his pain. "Is anything necessary? Anything that you or I did?" For a moment she did not answer. Then she said, "Well, it happened. Here we are." "Yes, it happened. Perhaps you'd rather I'd not introduce myself or inquire who you are?" She coloured. Some way she did not care to confess that she was Thurley Ruxton, ex-teacher of French and German in a college town, and at present amanuensis for a reminiscent major of the army. She some way felt that, for the moment at least, she occupied a sphere far different, and she had come to New York to escape the past and escape her very self. Moreover, the touch of mystery the moment afforded, like a cloak in which to wrap herself, appealed to her sense of humour and the fitness of the situation. She flashed him a sunlit glance. "Your wrist is the only thing that counts." He continued to study her face, to marvel at her beauty, her poise, her mastery over the car. "At least I'd like to know whom to thank," he said. "That would gratify me greatly."
Her eyes were on the road ahead. They were lustrous with excitement and her natural animation. "Why attempt it, especially as I'd rather you wouldn't?" she replied. "Well, my impulse prompts a sense of obligation, just as your impulse prompted this." Her face became more grave with sudden realization of what she had done. "But you were seriously hurt. You were helpless. I hope I was not inexcusably bold." "Oh, please," he pleaded. "Please be more kind to a pure, uncalculating spirit of humanism, if not to me. It was my wrist that was impaired, not my discernment." Thurley made no immediate reply. Apparently all her faculties were focused on the cart. They rode for a time in silence. "Oh, what a splendid team! Those horses!" she presently exclaimed, partly to relieve the situation that she felt was becoming hard to sustain. "They're beauties." The team in question was approaching in the road far ahead. They were glossy bays, each with white feet that rose and fell in perfect unison to the tinkle and ringing of the silver equipment on their harnesses. They were driven to a landau of dark maroon, with coachman and footmen in white, maroon, and black. On the cushions, alone and discontented, sat a woman well toward 35, in the costliest of furs, and infinitely bored with all the world. The man at Thurley's side glanced quickly from her face to the carriage they were about to encounter. "Oh, I wonder if you'd mind stopping," he asked her hurriedly, "just for half a moment." Thurley immediately threw out the clutch and applied the brake. The woman in the landau had not only seen them approaching and recognized the owner of the car, but was gracefully waving him to halt. Her carriage rolled up beside the big machine. "Well, Robley Stuyvesant," she said, as he raised his cap, "I see you are in town after all. Perhaps prepared to give me a few more trifling disappointments?" She was a beautiful woman in a somewhat artificial manner, despite a certain smallness of her features. The man in the car attempted to smile. He was still very white. "Really, Alice, Mrs. Van Kirk," he said, "I ought to be ashamed. I am, indeed I am. I thoroughly intended to come last Friday evening, and I counted on tonight, but just a little bit ago—" "Robley," interrupted Mrs. Van Kirk, meantime gazing in rapt admiration on Thurley at the wheel, "I really cannot consent to another excuse this evening." "I've broken my wrist," he told her simply. "If it weren't for the kindness of—" he turned to Thurley. "Mrs. Van Kirk, permit me to present my deliverer, Miss Samaritan." He purposely mumbled the Samaritan in order to conceal his natural confusion. Thurley and Mrs. Van Kirk exchanged a conventional murmur. "Broken your wrist?" said the latter in genuine sympathy, but studying Thurley with penetrative eyes. "Dear me, that is simply ghastly. I thought you looked a bit peaked. Why, Robley, this is serious. I'm tremendously sorry. Isn't there something I can do? If you'd rather I should drive you home—" "Oh, thanks, no," he interrupted blandly, "but I trust my excuse is valid for tonight." Mrs. Van Kirk hardly heard what he said, so intent was her inspection of the girl at Stuyvesant's side. Never in her life, she felt, had she seen a young woman more beautiful, more abounding in possibilities, more desirable as an asset, a magnet for a lifeless drawing-room. She was busily wondering who and what she could be, what relationship she bore to Stuyvesant, and where he could possibly have found her. The party of the evening had slipped from her mind for the moment. "Your excuse?" she echoed. "Valid? Oh, indeed it is, my poor dear boy. It's cruel of me to keep you here waiting like this, but at least you'll come see me." You don't walk on your wrist. Both of you come. Do come soon. You'll be out of it, Robley, driving your car, riding, everything. Do come and let me supply a little pleasure. Goodbye. I'll expect you soon." She nodded and smiled at Thurley quite as much as at Robley Stuyvesant. Then once again her landau rolled along to the jingling of silver on the trappings. The car with Thurley at the wheel proceeded on its way. End of chapter 4.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 5. Temptation and a Crest. Stuyvesant did not speak at once, and Thurley was busy with her task. A few more carriages and several cars, enticed thus quickly to the park by promise of the sun, were met and passed. Still clinging to his broken wrist, the man with Thurley watched her intently, more and more engrossed by her beauty. "You saw my embarrassment, my predicament," he said at length, referring to the recent introduction. "Now that you are acquainted with mine, don't you think I ought to at least to know your name?" "We're almost there. Columbus Circle," she answered, nodding toward the slender, graceful monument visible now beyond the trees. "In a moment you will have a better driver. After that—" She left the sentence incomplete. "After that," he repeated. "You will certainly let me see you again, if only to thank you to—" She glanced at him brightly. "Oh, but you have thanked me already quite sufficiently. Where shall I drive you now?" He suddenly felt that he could not permit her to go so soon, behold her vanish as strangely as she had arrived, leaving him nothing save the memory of a singularly delightful encounter. "If you do not mind, perhaps I'd be wiser to go home at once," he told her tentatively. "If it takes you too far from your own destination, the car is entirely at your service." She flushed with pleasure at the thought of prolonging the joy already experienced, not only with the car, but also with its owner. She felt herself greatly tempted. It almost seemed as if the fates had bestowed this opportunity upon her, this opening into the wondrous world whose gate she was eagerly seeking. It might be so easy to push a little forward here, avail herself of this man's acquaintance, attempt to meet and cultivate Mrs. Van Kirk, and forge toward the gilded social goal. But she dared not assume the risk. They would find her out. She could not play the role. It was not the path by which she had hoped to succeed. As a matter of fact, she was unprepared for the developments the fates had brought about, and could follow her instinct only. But to take this injured fellow being home, that at least was barely human. She asked him quietly, "Where do you live? On the farther side of the park?" "Fifth Avenue," he answered, and told her the number and corner of the street. "Is it an imposition?" he added. "Because, of course—" "I'll drive you there," she interrupted. "I hope there's a doctor near by." "And then you'll let me send you home, of course." She flushed to the tips of her ears. Permit him thus to discover the poor old tawdry place that was all she could call her home. She would rather have walked to the ends of the earth. She gave him the briefest of glances. "I shall ask you to have me return to the park, to the place where you found me, if you please." "Oh, but is it very much to ask?" "It's nothing, nothing, less than nothing, but I hoped, I rather wished, It occurred to him suddenly that she might have alighted from a car or carriage of her own to sit for a time in the park. She might be missed by those who had left her with the squirrels. Perhaps some man, perhaps some princely husband. He wondered why he had thought of a prince, and glanced at her wedding finger, only to find her hand was gloved. "I wish to do anything to please you, to restore you to your previous enjoyment of the day," he told her honestly. "Are you sure that is all I may do?" "Quite sure." They were gliding swiftly through 59th Street. They came to the plaza with its huge hotels, its dull gold equestrian statue of Sherman, and its tide of carriages and automobiles going into and out of the park. Thurley turned the corner, entered Fifth Avenue, steered out round one of the huge green autobuses, and continued northward on her way. Stuyvesant, more worried by the thought of presently losing the thrill of her presence at his side than he was by his swollen wrist, could think of nothing to say or to do that would penetrate the mystery of her personality. He had never felt so baffled or so eager in his life. He cudgelled his wits for a means of attaining his desire to know her and exact a promise she would permit him to see her again, but all in vain. The impending termination of their ride seemed rather to confuse than to clear his senses. "It does seem as if you might let me see you and thank you properly, when I'm more like myself," he suggested at last, as Thurley observed they had only another block to travel. "In your own words, is that so much for me to ask?" "This is your street," said Thurley, once more colouring. "Uptown or downtown corner?" "Uptown," said Stuyvesant reluctantly, and the car was brought to a halt beside the curb. He alighted, experiencing a new attack of weakness and pain from his hurt. For the first time he noted the dainty bit of handkerchief lying at Thurley's feet. Then she, too, stepped out to the curb, to turn at once to the tonneau, open its door, and seat herself therein. "I hope you will get immediate relief," she said. "Please do not delay any longer." He fancied that some sense of embarrassment, together with impatience to return to her friends in the park, was revealed by the look in her eyes. "I'll send someone at once," he answered, loath to lose her from his sight. "I trust we're not saying good-bye." Thurley, too, regretted the passing of the hour, her one golden hour in many months. She smiled. "Shall it be auf Wiedersehen?" His left hand, supporting his broken wrist, abandoned its charge for a moment. He raised his cap, enduring great pain in the effort. "Auf Wiedersehen, for we shall meet again," he said. "I believe in fate." "Oh, your wrist!" she exclaimed. "Please hurry with your wrist." He nodded and smiled whitely once more, supporting his arm in his hand. Then up the steps he ascended as the door abruptly opened and a servant in livery appeared. Thurley watched him till he turned in the vestibule and smiled again wanly. Then the servant shut his stoic suffering from sight. Barely 5 minutes later another servitor appeared. Saluting Thurley with a semi-military gesture, he first surreptitiously secured and pocketed the tiny lace handkerchief lying near the wheel post of the car, all by special order, then assumed the seat so recently occupied by Thurley herself, and headed at once for the park. In the briefest seeming time they had come to the spot where Stuyvesant's accident occurred. Here the man halted the auto and alighted to open the door. "You are quite certain, miss, I may not drive you elsewhere? May not be of further service?" "Quite certain, thank you," answered Thurley, already experiencing a certain sensation of loneliness and depression, thus to face once more the desolation of her life, and she stepped from the car with a regal grace that made the man salute her as before. He hesitated uncertainly for a moment, then, in strict obedience to instructions, once more resumed his seat and drove away. Thurley sat down. She had nothing else to do save to wonder at what had transpired. Once again the clouds obscured the sun. The gold and vermilion of the foliage dulled, and the lights burned lower in her eyes. She rose at last to walk from the park to the elevated road for a train that would carry her home. Meantime, Stuyvesant, racked with pain, as his surgeons set the broken bone in place, with all impatience for his man's return with the car. That worthy arrived with commendable promptness, and sent up the flimsy bit of lace he felt he had shamefully stolen. No sooner was the injured man alone than he shook out the faintly perfumed gossamer and eagerly scanned the tiny mark embroidered in one of its corners. A sense of joy and a sense akin to hopelessness arose in his being together. "A crest," he murmured excitedly. "I knew it. I felt it in the air." End of chapter 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 6. The Gods of Chance. The one particularly fateful element in Thurley's unique adventure in the park was not entirely the effect produced upon young Stuyvesant. It was quite as much the meeting with Alice Van Kirk. In addition to being the niece of Major John Phipps, she was one of the wealthiest, uneasiest, and most original women in all New York. She was likewise one of the cleverest and shrewdest in gaining her ends. Married, 35, domiciled in a modern Fifth Avenue palace, and consumed by social ambitions never yet wholly gratified, she presented a steady and restless enterprise not to be lightly ignored. For one brief season she had flashed so brilliantly on the rainbow peaks of social eminence as to dazzle the most blasé. Scores of the moths that flit to the blinding glare of gold had moulted their wings to remain within the circle. Then had come envy, successful rivalry, a species of defeat for her, and retirement from the centre of the stage. For 2 seasons she had sought in vain for the magical wand that would place again within her grasp the queenship she felt essential to existence. Van Kirk, who detested the social cyclone, was away to the north, scouring Canada gun in hand, intent upon moose. His wife, with the season once more opening for lions and conquests in Gotham, had for weeks been ready for anything socially desperate, and had felt herself helplessly baffled. 100 times she had conned the old devices employed in all her set, and 100 times had flung them out as worthless for her needs. She was amply aware that nothing short of something new and resistlessly magnetic, something gleamingly startling, could avail to establish her anew. Today in the park, the germ of a thought had sunk to the tropics of her brain, there to sprout with prodigious clarity and expand a luxuriant foliage. The germ had been planted by the sight of Thurley Ruxton driving Stuyvesant's car. With such a girl as that to exploit, what ends might she not achieve? Who in the world could the girl have been, and where had Robley found her, that any young woman so brilliantly, unartificially beautiful, and able, moreover, to drive a car, could have entered the social constellation without her knowledge was to Alice Van Kirk a positive sting. She felt humiliated, excluded, reflecting that the Stuyvesants and others of their circle had, as it were, kept her from knowledge that this exquisite girl had dawned upon their world. Arrived at home, she took no time for removal of furs or gloves in her haste to employ the phone. She called up the Stuyvesant residence and soon had Robley on the wire. "My poor dear boy," she purred in the mouthpiece sympathetically, "I am positively worried about your wrist. You've had it treated, of course?" "Oh, right as a trivet," answered Stuyvesant cheerfully. "Good of you to call me up, I'm sure. And, by the way, Alice, Robley—" "Who is she, you lucky animal?" interrupted the woman impatiently. "You know, in your pain you merely mumbled her name." "No, not in pain, in desperation," he confessed, himself no less eager than Alice to discover Thurley's identity and devise some chance to meet her without delay. "I'm glad you called me up. You may be the one being on earth who can help me find out who she is and where I may encounter her again." "Robley," said his sympathetic friend, "you don't mean to astonish this incredulous wire with the assertion that you don't know who she is? Why, my boy, but where—" "Hearken," he admonished. "You're aware that Princess Thurvinia is here in America incog?" "I am, of course, but it may not be she. I'm half hopeful, half afraid it is. She was all alone in the park when I had my fall. She came to my aid with all the simplicity and courage of royalty. I felt the indefinable air of something regal about her from the start. She would not reveal the first little hint of who she was, and insisted on being taken back where I'd found her by my man." "Why, Robley, that isn't all. She dropped a little handkerchief in the car. I've got it now. Alice, the corner is marked with a crest. Now, how could it be Princess Thurvinia? Of course she'd speak English perfectly, but her servants, her retinue, her equipage and all." "When we know she's here incognito," he answered. "How could she move about in the guise of a plain American woman if retinues and royal coaches tagged her all through the park? I can't be sure, but if you had really seen her and read the descriptions of the princess— Good gracious, I never thought of that. Do you fancy any woman would have overlooked her wonderful eyes and brows, that gold of her hair, that colour? Robley—" "Alice," he interrupted, "there isn't a single being in the world with your cleverness to help me find her out. Don't you see that I've got to find her now? A man can't have the luck to break his wrist like that but once in a lifetime. How will you manage to find her?" "Heavens," answered Alice laughingly, "exactly as I'd pounce on any needle in a haystack. I'm disappointed in you, Robley, to be candid. You've been stupid, really, to permit her to escape like this. By George, if I hadn't been wounded, you wouldn't have found her at all." "Of course, but— And you mean to say that when you were hurt she came running to your assistance, alone, in the pouring rain, with all her skysails, her umbrella set? I never felt so weak in my life. The pain went straight down to my heels. She said I needed help. I did. She said she could drive, and she drove. There was never anything quite so superb in the world as the way she drove the car between—" "You've got to come over to see me," Alice interrupted. "Come tomorrow, sure. I can understand that with your broken wrist you need even such poor assistance as mine. I'm really quite distressed about your hand." "Distressed," he echoed over the wire. "Great roaring ghosts! What a rank affront to luck! I'll be over in the afternoon tomorrow, and please be prepared with a little first aid to the second-handed aid, she interrupted. Now go and rest. Goodbye. She hung up the instrument, and the period afterward known to her 3-day fever had begun. It might with propriety have been termed an exasperation on her part, and a desperation on the part of Robbie Stuyvesant. Both made prodigious but futile efforts to rediscover Thurley, and the mystery of who and what and where she was assumed new depth with every hour. Meantime, Thurley was plunged once more into the hopelessly commonplace affairs of daily labour and boarding-house existence, her dream of an hour already receding from her grasp over the ever-present plains of stern reality. There were moments of almost savage regret in her thoughts as she faced her grind, the barren outlook of day succeeding day, and the mockery of social splendour and achievement to be glimpsed and comprehended from afar. Some vague, insistent sophistry of her more unthinking self argued repeatedly that had she only manoeuvred more adroitly, played the cards supplied her by that fickle visitor, Opportunity, more shrewdly, she might already be scheduled for some romantic escape from the yoke she must otherwise bear. She was not deceived. She was certain in her heart of hearts that she had done the only possible thing in refusing her name to Robbie Stuyvesant and retreating from his ken unknown. And yet, to be snatched from it all so soon, to be obliged to realize her own remoteness from the only sphere her nature craved, was galling. She had anger with her fate. There were moments when, in her indignation at the slights put upon her by Acton Gaylord in the spring, she felt entitled to revenge on all his kind, entitled to injure all creatures of his ilk by the powers and arts and baits of love that had swept her own happiness away. For she had suffered much during all this time alone in merciless Manhattan, with recurrent dreams of the might have beens, and in contemplation of the ruins of castles one time built of the stuff of summer clouds. There was never a moment, however, when she seriously thought of arranging even a second accidental meeting with the man with the broken wrist. She had taken no time to consider his personality, and he, aside from his natural sense of gratitude for the little she had done, had been too much in pain, she was sure, to observe her with attention. Yet she tugged at her fetters and assailed the Major's work as if it had been a foe. Wednesday afternoon, the tantalizing fates took another unexpected step, and Thurley, unaware, was confronting the gate in the wall, the gate to the modern Eden. The Major it was who prodded the gods of change, with no such intention in his mind. He had been to the stronghold of a publisher who the day before had received the first half of the volume on which he was working. He came to Alispan Kirk's like a boy, unable to compass his delight. He had come to the gorgeous, empty house to dine ostensibly. His appetite, however, was for talk. Alice was alone, except for the presence of the 14 servants in the house, and she had never in her life been more heartily glad to give him welcome. "My Pollux, my dear," he said as he kissed her with genuine warmth and affection, "I've never been so happy since Antietam, never. The book is a hit with my publishers, bullseye, straight and clean, and the title changed to Personal Recollections of 17 Engagements in the Civil War. I'm the luckiest old curmudgeon in the country. I am, by George. Unbelievable luck. All that young woman's doing
Order out of chaos, my raw recruits of fact in line, all ready for dress parade or charge. Recollections all wheeled into battalions like magic. The second half is practically finished. As an author, I feel I begin to auth. With that young woman's assistance, I had a run right up and tell you.
"You are very kind," said Alice warmly. "It's a pity the pattern of your young woman paragon had not been more generously employed. If only they were made beautiful, regal, and discoverable more often, the rest of us might almost approximate a toleration of existence."
"Pessimism, my dear, pessimism," answered the Major heartily. "The world is full of beautiful women. This exotic of mine, exotic, that's the proper description, is extraordinary. She is, by Pollux, gifted, alert, sensible, too sensible to know how absolutely beautiful she is, even with all my force, so dead in love with her they work like bees about their queen. She's the finest product of the feminine gender I've seen outside of this room, by Pollux."
"Admirable retreat, with guns intact," commented Alice dryly. "Is she blonde or brunette? I've forgotten which you preferred a month ago."
"There you are, by George," replied the Major triumphantly. "She's neither. Both. Well, golden hair, I admit. Real, you know, real. Magnificent. No bleach, by Pollux, none. And the darkest brows, no penciling, I swear it, at the cannon's mouth. And eyes brown as a seal. No chance to paint her peroxide eyes, you'll admit. You're bound to admit. And there you are. I've a notion to write another book to keep her near. Beautiful. My dear, if I were only young—" "Cease firing," she interrupted with awakening interest. "Are you sure of what you are describing? Remember, this is not the 18th engagement in the Civil War, and I want the facts. Do you repeat blonde hair, brown eyes, brows darkly black, and complexion rose and white?" "I hadn't come to her complexion, but, by George, it is roses, that's it, roses, white ones and red. How in the world I ever got her to come—"
"Exactly," his niece interrupted. "Where and how did you get her? Who is this girl? It's the one you mentioned before?"
The Major sat down. "Repeatedly. Told you about her way last June. Mentioned her frequently at Newport. Always with enthusiasm, too. Maybe with ardour. Probably with ardour. Tell you all I know about her. Wonderful young woman."
With commendable optimism and some perspicacity of statement, he proceeded at once to enlighten his niece as fully as his information permitted as to who and what Miss Thurley Ruxton was, and how he had come to employ her. He made scant mention of the apparent relationship she had enjoyed with Acton Gaylord, but admitted he had met her frequently in Gaylord's company, and accepted her socially, in fact, on Gaylord's endorsement, and had asked her nothing at all concerning her antecedents, having always been far more interested in the phases of her cleverness, her beauty, and her remarkable popularity. Alice listened to all this recital with an interest peculiarly intent. "Why don't you bring her up and let me see the girl?" she presently demanded. "But no, on the whole, I think I shall call at your office. Tomorrow afternoon?" A servant appeared and announced the dinner served. End of chapter 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 7. A Cinderella Proposition. When Thurley, complying with the Major's request, stepped briskly into his army headquarters to find herself confronted by a tall, grey-eyed woman from the palace on Fifth Avenue, she was merely a trifle surprised. There was no recognition in the fleeting glance with which she met the scrutiny that Alice bent upon her.
"Ah, here we are, by Pollux, yes," said the Major in his mildest artillery utterance. "Alice, permit me to present Miss Thurley Ruxton. Yes, Miss Ruxton, my niece, Miss Van Kirk. Interested, wish to meet you. Have a little chat. I'll leave you here together." He disappeared and closed the door as Thurley turned to gaze inquiringly at the visitor whose name she would never forget. Alice met her astonished look with an arch and radiant smile. Not only had she instantly recognized the girl who had driven Stuyvesant's car, but also with equal promptness had her mind conceived an extraordinary plan. "Miss Ruxton," she said, advancing with outstretched hand, "I am exceedingly glad to meet you again. You hardly knew me for a moment." Thurley took the proffered hand almost mechanically. She flushed with colour, which instantly heightened her beauty as she wondered what the meeting might imply. I remember now," she faltered, perhaps a trifle embarrassed by the thought of thus being discovered, revealed in her real capacity and personality. "Our meeting before was quite informal," Alice interrupted, "but altogether delightful nevertheless, that is, for me. Frankly, Miss Ruxton, I've been hoping to find you ever since. Won't you sit down for a little friendly talk?" Thurley followed to the corner where the older woman led, but was halted in the act of turning a chair about to face her visitor. "Oh, sit here on the davenport with me," said Alice engagingly. "I might as well tell you that I like you at once, and have it over. I've really come back to make a proposition." Thurley smiled, she hardly knew why. Her customary ease of manner returned with the smile as she took the seat denoted. "I'm not in the least a literary person, if it's anything more on books." She knew intuitively it was not concerning books that Alice Van Kirk had appeared. Vaguely she wondered what this woman of the world imagined concerning herself and Robley Stuyvesant. She a mere amanuensis, he the probable scion of an old and wealthy family, and the pair of them seen in his automobile, returning from, who might say, where? An aspect of dread, the dread of being possibly misunderstood, assailed her unexpectedly. It had never even occurred to her mind before. "Oh, books," said Alice with an eloquent gesture of depreciation. "Do I look like that in the least?" Thurley smiled. "Oh, that sort of genius sometimes runs in families." "Infests them, you mean, my dear, but the Major is only my uncle. Let's be perfectly candid, you and I. First, I may as well confess, I know all about your meeting with Robley Stuyvesant last Saturday afternoon. He told me, of course. He doesn't know who you are in the least, thanks to your innate ladyhood. I can also readily understand that you hardly wish him to discover." Thurley flushed anew. "Oh, not because of anything—" "Dear child, can't you trust me to understand? And no less than yourself, I prefer he should not know." Thurley was thoroughly puzzled. Her natural wonder was what Robley Stuyvesant could possibly be to Alice Van Kirk, and why she should come here to-day. She could only echo,
You prefer he should not know? Exactly. Now comes my proposition. I want you to come to my house, live with me, become my protégée, and meet him and all my friends on a social equality, immediately, at least by the end of the week. Thurley could scarcely credit her senses. But, Mrs. Van Kirk, I know you don't understand it, of course, naturally. Why, I should wish it, but what possible advantage I hope to derive from such an arrangement? But I told you I meant to be frank. She paused to lean forward and take the girl's soft hand in her own. I need you very much indeed, and I rather hope you need me. Before you say anything at all, I wish to assure you there will be no dubious conditions, no string to the offer I am making. Candidly, I require a magnet, such a magnet as all the gold in the world may never be, a living, radiant magnet to brighten my home, to draw success and interest about me, such a magnet as you, my dear, would supply. I shall wish to treat you precisely as I might a younger sister. Just come out, and would exact only a promise that no matter what might be conjectured as to whence you came, you divulge nothing to the world, assert nothing, deny nothing, and agree not to marry or to promise yourself in marriage for at least a year from our association. More and more Thurley's bewilderment increased. But I can't in the least understand your motive, she confessed. What could I possibly do that would repay you for your venture? Oh, dear child, you can wear gorgeous jewels, furs, and gowns like a princess. You can go with me everywhere, help me entertain, fill my hollow house with the people I wish to attract, give me the things I most desire, and better your fortunes by the process. Thurley shook her head gravely. I don't see why you think so, Mrs. Van Kirk. I have never had that sort of education. But you've always been popular? Oh, well, a little with the college boys, I suppose. I hoped so. Thought so once. I was certain of that from the first, said Alice decisively. My dear, that is all I desire. Thurley looked at her quickly, a light of girlish inquiry burning in her eyes. Do you mean you would wish me to attract a lot of men? Men, of course, men, and women of the social set that once paid me tribute slavishly, and now, well, things are different now. I am no longer novel, I suppose. Perhaps I'm too respectable, but you could help me bring them back. Oh, all of it nicely, my dear, nothing dubious. I said before, and I repeat, I wish you to occupy just such a place as I'd give to a younger sister of whom I could always be proud and fond. Doesn't that clear away your doubts? Heavens, I haven't the slightest thought that I might be misunderstood. Thurley burned a warmer colour. But you can see how strange it seems to me. Why, yes, child, I see it perfectly. That's why I'm going to ask you to think it over first. I asked the Major to bring you home to dine with me tonight, but perhaps you'd rather go in the car with me. Only he might tell you all about me, as he told me a little of you. I want you to know there is nothing sinister behind my offer, nothing you may not accept with pride and honour.
There are elements of business to it, of course, for I expect you to make my existence much more happy, as I should hope to make yours more bright and promising, that's all. I am dying to make the fairy-like transformation on a girl already lovely, and surely you are not without ambition." Thurley smiled. "It is a fairy story, isn't it? The way it comes and all. It sounds too good for New York City, shall I say? And coming like this to me. Fate, my dear, believe me. How otherwise should you happen to be sitting in the park when Robley Stuyvesant comes along and breaks his big strong wrist?" Thurley coloured an exquisite tint. "I hope his wrist is better. I mean, it was really terrible." Alice arched her brows. "He called the incident a favour of the gods. He is nearly insane to meet his princess again." The red fairly surged to Thurley's cheeks at this, and down all her ivory neck. "I'd be expected to meet him, as you said?" "Naturally. His enthusiasm, I confess, incubated my resolve to find you if I could. But don't forget what I named as my conditions. I couldn't permit you to engage yourself for a year, not even to Robley. After all that romantic meeting, you see, I am very scheming after all." "Oh!" Alice rose. "Will you come tonight with the Major or with me?" Thurley's excitement returned. "Did I promise to come?" "To look us over, certainly. Wear anything you like, my dear. We three shall be alone." She held out her hand as before, and smiled with a charm of her own that Thurley knew was honest. "You can think things over rapidly, from all I learn of your character. Perhaps you can give me your answer tonight." Thurley's smile was a trifle timid. "Perhaps." The older woman quickly took her other hand. There was something wistful in the look she bestowed on the eyes so deeply brown. "If you make up your mind to come, you'll call me Alice. If I come." Alice gave added pressure to her hands. "I think you'll be a little more comfortable if you come with the Major," she concluded. "We'll consider that arranged. Till then, my dear, good-bye." "Good-bye," said Thurley, and followed to the door. Alice turned and kissed her suddenly. "There, I simply couldn't help it." She laughed, her own face flushing girlishly. "I know we are going to be friends." Then she went, and Thurley stood there marvelling, a thrill suddenly creeping to her heart. End of chapter 7.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 8. Wanted, a Discovery. The transformation was complete, the most absolute magical transformation one could possibly imagine. And still Thurley hardly believed it had come for more than 1 midnight hour. It seemed impossible for such a dream to assume substantiality. Its vanishment, like Cinderella's coach and steeds, would have seemed the natural incident when 12 solemn strokes should sound from some darkened tower. That first exciting dinner with Alice and the Major was already 2 days old, its impression embossed on Thurley's malleable mind as a bas-relief uplifted from her former plane of existence. But tonight, this first real occupancy of her wondrous cocoon, from which she was destined to emerge into new and startling loveliness, this was too magical for credence. Alice herself had brought her to the suite of rooms henceforth to be sacred to her uses. Alice herself had appointed 2 smart, deferential maids to attend to her slightest needs. Her old world had slunk away like smoky fog. Old labours, old apartments, old gowns and hats and shoes. There was nothing left to suggest her past attachments, save 2 or 3 trinkets of gold and her mother's diamond ring. She stood at last alone with her thoughts, robed in a faintly shimmering gossamer of night apparel, delightedly regarding her home. Her maids had prepared her for retirement, and left her in possession, mistress of her warmly glowing kingdom. Yet she dared not and could not experience a sense of ownership either in the walls and furnishings or in all the dainty finery, exquisite gowns, the costly furs and sparkling gems already secured and bestowed upon her as the mere first requisites of her wardrobe. New purchases which Alice had assured her were soon to be supplemented properly when modistes, tailors, and others of their ilk should have time to prepare things to order. A feeling of strangeness pervaded the thrills she underwent, and she once more explored her gilded bower by herself. From the splendid spaciousness and delicate perfections of her drawing-room, through her lofty blue and gold chamber and her wholly enchanting dressing-room, to the fairy grotto of the bath, she moved with the lingering appreciation of a princess who, after long banishment, is once more restored to her own. She opened the wardrobes one by one and gazed at their treasures in joy. The jewels that gleamed from her golden casket were reflected brilliantly in the rapture of her eyes. All her old dreams of conquest of Manhattan had contained no such element as this. It had faded like the tawdry thing in the light of this dazzling reality. All the old resentments felt against Acton Gaylord and his sort, together with desire for swift retaliation, had gone with the grimy fog of former days. Exultation and pure girlish ecstasy, with love of all the lovelier phases of existence, possessed and thrilled her being. It was hers, this world of beauty. Perhaps for an hour she moved about the place, now sitting in the throne-like chair, now merely standing in the centre of the room to contemplate its charms. At last she pushed a button in the panelled wall, and the soft rose lights of her fairyland faded in their crystal spheres. A mellowed twilight crept through the windows westward, where they overlooked Fifth Avenue. She went there happily, and by habit ran up the shades. Below, the pavement dully reflected the scattered lights widely dotting out the long perspective. A hansom went by, the horse's hoofs musically clop-clopping as he trotted briskly toward the plaza. Across the way loomed the wall and the half-denuded trees of Central Park. Here and there a star-like lamp glowed steadily between dark masses of foliage, increasing the sense of peace. The sky was clear, and the constellations swung brilliantly across the firmament, lustrous with cosmic magnificence. But Thurley's eyes beheld again a man falling forward in the rain. She saw him presently seated by her side, and the pulse of a mighty motor shook her being. She wondered, and she wondered. At last, with a sigh of new-found rapture, she returned to the wholly intoxicating luxury of her couch. What a pity it seemed to waste a moment of a world so marvellous in sleep's effacing oblivion. Yet when she awakened by the morning light, the wonder was fresher than ever. She had barely entered the hallway of miracles to which, in the way of her kind, she would presently grow amazingly accustomed. Nevertheless, for the 2 or 3 days next succeeding, her emotions of bewilderment increased. Neither her mind nor her nature could grasp the full significance of Alice Van Kirk's prodigious wealth. She could not behold the prodigality of spending upon herself and avoid feeling staggered and appalled. Alice induced her gently, with skill and finesse of the utmost art, toward the nonchalance, poise, and deportment of those long accustomed to the favours of the gods. Her pupil was apt and pliant. Her natural grace, plus her exceptional powers of observation and intuition, rendered Thurley instantly amenable to the slightest desires and pressures of the woman now moulding her anew. That certain regal essence of her being, naturally inherent, flowered in exquisite charm. Graciousness claimed her for its own. Her beauty was heightened and refined. Over coachmen and footmen, who were assigned with her own particular carriages to her needs, she assumed a monarchical proprietorship that delighted their very souls. By every possible device of modesty and retirement, Alice conducted the schooling of her princess, as it were, behind the scenes. Not even Robley Stuyvesant was aware of his abettor's find. He had fretted, stormed, implored the fates and Alice to run amuck through drawing-rooms and the first of the season's functions, without, of course, so much as encountering a single person who had ever seen or heard of the girl he sought. Meantime, rumours that a princess of extraordinary beauty, wealth, and cleverness was actually adrift incognito in America, and had been credited with truth, despite the fact that all eager swelldom had vainly sought to find her out from somewhat vague descriptions. She was said to be blonde and brunette together, headstrong, entirely cosmopolitan, weary of Europe, inclined toward an American alliance, and the promised guest of some woman once met abroad. To Alice Van Kirk these stories came and met exceptionally cordial hospitality. Such excitement as her nature and spirit permitted increased in her being every hour. At the end of a week of Thurley's tuition, the well-known Van Kirk impatience chafed no longer, however, at the mere delay in presenting of her protégée, but instead at her own fastidiousness of choice in means whereby to promote the impending discovery to best advantage. The horse show was a week away, the opera nearly 2. Before the former and the Metropolitan opening, Thurley should already be heralded, or much valued time would be lost. A veritable triumph at Madison Square was the premiere of Alice's demands of the situation. Such power would the victory bestow. She dared not jeopardize a structure built upon the frailty of this new experiment by undue haste, unwisdom, or self-started claims concerning Thurley. The cleverness of her intentions was worthy of her well-known ingenuity and clarity of vision. Hence the worry that possessed her day and night as she pummeled her wits to meet the crucial moment and event of launching Thurley forth upon a social, startled world that would think it instantly pierced her identity for itself. She thought and planned till she was nearly ill, in vain. Some hazy scheme of inviting Robley Stuyvesant to a motor ride in the park, and picking Thurley up at the spot where the young man's wrist had been broken, was the nearest approach she could possibly invent by way of something accidental. It met her requirements in romanticism, even perhaps too well. It lacked, however, in its powers for publicity. She dismissed it with the rest. Saturday morning arrived, a day more brilliant than the sunset hour of the day when Robley broke his wrist. Alice awoke in a fever induced by tossing and sleeplessness as she thought of the problem she must meet. There was no further time to be lost, and nothing had come to her assistance. Then Thurley, plus her helpful fate, brought it all to crystallization, unguessed by Alice at the time. "Oh, Alice," she said at breakfast, "what a gorgeous day! Could we order the horses for a gallop in the park?" Alice avidly welcomed the suggestion. "Why, yes, by all means, Thurley. Order yours for this afternoon. I'll ride like a cat on skates, you know, but I'd rather you went than not." "Oh," said Thurley, "I hoped we might go together." Alice smiled at her archly. "Even though you might perchance meet a motorist, disabled and forlorn. Fiddlesticks. Order your horse for 3, and James will trail behind." End of chapter 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 9. Revelations in a Runaway. More furiously than ever before had James trailed that afternoon. Never had a day been finer, the assemblage of carriages and riders in the park more brilliant, or Thurley more alive with the effervescence of youth and the fire of joy. Her horse, a superb Arabian, glossy as the sun itself and darkly red as the richest autumn foliage, was ignited by her spirit. He pranced, cavorted, arched his neck in pride of the dainty mistress on his back, and ached for a chance to let out his powers for once and prove himself worthy of her love. Already she loved him in a riotous mood that extended to the ruddy world in its regal splendours of colour. Not since a day in the far-away spring had she been thus enthroned in a saddle. Her spirit vaulted tempestuously ahead of the galloping steed. He gloried in the rush and motion, the exhilarating air with its touch of frost hurled upon her by her cleaving through the new-found avenues of pleasure. She rode like a splendid young Valkyrie, wielded by skill and sheer abandon into wondrous unity with the animal, excited and delighted by her weight. It was only wild riding in the sense of its utter freedom, beauty, and spontaneity. It was rhythm and spirit and courage exemplified in her absolute confidence and passion for living and motion. She dashed through one of the bridle paths that parallel a drive like a vision of velocity and beauty. From 100 glinting carriages flinging back the sun rays from varnish, silver, and burnished animals, a wondering procession of wealth's spoiled darlings paid her the tribute of their stares, their gasps, curiosity, and admiration. Some for the marvel of her colouring and grace, the proud, handsome face exquisitely regal, some for such horsemanship as the park had rarely seen, and some for her daring and apparent recklessness. The men and women drifting by on the tide of luxury and ease were magnetized despite themselves, while Thurley was completely unaware. She raced from their sight like a fragment from an epic of rapture. Her joy and her Amazonian liberty in flight was a thing to be felt by all who saw, so potent were its radiant emanations. Round the bend, with James in desperation spurring at the rear, she encountered a party of equestrians, men and women, posting along like a dozen conventional automatons, invented for mechanical riding. With one accord they turned to watch her pass. Beyond them she approached and overtook 3 women riding in a group. The farther she rode, the sweeter grew the breath that swept from the autumn-perfumed trees, and the wilder became the answer of her spirit. It seemed like a ride through amber, gold, and flame. Every vista looming ahead in her path seemed a red-lit glow of welcome. Then the way once more drew in abreast a drive, where again the pageantry of wealth rolled languorously by. Broughams, coupés, glinting automobiles, hansoms, barouches, and children's phaetons, decorously winding the highways of indulgence, and flinging off their largesse of light from 1,000 flashing spokes, moved in 2 opposing streams. Again, as before, the homage of their seldom stirred attention was paid to Thurley, romping past. 100 scions of the house of ease inquired who she was. Then, from one of the carriages occupied solely by one old woman and a broad, athletic young man, came a note of surprise and gladness, which started as if to become a shout and ended much suppressed. The eager young man half rose in his seat, showing his arm in a sling. It was Robley Stuyvesant, once more desperately hoping for the vision of a face which at last he had seen once again. He saw her skimming lightly by, with never a turn of her head, her thoroughbred tingle with his glad response to the beating and wish of her heart. He wanted to cry out mightily, to turn and pursue, to halt her somewhere, anywhere, for a moment of looking in her eyes. She was gone almost before his thoughts could arrange themselves in order. Stifling an utterance akin to a groan, he sank once more on the cushions, and instantly recovered sufficient of his natural acumen to gaze out again for Thurley's attendant. "Great roaring ghosts!" he exclaimed aloud as James went feverishly past. He had recognized Alice's man. A mad, unreasoning impulse to escape his present obligations with the quiet old woman at his side and hasten pell-mell to the Van Kirk mansion was the initial suggestion in his brain. Then he knew that no one would be found at home, and could only hope that Thurley might cross his orbit again. It seemed likely that she would cross every orbit in the world, while for herself it was merely the wine of unbridled delight that increased in her nature as she rode. With the horse it was madness that was growing. He too was aflame with the love of speed, the tang of nude nature in the air, the urging of joy-heated blood. She slowed him at the crossing of a pedestrian's path, and he quivered with impatience to be off again, to delight alike the kindred spirit on his back and the riot in his veins. She lifted the reins, and he was swiftly galloping, dipping to earth like a swallow. They were headed south, the park's length northward as far as the riding pathway went, and the width of it westward had been rapidly traversed. They would be obliged to make its round a half-dozen times to satisfy Thurley's craving for the joy. The gravelled way swung close to the side of the western drive, where only a few of the chariots of wealth and fashion paraded. A number of rapidly moving automobiles were here almost entirely in possession of the road. It was near the spot where Robley Stuyvesant had fallen in the rain, and Thurley had been launched by kindly fates. A racing car came swiftly down the stretch, its reckless driver wilfully and wantonly shattering the most liberal of the speed regulations. Abreast of Thurley's Arabian, already strung to the highest nervous tension, the fellow suddenly opened his muffler cutout, and his great motor roared with deafening percussions. Instantly bolting after one wild leap aside, the animal under Thurley flattened oddly down above the earth, already streaming greyly away beneath him, and ran with all his might. His speed was terrific, not in the motion, which had steadied to a strangely easy undulation, but because of the bite of impinging air, the dizzying chaos of trees and park features stampeding by in confusion, and the scene of lost mastery lodged in the girl's delighted being but a moment earlier. She knew she was helpless to control the passion of the thoroughbred, whose bone and sinew and fiery blood had burned for this moment of delirium. She was not alarmed. The sensation engendered by the madness of speed aroused a new sort of pleasure, a welcoming to recklessness, almost a wish for still more velocity forward. She knew she could not ride like this for long without gravest dangers. There were dangers alike to herself and to everything near her. She gathered the reins more closely in and applied all the strength of her fine young arms to break his mad flight with the bit, but the bar of steel was clamped in his teeth, where resistance only whetted him the more. A shout went up from someone in the road. It swept like a roar, like a wail. Ahead was a turn of the bridle path, and beyond it she knew not what. More yells and shouts came weirdly through the air that was storming, roaring by. The horse responded, if possible, with added speed. Rocks, a bridge, a group of people walking, who barely reeled back from the animal's course in time to escape his flying hoofs, made a series of blurs in the panoramic rush that the path's two sides had become. Pale with the chill of biting air, and likewise with her cool comprehension of the menace of every movement, Thurley felt the inward lean as the flight-crazed Arabian took the curve and plunged on in something akin to panic, rapidly succeeding all things else that might have been present in his nature before. Then her heart turned over like a helpless bell swung too far out of its balance. The road was almost wholly occupied by 10 or more riders, women and men, walking their mounts in the same direction she was racing. She could not cry out a warning. In a blinding conviction of disaster, she could only tug with sturdier might at the reins already tight as fiddle strings, and hope to steer for a foot-wide space between the nearest riders. But someone screamed, some woman sitting on an iron bench that overlooked the scene. In utter fright, the riders scattered right and left to let the comet through. Then 2 of the men, well mounted and cool, spurred hotly in pursuit. They were joined 100 yards below by a mounted policeman, who swung forth already at speed before Thurley had won to his post. He and the men from the pleasure group fell behind with the trees and rocks and wind as the thoroughbred warmed to his work.
By then the cries from a score of throats had alarmed the park for a mile. The fright and excitement increased apace as 4 mad riders hurtled on, thoroughly white and rigid, in the lead. James had been hopelessly outdistanced in the first few hundred yards. Hoofbeat and screams that pierced the air sounded mad warnings down the course. The bridle path dived beneath a bridge that spanned the western drive of Fashion. 100 frightened women saw the runaway dynamic of power flashing his muscles like engine parts in the sunlight's streaming rays, with the stiff, upright figure of the white-faced girl unflinchingly applying strength and nerve and courage to the task of subduing his madness. A second and third of the mounted police whipped into the vortex at the curve that swung on the pathway's eastward trend. Over, across to the dangerous junction of Riders' Path and driveway shot the eager horse, intent upon besting the animals in pursuit. But past the policeman and past his companion crept one of the men from the group in the rear, slowly but steadily gaining on the hard-breathing bay that Thurley guided, and she, in the meantime, finally provoked into new resolve to snatch back the mastery tautly held before, lost patience with the senseless horse, and with it all comprehension of her danger. "Boy," she said, "behave yourself. You ought to be ashamed." Abruptly losing both the reins, she gave a sudden powerful jerk at the right one, wrapped about her hand, instantly sawing no less stoutly at the other. She felt the bit give back into its place against the tender portion of the creature's jaw, which was then subjected to the splendid strength that the moment lent to her arms and body. She was sawing him back to another thought than that of wild stampede, with impatience that bled him at the mouth as they dashed less swiftly toward the junction. More cries ahead were mingled with the distant shouting at the rear. The driveway of Fashion began to clog with vehicles, halted in confusion and affright. Then, up from the rear, shot the rider who had headed all but Thurley's Thoroughbred. He, too, rode superbly, and was mounted on a powerful black, a bluegrass product of the racing blood, without a peer in the city. Nevertheless, when the rider's hand projected forward at the last and clutched Thurley's horse by the bit, she had already calmed his raging fire, and had pulled him down to sideways locomotion. The group swung sharply inward to the left, and Thurley's bay, resentful of the needless interference, flung outward again to the right. The saddle, loosened by the strain and pressure of the race, turned from the change of Thurley's momentum, and threw her easily off on her side in the gravel. She was neither bruised nor scratched, but groans and cries arose from the breathless audience in the halted procession on the drive. Policemen and the others, distanced in the mad pursuit, rode hotly to the scene, even as Thurley sprang to her feet and took her horse in hand. The only man who had ridden with sufficient speed to be in at the crucial moment had dismounted. He was young, smooth-shaven, and ruddy. He had snatched off his cap and was soberly regarding the wondrous surge of colour returning to Thurley's cheeks, when another man came running there from the drive's congested traffic. It was Stuyvesant, white and excited. "Princess!" he cried. Thurley turned, beheld him, and flushed to the tips of her ears. "Here, give me that horse," said one of the mounted policemen, now on foot beside the others. "The young lady might have been killed." "Oh, nonsense," said Thurley. "He's calm enough now, if someone will please adjust the saddle." "Are you hurt?" said Stuyvesant, crowding to her side. "Is there anything I can do?" James, other riders, and a dozen men, together with added numbers of policemen, arrived there in all manner of haste. Thurley foresaw an interference and annoyance. She turned to Stuyvesant gladly, as to one she felt she knew. "I'm not even scratched," she told him in her spirited manner. He was stopping. He's not excited now. If the saddle hadn't turned, there would be no need for anyone to help." The rider, who had caught at her horse's bit, at last reddened more deeply beneath the suntan of his face. "I'm sorry if you think I interfered. Was the cause—" "You were very kind," said Thurley radiantly, her smile restoring his exaltation in the moment. "Perhaps if you'll help me now to— Oh, here is James. The saddle, James. Will you please put it on a little tighter?" "Look here, miss," said the policeman, who was holding his own fine animal as well as the quivering bay, "I don't want to make you no trouble nor nothing like that, but this horse here is excited. He ain't fit for no lady to ride." He too received a smile. "You wouldn't arrest him for a little run like that?" "If you please, I think I know him best." "I give you my word he'll behave." Stuyvesant longed for the use of his injured arm. He thought of another expedient. "You wouldn't think of riding him again, not this morning?" he said, hopelessly convinced that the girl of Thurley's spirit would think of nothing else. "Let me offer to take you home. The carriage is here." James was adjusting the saddle stolidly. The rider, who had all but effected a rescue, fancied he read the one desire in Thurley's courageous nature. "The horse was under control entirely," he said. "I'm sorry I interfered." He was not. He was riotously glad. "I'm sure the lady may be trusted to ride him safely home." "Well, now, I don't know," said the officer. "No, no," said the man in the gathering crowd. "It's madness, a beast like that." Thurley had heard only the man who had ridden to her side and helped to dislodge her from her seat. She turned to him appealingly. "Not home. I'd rather not go home just yet. I do wish people wouldn't act so seriously. Please help me go on as I was." Stuyvesant was desperate. The policeman was afraid of troubles that might still develop. "You see, miss," he started above the murmur and protest of the crowd, "a horse like this—" "Here, officer," muttered the ruddy young rider of the black, slipping a bill into the big, hard hand of the law's representative, "just scatter the crowd. With a dozen of you chaps watching him now, the horse can do no harm." He saw that James had concluded the readjustment of the saddle. "May I assist you up?" he added to Thurley, offering his card. "It's the least I can do after helping to bring you down." Thurley smiled her acceptance of the officer and received the card. Already the policemen were moving back the crowd and heading other horsemen from the scene. A number of those who were nearest the path saw Thurley once more mounted on her throne. Stuyvesant pressed in once again and halted in front of the restless horse, looking up beseechingly. "May I not see you soon?" he said. "If I hadn't been crippled like this." Thurley looked down at his upturned face with glory and mischief burning together in her eyes. "If you can find me, yes." She did not know that he had recognized her man. Then James released the Thoroughbred, and she galloped quietly away. End of chapter 9.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 10. A Royal Roll. A fragrant, spicy furor swept searchingly through swelldom, stirring its units to the depths. Whence sprang the intelligence no one knew, for a score of prominent personages claimed almost simultaneously to have made the discovery that Princess Thurvinia, missing from Europe and said to be travelling or visiting incognito in America, was the guest of Alice Van Kirk. The tropic storm involving curiosity, envy, incredulity, and the most intense concern raged with its own sort of languorous violence throughout the length and breadth of the upper social stratum. On orchid's breath and on jewelled wings the word was spread of the beauty and daring of the glorious girl who had come to masquerade among them. 100 or more of the world's elite, who knew and spoke with authority, had seen the headstrong horsemanship, the runaway, the fall, and Thurley's return to her horse's back, of which all the avenue was talking. A dozen remembered to have caught a recent glimpse of Alice Van Kirk with a girl extraordinarily handsome. 1 or 2 men had heard Robley Stuyvesant call her Princess as he ran to her assistance. The wonderful contrast of her golden hair, her chocolate eyes, and the darkness of her brows had escaped no one who had seen her. Excitement, speculation, and 1,000 forgotten intentions to cultivate Alice Van Kirk sprang into immediate activity, and the fondest of Alice's social hopes had been granted well-nigh instantaneous fulfilment. Thurley had been home an hour, and Alice barely 20 minutes, when the first delighted buzz of the oncoming storm penetrated the quiet magnificence of the palace on the avenue, and warned the expectant hostess. It entered by means of the phone, a woman's voice, solicitous, endearing, protesting a never-forgotten friendship, and inquiring as to any possible injuries inflicted on Mrs. Van Kirk's beautiful guest by her accident in the park. "It is like your enterprise, my dear, to harbour an errant princess," added the woman caressingly. "It justifies the faith I've always reposed in your originality and leadership. It is Princess Thurvinia, of course?" "Has any one heard me say so?" answered Alice evasively, "or anything at all?" "My dear," said the friend, "I've always praised your discretion, and now you compel me again. I thought perhaps you and your charming protégée might join my little informal dinner party at the Plaza on the 8th, and help to fill my horseshoe box in the evening. May I count upon you, dear?" "I fear it would be hardly safe," said Alice, as she presently added, "Good-bye." She hastened at once to Thurley's presence for need of a clarifying conference. She appeared quite calm, even languid, as she came in, tall, erect, and almost military in her strong resemblance to the Major, but excitement was burning in her bosom. Accounts of Thurley's ride had been sufficiently agitating, but this was of vastly different order. "Dear child," she said, employing an appellation recently born of her swiftly increasing fondness for the girl, "I wonder if you realise all that happened to-day in the park." Thurley, who was resting after a session with her maids, looked up at Alice inquiringly, a serious pucker on her brow. They had spoken of the accident before. "Why, not if it's anything dreadful. Nothing, I hope, to give you worry," she said. "You haven't decided, after all, that I'm not to ride him again?" "It isn't that, but as for worry, judge for yourself," said Alice with a smile. "You convince the world, our world at least, that Princess Thurvinia, living for some time incognito, was here in New York as my guest." Thurley was grave and flushed for a moment, then burst into laughter, deliciously fresh. "How utterly ridiculous! It's perfectly absurd. I wonder why Mr. Stuyvesant should call me But of course they will soon understand. No one could long be deceived by anything so ludicrous." "That is not altogether so certain," Alice answered seriously. "What was it Robley Stuyvesant called you, my dear?" "Why, Princess, I think." Her cheeks took on a tint of embarrassment and pleasure. "Of course he doesn't know my name, but
Why should he think, if he is the only one who thinks so peculiarly? He is not, dear child, he is one of scores who are quite convinced they have shown tremendous acumen in making the same discovery. Doesn't the notion rather amuse and please you? Why, but, oh, think of daring to let them, of posing, I mean, and being revealed and all that. It might be amusing for a day, of course, especially with all you are doing, giving me, making of me here. But, Alice, to dare to claim, don't you see how both of us would appear the minute the facts came out? Alice nodded. Precisely, my dear Thurley, and that is exactly why we do not intend to make the slightest claim or pretence to anything of the sort. But do you think of any good reason for revealing anything at all? Should we try to disabuse the minds of any of those people who flattered themselves by their cleverness in discovering the marked resemblance between you and Princess Thurvinia? Thurley looked at her sharply, her eyes grown grave at once. Do you mean? I mean, my dear, that if we denied the soft impeachment, we should only convince them the more. I mean, it would certainly amuse us both and afford us immeasurable entertainment to permit them to think what they please, to assert nothing, deny nothing, merely permit events to shape themselves as they will. Wouldn't that please and amuse you, dear? Couldn't you play the role? The role of a princess? The role of a lovely young girl whose identity is wholly unknown. If you fit the mould of a princess, I should call it singularly good fortune. Thurley burned warmly again with innate modesty and with irrepressible delight in the thought with its attendant possibilities. But I shouldn't know the very first thing of the way a princess behaves or talks or anything, and Princess Thurvinia must be German or something like it, of course. And you once taught French and German, and told me you lived 3 years on the continent. I have heard you speaking both languages to your maids. In addition to that, you must certainly see that Princess Thurvinia, attempting to conceal herself or to masquerade in Manhattan, would naturally make every possible effort to act as unlike a royal personage as possible. Oh, you could do it, my dear, if that was our desire. But at most, I have only suggested the amusement of maintaining absolute secrecy or mystery as to who and what you are, and permitting our clever acquaintances to do the rest for themselves. You will do this much to please me, I am sure. Thurley regarded her soberly. You desire it very much? It would please me greatly, amuse me, afford me new interest in life. Thurley was silent for a moment, her face flushed and paler by turns. Slowly the brightest sparkle of a smile and flash of jewel brightness came to her eyes. It would be a lark. Good fun. You'll do it, dear? Alice was far more eager than accent or movement could possibly indicate. Thurley was instantly reflective. What would the role involve? I mean, how should I have to begin? You see, I don't in the least know what I should have to do. Do almost nothing, Alice informed her eagerly. Let people make fools of themselves, if that's their whim. It's so much more complete. We shall simply evade and parry all questions. make no claims, and rather avoid the subject than court it. All I require of you, my dear, is that you make no disclaimers to anyone, that you reveal nothing at all from the past, and that you spend money regally, continue lovely, and avoid all heart entanglements for at least a year. You know I asked that before, and received your acceptance of the condition. You are free, of course, to conduct all the mild flirtations you please. I really wish you to be royally happy and free." "Oh, lordy," said Thurley girlishly, her face fairly beaming with dimpling smiles. "It's so comical. Do you really think I'm worth it? Think I shan't make a failure of it all?" She had risen in her new excitement of spirit, and Alice rose to take her two warm hands. "Dear child," she said, "I don't believe there's an ounce of failure in your composition. If you wish to know, I think it rather your natural right to be an American princess." She kissed her honestly, adding, "I have always felt I'd like to make one my own way." Thurley smiled with tender wistfulness. "I'm so afraid I may have to wake up. I was never loyal to a fairy queen before. It's so odd to have to believe in fairies now." "But you do. It's a bargain, then. My harsh conditions and all. Why, I suppose so. It could do no harm to anyone in the world. But suppose that anyone I used to know, should find me out and explode the little fiction." "What fiction?" said Alice. "You see, my dear, we are putting forth no fiction. We must both remember that. Besides, you are rather far removed from your older life and associations. Let's consider the agreement settled and begin to enjoy the play." "Oh, I couldn't help enjoying the situation," Thurley admitted. "I'm afraid I'm hopelessly human." "Thank Heaven," said Alice. "Let's go down. I hear the phone." End of chapter 10.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 11. Confirming a Rumour. All evening the telephone was jangling, and the wire was warm with invitations, declarations of friendship, and solicitude for the nerves of the royal little rider who had been all but thrown in the park. Throughout all swelldom the silvery alarms were tinkling, some as bald warnings to beware of sham, some in sheer trepidation of spirit, and some as mere relief to beings hopelessly burdened with ennui. On the following day, which was Alice's afternoon at home, the stir and the test began. 50 or more of Gotham's elect, including delegates from the sharpest, the wealthiest, and the most inquisitive cliques, remembered that attentions had long been due to Alice Van Kirk, and arrived to meet their obligations. Stuyvesant came at 4, only to find himself helplessly isolated from the princess by others more prompt than himself. He had never thought her so regally dainty, so altogether irresistible and exquisite, as he found her to-day when she gave him her hand the moment when Alice formally made them acquainted. She was introduced merely as Miss Thurley, and not by the slightest sign or hint was the claim to royalty admitted. No vision more girlishly lovely, sincere, or disarming than she presented there by Alice's side had ever been known in all Manhattan.
To those of the keenly astute frame of mind who addressed her in French or German, she replied in their chosen tongue, with piquancy and ease that almost invariably shamed their somewhat puny and unpractised accomplishments in continental languages. The very evasions and faint denials by which Alice parried the bolder assertions that Thurley had been instantly recognised and might as well be confessed only served to strengthen the conviction as to Thurley's royal origin. It was all adroit, tactful, insidious, and it met its just reward. Those who had come surcharged with doubt and ready to prick the bubble of Alice Van Kirk's latest triumph were the first to be self-deluded, and hence the wonder grew. A meagre 5 minutes was the utmost that Stuyvesant and Thurley could manage to detach, in which to be even approximately alone. He was simply nearer to her side than anyone else as she sat in the corner of the room. He moved a trifle closer and lowered his voice. "Did you think I should find you yesterday, Miss Thurley, when you gave me permission to try?" She met the ardour of his gaze with candid interest, noting the change that absence of pain had wrought upon his face, and mentally approving his finely chiselled features, the healthy glow of his colour, and the steady level of his warm grey eyes. She laughed. "Did I appear to stop and think at all? You haven't spoken of your wrist. I hope it's mending rapidly." His eyes were shining. "I still prefer someone else to drive the car. Will you sometime permit me to thank you properly?" "Oh, would it be so improper now?" He met her merry glance undaunted. "It would be a sacrilege in the presence of all these persons. Of course you're aware they are simply a lot of self-appointed appraisers, and I'm sure you know I am not." "I must be very knowing," said Thurley, "to know so much so soon." "It's the third time we've met," he answered. "There is always a charm in threes." Her eyes showed mock dejection. "Oh, isn't that too bad? You may wish never to disturb the charm again." He was equal to the quip. "It can never be disturbed once established like this. In fact, as soon as you took the wheel that day in the park, it was complete." "I feared it," she answered. "Complete, finished, labelled, and laid away to be forgotten." He was nonplussed only for a moment. "I can see you were never a boy when the gem was labelled and laid away to be remembered." He glanced up quickly, where one of the maids had admitted new callers at the door. "Good heavens!" he added, beholding two exceedingly ample women surging in majestically. "More old dreadnoughts. I wanted to ask, but Alice was coming." Thurley rose, not only to meet the imposing visitors, but also a man in their company. For a moment she wondered, almost in fear, where the eyes of this man might have confronted hers before. Then she knew him, the rider encountered in the park, he who had raced to halt her horse and helped her sudden dismounting. His name was Kelsey Woods. "Shamelessly glad to see you again," he informed her with pleasant boldness of candour. "Sorry not to find you riding out today." Then his eyes came to rest for a second on the face of Robley Stuyvesant, heading for Alice Van Kirk. Their glances met and exchanged some manner of challenge that their formal bows made little attempt to disguise. 3 minutes later, when Lady Honor Calthrop and young Count José Vicencio y Faishi, the fiery Spanish-Italian duellist, and Romeo of numerous European capitalists made their appearance, Alice's cup was filled with a violence almost alarming. "Ah, mademoiselle," said the Count, almost instantly on his presentation to Thurley, his voice reminiscent of Vesuvian flames and lavas. In St. Petersburg I die 3 times to have this honour, mine at last." And he kissed her hand with Italian fervour and Spanish grace, cracking his heels together energetically as he bent his supple waist. "At last my soul is in flight above the clouds. But you do not recall you have seen me, no?" I'm afraid I do not," said Thurley, unprepared for such demonstration. "I'm sure I should remember." "Valgame Dios," he answered from his altitude above the clouds, "you have only changed to become more lovely." Then he met the cold American stare of Stuyvesant's blue-grey and Woods's light greenish eyes, and little comprehended that the course even of a Romeo's ardour may not be so smooth as milk. Thurley escaped with a surge of release to the placid stolidity of Lady Honour Calthrop's presence, and began to wonder how the game on which she had entered would end. It had only begun. The afternoon was a calm, unexcited prologue merely of the complications, rivalries, shocks, and surprises already mustered out beyond, to procession into and through her life, newly launched in its royal career. Conventionality cleared the house within the ensuing hour, but nothing could clear the pathway reaching out ahead, where its windings and grades, its rocky slopes and grassy reaches were alike obscured in the veils of things that were yet to be, too remote to cast a shadow or reflect the glow of the sun. In the next few days, full confirmation of the fact that Alice Van Kirk's protégée was none other than the royal Princess Thurvinia was vouchsafed from every direction, despite the Van Kirk evasions and Thurley's avoidance of the subject. Besiegers stormed the Fifth Avenue mansion in droves, friends, admirers, invitations multiplied appallingly, and then the horse show opened the season of the goddesses of wealth. End of chapter 11.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 12. Horses and Humans. Never had a premiere of society's pet function been so brilliant. Never had the gilded hostelries of Gotham entertained so great a number of guests at horse-show dinners, nor had special decorations and favours at the gorgeous dining rooms ever been so lavish or so costly. It was the night of the horse and splendour, the splendour of raiment, jewels, and beauty for which American women are famous throughout the world. The attendance at huge, old, transformed Madison Square Garden was more brilliant than either the show or the setting. It was late when the boxes began to fill, the arena boxes separated from the horses' ring only by the railed-off promenade. Superbly gowned and furred, the women began to arrive at 9, despite the fact that many ring events had been scheduled for an hour earlier. At 9:30, with 6 magnificent teams of heavy draught horses proudly entering upon the tanbark, and the boxes practically filled, the band, by mere coincidence, struck up the German national anthem, and Thurley and Alice arrived. A murmur of excitement, admiration, and homage almost instantly arose. No more exquisitely regal figure had ever graced the garden than Thurley presented, moving slowly with Alice and her party to their box, Never had Thurley's fresh young beauty so glowed and irradiated charm. She was gowned like a veritable princess at this fairy court. With herself and Alice were Lady Honour Calthrop, Major Rutherford of the 7th British Hussars, the Honourable Miss Dorothy Hedrington, Lieutenant Lee Gerard Curtis, 14th Cavalry, USA, and his wife, all of whom had comprised the Van Kirk dinner party at the Plaza. Thurley had never been more happily excited in her life than when, as they reached their box and assumed their seats, the beauty and thrill of it crept to her senses, and the wine of it surged in her pulses. She was unaware of 1,000 pair of eyes already focused upon her. Her heart was beating to the music. Her colour was glowing to the softened refulgence of the 1,000 crystals of flame. Her nature was tingling with warmth and delight as the sight of the 24 great horses in the ring, 6 teams of 4 each, superbly accoutred, and arching their necks with conscious pride in their strength and breeding as they moved about on the tanbark of the oval. Below her were scores of beings of all degrees in the social world, a fringe of men and women absorbingly interested in horses and nothing but horses, hung upon the wooden rail about the ring as children might at a circus. Behind them, and frequently mingling with them, were men in evening costume and women richly gowned who represented the sporting element of Gotham's elect. Between these latter and the balustrade of the boxes paraded scores and droves of the curious, frankly inspecting the occupants of favoured seats above them. All sorts and conditions were represented in this ever-moving procession, from the wealthiest and most select to the poorest girl worker from some Broadway office, treating herself to this proximity to wealth and the scions thereof. Far across and up and down the huge arena, the scores of boxes were filled with the darlings of money and power, and back and forth their occupants were visiting, 100 already alive with interest at the news that the princess had appeared. Robley Stuyvesant arrived at the Van Kirk box almost at Alice's heels. He had barely time to pay his respects to the occupants and be formally presented to Major Rutherford and the Curtises, when the Vesuvian Romeo, Count Faisci, likewise arrived, to be followed by young Baron Klimpsch, Captain Fowler, Beau Bremer, of the diplomatic service, and constant stream of eager visitors. No less than 6 boxes were emptied forthwith as their holders joined the now congesting parade, slowly moving by the place where Thurley sat. Amused and too diverted by the horses and pageantry of notables to find conversation with Stuyvesant or any other possible, the princess gained in animation momentarily, and her smile became more infectious and winning. "Ah, Highness," she heard Count Faisci murmur in his reckless ardour, "I am a-dropping from the clouds these days until I see you once again. My wings are your smiles. You will not see me dash to earth with all his rocks. One smile, I soar again. Ah!" Thurley had smiled, it may not be denied. "You are very considerate," she told him. "You fear the rocks might be broken?" "Virgin Santissima, no," he assured her. "My heart." She smiled again, and yet he did not soar, but instead edged closer with his chair. "It is a divinity," he murmured. "It is above paradise, and—" He did not finish his description. Stuyvesant was glowering upon him forbiddingly. How utterly he loathed the being who could bring his grimaces and deportment of courtship to this public theatre. But the interruption came from another source. Kelsey Woods, the dashing horseman of the park, had crowded forward in the press below Thurley's seat, and, saluting with his hat, held up his hand for the formal grip that hundreds were exchanging between boxes and parade. "Began to fear you might not come," he confessed with his usual candour. "Been watching constantly. I thought I might ask you to ride my hunter Wednesday night, and perhaps drive my hackneys as well. What do you say?" Thurley appeared all innocence. "All at once, Mr. Woods? Wouldn't it seem an innovation?" "Did I make it sound like that?" he begged. "A reversion to my English schooling, shocking habit. But you'll ride the hunter. He's a beauty." Alice leaned down above the throng. "Kelsey Wood," she said, "please take your temptations to another quarter." A sudden ripple of applause as a team of magnificent Norman Percherons received the blue ribbon for first award startled Thurley to attention on the horses. They were trotting off like big, good-natured playfellows of toil, and the girl's softly glowing eyes abruptly focused on a new face at which she gazed in unexplainable fascination. The face was that of a woman, a well-groomed, aristocratic-looking woman with an air of something distinctly foreign in her composition. She was pale. Her face was of an olive tint, and it was large, too large for beauty or anything save a certain sense of strength. It was her eyes, however, that exercised the fascination. They were slightly slanted, exceptionally wide apart, and of the palest ice blue colour imaginable. Fixed upon Thurley's face with singular intensity, these eyes became for a moment the only visible objects presented to the girl in all the theatre of colour and motion. They were baleful, poisonous-seeming eyes, penetrative and disturbingly insistent in their stare. All their concentrated power appeared to be centred on the girl, who felt herself swiftly losing her sense of joy and partaking of coldness of the nerves. By an effort, Thurley wrenched her own honest gaze from the woman's and smiled up at Stuyvesant, standing at Alice's side. In the grateful light he gave her from his warm grey eyes, she felt new security, a comradeship that some way took her instantly back to that day in the park, when a fall broke his wrist and placed him for a little in her care. End of chapter 12. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 13. Elements of Complication. When she glanced again toward the crowds in the ring, the woman of icy eyes had disappeared. By then the nature of the show had undergone a change. The interval between events in the ring was seized upon with astonishing avidity by scores and droves of box inhabitants, eager to avail themselves of nearer inspection of, or an introduction to, the royal little person who had come to their show beneath the wing of Alice Van Kirk. The fortification was besieged. Dozens of the younger men, nearly as many of their elders, and women in bevies crowded to the place, numbers to halt in the promenade, but the vast majority to juggle for presentation to the princess. It ceased to be a horse show and became a royal levee. Confused and excited, but growing momentarily more gracious and girlish, even as she grew more beautiful with the flush of colour in her cheeks, Thurley could barely murmur a conventional formula to each one thus presented, and think with terror on the utter impossibility of ever remembering all those names and faces. Alice Van Kirk, meantime, was hardly less occupied than Thurley to manage her own situation with the diplomatic adroitness demanded by the moment. She was smothered with honours, invitations, and a popularity absolutely overwhelming. A score of attentions and recognitions she coveted were indiscriminately mingled with twice as many more she wished to scorn. The younger men whom first of all she wished to magnetize, aware that success in her social ambitions would follow where they led, had multiplied to alarming numbers in a flash. Her triumph was a species of landslide of inconvenient propositions. She did not know, and could not have known at the moment, that with all these men it was Thurley's exquisite beauty, her irresistible personality, and radiant charm more than all her advertised royalty of origin that wrought the magnetic spell. She only saw her protégée growing instantly more and more an object of something akin to social worship, and more secure in her hold upon the novelty-loving, ennui-haunted beings of their world. The next event in the arena was the judging of 5 pairs, geldings and mares, shown to phaetons, women to drive. The band was playing selections from the latest musical comedy as the proud matched animals and their skilful drivers swung briskly in upon the tan-bark ring. Thurley was instantly all attention as before, from sheer love of the horses and their management. Dimly aware that Count Fieschi, Robley Stuyvesant, not to mention the Baron, the Captain, and the Beau were waging a silent sort of war for the place at her side, she turned from them all to the bright arena, leaning girlishly forward in her fervour. A man of middle age, with a moustache obviously grown in resemblance to that of Kaiser William, took one keen scrutinizing inventory of the girl's unusual features, nodded once as if to himself, and disappeared in the throng. He was the second curious individual who had waited for a clear, unobstructed view of her face, for reasons that were not merely curiosity or admiration. There was still a third such being in the garden, another woman, one of the humblest of the humble, a worker out of employment, consumed with love of things in the unattainable highest social stratum, and now far out in the tide of the crush that slowly paraded by the box where Thurley was sitting in her splendour. She was Thurley's cousin. She had seen the princess from across the ring, and, unable to credit her senses, or believe it was she, was slowly working forward with the press, fearful lest Thurley might at any moment rise and depart before she could come sufficiently close, perhaps to attract her gaze. Meantime, the person with the Kaiser adornment on his upper lip, having cleared the close-packed audience before the royal box, made rapid progress down the garden to the rear, where horses in waiting, with carriages, grooms, and footmen, were screened from the general view, and, saluting a tall, whiskered foreigner, stepped nimbly aside to report. "It is she," he stated, murmuring his statement in German. "I should know her in a million, though I saw her but once at court." "She saw you? She might have known you," demanded the other with evident impatience. "What of that?" The smaller man shook a violent negative. "She neither saw me, nor would she know me by any possibility, though she looked for an hour in my face." The other turned and struck with his fist his palm. "The folly, the headstrong folly of her escapade, and to show herself in public like this here. We are helpless to move. We can only at most report." He started in a feverish stride past the carriages and servants, and so, emerging from behind the screen at its opposite end, continued down on the farther side of the oval, making his way to the exit of the garden. Once he paused, with his agent at his heels, to glance half resentfully across the ring at the girl on the opposite side. "So beautiful, so conspicuous," he muttered in throaty German. "The peril, the perpetual disaster of beauty." He shrugged his shoulders, continued on and out the door, and was driven away, still accompanied by his man, in a limousine car that was waiting for him. Thurley's relative during this brief period had wormed her way to a gap in the fringe of people leaning on the rail about the ring, and there she caught at an anchorage from which to make her observations. She was small and insignificant, this poor bit of drift in the daily tides of Gotham, a woman of perhaps 33, rather white of face, slender and nervous. She bore not the slightest resemblance to Thurley, at whom she was gazing now with faculties utterly bewildered. In one moment certain, in the next unconvinced, that a being so glorious, so radiant, so obviously one of New York's elite, could possibly have any identity with Thurley Ruxton. She lost all sense of judgment. There were moments when Alice's protégée seemed unmistakably the cousin from New Haven. In the next she appeared absolutely another individual, not even so remarkably like Thurley after all. It seemed, moreover, preposterous that Thurley could have come to this estate. Nothing in reason could account for her elevation thus to such patent favoritism with swelldom's exacting and reluctant monarchs. And then presently, to the dulled perception of the eager woman's ears, came the tag end of a conversation, every part of which she might have overheard. A man was speaking, one hallmarked with patrician manners. "Yes," he agreed, as if upon mature reflection and estimate, eyeing Thurley through half-closed lids, as a connoisseur squints at a painting. "She quite fulfills the final requirements in a princess. The first I ever saw that did. For the most part, they're a bally, homely lot. Princess Thurvinia, I confess my ignorance of her state, but that hair, that Flemish hair, I should know that in the dark." Thurley's cousin gazed at the princess with newer interest. All question instantly banished from her mind. She could see it was not Thurley now, and felt herself flattered in that seat of her former doubt that had argued to utter absurdity of such social eminence for the girl who had not so long before taught students in the classic shades of Yale. But she did not move. She was singularly fascinated by this juxtaposition with royalty. It was almost marvellous just to be granted this fateful opportunity of feasting her eyes and soul for once on the beauty and graciousness of one so nobly born, and reigning in the court of elegance and wealth presented here, where all the worthwhile world was paying homage. Attentions to Thurley in the box, indeed, had rendered even casual regard of the horses out of the question. In vain the fair drivers whipped their pairs to speed and high-stepping action. It was Thurley's hour, despite herself, and Alice was fairly dazed by the unanimity with which the eager social set was plunging into self-delusion. Events in the ring succeeded one another in a mere routine, made lifeless and colourless by the greater magnetism at the box. Thurley had scarcely had time for more than mere quick glances at the horses of the show, and Alice was thinking of the wisdom of retreat. 15 saddle horses for women were brought to the Oval, and Thurley wished with all her heart she might enjoy them exclusively, and be herself forgotten for a little time in which to catch at her wits. She turned in her chair, looking out on the ring, and then at the faces closer by. Her glance was caught of a sudden by the white immobility of her cousin's countenance, as the latter stood by the wooden rail, transfixed by delight and adoration. Instantly a shade of colour dropped from Thurley's cheeks, only to rush back as quickly in a hotter, deeper flood of disordered emotions. Her recognition of the small, slender figure had been immediate, and no less swift had been a tumult of conflict in her brain and heart as to what she ought to do. Her impulse prompted her head to nod, her lips to curve in a smile of old affection, and her spirit to burn its lamps of loyalty and welcome in her eyes. Her calculation and underlying consciousness of the obligation due to Alice Van Kirk relentlessly put on their check. Confused, incapable of weighing a matter so unexpectedly confronting her judgment for decision, she did nothing at all save to grasp at control of her faculties, and her cousin decided in her stead, already convinced that she was gazing at Princess Thurvinia. The pale little hero-worshipper merely blanched a bit whiter, thus to be detected at her staring, fluttered her eyes in an effort to recover her wavering wits, and turned to the horses in the ring. Thurley rose and met the solicitous scrutiny of Alice's eyes. She smiled with a forced restoration of her poise, her one desire now being to escape as soon as possible. "Shall we go?" she said. It must be nearly over." "By all means, my dear," Alice answered gladly, and the evening's farewells were quickly and quietly exchanged. Still in a lingering haze of doubt, unrest, and trifling apprehension lest the presence of her cousin in the town might possibly compromise or even jeopardize her new position in the social world, Thurley followed mechanically where their escorts led the way. Then out in the marble corridor of the building, facing the draught of November air that swept in through the open doors, she received again a peculiar wireless shock for which she could have supplied no explanation. That same foreign-looking woman of the pale olive face and ice-blue eyes was standing over against the wall, her gaze hard set and concentrated on Thurley's striking features. Again that sense of something baleful and menacing tinged the girl's nerves with chill as she met the glitter of the other woman's scrutiny. She did not observe a small dark man with eyes as shifty as those of a coon, who glanced from herself to the woman by the wall, then leisurely followed from the place. Almost with the same alacrity with which a carriage attendant on the curb outside summoned Alice's car to receive its passengers, a second such person called up a nearby taxicab, into which the small dark man was fairly shunted. When Alice's car rolled up the avenue, the other tagged it unobtrusively at a distance of discretion in the rear. End of chapter 13. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 14. A Triumph and a Jar. For Thurley the horse show was over, while the consequences of her appearance there had only as yet begun. For the 2 or 3 days next ensuing, she was dimly aware of a small gnawing worry that robbed her pleasure of its fullest charm. She wondered 1,000 times if she had played the generous, creditable part in withholding her look of recognition from her cousin. Time after time she informed herself that she had followed the only possible course, that no good purpose could have been served by betraying her real identity to one so far removed from herself by everything of life. Yet the haunting reflection still remained that her cousin had been denied. For a much briefer time her mind was concerned with the image of that other woman's face and its insistent eyes. All worries were presently swept away, however, in the wonderful tumult of pleasures and experiences impinging on her changed existence. Magic followed magic, at the conjuring of money and her own inherent charm, like an avalanche of dream imaginings, all wondrously rendered true. The favours of the gods were tumbling, gliding, and flowing in upon her. Wardrobes, jewels, the costliest furs, her own imported car and retinue of servants, and a bank account of startling proportions, entirely her own and subject only to her regal little self. As she was sought from noon till midnight by 100 exclusive cliques among the women, she was courted, flattered, worshipped by a score of young princes of wealth. Into the maelstrom of beings whose sole occupation is to woo, cajole, and entice pleasures to their grasp, she was whirled with dizzying velocity. Her feeling of security increased. Worries and apprehensions subsided rapidly in the conquering flood of everyday success. Her confidence became established, together with a mastery of herself and the situation, precisely as she felt her sense of mastery over horses and the giant forces of her car. The opera season opened at the psychological moment when her new assurance had lent the final polish to her girlishly regal ways. The Metropolitan premiere was a night of dazzling triumph for Alice as well as her protégée. Neither overdressed nor overjewelled, Thurley was a vision of ethereal beauty and imperial grace, dividing with the wonderful music and power of Aida the honours of the evening. She was exquisite, as rare as an orchid, and at times as wholly unconscious of her loveliness. She was deeply moved by the searching, voluptuous enchantment of the epic thus uttered forth in melody, and in such mood drifted far from herself and far from the mimic play of which she was the centre. She was watched from afar or from near at hand by whole blocks of box occupants and spectators seated less favourably in the orchestra stalls. Not one of her self-created satellites was absent from the house. Count Faïschi, Woods, Robley Stuyvesant, poor would-be busy Willie Stetson, Algy Dearborn of near fame in limericks, the German nobleman, the Canadian officer, and a baker's dozen of less aggressive and persistent hopefuls were as near her as money and activity could place them. Not one in all the inventory had been permitted since the night of the horse show so to ingratiate himself with Alice as to have 5 whole minutes alone with her monarchical little charge. The pent-up volcanics between them were therefore bordering on a state of eruption and counter-eruption more or less menacing to each. This particular night afforded scant of any opportunity, even to the most sagacious, to steal a march upon his fellow conspirators. Thurley was, as it were, equally divided among them all, a fact affording intense, if only temporary, gratification to at least one little creature, Mildred Gray, who could almost have torn the princess to shreds for having cast her spell all unwittingly upon the Willie Stetson elsewhere mentioned. But that night inaugurated changes. It ignited all the glare and incense of the social ritual, casting a blinding refulgence and an intoxicating fragrance of narcotic essences through all the gilded halls of pleasure, and it struck into being in Thurley Ruxton's nature a tiny spark of wanton joy in her power, a spark that has burned the heart of many of her sex to a cold black crisp at last. Something had echoed in her over-flattered self, the mad desire for wealth, position, and power that had steeled her resolve when Gaylord threw her off that far-back night in New Haven. It would be so good to retaliate, to flirt with men, to urge them on, to play upon their fondest dreams and hopes, only to crush them at the end. It would salve so thoroughly the wounds Acton Gaylord had made in her heart to treat all his kind as he had treated her, as hundreds of his ilk were daily treating the college widows of her town. She felt as if righteous indignation might almost have been delegated to herself from all college widows, power to punish for the punishments that scores and hundreds had endured. The power was hers at last. Without a realizing sense of all that was occurring, she had achieved at a bound that very position she coveted so intently, and resolved to have on the night of her anguish and her utter mortification. She did not actually resolve to assume the grim role of nemesis to all the moths already drawn to her light, for a certain heartlessness in such deliberate intent was more or less impossible to her nature. She did, however, breathe fire and excitement in the consciousness of mighty power laid almost unbidden in her grasp. Moreover, she had promised Alice Van Kirk that she would not permit her heart to become seriously entangled for a year. If the men would come, many of them insincere, self-seeking, and scheming, they would scarcely be so defenceless and trusting as she had one time been. The hour and the world had been laid at her feet, and the thought made her drunk with delight. She thought of half a dozen men at once, with whom a tilt at the game of hearts would be only harmless diversion. She could not shut them from her life, nor think of them seriously for half a moment. She mentally bunched them like asparagus and tied them about the waist. There was one, however, not included either in the group of vegetable sprouts or her half-formed intent to enjoy her wondrous power. The one was Robley Stuyvesant, somewhat sacredly set apart. She told herself it was merely for his wrist that he must be spared, but the hour of their meeting and the way thereof was rarely absent from her thoughts. To-night, as the theme of the music and the play entwined a spell of tenderness, romance, and exultation with her thoughts, she could not surrender to a mere desire to exercise a selfish motive. Dreams of her past, some old, some as new as the hour in which she drove Stuyvesant's car, crept subtly to her heart, and kindled a glow as sweetly wholesome as the fire on a homely hearth. The hour was one not soon to be repeated, where she hovered like a girl emerging from the trust and innocence of youth to woman's conception of the world. In it were mingled all her old unworldliness and a dawning appreciation of the sovereignty thus magically bestowed upon her being. She loved her new-made power intensely. She loved the elegance, comfort, and beauty made possible by the life into which in the argosy of fate she had drifted thus incredibly. There was one thing missing only, someone to whom to tell it all, someone dear enough and near enough to share her joy and the wonder of such an occurrence, someone whom mutual trust and love would single out for such a comradeship that all they knew and felt and hoped must forever be divided between them. The ghost of Gaylord strayed like a mist through the glowing halls of her thought. He and she had once been so near this very sort of partnership and trust. A pang and another reoccurrence of her growing desire to repay his kind succeeded her momentary longing. And then her gaze, which had focused for a moment on the vagueness of dreams, swung out across the brilliant scene presented by the audience, and met the watchful eyes of Robley Stuyvesant, seated near by in a box. A quaint little exultation leaped in her heart at the sheer audacity and boldness of love encountered in his glances. It swept her for a moment away with himself to the car in the open park. Then she cast off the charm as she might have cast a chain, the links of which, though golden, lustrous, and light to bear, she would not consent to lock upon her arms. From box to box her eager attention sped, lingering here and there on the brilliant iridescence of diamonds and pearls that flashed from necklaces, tiaras, and even coronets, where women gowned in bewildering richness and beauty vied with one another in display. And then, as before, sheer ravishment of melody, where the blended perfections of the orchestration uttered the joys and anguishes of souls at the brink of climax, caught up her soul, and she was wafted out on an azure sea where nothing of earth could exist. She was never able clearly to recall the kaleidoscopic panorama of sensations and emotions suggested, presented, and withdrawn that wonderful night, her first of a kind which could never be repeated. She touched the heights of ecstasy and was floating blindly across the abyss that yawned below. She realized a little of the triumph that she herself achieved. For the greater part, however, it was all a blur of pleasure as dazzling and indefinite as the sun brightly flashing in a mist. Not even the wondrous supper afterward made a clean-cut impression on her mind, except that it, like all the rest, was perfect in its way, with more bright music, people, joy, and irresponsibility. The one thing of the night destined to remain peculiarly vivid came last of all in her own boudoir, when she was once more at home. It was merely a letter from the cousin she had seen by the rail at the horse show from her height above the crowd. It had been to New Haven, then to the office of Major Phipps, who had brought it here himself. With something akin to a chill at her heart, Thurley opened and read the missive. It was brief, a mere recital of the fact that the cousin had recently seen someone who reminded her so much of her one remaining relative that she had to sit down and write. If Thurley was living anywhere within reach and received this letter, perhaps they could meet. "I am a little discouraged and lonesome," the letter presently concluded, "and I'm sure it would do me good to see you again. I often think of you as the only real cheer I have had in many years. I hope this may find you and sufficiently arouse your former affection to make you wish to write at once and arrange a possible meeting with your fond and faithful cousin, Edith Steck." To Thurley's own amazement, she could not, or did not immediately decide what course she should adopt. For 2 or 3 days the matter drifted, but Thurley did not forget. End of chapter 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 15. The Flaw in the Gem. Had one more element of excitement been required to render the situation breathless with possibilities, it was supplied on the night of the Junior Chrysanthemum Ball, which opened the season of dancing at one of the great Fifth Avenue hotels. The New York Evening Star, in its final edition, came out with a redly blazoned story announcing not only that Princess Thurvinia was now well known to be disporting herself with royal grace in Gotham, but that recent telegraphic and cable intelligence had established the fact that she had practically run away from her kingdom with intent to make an American alliance that should be prompted solely by her heart. This was not all. Her fiancé of blood royal, no less a person than the Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, reported intensely fond of her ladyship and greatly afflicted by her new adventure, and this manifestation of her headstrong nature had likewise disappeared from the kingdom of Hertzegotha, and his absence, together with that of the princess, was causing grave uneasiness at the royal court, despite obvious efforts to conceal the truth of the rumours. An intensified thrill and tingle shot along the delicate nerves that articulate all swelldom as this newest sensation was devoured. At 20 dinners that preceded the dance, marvellous little functions of brilliance and charm, the topic was all of Princess Thurvinia masquerading at Alice Van Kirk's. New hope had instantly arisen not only in the breasts of the eligible men, both young and old, but as well in the visions of fond and planning mothers for whose sons their ambitions soared, if possible, beyond even the pearly gates. Heretofore only vague wonder as to what the visit of Princess might imply had been practicable. Information that she had come to America seeking a mate of her heart inflamed the wildest aspirations. By 9 o'clock an astonishing number of the guests were present at the decorated ballroom, which art and expense had converted into a veritable bower of roses and orchids. Never had the arrivals been so prompt, or the feeling in the air so electrically charged. At 9:30, Alice and Thurley appeared, and the palpitant sensations increased. Thurley had never been more radiant or winning. From her exquisitely arched little feet to the trembling diamond in her hair, she was the daintiest possible embodiment of loveliness. A rose might indeed have chosen her to be its own ambassador, to carry its fragrance, its wine-warm colour, and its irresistible appeal to the court of beauty's final judgment. New jewels of her own selection reposed on the velvet of her neck. It was that they were made more lovely by their association with herself, not that she was beautified by them. A new inspiration of a gossamer gown, cut modestly low and moulded in perfection on her lithe and rounded figure, and apparently a new mood of brightness in her eyes and heart, combined to create a gasp of ecstasy and envy on the lips of every woman who beheld her, and to set the hearts of all the men aflame. She and Alice were immediately besieged. It seemed as if all men in the place were determined to be the first at her side. In the palm room, in the finery, and in the ballroom proper, vexed girls were deserted in droves. Poor little Mildred Gray, who had witnessed Willie Stetson's eager and helpless homage to the princess before, was already pent with tears and indignation. There was one consolation only to bevies of sweet, pretty girl confections, and this was that dancing must soon begin, and Thurley could at most dance with only one man at a time. Immaculate Harry Batch Stowe led the grand march, which began a little before 10. His partner was a last season's beauty, Eleanor Atterbury Beekman. Thurley's lot fell to Kelsey Woods, largely in response to wishes that Alice had earlier expressed. Kelsey, indeed, had been one of their party at dinner, also by Alice's design. She was extracting almost fiendish delight in alluring Woods from the circle of one of her rivals, who had queened it last season, if not with an iron, at least with a golden rod. Woods usurped the gladness of a king. Thistledown could scarcely have been lighter in his arms as he and Thurley moved over the floor. "I say," said he, in his candid fashion, "you've translated beauty into this sort of thing, you know. What do you think such riding and dancing must do to a fellow's heart?" Thurley smiled in his eyes. "But I ride on a horse and dance on the floor. A heart wouldn't be at all appropriate for either." "Nevertheless," he declared, "mine is beneath your feet." "Oh, isn't it hard and nicely polished?" He tried again. "Couldn't we ride a bit together soon? I shan't be real happy till we do." "I'm sorry this dance makes you so miserable," she answered. "Cheer up, it will soon be over." "Oh, you do chaff a fellow," he murmured with a grin. "But you haven't answered about the riding. You've no idea how much it would please me." Again she smiled. "Is it my duty to keep big boys amused?" "I say," he demanded desperately, "will you go riding with me, yes or no?" Her eyes burned brighter. "Perhaps." "Oh, Lord," he said. "Well, at least you're dancing with me now. That's something." "But not much," she added. "I adore it, 'pon my honour," he breathed ardently. "But I'm a silly ass." "You are very frank." She was enormously amused at his blunders. He flushed to the tips of his ears. "I mean in the things I say. I mean the way I say them, the way they sound. Confound it! May not a dunce mean what he says? I'm in a bally mix, you know. Reversion to my English schooling. I do that sort of thing with exasperating regularity. But I'm really not so stupid as I seem. Fact. And I do adore this dance with you, Miss Thurley. Fact. Well, don't spoil the explanation, please," she interrupted. "I think I understand it fully." Tenacity was one of his properties. He looked in her eyes. "Shall we say tomorrow afternoon, then, for a dash in the park?" "Not tomorrow afternoon." "Will you set a day?" "Will you abide by my selection?" "Absolutely." He was all but trembling with excitement and joy. She was quite grave. "Well, then, say we ride on Judgment Day, about 3 in the afternoon, unless it rains." He groaned. "I know what it means. You have never forgiven my bally interference. But your horse was running away." She was instantly serious. "Oh, indeed, Mr. Woods, I thoroughly appreciated your splendid intention." "It was splendid, and your horse must be superbly swift." His pleasure returned like a homing pigeon. "Will you accept him, Miss Thurley, as a gift?"
"Oh, dear me, no," she answered girlishly. "I couldn't possibly ride two at once, and I shouldn't think of surrendering Cataract, my wild Cataract that leaps in glory. I think we could beat you in a race." A hope was flushed on his mind. "Will you try?" "Yes, on Judgment Day at 3. The music ceased. The evening had begun. It became another of the triumphs that Thurley made no effort to achieve. It was a brilliant, intoxicating conclave of the goddesses of music, beauty, and motion. On the breath of perfume and the wave of rhythm all manner of love crept subtly forth, the passionate with the tender, the bold with the timid, the selfish with the pure, youths and men, the eager swains who were granted the ecstasy of holding Thurley in their arms for a brief, bewildering rotation in the maze of the music's spell, succumbed both with and against their wills to the magic of her personality. Stuyvesant was there. He was miserable and exuberant together, consumed with impatience and despair as he watched her dancing with and smiling upon her various partners, and vibrant with rapture when she spent a moment at his side. He was not dancing. With his right arm suspended in a sling, the feat was awkward to extinction. But Thurley had granted him one of her numbers, which he meant to spend in the fernery, apart from the dazzle of the ballroom and the insistence of the music. Meantime, for Thurley, the one particular variant of the evening was supplied in the various speeches and devices men chose to divulge sudden love. There was a certain eloquence in awkward feat, as well as in stammered speech or in all-revealing glance. With each and every supplicant she smiled and exchanged bright froths of nothingness. It was not altogether amusing, except as a clever fencer is amused at the thrusts and attacks of a round of antagonists, a few either clever or diabolical, but many slow, uncertain, and unskilled. She danced and fenced with Willie Stetson, and found him merely an over-eager boy, whose one idea was to take her for a drive at any hour she liked, to any place she preferred, and in any sort of conveyance of her whim. There could be no doubt of his purblind adoration. His very knees were aching for contact with the floor anywhere about his feet. Another of her more or less pup-like idolaters was Algy Dearborn, bitten by the malignant germ that incites its victim to the perpetuation of limericks. He held her in an engine-like embrace and cranked all over the floor, abandoning his trolley, so to speak, with cheerful and insistent disregard, and thereby colliding with everyone remotely adjacent. "You're an awfully jolly good dancer," he imparted delightedly. "I can really dance myself when I have such a partner as you." Thurley assumed her gravest expression. "Perhaps I can get you one somewhere." "What for?" he inquired in all earnestness. "Am I not dancing with you?" "We are getting around," said Thurley, "famously. Do you know," he continued, as pleased as Punch, "you've inspired me like the Dickens. I wrote a new poem that very first day we met." "Why, how complimentary. Wait till you hear it. Want to?" "I am dying with impatience, or something." Her eyes looked very much alive. He cranked about and nearly telescoped a fellow dancer's face, with his shoulder blade driving for an opening in which to utter his gem. "It's real short," he said regretfully, "but I think it rather above my average, if I can remember it right. Oh yes, it goes like this. A mouse with a fine sense of humour said, 'Oh, the ridiculous rumour that women have spunk, and gee, what a funk, when he nimbled a surrogate bloomer.'
Rather neat, I think, and right to the point. There's another working in me now. Do you know, Miss Thurley, I believe you are going to give my particular genius more inspiration than anyone I've ever met." Thurley smiled divinely. "Is there anyone who might possibly give your genius a coup de grace?" "Why, I don't know. I hope not. Why?" "Oh, one can never tell what may happen. Some beings have such an erratic frenzy for usefulness." "Yes, haven't they?" said Algy, a trifle hazy as to what her observations might imply. "But I think I've got such a good grip on the Muse that she isn't likely to get away." Thurley's sympathy with the Muse was heightened as he closed his iron levers yet more rigidly about her. He continued with his declarations of her usefulness to his inspiration, and otherwise revealed his honest, if somewhat ponderous, sense of adoration, and then that dance was happily ended, and Count Fieschi succeeded to his place. The Count had been accumulating the lavas and heats of his nature in his accustomed Vesuvian style for several days. He had fretted in apprehensive impatience every hour since last he had been permitted a word with Thurley alone. He was intensely excited now by the prospect of taking her all to himself into the added intoxication of the waltz. "Valga me Dios," he breathed to her rapturously, "I am more favoured than the tropics. My heart is more making tumult than the seas. It is the glory of you so long by me sought. It is my reward for devotion, burning for ever like the altar lamp, not to be extinguished. Ah, to quench a little of that burning thirst which my heart have blister. It is the sea of ecstasy shall enfold me." Thurley knew not whether to be amused or alarmed at his attitude and utterance. His eyes were certainly blazing with something was not altogether comfortable, and beneath the handsome olive smoothness of his complexion surged a colour that played like moving flame. Much of his ardour she felt inclined to ascribe to the habit of his mind. Nevertheless, he had much rather have it diffused in a company, she thought, than cope with it thus alone. She could adapt only her ordinary tactics, a smile and a quip, to meet his phrases. "Are you not afraid to mix your metaphors so recklessly?" she asked. "Might not the sea you mentioned engulf the lamp?" "Ah, even so. I have yet another lamp, more seas, more everything. It is my nature. With my love I will wither that sea. The rosebud shall blossom now at the touch of this sunshine, this glory of my love, this music, a nothing, one pulsation of my heart, this dance with you, my soul." He was destined never to conclude the rhapsody. Algy Dearborn, cranking by and repeating his mouse-bitten limerick, jolted the ribs, heart, wind, and seat of volcanics in the Count's anatomy with a contact so violent that immediate recovery was impracticable. The Count ceased emptying and dancing. They walked. Thurley's friendship went out to the gripper of the Muse forthwith. "Oh, mustn't football be splendid when the right people play?" she said with less irreverence than Fieschi might have imagined. "Interference is such an unexpected art." "Not here," he answered emphatically. He took her arm in the circle of his arm and resumed a somewhat less soul-levitating locomotion. For a minute or more he was content to accumulate breath and scattered senses, but he was guiding Thurley with new intent along the edge of the room toward the more sequestered fernery, where at times a couple detached from the assemblage of dancers took a turn for a moment alone. "Perhaps football would be inappropriate here," Thurley agreed innocently, "but I should be delighted to see you in a game." "Football! Ah,
he answered, slightly shrugging his shoulders. "A game for mere animals. It lacks finesse." "But not finish," said Thurley. "Some people like it for that." "But the game par excellence. Ah, love, love! It is here you shall better wish to see me. The white heat of my soul, the fire of divine in the blood, the beautiful madness of adoration. Ah, to know this intensity, to shame the winds, to soar upon the whirlwind, to outdistance the star with the deeps, the expanses of love." "Wouldn't that be a long way out and lonely?" asked Thurley gravely. "Closer inshore is just as comfortable, and there's a jolly crowd." He looked in her eyes in his fiery fashion. "You do not understand," he said, to mask his own non-comprehension of her answer. "Ah, but you shall. Divinity, the marvel of your being, this shall understand." He had managed, not without skill and adroitness, to pilot her quite to the farther end of the fernery, where the dimmest glow of a golden bulb was softly diffused in the shadows. He halted here and stood as if about to resume the dance, with his arms about her waist. His face had paled with intensified excitement. Thurley feared he might have been seriously hurt by the blow from Dearborn's elbow. "You are injured," she said. You shouldn't attempt." "I am born again, new, the child of love," he interrupted abruptly, his voice a mere murmur of vibrant syllables. "It is ours, the world, Eden, the path of roses, the grottos of fragrances, ours for love, and yet more love, my miracle of beauty." He led her, drew her unexpectedly into the dimmest recess of the ferns before she could realize his intentions, resist, or gasp at astonished protest at what he was saying. "Adored divinity, essence of my soul," he added in the madness of his passion, and drawing her closer, still helpless from the unexpectedness of the whole affair, he attempted to kiss her on the lips. She was instantly struggling, incensed and frightened. She avoided the contact, loathed by all her being. Yet he kissed her once on the burning curve of her cheek before she could thrust him away. "Count Faishi!" she cried. "Oh, the shame!" "But God, my love," he answered wildly, attempting to still her struggles. "Princess, my love, you must discover you." With all her fine young strength she cast him backward. He all but fell against a monster jardiniere and broke a frond from the fern it held in recovering his balance. Thurley started at once for the door that led to the lighted hall beyond. The music had ceased. She almost collided with a man dimly seen through blurring tears of anger. It was Robley Stuyvesant. "Miss Thurley," he said, "may I claim—" "Oh, yes, take me out, please, anywhere," she interrupted, struggling desperately to conceal her agitation. "The warmth, perhaps I have danced too hard." She took his arm, her strength fairly wilting as she felt the sense of his protecting presence. She did not look where the Count had recovered both his balance and his wits. He dared step actively forward. "But, Mademoiselle Thurley, shall it not be my privilege to return you to Madame Van Kirk?" His very effrontery revitalized her poise and self-control. "Thank you, Count Faishi, it will not be necessary now." She bowed and even smiled as Stuyvesant urged her gently forward. Then, at the entrance to the larger room, she received a second staggering shock to nerves already tingling. A tall, athletic figure had appeared in the lighted frame of the arch and halted to stand aside that she and Stuyvesant might pass. It was Acton Gaylord, and his startled glance was fixed on Thurley's face as if he had seen an apparition. For one brief second her eyes encountered his, too amazed to betray recognition. Then, demanding the utmost of her shaken strength, she continued past him, coldly, while he as rigidly passed within to conclude a search for Faishi. End of chapter 15.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 16. Boots to Tremble In. Stuyvesant felt rather than knew that Thurley had been uncommonly perturbed. He had only seen the Count half falling from her side as he clutched at the fern for support. Why had he done such a thing as intrude where Faishi had guided the princess was more than he felt he could explain. He had merely obeyed an impulse, since neither envy nor jealousy, had they been his portion, could have forced such action upon him. The ensuing dance was his and Thurley's, to be chatted out. He had told her, making an eloquent gesture with his injured arm by way of denoting his uselessness in a waltz. Now, as they moved across the floor, he had a subtle comprehension of her disturbed condition. He attributed everything to Faishi, whom he hated thoroughly. He hoped the Count had betrayed himself so completely as to be an eliminated factor in Thurley's existence. He could not ask her what had occurred, and he could not know that the sight of Acton Gaylord, more than the abomination of Faishi, had wrought upon the girl at his side to humble her splendid equipoise. Thurley, for her part, was excited to a new intensity of agitation. What it might signify thus to have Gaylord drift once more across her orbit was more than she dared conjecture. They could not help but meet. Wild dreams of denying her former identity flashed for a moment on her thought, only to be dismissed at once as utterly preposterous. Gaylord was not the sort of man to be tricked or deceived for half a minute by any device so childish. What he would do when everyone about him in the social world was diligently advertising her as Princess Thurvinia was the inquiry haunting her reflections. Should he take the pains to declare the truth and reveal her humble origin, the disaster to herself and Alice would be appalling. What would or could Alice do in such an eventuality? Could she still continue her friendship, her support, her exploiting care and expenditures? Or would she not, in self-defence, be obliged to repudiate the whole affair and charge that she herself had been defrauded? Stuyvesant was talking, trying to start a conversation, trying to lead her away to a quiet retreat of the palm room beyond. She could not listen, as she heard as one in a dream. The wondrous butterfly existence on which she was barely launched seemed about to fade away. It was only a bit of Cinderella magic after all, and she loved it so. It had been so absolutely joyous, its promise had been so golden and so sweet. In that bewildering moment she was fearfully tempted. She could meet Acton Gaylord here, soon, within the hour, and throw herself upon his mercy, tell him all, beg him to aid her in her harmless little pretence. After all, she was not pretending much. She was merely permitting a foolish world to make her a runaway princess. What could it possibly advantage him to reveal her as his castaway, a college widow, left on the strand to continue the humblest of teaching? He might exact some sort of price for the silence she desired. Perhaps she might meet it, were it not too high, and not even Alice be made aware of the bargain. The possibility was tremendously exciting. He had once been more than merely a friend. If by any chance he might be excited to love her anew, if her present position and all the rest might dazzle, infatuate, her senses whirled with chaotic possibilities in the blinding glare of temptation. How deep and cogent her temptation was, she could scarcely have measured herself. It was terrible, so great was her wish to continue as she was, so abhorrent was the thought of being utterly dethroned, stripped of her finery and momentary power, and cast down headlong from this gorgeous elevation, to be spurned as the merest impostor. She clung to Stuyvesant unconsciously, with the helpless weakness of a child. He thrilled as one receiving a sacred trust. He understood sufficient of her mental dilemma and oblivion to facts to realize that she was not precisely herself, that her dependence on his arm was that of one distraught. Her trust and helplessness was not to be seized and made his own, and yet they filled his being with a pulsing joy that was worth the price of a kingdom. She was still in the whirl and daze of a Cinderella facing the midnight's fatal stroke when they came to an isolated bench, sequestered in the palms, and halted. This much Stuyvesant had been wholly unable to resist. "Shall we sit here where the air is fresher?" he said. "May I get you an ice or something to drink?" "No. No, thank you," she answered at last, smilelessly, looking at him with her great brown eyes as full of eager query as a child. "Have I been acting very queer?" She sat on the bench. "Oh, a bit faint, I should say," he answered, taking the seat at her side. "Perhaps you were hurt, stepped upon. I never thought of that." He had suddenly remembered his own overpowering faintness when his wrist was broken in the park. She too must have harked to that incident, and thereby roused from the daze to her mind that the sight of Gaylord had developed. "I was a little hurt," she answered faintly, smiling in his eyes. "Isn't it odd that you should have been the one to come?" Some way it seemed as if pretence had fallen away, if only for a moment, and evasions and froths of conversation seemed singularly inappropriate. If she must be exposed as a mere usurper of social eminence, she wished with sudden intensity to be as little guilty as possible in the eyes of this one man. The declaration in his eyes was startling in its candour. It was a privilege, a compensation perhaps, for all I seemed doomed to surrender. If I could only feel I had been of the smallest service, it would make me immeasurably glad. But merely to force you to walk and talk is absurd, as an aid to anything. Can't you let me do something more, get you something? Show my willingness. I know, if you knew how good it is just to sit down with a friend," she said. "You would not insist on serving beyond my wishes." He smiled. "Do you think I may have forgotten the heavenly relief of sinking to a seat and giving up the wheel to abler hands? Do you think I shall ever forget a single instant of that experience?" It gave her joy to reflect in this hour that on that day he had seemed to care a little for a strange, impulsive girl who was guilty of no pretence, a girl whose only appeal, if she made one at all, was that of one soul to another. It was likewise sweet, in the doubts and fright of her heart, to confess to herself that she had wished from the first to be honest, sincere, and different in every encounter and relationship with Robley Stuyvesant. She knew she could not be otherwise than strictly honest with him now. "Might it not be better," she said with a little pang at her heart, "to forget that afternoon?" "But Why? He demanded, suddenly a prey to vague alarms, even fears of her hopeless remoteness from himself. Why forget when the fates themselves arranged the meeting, invoked their powers so unexpectedly, threw me at Fortune's feet? Well, it might be better, she repeated, if we could. She had not intended to add those final words, but some way her heart cried out in protest as she half perceived her fairy world retreating from her vision. Stuyvesant felt some mighty enginery lifting at his heart, and a floodgate burst by pent emotions till the warm tide engulfed his inner being. If we could, he murmured, leaning a little nearer and barely resisting the impulse to lift her hand to his lips. Perhaps it might be better also for the fragrance to desert the rose, for hope to withdraw from life. You have no real wish for these disasters. Why, no, but what have these to do with anything? Might there not have been something more lovely than the scent of the rose and the help and sympathy you offered an unknown fellow being in the park? Oh, it was nothing, the least that anyone could do. She was warmly glowing as she met his gaze, and the thrill in his pulses increased. It was such a beautiful, spontaneous action as one may not forget, he answered, his breath coming fast, his eyes aglow with ardour. Not an accent fell, or hardly a drop of rain, that I do not remember. She suddenly realized that she must check their wanderings, that she had permitted him to stray and draw her with him to the primrose edge, where the foothold was perilously insecure. How is your wrist? She asked him earnestly. It will not be permanently injured? He leaned back and met her questioning gaze with a baffling spark in his eyes. It was not my wrist that received the serious blow. She was suddenly crimson. It was far too alluring, far too soporific to her senses of alertness, duty, and late alarm, this honeyed fragrance of Elysian fields, where their two selves and the green and the sky were alone in all the world. It had made her forget even Gaylord for a moment, not to mention Alice, the dance, and herself. Not your wrist? She echoed, refusing to understand. You were hurt internally? Have you seen a doctor? You shouldn't have come here tonight. He felt her drifting swiftly back to a more conventional mood. Coming tonight was the only thing that could do me the least bit of good, he declared. And it has, as you may see. Oh, I'm glad, she replied. It's the change of air and scene. It is what I have seen, he answered dryly, even triumphantly, referring to the tender, honest mood she had been betrayed into revealing. I shall always be far better after tonight. She half understood him only. The temptation to linger on the verge was overwhelming. What is it you have seen? Again he leaned a little closer. That the fragrance will not desert the rose. It baffled, answered, and confused her all at once. She felt the tides of crimson once more surging to her cheeks. Gladness, new courage, and heart happiness possessed her like essences of strength and comfort, even as some faint premonition of impending trial and climax shadowed her swiftly moving thoughts. Her candid nature urged her toward a sudden, absolute confession of it all that she was and all that she felt of trust and fears, but she thought of Alice, remembering her promise, and determined she must wait. Doesn't the music and everything make everyone poetic? She answered smilingly. Oh, that reminds me. Will you take me to Alice now?
"Certainly," he answered without moving, "but they are still dancing. It is still my number. Do you very much wish to go?" She laughed. "Do you much wish me to stay?" "Just a little more than anything else in the world." A little of her roguishness returned. She rose from the bench. "Then by all means remain, and I will go alone, and both our wishes will be granted." He could not have repressed his smile despite his disappointment. "If witches had not been abolished by law," he said, "some of us would tremble in our boots." She was facing her Cinderella hour in the moment she started for the larger room, where Gaylord would doubtlessly be encountered. "Think of the luck of having boots to tremble in," she answered, "or even a pair of slippers." He took her back to Alice as the music died away and the chatter of voices arose. She had barely been seated at her fairy godmother's side when Gaylord appeared with a common friend to be formally presented. End of chapter 16.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 17. Lost Ground to be Regained. The dance was an extra, interpolated in a program already sufficiently protracted. Gaylord had assumed it as a natural right with a boldness and directness that left Thurley practically helpless. The somewhat dazed and wondering condition of her mind had returned, but a certain strength and resolution had been fortified in her being by her heartening little chat with Stuyvesant. She found herself hanging on Gaylord's arm and walking at his side before she could possibly have formulated a plan either of attack or of defence. He had lost not a whit of his self-assurance or his arrogance of spirit. He was tanned, but otherwise bore that same marked air of perfected immaculateness. He was faultlessly dressed, and presented as ever that distinguished manner of superiority that, with his handsome face, had once made ready prey of Thurley's heart. "Well, Thurley," he said in his evenly modulated murmur, adjusted so readily to carry to her ears alone, "we meet again." She could only nod her head. Already the wisdom of abandoning all thought of deception was apparent to her mind. "How marvellously well you look," he continued. "You fit your niche and fill your role to perfection. You don't know how glad I am to see you again, and to see you here." She felt the significance of those final words as if they had been written in fire. Seeing her here was so different from seeing her a tutor in New Haven. Her heart was beating in a wild little flutter, half of fear, half of anger, to think he must thus return to cross her path. She attempted a smile. "You are very kind." He pressed her arm tightly with his own. "Do you know, little girl, after all, there is nobody like you in the world?" Thurley resented his attitude. She instantly foresaw by intuition that Gaylord would presume upon their past relationship, and her old resolve to mete him out his punishment flashed to rebirth in her breast. She realized, however, the utter futility of her threat in the present situation. She was helplessly delivered to his power unless she could choose to abandon all her golden world for the luxury of one great outburst of scorn. She was hedged about with danger. She knew she must move discreetly and with skill. She required time to think and feel her way. Her best defence was persiflage and unobtrusive fencing. "Nobody like me at all?" she asked him lightly. "Is that rather fortunate or otherwise?" "Look here," he said, "you may as well know, Thurley, that I never got over my genuine feeling after all. I hurt myself worse than I ever injured you." The truth of the matter was that her beauty had overwhelmed him, made captive his self-centred being, while the things he had heard of the princess and the obvious madness of her suitors paying court had aroused his pique, his jealousy, his overwhelming love of dominance, and set him mad to possess his old-time mastery again. All this was apparent to Thurley through senses over-acute in this crisis of affairs. She was rapidly losing her sense of alarm and gaining courage and repose. His power might be great, but his weakness gave her hope. She was stubbornly determined, moreover, that he should not triumph absolutely, no matter what course he pursued. "Injured? Me?" she said. "I'm sorry if I look injured or anything like that." "You don't," he admitted, aware he had blundered and determined to strike another course. "You never looked more absolutely glorious in your life. Tell me, Thurley, how did this happen? What does it mean, this delightful and amazing little masquerade, this princess claim of yours and Alice Van Kirk's?" It had come a little sooner than she expected, yet, after all, it was Gaylord's brute way to reveal his claws at once. She arched her brows in query and surprise. "Have you heard that either Mrs. Van Kirk or I have advanced any claims to anything at all?" "Why, everybody's talking of it. Everybody's convinced it's true. That's the joke, of course. I don't say who started the claim, but you and Alice Van Kirk are perfectly aware of what's going on." "And you find it something to resent?" She asked it with a smile that stung and captivated, accused and inflamed him together. "Not at all. I, Thurley? Do you know me so little as that? I was enormously amused and pleased. It's something to be the only one who knows the truth. I want you to keep it up." The character of her smile slightly altered at this added disclosure of his power. "It is like you wish me to keep it up," she answered inscrutably. "I could be very happy gratifying such a friend." How much of her speech carried the acid of satire he could not immediately determine. He only knew he held a species of sceptre, and that new infatuation with this radiant girl was flaming his blood with desire again to usurp the place of a monarch at her side. "Are you just a little angry with me, Thurley?" he inquired. "You would punish me now for the fault committed in a moment of folly?" She looked more astonished than before. "Do I appear so like some horrid little tyrant?" she asked. "What have I done by way of punishment? Punishing anyone?" The music arose. He took her in the curve of his arm, and they began to dance. "Come now, little girl," he murmured caressfully. "Let's be candid and make no pretences with each other. We were more than friends last winter and spring. My roses and chocolates were more than welcome, and the drives we took and the rest. I confess my error in passing it up, and so I say let's get back to it all and forget the little lapse of time." What a hot little flame of resentment burned up in her nature at his words, his assumption, his demeanour. They had been more than friends indeed. How readily he remembered now the things once so easy to forget. She could still recall his words of dismissal, at least in effect. "This sort of thing can't go on forever. You knew all along I'd some day leave and follow my career. Now let's forget it. You've always been a thoroughbred, and I thought, of course, you'd be one to the end." A score of answers rose to her lips, stinging, angry speeches that his conduct had deserved. She dispelled them with a smile. She had no intention of revealing old-time scars or permitting the loss of her own invaluable self-control. If war she must, the method must be subtle. "The little lapse of time," she repeated with barely audible laugh. "Isn't so very long, is it? And yet so many things have changed." "But not for you and me, little sweetheart," he said, in the deepest caress of his voice. "Can't you close your eyes and see it all, just as it was in our wonderful days last spring?" She could have struck him for daring to employ such a term of endearment. She loathed that quality within him that made it possible for a man to take advantage of the situation thus shamelessly. Yet the glance she cast him was artfully modified. "My eyes are so persistently wide open," she said, "and even if I closed them, the present would impinge upon my vision." The flush of something other than pleasure passed across his face, with a flash shot through his eyes. "Do you mean you refuse to think kindly of the past?" She felt the underlying challenge in his tone. "Oh, the past is very dear to me indeed. I think of it kindly very often, parts of the past at least." "But of me, Thurley? Are you going to forgive me? Let me come to see you soon. Let me try to make amends for my folly and all that sort of thing." "Everybody calls at Mrs. Van Kirk's," she told him evasively. "I don't see why you shouldn't." "You know what I mean," he insisted, half resentfully. "Isn't it something that I confess the mistakes and foolishness I committed at commencement?" She assumed her grave little way. "Why, yes, it's very interesting to learn you made mistakes." He was baffled for a moment, and felt his impatience increase. "You are dodging the issue, little girl," he said, attempting a lighter demeanour. "I can understand you are flattered by a dozen or so of these Johnnies dancing attendance on a pretty girl they have heard and believe is a runaway princess. But you and I know each other well enough to be able to laugh at them all and enjoy a little private joke of our own. I am going to call and see you. There were sacred things between you and me that demand consideration." Much of his old-time demeanour of ownership, once completely fascinating, made vibrant the murmur of his voice. Much of the former light of his triumph strength was in his eyes. He held her closer as if to make her feel helpless, and she understood his attitude of mind, which was not devoid of threat. She did not then and there determine on a method for his subsequent humiliation, for alarms and uncertainties and desire for counsel with Alice were too much on her mind. She only knew that her plan for keeping Alice uninformed would be a grave mistake, and indeed her one desire was to get her away to their private home and unburden her mind of it all. She conjured a smile as before. "You will have to make your treaty first with Mrs. Van Kirk," she told him noncommittally. "She is naturally in command." "I will," he said. The music stopped. The men gathered about her. He presently surrendered her arm and bowed himself away. The end of chapter 17. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 18. Delayed Decisions. The remainder of the evening was, for Thurley, more of a trial than a comfort. Her triumph continued, but she felt its hollowness, felt that mockery dodged her footsteps, and that dark abyss loomed ahead. She could not escape her besiegers, the eager swains who continued in varying manner to convey their state of heart and mind. Count Faïschi was not in the least rebuffed, at least to outward appearances. Both he and Gaylord took advantage of every possible moment to push to her side and renew their more or less invulnerable wooing. Even the midnight supper, where at 30 daintily decorated little tables the guests were assembled for refreshment, failed to re-inspire the ingenuous delight with which the princess had entered upon the evening. It was late, and Thurley was weary and a little depressed when at length she and Alice retreated from the scene to be driven to their home. Both would undoubtedly have been thoroughly alarmed had they known that in the street outside a man had waited all the evening, spying upon their movements. It was the same individual who, on the night of the horse show, had exchanged a glance with the ashy-eyed woman before he followed them through the avenue in a hired taxicab. He tagged them tonight like a shadow, and in front of Alice's mansion was relieved by another of his ilk, who had helped to keep an unbroken record of every movement Thurley made, and the visitors who came to the place. There was no immediate retiring when Alice and her protégée were finally alone. To Faïschi had been granted the privilege of riding with them to the door. Thurley had managed to avoid actual contact with the nobleman, but something in her conduct and silence while in the carriage had addressed itself to Alice Van Kirk's intuitions and aroused her curiosity. She followed Thurley to the girl's boudoir for a confidential chat. "Well, dearie," she said in genuine affection as she seated herself at ease after having temporarily dismissed the maids, "another joy and trial over. You made me very proud and happy. You enjoyed it, I hope?" "It was easily all your evening." Thurley was pulling off her gloves. She sank in a chair and looked at Alice just a little wistfully, her dark brows slightly raised in youthful query. "Must I say I did, to please you? For I'd say anything to give you pleasure," she replied. "I did enjoy it at first, more than any experience in my life, and then—" She did not finish, and Alice waited, her intuitions receiving prompt confirmation. "And then, dearie, what?" she inquired softly. "You know I felt that something had marred it just a little." "Two things," said Thurley candidly. "I've been dying for the last 2 or 3 hours to get you away and tell you all about it." Alice settled further in the chair. The colour mounted to Thurley's cheeks as she found herself thus committed, and the task of confessing harder to face than she had previously expected. "Something disagreeable?" Alice encouraged. "You needn't mind telling me, you know. We're good friends, no matter what may happen." Sudden alarm possessed her. "It isn't that some hot-headed man has already proposed and you've—" "Oh, Lordy, no," Thurley interrupted, instantly placed at her ease. "It wasn't so decent as that on the part of Count, though I don't pretend to know his final intentions." Alice sat up more rigidly. "Oh, the Count has Thurley suddenly rose and dashed a tear of anger from her eyes. "He kissed me. He dared to do that out in the fernery. I could have killed him." Her indignation required no protestation. It was advertised in all her attitude as she turned from her protector to hide the crimson of her face. Alice could make no immediate reply. She was angered, exasperated, and thoroughly undecided as to what she ought to do. "It was bad enough," Thurley continued, "to have him talk nothing but his nonsense, and to dare to face me afterward, and even come home with us too, the horrid beast." "In the fernery?" said Alice. "What did you do?" "I hardly know," said Thurley, and related her somewhat confused remembrance of the incidents as they happened. "I must have struck him or something, for he nearly fell. Then I begged Robley Stuyvesant to take me away." She halted there, with a new flush of colour creeping to her cheeks at the memory of seeing Gaylord at the door. Alice tapped the floor with a small, impatient slipper. "This is really too bad," she answered presently. "I need the Count so badly just at this time. Mind you, dearie, I shouldn't care how severely you punish him or humiliate him later, if only we could manage to keep him on for a time, in spite of what he has done." Thurley stared at her in honest amazement. "You wish me to see him, endure him after this?" "I know exactly how you feel, my dear, and I admire you for it," Alice answered. "But our position is peculiar. It may last a brief time only, this triumph. For many reasons I did very much desire to treat the Count rather well as the others at least, and now I'm annoyed more than I can tell. The miserable... I knew it. I felt he was quite that sort. Thurley, isn't it finer art, more gratification in the end, to let him return for his need of deliberate retribution? Couldn't you skewer him far more satisfactorily by calm intent than by mere impulsive resentment? "Oh, I've thought of that," Thurley confessed in her usual candour, resuming her seat a little wearily. "I've thought of so many things tonight. You see, he isn't all." In her agitation, Alice had momentarily forgotten Thurley's statement that two events had marred the pleasure of the evening. "Oh," she said. "Yes, there's something more. Not so bad as this, I trust?" "I'm not sure. It may be worse. You remember meeting Mr. Gaylord?" Alice nodded, and she continued, "He knew me in New Haven. He was even my... at least I thought he intended to... He threw me over in plain English, and now he wants to make love to me again." Alice stared, all but speechless. "Thurley, and you like him still?" Thurley rose again, superbly active. "I hate him. To think he'd come like this now and dare... Oh, it does seem as if I've got a right to make him suffer." Alice rose too. "This is certainly grave. He mentioned your present position, asked questions, I presume. He isn't positively the cad to take advantage of this knowledge." "I don't know," said Thurley, once more relapsing into her chair. "He hinted at things, and, of course, asked questions and made insinuations. He insisted on coming to see me, going back to our old relationship, and said he'd make his treaty with you." "And you?" said Alice. "You were careful, of course, non-committal. You didn't leave him offended or vengeful." Thurley's eyes flashed warringly. "No. I almost determined to do everything in my power to lead him on, and then later even up the score. But he made me so
angry. I don't know whether I could really do it or not. I'd probably despise myself. I'd rather not try. I don't know what to do." Alice smiled in sheer relief. She was suddenly sure of the future. "Don't try to decide anything tonight, my dear, and don't be uneasy or angered or anything but amused, at least for the present. It's time we retired. Don't forget, dear Princess, that you are certain to be the target for all of Cupid's arrows, the bitter with the sweet. It is sometimes possible to fight fire only with fire, and some kinds of love with art." She kissed the tired girl affectionately and smiled reassuringly. "But," said Thurley, "when he comes to see you, what will you do?" "Nothing you will refuse to ratify, nothing the situation does not justify, either with him or Faishi. But I hope, dear child, we're the equal of two selfish men. Will you leave it to me?" "My fairy godmother," said Thurley smilingly. "What else could I possibly do?" End of chapter 18.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 19. Threats and Carriages. Gaylord called the following afternoon, and met such a radiant welcome on the part of Alice Van Kirk as not even his largest assurance would have ventured to predict. Thurley he did not see. At Alice's counsel, the Princess had accepted an invitation to drive with Willie Stetson and his mother in the park. Willie was expected almost momentarily. Gaylord looked well. He was well and confident and determined, having happened upon added information since the ball concerning the favour and feverish regard in which Princess Thurley was held, especially by eager male admirers. Quite as well satisfied to interview Alice alone as a sort of preliminary manoeuvre in his game, the visitor readily followed her lavender nookery and agreed to drink a cup of tea. "I told you last night I hoped to call," he said. "You see, I have not delayed in proving my friendly intentions." "I'm so glad," said Alice graciously. "I can scarcely understand how it happened we never met before." She knew his antecedents and the wealth and pedigree they had boasted for 3 generations. "Oh, I have been in New York but little," he confessed, "especially during the last few years. Of course, I have heard your name a great many times recently, coupled with that of your beautiful protégée." Alice mentally acknowledged the promptness with which he swung about to the subject uppermost in his thoughts. "Oh, one hears so many things in these days of wireless," she laughed. "It ought to be called the wireless age, or perhaps the regardless age would be more accurate." Gaylord nodded in a quick, curt way, which Thurley would have recognized as a sign of impatience to achieve some object sought with the greatest possible expedition. "I was very agreeably surprised," he stated, "to encounter Thurley again last night at the dance." Alice, hardly less than Thurley herself, resented his tone of familiarity. She arched her brows. "Thurley?" "Miss Ruxton," he corrected, slightly flushing. "She may not have told you we are, well, old acquaintances." Alice had decided to reveal as little as circumstances might permit. "Well, she was very tired last night when we returned."
Gaylord narrowed his eyes. The matter in hand was one of business with him, and he meant to be sufficiently plain. I knew her very well, more than ordinarily well, in New Haven. Oh, Alice betrayed not the slightest emotion, and not a very pronounced interest. You can imagine my surprise and delight, my amusement, I might say, he resumed, to learn of the extraordinary misidentification of Thurley, that all New York seems so agreed upon. Rich, isn't it? You mean the outcome of her remarkable resemblance to the Princess Thurvinia business? Certainly, he supplied. It's a wonderful joke, a stupendous joke, that the swell set is playing on itself. Not that Thurley doesn't look the part and all that sort of thing. She's a wonderful little girl. No one knows it better than I. But what would happen, I wonder, if the truth should happen to leak? He laughed, and she thought his mirth distinctly disagreeable. You are aware, I hope, she answered, that neither Miss Ruxton nor myself has ever contributed anything to what you term this stupendous joke. That's the beauty of it, the art, he stated baldly. I recognize that at once. But wouldn't it jar all upper crustum to wake up some morning to the facts? He laughed again, adding, not that it's likely they will. His dwelling upon this possibility jarred upon Alice sufficiently to rouse all her sense of distrust and dislike. It sounded too much in the nature of a menace, a father to his thought, if not a pronouncement of his power. She wished to sound him thoroughly. Would it necessarily disturb our friends to lose one princess and discover another? They might even rejoice to find she was not of the foreign nobility. Oh, that part of it, of course, he admitted bluntly. But they might discover she was once just a pretty girl in New Haven, tutoring and living a very humble life. Oh, not that anything of the sort would make the slightest difference to anyone like myself, he hastened to add. But to others, would the joke be quite as palatable? Of course, they may never find out. Mentally, Alice branded him a cad whom not even youth could excuse. Outwardly, she was still all smiles and entertainment. Of what possible advantage could it be, I wonder, she said, for anyone who chanced to know all this to advertise the facts? Oh, none whatever, he assured her with alacrity. It's just odd that I should be the only one to know. It heightens my interest in the game, doesn't it? I feel toward Thurley as none of those Johnnies could. And she feels the same toward you? He had the grace to flush a trifle in momentary confusion. But yes, she did. May I not be permitted a little modesty? As much as you like, she answered heartily, glad to know he had at least a speaking acquaintance with the word. Pardon my question. It was probably unfair, but prompted by my interest in you both. We shall be good friends, he answered confidently. I naturally expect to see rather a lot of the little girl. A clatter of hoofs as a cavalcade introduced itself through the window followed almost at once by silence. Then a footman appeared at the door and engaged the attention of his mistress. She crossed to him at once. "Mr. Stetson, madam, if you please," announced the servant quietly. "Shall I speak to Miss Thurley, madam?" "At once, James." She smiled back at Gaylord. "You will excuse me just a moment," and she hastened to the reception room where Stetson was waiting, as blushing and self-conscious as a girl. Oh, here you are, Alice," he said, attempting to laugh away his nervousness. "You see, I didn't know, of course, what carriage Miss Thurley might prefer, so I brought them all." "Brought them all?" echoed Alice, moving at once to the window and sweeping aside the flimsy traceries of lace. "In heaven's name, Willie Stetson, did you come to take the whole asylum for a drive?" It appeared very much as if he had. There was a very cavalcade of vehicles out by the curb, each with a man in attendance. Every known and unknown contrivance on wheels was represented. Carts, drags, hacks, cabs, landaus, victorias, phaetons, an automobile, everything save a baby perambulator and a wheelbarrow. "Well, she might as well have her choice, mightn't she?" inquired the embarrassed Willie. "Mother, you see, has no preference, really. She'd ride in anything I suggested. Deuced clever little mother." Mother was seated in the farmost rig at the moment. She was a harmless, mindless little person, immovably persuaded that the universe pivoted somewhere in Willie's system. "I see," said Alice. "Your plan is at least unique." Thurley, having seen the arrival of Willie's procession, was already coming down when James was halfway to the floor above. "What is it?" she said, as she entered the room. "Oh, Mr. Stetson, how do you do?" "Nicely, thank you," said Willie, once more blushing profusely. "Actually, jolly to see you again. I was just telling Alice I brought everything around to give you something of a choice. She says my plan is unique. I was hoping it might seem different, not too beastly commonplace." Thurley came to the window and cast a glance up and down the imposing line. "I don't believe I quite understand," she confessed. "We couldn't ride in them all." "Oh, why not?" asked Willie. "If we like, you like, I mean. I thought we'd start in the one you prefer, and the others could follow behind in case you'd like to change, or anything like that." "Oh, my, please send them away, all but the one your mother's in," said Thurley. "That is your mother, I suppose?" "That's the mater, all right, but send them away. Are you sure that's the one you prefer? I mean, if you'd like any of the other horses put to the carriage." "Willie, go take your drive like a rational being," Alice interrupted. "I never heard of anything like it in my life." "All right," said Willie cheerfully. "Really, it doesn't make the slightest bit of difference to mother or me." He went out, and like the dismemberment of a circus, the vehicle started away round the corner and down the avenue with the most diverting variety of paces. Then Willie, mother, and Thurley disappeared, the Princess gaily but discreetly waving to Alice, still standing by the window. "Dear girl," she murmured to herself, and returned to the nookery and Gaylord. He had risen upon her retreat from the room, and beheld from the window the departure of Thurley with her friends. Piqued by a realization that others besides himself were in daily attendance here at the royal palace, he was thoroughly determined to pursue his advantage to the utmost, regardless of Alice Van Kirk. "Where were we?" Alice asked him, as she gave him one of her bright, disarming smiles. "Had we just about exhausted the subject?" He could think of nothing new to say, as a matter of fact, that would not be either mere repetition or something too much in the nature of a threat to be judicious. "Our subject was Thurley," he answered, attempting a smile of his own. "Such a subject could scarcely be exhausted in an afternoon." "Ah, yes, and your past relationship, or something of that sort, was that not finished either?" Gaylord was not entirely persuaded as to the full significance of her question. He concluded to be on the safer side. He drew back the corners of his mouth peculiarly. It was not a very pleasant expression. "The relation has never been finished," he answered incisively. "It has really just begun."
It was a bold speech, almost defiantly delivered. Alice accepted its challenge mentally with a certain zest that heightened her colour. "Oh, well, of course, that, after all, is a matter for you and Thurley alone," she answered. "It was not your intention to enlist my services in your behalf, naturally." It was rather a blunt question, one calculated to uncover his batteries, so to speak. He recognized its nature. "Why, no, not precisely, but standing as you do, somewhat as Thurley's sponsor, promoter, friend, you can see that the least I could do was to make the matter plain to you as soon as possible, let you know everything about it." The joker lay in his emphasis on the word everything, as Alice readily divined. What he meant to convey was simply that he wished her to know without delay that his power was great, and he meant to employ it to any required extent, that he would not be blocked by herself, her plans, or even by Thurley herself. "I'm very glad you came for this revealing chat," she told him, smiling as she rose from her chair. "It clears things wonderfully, always, to be perfectly frank." He too rose, aware the interview was ended. Her baffling inscrutability, which he felt and a little comprehended, annoyed him excessively. Her apparent candour and acquiescence veiled so much and left him so little with which to contend or struggle. He had come prepared for open war if need be. He found his heavy artillery useless, but one thing more he did intend, that Alice should know. He meant to see Thurley often, take her out publicly, and exhibit to the world his particular favour in her sight. "Now that I am back with considerable leisure," he said, "I shall arrange quite a programme for the little girl. I have seen her so little for the last few months that there is a good deal of time to make up. I may come around, in fact, I shall come around to-morrow with my car, unless, of course, you and Thurley have some particular engagement." His assumption of mastership in the situation all but took Alice's breath. It was almost admirable. It aroused her ire and amusement together. She thought she foresaw the means of his own undoing by its own weight and persistence. "Why, yes, by all means come to-morrow," she said. "It will be a great pleasure for us all." He thanked her, shook her proffered hand, and was presently gone, still wondering just what her manner signified, and how far she would aid or oppose him. End of chapter 19.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 20. An Imperial Visitor. The following noon Gaylord received a note that Alice had hastily scrawled. "Yesterday I quite forgot. This was my afternoon at home. Forgive me and come. We shall expect you. Do not disappoint us." This was signed "Cordially yours." There was nothing to do but go. Gaylord went, and found himself obliged to share the Princess with more than the usual number of men. Among them was the Count. Acton was not at all pleased to find Fieschi present, and obviously pursuing his one great game in his periodically eruptive manner. Gaylord and the Count were continental acquaintances. They were, in a manner, friends. Their relationship was more in some ways and less in others than one of mere friendliness, since in a deal concerned with foreign securities they were intimately bound together. The matter involved tremendous sums of money. It was planned to involve much more, which should presently materialize as velvet, in which they would share alike. It was all necessary a secret enterprise, the negotiations for which were being conducted daily at the various phases of a huge flotation developed. Up to the present moment, these two men, varying widely in many attributes, had met with complete accord so far as matters of a purely business nature were concerned. Beyond that point, and more chiefly concerning affairs of a sentimental nature, they were quite at variance, neither one admiring or desiring to adopt the methods of the other. To find Faishi here, and obviously not a new recruit at Thurley's court, but even somewhat in apparent favour, at least with Alice Van Kirk, was distinctly distasteful to the college man who had once made college widows. He meant to brook no interference by such a being as the Count, no matter what expedients might be found necessary for his elimination from the drama. The Count, for his part, frankly despised Gaylord's methods with women, and secretly sneering also at some of his business tactics, concerned himself but little with a rival whom he felt to be essentially weak in fervour, poetry, and the glamour of the game. On the other side of the complex situation were ranged two dimpled women, with never an armament bristling in view. They had come to understanding and agreement with the utmost ease. Thurley, from having half decided that Faishi and Gaylord should both be punished through their own devices, had readily succumbed to Alice's added resentment and consented to her plan. It was simply to permit these men to feel as much encouraged as they pleased, and let them await the hour for their own reward to overtake them. To fight with either would be folly, and of the most destructive sort, and inartistic. Alice was thoroughly aesthetic in her adherence to and devotion to art. As a feminine technician, moreover, she was unexcelled. The battle of unforeseen forces began that afternoon. Not only did Alice and Thurley assume new tactical positions, but Gaylord and Faishi cleared their decks for action, one against the other, while Stuyvesant, Stetson, Algy Dearborn, Kelsey Woods, Beau Bremer, Captain Fowler, and nearly a dozen lesser luminaries took careful account of the enemy's strength and position, and planned for or groped towards some more or less definite campaign. At the present moment the tuneful Algy was quite at the fore of the firing line, and was gleefully discharging the weapons he felt convinced were most certain to achieve victory over all who might engage. "You know, it's wonderful, really," he announced to Thurley, "the effect you have on my creative ability, stirring up the muse, your oats and barley and all that sort of thing, you know, to my Pegasus. Real jolly of you, too. I told you a new one was working up, another of my poems. I fancy it's a bit original. Shall I give it to you?" "I should be sorry to miss anything in creation," Thurley answered, genuinely amused by Algy's manifestation of genius. "Is it very long?" "That's the deuce of it," Algy confessed. "I can't seem to keep up the white heat, the pressure, you know, for very long at a time. All my poems are short so far, though some have a sort of epic swing, I rather fancy. This one goes, if I can remember it straight. Yes. It starts off, I say it's really all in quotation marks. You might keep that in mind. It goes like this. 'I say,' said the hare to the tortoise, 'how comes it that persons import us to run in a race
if they mean to efface, and in soup and in ragouts to thwart us. The humorous vein, you see. Neat, isn't it? And contains such a lot. I like the line, and in soup and ragouts, and so forth. And after all, there's philosophy in it. I'm glad it amuses you, really. It did, almost as much as he himself. Thurley enjoyed both Limerick and Algy thoroughly. They were such a relief from some of the men and affairs too insistently serious. "I hope your genius will flourish," she told him honestly. "Thank you so much for letting me be oats and barley to Pegasus, dear old Pegasus, the many-gated. What endurance some creatures have!" "Really, I never ride him over time," said Algy gravely. "You know, a merciful man, and the rest of it. Better keep him fresh, I say, if one doesn't wait to become a cropper." Alice broke his spell relentlessly, as one who knows the necessity of rotating the crops, as it were. Thurley was presently listening to and even smiling at the utterances of Count Fieschi as if nothing in the world had ever happened. Later it was Gaylord, in a somewhat sullen, wholly selfish and exacting mood, that she calmed and soothed with a softened word and smile. With something inherently skilful as well as naive, she contrived to impress upon each and every one of her envious and watchful suitors the conviction that he, above all others, had been favoured, inducted into a little private corner of her real regard, and pedestalled all by himself. Indeed, that afternoon became typical of the days and manoeuvres to follow. The game developed all manner of mild excitements and vast necessity for skill, adroitness, and tact. To adjust her hours, moods, and movements to the needs of the game, avoiding collisions of the pieces on the board, and keeping them all in active play, yet never overplayed, to the essential neglect of others, demanded all the judgment, good nature, and finesse of which Thurley and Alice were capable. A chase could have been no more exciting. Merely to allay the suspicions constantly preying upon both Gaylord and Fieschi required breathless fencing, quite absorbing in itself. But the more they exacted, the more grew the zest with which Thurley entered the conflict. The engagements increased in intensity day by day, as if the men's impatience and new demands were multiplied. Yet even while they arrogated powers and assurance to themselves, more strong grew Thurley's resentment of their attitude, and greater was her desire to see them levelled. During all this season of uncertainty, evasions, backfiring on dangerous love, as Alice termed the game, there were two persistent elements that gnawed just a bit at Thurley's heart. One was a certain increasing anxiety and dubiety attacking Robley Stuyvesant as he watched her movements and seemingly heartless democracy with all these admiring men. The other was a series of pangs and anger excited in the breast of little Mildred Grey. There was nothing emphatic to be done at such a juncture to allay the emotions of either. Robley, grown so singularly isolated from the others, not only by his behaviour and sincerity, but as well by her own increasing regard and desire for his honest comradeship, Thurley could not approach with tenderness because of her promises to Alice and the delicate situation hedging them both about. She beheld his suspicions and his ardours alternate, and was helpless. She felt herself drawn to him day after day, yet could treat him no more warmly than the men she had grown to fear and despise. It hurt her to feel she must perforce be constantly misunderstood,
There was never a moment when she did not wish his confidence, his trust, and perhaps something more, for which she began at last to ache, before she even understood the yearning of her soul. As one across a yawning chasm, she sent him thoughts he could not read, and she herself had not interpreted to the full extent of their meaning. She knew she thrilled when he came to her side. She knew she lived over the first afternoon together repeatedly, always in a golden haze that lifted them both above the earth. But she did not realize even then how mighty was the bond of love between them. Concerning Mildred, her regrets were neither so poignant nor incurable. She had early resolved to put this worried little being's fears at rest at the earliest possible moment, so far as she was able. Nevertheless, she was sensitive to anyone's dislike, and more than the men's she courted her own sex's favour. This was the state of affairs at Alice's palace for nearly a week, and then, as if the complications were not already sufficient, an astonishing new element was added to the little drama that centred on Thurley's head. It came in the person of two extraordinary German individuals on a Friday evening, just at the dinner's conclusion. Only one sent in his card, which was duly presented to Alice. On it was printed, "Herr Otto Wenck." Beneath this was written, "Desiring to see Mrs. Van Kirk and the young lady styled Miss Thurley. O.W. for Hertzegotha." Alice read it to herself in bewilderment, then read it aloud to Thurley. "I don't understand it in the least," she said. "What could it possibly mean?" "Hertzegotha?" repeated Thurley, suddenly a trifle pale. "Alice, it's someone from her country looking for Princess Thurvinia. What shall we do?" Alice had risen galvanically. "Good heavens! Well, I suppose it had to come," and she shrugged her shoulders. "We may as well see Herr Wenck." End of chapter 20.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 21. Wenck For Hertzegotha. Thurley heard him as one in a dream, as he bent very low above her hand and touched it with his lips. He spoke in German. "Permit me, your Highness, to present my humble self, the special agent of your Highness's Imperial Government at Hertzegotha." It seemed incredible, this fiery-haired, fiery-whiskered being, representing the land of a runaway princess, accepting herself for that erratic young personage with a confidence and demeanour that left no doubt of his absolute conviction that the princess stood before him. She thought of one faltering test. "But, mynheer," she answered in his native tongue, "I regret to say I have never seen you before." "Ah, that is my misfortune," he told her readily. "Never have I been at your court but once, when by great favour of the fates I beheld your Highness from afar." This then was the explanation. The resemblance she doubtless bore to the princess, known to be somewhere concealed in America, was sufficient to convince him of her royal identity. She knew not what to do or what to answer. She took half a moment in which to glance at her visitor's companion. He was one of those intensely black Teutons with a military brush of bristles on the top of his head, and an equally bristling shoe dauber prickling at his nose. His expression was most severe. As a matter of fact, he was thoroughly mild, and at the present moment too thoroughly awed to breathe in his normal manner. It seemed to Thurley that the joke was proceeding just a trifle too far, that to go on permitting these serious representatives of a serious, worried government to continue in their error was not precisely justifiable. She wished more than anything in the world for 15 minutes alone with Alice. She was mentally staggering like a dizzy dervish to grasp at something to say, when Alice came adroitly to the rescue. "Herr Wenck," she said, "my German is sadly at fault, but I beg to suggest that this young lady, making no claims to the honours you have named, at least while sojourning here with me, would be infinitely more pleased to have you address her as Miss Thurley, and to treat her only with the courtesy attaching to the station of an American gentlewoman." Thurley could have hugged her with gratitude. It placed them both on a footing of making no pretence, made her Americanism a factor to be expected, and gave her a cue as well. They had still, however, to reckon with Herr Wenck, charged with important business. "It is frequently painful," said he, bowing profoundly, "to have the duty that one must discharge. It shall be my obligation, since your Highness desires it, to address you henceforth as Miss Thurley, but to deliver my message I came, and I crave your American pardon if I feel that to persist is necessary." Thurley sat down, largely for need of support. Alice followed her example. The men remained standing as rigidly as soldiers. "You have a message?" Thurley inquired, and she felt how weak was the question. "I should be sorry indeed to interfere in the discharge of your duties." It was a skilful speech, claiming nothing, consenting to as much as the agent of Hertzegotha chose to believe. Beneath her breath Alice said, "Bravo, little girl, you're a wonder." Herr Wenck appeared enormously relieved. "Your graciousness is overwhelming," he told her gravely, having feared for the failure of his mission. "I bear the message that the Imperial Government of Hertzegotha is exceedingly distressed at the unexampled disappearance and absence of Her Highness the Princess Thurvinia from the kingdom, and to beg her in all humility to return at the earliest possible moment." Thurley could have smiled had the situation not presented the gravest of phases from the viewpoint of this special agent from a Germanic principality. She could see no open course but that of continuing a species of candour that, if it slightly but harmlessly misled these visitors, would at least not jeopardize Alice and make her ridiculous. "I fear I may not promise at this time to leave New York or America," she said. "I trust my declaration will in no way compass your discredit with your superiors." "But," said the eager Wenck, over importunate in his worry, "if you could but realize the calamity, its proportions, the uneasiness, the fears. Think of the many disasters that may result should your absence be longer continued. Already your fiancé, the Grand Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, has likewise disappeared, perhaps to cross the oceans, that he may find you and induce your return." "I knew he disappeared. I read," said Thurley, checking a speech she felt might contribute too much to the agent's uneasiness, "but I do not expect to see him, I assure you. I'm exceedingly sorry you have been occasioned so much anxiety, and I wish I might relieve it, but I cannot think of going to Hertzegotha." "But
Not to see him if he shall arrive?" said the desperately concerned Herr Wenck, horrified anew at the increasing disasters in the recalcitrance of the princess, whose conduct was immeasurably distressing. "Is not his royal regard the gravity of the alliance? If he shall not induce your return, what hope has Hertzegotha?" Both Alice and Thurley were amply aware of his mental and patriotic agony. Their sympathy could scarcely have been withheld, so fearfully earnest was his pain. "He may not come," said Thurley. "Really, I know nothing of his movements at all, nothing save what the papers here have printed." "We have the reason to believe he is soon to arrive," Herr Wenck informed her decisively. "If it is only your promise I may take that you will grant him audience, should he present himself, I shall a little feel encouraged and much experience gratification." Thurley glanced at Alice, who, having at first view feared the danger of such a contretemps, and almost as swiftly concluded that the Duke, should he come, would be the last to divulge the facts, which, of course, he must instantly discover. Her nod was the slightest possible gesture of the head. The eyes of Herr Wenck and his companion were fixed beseechingly on Thurley. She faced them again, a lovely flush of colour creeping round her throat to inundate her cheeks. "If he wishes to come and see me here, perhaps he may," she answered tremulously, tingling and alarmed at the prospect. "But you may be disappointed by the results." "But your love of the Fatherland," said Wenck passionately, his eyes and voice abruptly flooded with tears, "your ever son nobility of character, your loyalty to all that is good and dutiful, these you cannot abandon. Some exalted purpose you are doubtless serving, but the call of the homeland, the whispers of ancestors long silent in honourable graves, the voice of Hertzegotha's traditions, the love of your people, these you cannot help but hear, and your heart must answer. Turn again, and your longing take you home." He broke down, and Thurley and Alice were profoundly affected. His evident anxiety and country love were singularly poignant. His comrade still stared straight ahead, his face galvanically twitching. There was silence for a minute, which seemed tremendously protracted. "Forgive me if I have erred," begged the man, controlling his emotions by an effort. "It was my heart that spoke, not my office. This your promise to see your noble fiancé should he appear. I am content." He advanced, and kneeling by the chair where Thurley had suddenly risen, took her hand in both of his, and once more raised it to his lips. And when they were gone, leaving visions of the profoundest bows and a backing out of the door, Alice and Thurley stood still and motionless, groping for wits, a trifle scattered. "Whew!" Then a characteristic Aliceism snapped the tension. "Phew!" she said, "the soup thickens." "Alice," said Thurley, "what on earth are we going to do?" Alice smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "Wait till we come to the bridge before we cross it. But if this Grand Duke of something or other would know in a minute there is nothing royal in my blood." "I am not at all convinced of that," said Alice sagely. "But whatever he discovers, mark my word, he will keep to himself." Thurley was silent for a moment. "Poor Herr Wenck," she finally observed. "It seems too bad to let him deceive himself so utterly, but what in the world could I do? Where do you suppose the real Princess Thurvinia is hiding?" "How long will she keep it up is the question that bothers me," said Alice honestly. "As it is at present, we are having all the fun." "Yes," said Thurley, in her philosophic wisdom, "and we may have to pay all the price." Her speech was amazingly prophetic. End of chapter 21.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 22. Lady Bountiful. Saturday morning brought Thurley a second letter from her cousin. It was short and weakly scrawled, but yet sufficed to arouse a deep and insistent sense of shame in the breast of the generous girl. Her cousin was ill and in want. She had been for a week almost abandoned, too exhausted and afflicted to write, and hopeless with loneliness and the barren prospect of the future. She mentioned the fact that she had written before, but feared the letter had failed to reach its destination. Should this one share a similar fate, she knew not what to do. A burning little accusation seared its way to Thurley's heart. She had first neglected, then forgotten that first appeal absolutely. Engrossed with the joys and ecstasies of her own altered circumstances, she had carelessly permitted the lodgment of a heartless disregard of everyone else in the world, she told herself severely, for which she was heartily ashamed. She resolved to go to Edith at once with material as well as personal comfort, and then she realized the danger of overdoing the role of Lady Bountiful should she dare appear in any capacity save that of another fellow toiler with at most the savings of her hire. The wise thing to do was to take the case to Alice. This she did, and that wide-hearted friend of the race was immediately ready with assistance. "You have never thrown away that suit you wore while working for the Major," she said. "Just put that on, and James can drive you to the Major's office. I'll ask him to take you to the house where your cousin lives, leaving you, of course, at the door, and returning in half an hour at most to escort you away again." "But why not let me run over to Madison Avenue cars and go down there by myself?" said Thurley. "As long as I'm just a plain American girl, why take all that needless trouble?" "Oh, well, very well," said Alice. "Take as much money as you like, my dear, so long as it doesn't appear unreasonable. And try to induce your cousin to leave New York, go to Lakewood or Atlantic City for an absolute change and rest. Tell her a friend of yours, of a philanthropic turn of mind, has heard your story and agreed to help you bear the expense." A strange little feeling of impending fates attacked Thurley's heart as she put away her dainty morning costume, robed herself like a drab Cinderella returning to her ashes, and left the gorgeous palace for an excursion to a part of town long since abandoned to the needs of those to whom bare existence is a problem. She bore 2 parcels in her arms, one of fruit and one of flowers. Some way she felt as if something might occur whereby she would never more regain the splendid realm where chance and Alice had placed her. How much she loved this newer life could scarcely have been reckoned. To surrender it now would be almost more than her eager heart could support. And yet she did not hesitate to continue on her way with her customary courage. She did not know that barely behind her loitered a man whose business it was to keep her in view and report her every action to the woman of the ice-cold eyes, seen and dreaded at the horse show. When she boarded the car, the man had already swung to the step, exciting no suspicion in her mind. He sat half the car length away, apparently reading a paper, but never for a second failing to keep her in the focus of his vision. When at last she rose to alight at one of the overcrowded streets between 14th and 23rd, the shadow departed by the exit at the front of the car and managed to let her overtake and pass him before he moved. When he crossed the street and appeared to be studying the numbers of the houses as he quietly followed. When she rang and entered the door at one of the old-fashioned brownstone houses, in a room of which her cousin was slowly convalescing from nervous complications and fever, the man in the street, all eagerness to inform his confederates of Thurley's whereabouts, dared not for a moment leave the neighbourhood, lest she presently emerge from the building and be lost at once to view. Thurley found Miss Deck much reduced, yet able to be up and about the house in a languid, dispirited manner. Edith was thoroughly astonished to see her thus appear, having written as before to New Haven in the absence of definite knowledge as to where her cousin might be found. "Why, Thurley," she cried, when the door opened, admitting her rosy-cheeked visitor. "Oh, I never was so glad to see anybody in my life." And breaking down at once, she cried uncontrollably, Thurley meantime having quickly advanced to throw her arms supportingly about her and draw her snugly against her sympathetic bosom. "There, there," she said coaxingly, "you poor dear girl. I just got your letter this morning. It came to the office, so I asked permission to come just as soon as I could." Edith was older than herself, and only girlish now in her helplessness. Yet to neither girl did the situation seem the least incongruous. Thurley was so entirely her cousin's superior. "I didn't think I had a friend in the world," said Edith, continuing weak and shaken by the sobs of her sudden relaxation from the courage with which she had fought out her lonely battle. "I wrote you once before, but the letter must have gone astray. I saw someone a little like you and thought I'd give the world just to look at you again. And then I became ill. I thought I should die, and wished I might. The world is so full of women that nobody needs. But I won't be lugubrious, Thurley. I really won't. God bless you for coming so quickly." A new tide of shame swept upward from Thurley's heart, thus to be praised where she should be blamed. But she sat her cousin down and kissed away her tears, then started a lively fusillade of cheers and questions, while tearing the paper from 3 giant chrysanthemums and plunging their stems into a vase of broken crockery that stood on a dingy mantel-shelf. "It's a wonder we haven't met before," she said. "I began to work in downtown office away back in the early part of the summer, but a lot of the writing was the sort I could do at home, and I was lonely too, and trying to save my salary as much as possible, so I didn't attempt to go out very much. And New York is a great big place anyway, and horrid, some parts of it. And you've got to promise me right this minute you'll go down to Lakewood or Atlantic City, for a lady I know insisted upon it the very first thing when I told her about you this morning. And I've brought you the money to pay all expenses for 6 or 8 weeks or more." Edith sat up and stared. "Thurley Ruxton," she gasped, "what in the world are you talking about, I'd like to know? I go away like that?" "Certainly," said Thurley. "Don't you want to?" Edith almost collapsed upon her breast in happiness and the sudden vanishment of struggle. She cried again, but softly now, and in a manner to comfort her being. "You're taking your own precious money," she said. "If you are, you shan't. I'll never budge a step, for I know how hard it is to earn. "I'm not," said Thurley, who had never felt a sense of actual ownership in the fortune placed at her order in the bank. "If you don't accept this offer cheerfully and bravely, recognizing one woman's right in helping another, I shall be ashamed ever to ask the giver again, and you don't know what you may spoil for other girls." "It seems too good to be true," said Edith, attempting a wistful smile. "What good would it do if I took your earnings, Thurley, and then later on you should be in this condition yourself?" She waved her hand weakly to indicate the shabbiness of the apartment. "We'll not talk about that," was Thurley's answer. "I've been halfway promised that you shall have an easy position at a decent salary whenever you're well enough to come back to New York and accept it. But the very first thing is to get you out of here and off where the change will be complete. If you think you can go this afternoon, the fairy godmother said she'd send round a carriage to drive you to the station. I'll send you in a number of things she said you'd better have." Again Edith stared in wan incredulity, her hollow eyes big with astonishment. "Why, but think of the money all that means," she exclaimed. "How does it happen? How did you find her? Think of the trust she must have in Thurley. She must love you, I'm sure, love you dearly, as everyone does you've ever known. Perhaps you can't tell me much about her, they so rarely wish to be known. But, oh, I think it's beautiful to be loved, as they all love you." Thurley remained for about 2 hours, and departed then at Edith's reiterated wish. The girl who had found the world so hard was over-solicitous lest her cousin abuse the privilege granted by some generous employer who had released her for the morning. Recurrent waves of conscious guilt at her inability to be absolutely frank and honest a little marred Thurley's pleasure, and gnawed rather deep, especially at her cousin's appreciation of all she was attempting at last to do. Nevertheless, the affection she bestowed was genuine, as her sympathy was true, and when she had gone she was happier by far than for any day since Edith's first letter had come. With lavish hand and a purse of magic resourcefulness, she ordered outfits to be sent to the house that had harboured care. She was followed persistently wherever she travelled by the man who had hung upon her trail. When at length she went home, a tired, gleeful little person, with at least the heart of a happy princess in her bosom, the man was tremendously relieved. He hastened away at once to report the unusual occurrences which supplied the first hope to a little clique of beings abnormally engrossed in the movements and doings of Alice Van Kirk's protégée. Edith departed in the afternoon, but not before a representative delegated by the clique in question had made an excuse to call, offer further aid and friendship, and thereby secure in Thurley's cousin a possible agent for future exploitation. A woman wholly unknown to Miss Steck was then instructed to follow the girl to Lakewood, whither she was going, and remain there, keeping her constantly in view, and, if possible, gain her trust and friendship. Edith had agreed to write to her cousin at Major Phipps's address, and thereby hangs a tale. Alice, having for some unknown reason undergone a certain worry in Thurley's absence, was not only inordinately pleased to see her return in such excellent spirits, but was likewise thoroughly glad that Edith Steck was to go. "Oh, she must rest for at least 2 months," she said at the end of Thurley's story. "New York and she are better far apart. She might even secure a nice position down there in the pines. I think perhaps she will." She made a note of the possibility, which thereupon became a highly probable development. when the moment should advise that Eathesteck had better be detained away from the kingdom of Princess Thurvinia. End of chapter 22. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 23. The Soup Thickens More. The next few days developed a number of factors, excitements, and skirmishes leading toward things climacteric. Thurley and Alice had never been so completely engrossed with social functions and diversions. On 2 successive nights they attended the opera, both occasions being notable for brilliance and increasing furor of the socially elect over the many appearances of the princess. The persistence with which Alice Van Kirk evaded any and all allusions to her guest's identity, and the unanimous infatuation of all the men permitted to come within her circle. Annoyances by the daily press, sufficiently persistent from the first, were rapidly multiplied as reporters, camera demons, and ridiculous rumours hung upon Thurley's movements night and day. Despite it all, she rode her horse 3 mornings fairly early, accompanied by her groom, on 2 excursions. The hour she chose was one in which the park was practically deserted by the smarter set, who frequently ride for display, but the newspaper men were on hand, and the second morning, while on the third Kelsey Woods accidentally appeared in the saddle path, galloped to her side, and improved the opportunity for which she had longed with a cheer she could not have discouraged. The news of Wood's clever manoeuvre came duly to the ears of Thurley's other suitors, and aroused a storm of jealousy and counter-scheming. Faishi was irritated. Gaylord was particularly incensed. The Count was no rider, but feared and hated horses, while the college man felt that his special license, granting him exclusive rights, had been unwarrantably violated. The tact and diplomacy of both Alice and Thurley were taxed to the utmost to maintain an armistice and avert internecine strife. Almost like apportionments of pie, the hours of Thurley's day and evening were sliced and awarded to their clamorous swains to keep them from ravening starvation. To Faishi fell a night with Thurley at the opera. Gaylord drove with the princess in her own victoria 6 or 8 times round the park. Stuyvesant came to dine at the royal palace, and sat with Thurley alone for nearly an hour afterwards. The Count, during the long and passionate love scene depicted in Tristan and Isolde, made a murmured declaration of his burning love and demanded Thurley's hand in marriage. Gaylord, oblivious to all the world of carriages and people about them, announced his disgust with all her other various suitors, reminded Thurley of their past relationship, and desired her consent forthwith to an announcement of their engagement. Stuyvesant alone of the 3 behaved himself like a rational being. How she had parried the thrust of the Count's Vesuvian flames, or the gibes of Gaylord's resentful impatience, Thurley scarcely could have told. She only knew that Faishi had become intolerable, the maker of college widows impossible, and that neither had received satisfaction, though neither had been further incensed or even made wholly hopeless or unmollified. In such a game as she was playing, and engaged with such elements as Gaylord, and his business partner presented, such timid and gentlemanly courtiers as Stetson, the Beau, the Captain, Dearborn, and even Kelsey Woods were hopelessly distant. Had it not been for her constant intercessions in their behalf on the part of Alice, these less aggressive suitors, with half a dozen more of similar calibre, must have suffered all but absolute annihilation. Stuyvesant, occupying a position unique among them all, yet unaware of the sheer relief with which Thurley turned to him as often as the game would permit, continued to be sorely puzzled by it all, while plunging more and more helplessly in love with the girl to whom he felt he had been guided by the fates. There were times when it seemed impossible to acquit her of utter heartlessness, times when he felt convinced that she had come to America not to make an alliance, but merely to practice arts grown weary in conquest at the court of Hertzegotha. And if it should prove that she was merely amusing herself with them all, himself included, he could not see how beauty, graciousness, impulsive generosity, or any other of her many bewitching qualities could sufficiently excuse her conduct. Nevertheless, he confessed to himself that he had rather have known her even thus than never to have met her at all. Meantime, independently of Thurley's actions or wishes in the matter, Faïschi and Gaylord were arming for a bitter struggle that bore on events not yet even shadowed in the day. Each, having recognized in the other an insistent and tenacious rival for Thurley's final favour, had determined to exercise any possible advantage for his opponent's overthrow. The difference between the Anglo-Saxon and the Latin temperament was herein nicely illustrated. They were business associates, working together for a common end that should benefit them both. This to Gaylord was entirely apart from their sentimental battle, and sacred to business ethics and honour. To Faïschi it was one more element for a possible crushing of his enemy. Gaylord would have felt entire justification in attacking the Count from a moral or physical viewpoint, and leaving him with either a crippled body or a shattered reputation, while still maintaining the strictest scruples in their deal, which centred in the street. The Spanish Italian, on the other hand, was already deliberately planning his rival's financial ruin through treachery to their business agreement. He would gladly have stripped Acton Gaylord of name, honour, funds, or physical prowess, and to some such end he was bending all his forces, fiercely determined as he was to win the object of his covetous passions. Wednesday of the eventful week was scheduled for developments disturbing and sensational. Thurley returned to the Avenue home at 4 p.m. from a drive with Lady Honor Calthrop and Kelsey Woods, expecting to dress for afternoon tea and be driven to a rendezvous with Alice, that they might proceed together to Mrs. Ashley Duane's. She found a note on her table addressed in the once familiar hand of Acton Gaylord. It was brief, but charged with significance. You evaded my proposal and gave me no definite answer in the park. I wish to know once and for all, without delay, will you be my wife? My sort of love can endure no more of this suspense and torture. With vivid memories of the things that have been, ever indulgently and lovingly yours, Acton. The threat was there, veiled, but none the less apparent to her keen, perceptive faculties, and Thurley was perturbed to the depths of her girlish, timid heart. She had hoped to postpone this too definite issue, hold Gaylord away as she held the others, according to her promise made to Alice. Her impulse from the first had been to tell him precisely what he was, and dismiss him forever from her life. She realized her helplessness, however, and the power of his knowledge of the past. She was vexed and frightened together, loathing the man for attempting to take this advantage of the situation, yet afraid to answer to his curt demand with the scorn and indignation that he had always merited. She was wholly unstrung, especially in the absence of Alice, on whom she had learned to lean for the wisdom and calm of her ripened worldliness. She still stood unmoving, the letter in her hand, while her maids, Annette and Sophie, were patiently awaiting her pleasure to be dressed, when one of the servants knocked at the door and delivered a card, which Sophie received and carried at once to her mistress. Thurley took it mechanically, glanced at the name, and suddenly felt a new sensation of wonder. On the card was written in a woman's hand, Countess Viciano e Faici. She turned to her maid, wholly unable to understand the meaning of the situation. "You're sure this card was for me?" "Yes, mademoiselle." A weight as something ominous seemed hovering oppressively in the air. A sense as of disturbing revelations or even menace in this unexpected visit took possession of her mind. Who the Countess could be, and what the purpose of her appearance thus, were beyond her powers of conjecture. She reflected rapidly that a scene might be impending, and a feverish wish for Alice increased her indecision. Flashes of intuition laid bare startling thoughts in swiftly moving progression, whence unexpectedly came her courage and even a desire to behold this mysterious visitor. She could not herself have determined. She merely knew abruptly that to see this Countess might even be a duty to them all. "You may wait," she said to the expectant maids, and proceeded lightly down the stairs. A moment later she entered the reception room. A small, dark-eyed young woman, flaming both inwardly and outwardly, rose from a chair to confront her. End of chapter 23.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 24. A Singular Alliance. For a moment Thurley and her visitor stood face to face, each taking, as it were, mental measurement of the other. Thurley was first to speak. "You wish to see me?" The breath of the Countess was coming rapidly, as the agitated rise and fall of her bosom sufficiently advertised. She spoke in French. "You are Princess Thurvinia, known here in New York as Miss Thurley?" "I am known here in New York as Miss Thurley, certainly. Do you not speak English?" Thurley answered. "Will you not be seated and state your errand with me as promptly as possible?" The young woman made no response to either query. She stared at the Princess with blazing, resentful eyes, while her colour disappeared, robbing her face of something suggestive of damask smoothness, bloom, and texture. She was on the whole a striking little person, with a piquant attractiveness that was emphasized by a nose slightly retroussé and a vivid bit of coral mouth. "You are very beautiful," she said, as if reluctantly admitting an inescapable fact, or even making an accusation. "What right have you to follow my husband to America? He is my husband, and you shall not entice him away." Thurley elevated her brows. "Who is he, then?
If you refer to Count Fieschi—" "You know I refer to Count Fieschi," interrupted the fiery little parcel of Gallicism. "Do you think Countess Fieschi shall be his mother? Do I look like that? He shall be my husband. Oh, he is not to be shared with any German princess. You will find I am not so small in my rights." Thurley was far from being awed. She might have been near to amusement had not the affair partaken of too much gravity. "I have no wish to share your husband," she said. "I was not aware he had a wife, nor have I followed any one here from Europe." Magnificent scorn was masked upon the piquant little face. "Ah! With all this land is talking of his madness for yourself? Perhaps you will deny you are Princess Thurvinia, whose golden-haired spell was cast about him on the continent?" "I am sorry if you do not believe what I say," said Thurley quietly. "I am glad you came, glad to know the Count is married, glad to tell you I despise him, dislike him exceedingly, more than ever now, since this reveals him in a new and unsuspected meanness of spirit. I will give you any comfort you desire so far as he is concerned." Her visitor gazed at her almost blankly, so vast was her incredulity. "Despise him? Any woman despise him?" she said. "With his soul, his fire, his sentiment?" Then she suddenly broke down and wept, as pent heavens sometimes weep when a storm has masked their tears. "You are beautiful," she repeated, "but I believe you. I want your help. I came for your assistance, not to accuse, to implore. I am not so beautiful as you, but yet I love him. Perhaps this is my curse, who knows? I must love him nevertheless. I would die for his joy. He is more needful to me than my soul, more to be desired than salvation. If you do not love him, tell him so, drive him away, and he will come to me, for the kisses, he says, are sweet. You will despise him, Princess? You will promise this?" "With all my heart," said Thurley, honestly. "Whatsoever may seem to be my attitude, you may be sure I shall despise him, and do all in my power to send him away as soon as possible." "It shall be soon?" implored the thoroughly altered little being. "I am his true and lawful wife, though he wished to divorce me through a purchased dispensation." Thurley felt a woman's sympathy welling in her breast for this desperately tortured little countess, even as something akin to rage or indignation at Fieschi surged in her veins. She continued upon the subject now for the gratification of both emotions. "You were married abroad?" "In Paris, and 3 months later he saw you, Princess, and I have hated you till now." "You came with him here to New York?" "I came alone," declared the little being, dashing away her tears of resentment at the treatment of which her husband had been guilty. "He shall not know that I am here till you send him away, and in his wounded heart he shall wish for the soothing of my love. Perhaps you will help me. Let me know when you shall tell him to depart." "Perhaps I may," said Thurley. "Will you trust me a little? Give me time. Believe me, though, I may find myself obliged to see him even frequently again." "If you shall not learn to love him," said the Countess, smiling wistfully, "I can wait nearly all my life. I can almost wait to have him at last in heaven, but, Mary, forgive me, this life is a little more sure. You will surely continue to hate him always, as now?" "Perhaps even more," was Thurley's answer. "I'd like to be your friend." She offered her hand.
With another burst of uncontrollable tears, the little flame incarnate sank on her knees as she took it and pressed it against her cheek. "I came to hate, and I must love you," she said. "To think I can be so glad to leave all my happiness, my hope, my life in your keeping. You will not forget, I know." She staggered to her feet and went blindly groping for the door. End of chapter 24.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels.
Chapter 25. A Duke Impending. Thurley was presently back in her room, but not to be dressed for tea. She was far too disturbed by what she had learned to think of anything save the necessity of seeing Alice alone at the earliest possible moment. She sat before a dressing case, but she had waved her maids away. She was staring idly at the fineries intended for the afternoon. Faishi, she knew, would be at Mrs. Ashley Duane's, and the thought of beholding the man again was revolting to all her nature. What Alice would say or do after this she could not venture to predict. Alice had hoped for the fellow's punishment before, yet felt a certain necessity for the retention of his friendship because of invaluable social connections long coveted and already firmly established through the medium he represented. But a new and shameful gravity attached to this latest development of the nobleman's nature and schemes, and continued relations with him now were fraught with highly explosive possibilities. At 5 o'clock, Alice, a trifle disturbed by Thurley's non-appearance at the Duanes', was driven home to find that the princess, overwrought and afflicted with a slight nervous headache, had gone to lie down and had readily fallen asleep. At 5:30, with the wintry darkness closing down on the avenue and all the house lights softly glowing, the third sensation scheduled for the day had its formal introduction. A messenger arrived and delivered a letter. It was addressed to Madame Van Kirk and Miss Thurley, and bore a coat of arms. The messenger waited for an answer. Alice tore the envelope apart and read as followed: "Honoured Madam and honoured Miss Thurley, may I so bold presume myself as to inform you His Excellency Karl Wilhelm Hermann, Grand Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, has in New York arrived, and of an audience with Miss Thurley is anxiously desiring, praying to be informed on this messenger, if he may not at your dwelling present himself in this evening by the hour of 8 o'clock and 1/2. Obediently your humble servant, Otto Wenck." "Good Lord," said Alice, "and the child asleep." But Thurley was presently very much awake. The messenger had been ushered in to wait. "To night?" said Thurley, to whom the situation had been made intelligible through 3 repetitions and a quick perusal of the note. "What in the world will happen? What shall we say?" "What can we do but face the music?" Alice answered. "We're playing a game of consequences, and the penalties must be met. Personally, I like Grand Dukes. It makes me wish that I were young and standing in your shoes. At least you'll admit, my dear, that His Excellency will be a relief from some of the others about us here. I only hope he isn't old." Thurley was suddenly jolted back to the occurrences of the afternoon.
The colour crept upward toward her forehead. "Oh, I've wanted and needed you so," she said. "Alice, what do you think? Acton Gaylord has written demanding an announcement of his engagement to me, and Count Faishi's wife was here at 4 o'clock, charging me with having followed the horrid creature from Europe." Alice fairly gasped. "His wife?" "There's her card." Thurley took it from the dressing-stand and placed it in Alice's half-paralyzed fingers. "I thought at first she might stab me or something, she appeared so furiously excited. And now a Grand Duke on the scene." She tried to smile, but the situation was not altogether humorous. "Oh, well, dearie, what is the use?" said Alice, desperately resigning to anything and shrugging her shoulders with more than her customary eloquence. "If it's coming upon us in landslides, why do anything but grin and try to remain on top as long as possible. Faishi, the brute. Gaylord, the heavyweight champion. Karl Wilhelm, the lovelorn Viking, if he isn't old and doddering, as dukes have a habit of becoming. Oh, Virtue, where is thy sting? My dear, we're in for it, both of us together. Let's plunge." Thurley looked at her helplessly. "We'd better see the Duke?" "See him and raise the ante," answered Alice recklessly. "The Lord only knows what may happen next. It may serve our purpose tremendously to have him on the string." "But he'll know," said Thurley, smiling, despite her doubts and vague alarms. "We have to remember that." "Why not ignore it, my dear?" Thurley made a gesture of acceptance. "And after that, what about Acton Gaylord and the Count?" "Oh, the Count. We'll grill the Count when the proper time arrives. Leave him to me." Alice rose and paced the floor in growing indignation. "He has simply got to be trussed and roasted for this," she continued. "I hope he'll do everything possible, everything that a nice, affronted girl can do, to lead him to a deadfall and let him drop it on his ghastly nerve. As for Acton, did you say he dared to write?" Thurley took the letter from a drawer and delivered it silently. Alice read it twice in half a minute. "The fool," she said. "He's trapped himself. You can do as you please with Acton after this." "I don't see exactly. It seemed to me his threat is more obvious than before. But don't you discern, dear child, that this is a written proposal for your hand, that after this he simply cannot afford to retail a story of your college widowhood and all the rest? How would it look in the light of this documentary evidence of his wish to have you for a wife, for him to say, 'She is nobody, just an ordinary pretty girl I knew in New Haven as a tutor'? Don't you see? He has spiked his own guns, placed himself quite at our mercy." Thurley looked at her steadily, while the truth of these conclusions became a little less hazy. "I never thought of that, of course. You are sure he wouldn't dare begin to tell things now?" "Acton Gaylord, with his vanity! Dear me, there's that messenger sitting downstairs all this time, and the poor Grand Duke somewhere fraying out his boots with impatience, tramping up and down. Oh, heavens, I hope he doesn't wobble. I'll write the note myself, and you can sign it with me if you wish." In her active way she swooped down at the exquisite desk that stood by the window and began at once to write. Thurley felt a recurrence of her former fever. Her heartbeat quickened. "You're going to tell him to come?" "On the run," said Alice, scribbling rapidly. "I wish I could set his clock ahead." She concluded her note in the briefest time, and blotting it, held it up to read. "This is what I've said. His Excellency will be most cordially welcome at the home of Mrs. Van Kirk at the hour of 8:30 by Miss Thurley and Mrs. Van Kirk, ever faithfully yours, and so forth. Of course I get in twice to your once, my dear, but only in this note. If I had the time and the literary genius, I'd write it less awkwardly. Shall I put in your love for Carl? Yes, said Thurley, and a garnishment of parsley. I'm glad somebody's enjoying all the fun I'm going to have. Dear child, said Alice, impulsively affectionate at once, would you have hesitated to play your role had you known of all the things that were coming? Oh, this may be only the introduction, answered Thurley in her girlish, prophetic manner, but no matter what may come, so long as I continue to please you, keep a little of your present feeling of interest and friendship, I shall never regret it for a moment. It's a feeling of love, said Alice, and she kissed the girl impulsively. End of chapter 25. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 26. A Royal Suitor. It was 8:30. "Wait till I get my breath," said Thurley, pausing with Alice on the stairs. "My heart is nearly breaking through." "So is mine," replied the fairy godmother, "for fear the Duke may totter with age. An old one might not understand a joke. I have given him absent treatment for an hour to make him young." Her treatment may or may not have been responsible, but the Duke was young. "Oh, thank Heaven," she said to herself when they entered the room with its brilliant lights and the richness of its furnishings, and beheld their royal visitor, uniformed, decorated, resplendent, standing with easy military grace to bow them into his presence. He was barely more than a boy, a tall, slender youngling of a long succession of Kaisers, fine-feathered, proud, as rosy as a girl, and adorned with a dark and downy moustachelet, singularly becoming in the emphasis it lent to his lip. Instructed as to what she ought to do at once, Thurley approached their noble visitor in her gracious, half-shy manner. Impelled by the dictates of her impulse, she held out her hand. The Duke had immediately raised his eyes to regard her as she came. A light of amazement, a shadowy puzzlement, and a blaze of sheer, uncontrollable admiration flashed in quick succession from the penetrative gaze he bent upon her, and Alice beheld it all. Neither she nor Thurley had more than discerned that Otto Wenck, purple with excitement and solicitude, was present a little apart. In the utmost candour, Thurley placed her hand in that of the Duke, and met the concentrated scrutiny of his eyes. "I am Miss Thurley," she said in German that flowed from her lips as water in a rill. "May I assure you of your welcome and express my pleasure at our meeting?" You have given me more, more than you may possibly derive from this happy occasion," he told her in a boyish murmur, charged with grace and self-control, and lifting her hand to his lips, he kissed it softly, then gazed as before in the liquid depths of her glance. "May I present my fairy godmother," said Thurley, turning to Alice. "Mrs. Van Kirk." The Duke advanced to exchange a formal salutation with his hostess, and to murmur some conventional ritual of pleasure. Alice, thoroughly equal to the moment, beamed her brightest, made an engaging American reply of welcome, and tactfully abandoned the pair at once to proceed where Wenck was still engorged with official worry, to set him more at ease. Thurley had wished for assistance, support in her trying situation. The Duke, on the contrary, seemed enormously relieved to behold Alice fade into the background. "It is a great surprise to find you here," he said, which might have meant almost anything, as Thurley was amply aware. He added, "It is also a very great pleasure. I could not have believed this meeting would so restore my happiness." "May I not beg you to be seated?" said Thurley. She was more and more puzzled by his attitude, and was swiftly wondering if such a thing could be possible as self-delusion on the part of such a fiancé, and if, mayhap, he had been engaged without previously meeting Princess Thurvinia. She continued nervously, "You arrived in New York this week?" "To-day," said the Duke, accepting a chair and gazing with ill-concealed rapture on Thurley's face. "I confess my impatience to see. Well, I am incredibly grateful for this early opportunity of discovering. Will you accept my declaration of very great joy at this meeting?" Thurley reddened with exquisite fire. "It is likewise a pleasure to me," she told him candidly, still unable to determine precisely the state of his mind and knowledge. "It is a greater pleasure than I had. We were a little prepared for your coming by Herr Wenck." He leaned toward her. "You had not anticipated a little pleasure in my arrival, then?" She laughed lightly, the colour playing in her face as the perfume plays about a rose. "Isn't it sufficient that I betray my pleasure now? You knew I had come a very great distance, that my action was perhaps without precedent in my anguished state for the beautiful, for the mate my heart would select." Thurley nodded, crimsoning anew at the ardour and frankness of his gaze. "I knew you were coming. New Hertzegotha is, quite a long way off. I knew that, of course." "May I ask you other questions, personal questions?" "Why, certainly, if you do not require that I shall answer unless I please." He smiled. "Do I seem like that?" "It is not so much that I wish to ask, so much to you, perhaps, but shall you insist that I always call you Miss Thurley, and never Princess?" She was greatly confused. "Why, we have desired everyone to call me Miss Thurley. Do you mind?" "Could I not alone call you Princess?" Brightness and ardour were dancing in his glance. She was more than ever plunged in doubt as to what and how much or how little he had guessed, or what could be the meaning of his words. "You alone?" she echoed. "I alone, Princess. You have not called me Karl." The tide of her colour swept upward in her throat and cheeks, till the young Duke felt his soul madly beating its wings. Thurley thought if he knew her for other than the Princess, he was quite disloyal to the absent lady, and bold in his wooing of another. "Why, but how? Why should? If you called me so." He was still leaning toward her eagerly. He interrupted her halting, stumbling utterance. His query was astonishingly frank. "Have you engaged yourself to marry someone here?" "Why, no, Your Excellency doesn't." You will not then, instead you will think of Hertzegotha as It was Alice who came to the rescue. With increasing alarm and wonder she had noted the trend of the young Duke's bearing, and had barely restrained an earlier impulse to terminate the interview. "Oh, your Excellency," she said, as she came in all innocence across the room, "how very interesting your trip across the water must have been. Herr Wenck informs me you saw 3 whales and several schools of porpoises, or did he see them himself?"
Yes, pardon," ventured the fiery-faced Wenck desperately from his stand where Alice had left him. "It was I."
"I saw nothing," said the Duke. "I was too unhappy." "But tonight " "Some of us are very poor sailors," Alice interrupted graciously. "I shouldn't be able to see anything but a continent, and I'm not at all certain of that. You know, in strict duty, your Excellency, I am constrained to ask you our stereotyped question. How do you like New York? We always ask that of persons who have been here 5 minutes." The Duke received her query with gravity. "At noon I detested all of America. Tonight your city has my love." "Bravo!" said Alice. "We shall hope to keep you long." The Duke was quick for one so young. "It would be a great pleasure to receive your impressions of Hertzegotha, yours and those of Miss Thurley." Alice smiled. "You return very soon?" The Duke glanced at Thurley as honestly as a boy. "So much depends upon circumstances over which I have not entire control. May I beg in the meantime the honour of presenting myself not infrequently here?" A certain naivete and directness of the Duke's request appealed to Alice instantly. She, too, was puzzled, not entirely certain of his knowledge or ignorance of the facts concerning Thurley, whom she had heard him address as Princess. She did comprehend that love at first sight, or something closely allied thereto, had conquered his heart. If he had, as she had expected, he would immediately discern that Thurley was not his fiancé. She foresaw also, if this was the case, a safeguard for her little ruse, if not a confirmation of the claim New York had made concerning her protégée, and that complications loomed ahead in a none too quieting manner. Alice was essentially dogged and persistent. The element whereby defeat is so often accepted had been forgotten in her composition. She had courage, the equal of Thurley's, plus a certain deliberate calmness that Thurley might never acquire. She glanced assertingly as far ahead as uncertain lights permitted now, in the second that elapsed before she answered. "It gives me great happiness to know you wish to honour us by returning to us here," she told the young Duke gravely. "I am sure it will be Miss Thurley's wish, as well as my own, to extend the utmost of our hospitality, and confess the pleasure we shall derive from every such attention as this tonight." Thurley could have gasped, but she suppressed the lightest sound. It seemed to her that Alice was indeed plunging into difficulties by adopting this generous course. Whatever the knowledge of the Duke concerning herself and her royal character, she was quite aware he was early manifesting symptoms that threatened one more reckless suitor on the scene. Yet she found herself obliged to admit that no other course seemed open, so long as Alice adhered to the game upon which they had entered. They were practically obliged to see His Excellency as often as he might choose to appear, or cut him off at once. The Duke himself contributed a trifle more to the strength of Alice's position, or perhaps to Thurley's predicament. He turned to the girl deliberately. "And may I believe that you also, Miss Thurley, share this sentiment of welcome?" "Why, certainly," she faltered. "I shall hope to see you as often as Alice, as often as you care, as often as it gives you pleasure to please us by coming." It was not at all what she had wished to say, except in its general effect. She knew it was just about what Alice had expected, and saw that it lighted new beacons of fire in the eyes of the youthful Duke. Alice, for her part, aware that their royal visitor was about to depart, innocently drifted at once to the lonely Wenck, whose official solicitude had apparently been soothed. Karl Wilhelm was encouragingly prompt to take advantage of her thoughtfulness. He held out his hand and tingled mightily at the contact of Thurley's rosy fingers. "Tonight it is auf Wiedersehen," he murmured. "When I come again, Princess, you will welcome me with Karl?" "Perhaps we had better wait," said Thurley judiciously, "and let the welcome come as it may." "If it answers my heart, I shall be content," he told her in a manner that Alice could not have heard. Then he kissed her hand, as he had before, and was presently gone on his way. End of chapter 26.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 27. What Walls May Separate. On Thursday morning, in the sunshine that broke through the mist and clouds of New York Harbor, fully 2 hours before noon, all the waterfront of Gotham was astonished and mystified by the sudden appearance of a sea-going yacht of extraordinary swiftness that set all the shipping tongues to wagging. Almost simultaneously with the dropping of her anchor by the trim white Visitor from somewhere out beyond, a rumour was started on its way to the press that Emperor Wilhelm's private yacht, with some great German personage aboard, perhaps even the Kaiser himself incog., had quietly slipped up abreast to the New York Yacht Club moorage, after cleaving the grey Atlantic in almost record time, and was said to have come on an errand of state involving matters of most profound importance. Rumours are amazing. Whence they start, how they travel, why they alter as they go, these are queries for the probers of things psychological. Before anything authentic could possibly be known of the slender bit of steel and power from overseas, the tales that had spread of her coming and her purpose contained a germ of truth. The vessel was owned in Germany and had frequently carried the Kaiser. The personage aboard her this morning had come in haste on matters of gravest moment to his state, and in pursuing the shadow of the mighty liner that had brought Karl Wilhelm, Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, to American shores, had closely approached the record. The man aboard, however, was not from Wilhelm's imperial court. He came from Hertzegotha, seeking the youthful Duke and the still more youthful Princess, both truant from their fatherland, and greying the hair of the elders left behind. He was a small, iron-visaged being, an ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary, that traveller, none other than Baron von Hochhaus of the kingdom of Hertzegotha, captain of the Cuirassier regiment von Seidlitz equerry to H.R.H. Grand Duke of Hesse-Stuttgart, etc., etc., grown wrinkled and white of head in the service of his country.
He attracted little or no attention when he landed, the curious having prepared themselves to single out some giant of mere physical proportions to fulfil the expectations centred upon the important being of the rumour. With the courier to aid and further his movements, the servitor in question being a German familiar with Manhattan, he was presently driven in a taxicab to one of the smaller high-class hotels between 23rd and 42nd Streets, where he was sufficiently fortunate to surprise and detain Otto Wenck, once more a thoroughly worried individual who had lost the youthful Duke. Threatened with apoplectic astonishment thus to encounter so great a person, Wenck was barely able to believe his eyes when the Baron came upon him. He had never been so excited or congested with news and alarm in all his life. "He is gone! Heaven must have sent you!" he exclaimed the moment he could gain sufficient breath to credit his senses. "I am beside myself. This despair!" The Baron eyed him for a moment narrowly. "Sit down, then," he commanded quietly. "Permit your despair and your pulse to subside. By he, I presume you refer to the Duke. He can scarcely have been here more than a day. He cannot have gone very far. You doubtless mean he has quitted your country. I shall not therefrom judge him so far insane, which has been a great temptation. You will kindly compose yourself sufficiently to relate to me briefly and promptly all that has happened since you were cabled to move in the matter of Princess Thurvinia." Wenck sat down as directed. "He is not unhappy, your Excellency," he declared at once. "He altered as soon as he had seen her." "Is this the cart or the horse you bring me first?" inquired the Baron incisively. "A detailed and chronological statement of your actions, the results, and all developments, if you please, and without too much expenditure of time." With excitement not to be repressed, and with repetitions numerous and somewhat irritating to the Baron, Wenck proceeded to state every minute occurrence with which he had been in any manner concerned in the matter of Princess Thurvinia, dwelling in great particularity on the visits to Thurley and Alice Van Kirk, both with and without the Grand Duke. "Last night," he concluded, "His Excellency was amazingly light of heart and joyous with song. He had little to say, but much to sing. He gave me no intimation he should vanish from my watchful vision, but this morning he is gone from his quarters, and I fear has, with a purpose, to go his own ways, somewhere ensconced himself, with perhaps an altered name." The ambassador plenipotentiary was somewhat grimly mollified. The affair to him looked far more promising than he and his peers of Hertzegotha had supposed would be possible. Since the Duke and the Princess had met and exchanged such manifestations of friendship, even her declaration of intent to remain away from home was a matter of minor importance. He began at once a circumstantial examination of the agent to whom he had entrusted the conduct of affairs up to the moment when, on the Duke's disappearance on a vessel bound for America, he himself had been impressed to save the gravest situation in all the annals of the court. Meanwhile, by one of those strange juggleries of chance, straight through on the opposite side of that same block of buildings, in an old-fashioned residence, long since abandoned to the transient needs of a restless and dubious fragment of New York's population, another conference concerning Princess Thurvinia was in progress. 3 persons, one of whom had just arrived, occupied the large, dingy room, where an ancient fireplace and a frescoed ceiling attested to the building's past grandeur. Two of the trio were men. The other was that same icy-eyed woman who had stared at Thurley at the horse show. Her companions called her Madame Zagorski. She was Russian, a nihilist, socialist, and selfist, of a type born for intrigue and adventure. One of them was German, the other Slav, named Pelevin. The German answered to the name of Max. It was he who had followed Alice and Thurley from the garden and had spied upon the princess almost constantly since. He had just returned from Lakewood, where Edith Steck had gone, his place at the Avenue mansion having meantime been filled by a man for whom the three were at present waiting. Madame Zagorski was obviously mastermind and master energy of all the combination. There were several other agents in the group, all diligently engaged with various details of the business in hand. "If you have your breath," the woman said to Max, "will you condescend to inform us what you have done?" The icy stare of her venomous eyes had frequently made the German uneasy, and his gaze dropped shiftily now as he panted for relief to his lungs. He had walked from the ferry and climbed 3 flights of stairs. "One moment, I will tell you," he panted. I have done well." "So say you," said the woman. "Then has this Miss Steck written at last, and have you fetched her letter that I may read it here?" Max nodded. "I have the letter," and he took it from his pocket to have it promptly snatched from his hand. "An easy hand to forge," commented Madame Zagorski, eyeing the direction of the envelope before she tore the letter open to give it a hurried perusal. "Ah, she improves in health already, does she? So." The note was addressed to "Dear Lady Bountiful," and signed "Your happy Edith" only. "It is well we intercept this letter," continued Madame Zagorski. "What think you, Pelevin? Have you a better plan than a letter like this to Miss Thurley, and informing her this Edith is robbed and very ill once more, and has returned, and must ask that her benefactress come without delay?" Pelevin cleared his throat. "Any plan so that she comes. If she has once responded to this woman's appeal, she will doubtless respond again." "This method is wise and safe," ventured Max, who had, as he said, done well. "Let us take all possible precautions, for the business is already sufficiently risky." "It is sufficiently slow. This inactivity, this mere shadowing," exclaimed the woman impatiently. "Dare any one suggest another delay in moving, now that we have this letter for a model?" "Jan is not here," said Max tentatively. "He is long gone, and must have something important to report." Madame Zagorski snorted like a horse. "More likely something important to drink. One night yet I shall strangle Jan with my hands that have so often itched for the pleasure." "And yet," said Pelevin, "he is indispensable with his knowledge of Hertzegotha and the court." "And therefore yet he lives," added the madam. She rose and paced the floor restlessly, the others meantime silent while they waited. There was nothing further to discuss as to formulated plans, so often had every detail been rehearsed. It was merely a matter now of choosing the hour for action. For perhaps 10 minutes the woman swung back and forth like a female leopard before her iron bars, while Max stared straight down at the floor, and Pelevin made fantastic drawings on a blotting pad. At a distant sound the madam suddenly halted and stood intently listening. "At last," she said, and a moment later, climbing 2 steps at a stride, a pale-faced, watery-eyed, well-dressed Hollander appeared where the door was held open for his entrance. It was Jan. "I am sober," he panted to the woman's superior triumphantly. "I have great piece of fortune news."
The Grand Duke is here. He has already seen the Princess. I have left him for hardly a minute since, and have observed him this morning, when he departed from Wenck and made for himself new quarters." Even Madame Zagorski was mute for a moment with astonishment and joy. She could scarcely believe she had heard the man right. She had closed the door and stood regarding him with her penetrative stare, as if his panting was some strange phenomenon. "You are sure of what you say?" she asked at last. "The Grand Duke is here in New York?" "Here? Who shall so well know him as myself?" said Jan. "I'm sober. I've had nothing to eat, no drink, since 7 o'clock last night. He is here." "The smile of fortune is our cause at last," said the woman with fanatical zeal, as she made wild gestures with her hands. "We shall now get them both. It is worth all the waiting, everything. Perhaps we must wait a little longer now, but to get them both, a lifetime would be a little wait." She turned to Jan almost savagely. "You left someone to watch the Princess?" No one," Jan confessed, like a whipped cur. "It was more important to follow the Duke. You will say so yourself. Not until half an hour ago could I get Lorraine and set her to shadow Karl Wilhelm while I come. I've done my best." "Where is he, then, the Duke?" Jan produced a dirty bit of paper and gave it into her hand. On it was written the name and street address of a hostelry to which the Duke had gone, together with the number of his room and the name under which he had registered. "Max," commanded Madame Zagorski, "go at once to the post on Fifth Avenue. It is early. You may yet be in time to begin with the programme of the Idle Rich." "But the plans, the newer plans, now that the Duke is present," said Max, "shall these not require us all?" "They require none but myself," replied the woman. "You shall smell of their brewing in season." Max went his way, and preparations for the brew began at the dingy old quarters through the block from Wenck and Baron von Hochhaus. End of chapter 27.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 28. The Car of Fates. New York has a record for sunny December afternoons, but none to excel the beauty of that particular one, deserving to be long remembered by many abroad in the park. Stuyvesant's car arrived in front of Alice Van Kirk's a little after 2, Stuyvesant sitting at his chauffeur's side while the man tooled the big shining car to a standstill at the curb. "Meet me here to take it home about 4:30, Robley instructed. "Let the motor run." The man alighted after his master saluted, looked the purring mechanism over with a critical eye, and walked away. Stuyvesant ran up the steps of the mansion, but did not enter, as Thurley met him at the door. She was furred from boots to crown in the richest Russian sable, the garment a masterpiece of tailoring for grace and ease of movement. It seemed to Stuyvesant he had never seen her wondrous brown eyes so softly beautiful, her brows so delicately arched, her colours so brilliant and changeful. The smile on her curving lips was exquisitely lovely. She seemed the very embodiment of daintiness and strength together, a supple young goddess, chosen by beauty and magnetic energy,
to be their royal expression.
"You're really going to let me drive? You meant it?" she asked him delightedly. "I was so afraid you'd alter your mind after all."
"Where you're concerned, I haven't one to alter," he assured her smilingly, conveying a truth in a jest. "Haven't you noticed that before?"
"Oh, how could I notice the functions of your mind if it doesn't exist?" she replied to him archly. "And if what you say is true, it wouldn't be polite to observe it anyway." He too smiled. "Polite or not, I trust you'll notice my happiness this afternoon, and make up your mind it ought to be cultivated regularly." They had come to the car, and she was stepping to take the driver's seat. "Is your happiness such an anemic plant, or merely some sort of frail exotic?"
"Oh, it could stand its knocks," he responded cheerfully. "In fact, it does, constantly. But it thrives in sunshine naturally." She speeded up the motor and adjusted the speed-controlling lever.
"In which, of course, it is quite distinct from any other person's happiness," she answered with another of her smiles. "It's the only one of its kind."
"It's the only one I have," he said, as she slipped in the clutch and the car began to move. "And you control the sun."
"Wouldn't it be horrid to be the ice trust?" she asked him in mock gravity. "Think of the blighted little bits of happiness then. Where shall we go?"
"Oh, let's follow the wand of pleasure."
"Oh, I very much prefer to follow the roads. Wherever you wander, then they lead you back again."
"Then choose the longest, the one that comes back by the devious windings of the proverbial shortest way home. I don't believe I shall notice where we go. I'm sure I shan't care, so long as the golden sunshine continues." They were rolling down the avenue with others of their kind.
"You must be home the minute the sun goes down?"
"On the contrary, I'd go on like this forever."
"Oh, you'd tire of motoring finally, if motors became immortal. You'd ache for wings, or a little golden aeroplane with the harp strapped on behind." "Suppose," he said, "you were the final arbiter, the goddess in control, and you knew I was aching for anything. Would you really wish to be kind? What would you do for that ache?" "Advise a mustard plaster," said Thurley, persistently unwilling to be anything but lightly responsive to his queries and his hints. "Oh, and a hot water bag, if you felt a chill in your feet."
"Oh, Lord," he groaned.
"This isn't an auto, it's a hospital. Don't you know that doctors aren't human beings?" "Neither is a final arbiter," she answered. "It sounds more like a brindle terrier. I shouldn't care to be one, please."
Down the length of the avenue, as far as the plaza entrance to the park, where the gilded statue of Sherman, his horse, and the goddess of victory were glinting in the sun, she drove, pursued behind by one of the big green motor buses that buzzed like a giant insect. They were preceded also by carriages and cars in rapidly increasing numbers.
"A little of the park to begin with, anyway," she said, "and then perhaps out in the country. You'll have to direct me as to the roads as soon as we leave the crowd."
"The New York crowd is hard to leave," he told her sagely. "They invade all the country and all abroad, and have their eyes on Mars. But I should say round the park, then over by Riverside Drive, and the world is practically spread before us for exploration out beyond." Thurley swung into the brilliant procession that flowed like a stream through the highways of New York's superb oasis, and 100 necks were craned as car and carriage occupants turned to stare at the girl like a figure of beauty at the wheel. "It isn't much like our first little trip together," Stuyvesant continued presently. "I don't suppose we'll ever be able to duplicate the excitement and all the rest of that." "Would you like to try it with your
second wrist?" she inquired. "Don't you think you're sufficiently interesting as you are?" "I shall soon have this one out of the hospital," he answered, "when I hope for the pleasure of doing my share of the work." Such energizing elixir was in the air as made the speed and distance restrictions of the park a species of aggravation. Eagerly Thurley gazed out ahead, her faculties largely centred on the guidance of the car. She had neither time nor self-consciousness to be aware of the scores of curious and admiring beings who passed them and forgot all else in watching her animated beauty. Here and there a carriage or an auto glided by with acquaintances recently encountered. Some Thurley saw and acknowledged with a smile. Others were wholly unobserved in her preoccupation with driving. Faishi was one of those who passed, staring and grimacing actively, only to be lost a moment later without having drawn so much as a glance. He was storming inwardly with rage at Stuyvesant, an impotent emotion that heightened his own desire. Thurley began her deviation from Robley's programme as soon as the change was practicable. She guided the car from the western exit of the park at the northern end, in sight of the giant bones and skeleton of the great cathedral of St. John the Divine, drove straight up past the mighty structure, then over to the river and the drive, presently passing the tomb of Grant and continuing on to the huge steel viaduct that spans a great Harlem ravine. "What shall we achieve if we keep this direction long enough?" she finally asked of her companion. "Is this the road to Boston?" "Yonkers," said Stuyvesant. "Albany finally, if we keep on straight, and Buffalo afterward, or anything you like. Sleepy Hollow is out in this direction after Yonkers." "You couldn't promise me a sight of dear old Rip Van Winkle out in the Emersonian glades?" "I can show you Poe's cottage in the Bronx," he answered smilingly. "There's the picture of the crow on the gable." "The raven," she declared. "No, it's a crow," he persisted. "The sort one doesn't hanker after at that. Shall I show you the road and let you see?" "Oh, let's just ride," she said, and some way it gladdened his heart, just the friendly comrade way she said it, smiling in his eyes. They rode toward Yonkers, out along the last encroachments of the monster city with its blocks of houses, tramping down the grass and the trees and even the rocks of the once green Manhattan Island beneath the far part of the subway railroad structure, here built like the older-fashioned elevated road, and finally over the bridge that spans the Harlem River, isolating New York from the mainland of the long and slender peninsula, and so ran on through Van Cortlandt Park, where golfers were straying on the green. They turned to the right at Stuyvesant's direction after coming to hill-built Yonkers-town, and rove through open stretches of country, where, with the grass still green and trees all stark, there was merely a ghostly suggestion of the recent autumnal beauty. Far over to the eastward they encountered the old-time Boston road, where the post-chaise once made its lumbering way from the Dutch of New Amsterdam to the Pilgrims of New England. Out here on the borders of Pelham Bay there were cars in unexpected numbers endlessly humming up and down the splendid thoroughfares in idle pursuit of pleasure. The sun was inclining westward when at length they turned to head for the town and home. Down through the long straight stretch of Jerome Avenue they came upon cars in all manner of haste and colour, some of them crowded, others occupied by a single being only, and the vast majority, like themselves, bound homeward to escape the chill already suggested in the air. Thurley had pushed her throttle up a notch and advanced the spark sufficiently to accelerate their speed to a pace only just within the limit of the law. Then she and Stuyvesant were startled by a strange, piercing cry of warning from the rear, just as their car shot in upon a mile or more of narrowed road, where excavations and upthrown earth occupied half of the highway's ordinary width. Stuyvesant turned, and Thurley saw the blanching of his face even before she could take part of a second necessary to cast one look behind. A rare and horrifying thing had happened. A car built for racing, with 3 helpless children sitting in the rear, was plunging down the crowded road with all the madness of a runaway locomotive, its driver suddenly stricken with death at the wheel. One of his hands still lingered on the throttle, and Spark, which a jolt as he died had thrown forward. The other hand had fallen at his side. He sat in apoplectic rigidity, his glassy eyes staring unseeingly before him, his attitude that of some grim nemesis, severe as stone, pursuing his living fellow beings as if for company on the long, dark avenue into the great unknown. He was going like the wind. Nearly a dozen cars had shot, veered, and skidded from his path before the warning cry had come so far as Thurley's ears. The children that rode with the grim chauffeur were screaming in agonized horror. Women's shrill trebles pierced the air above the hoarser shouting of men. By a series of things mysterious and not to be expected, the death-driven car did not swerve madly from the beaten track and crash into the trees at the side of the road, or into the equally fatal and thickly planted iron trolley posts lying down through the centre of the highway. It came on, rocking and swaying drunkenly, like a thing of life, diabolically intent upon destruction. The horror of the spectators, who felt rather than saw that the driver was a corpse, had been centred on fear for the children, thrown about in the tonneau in sickening violence. A few had feared for themselves before they could dart from the monster's path and feel it rocket by. Now, of a sudden, the alarm increased. Not only were the children in danger of instant death through collision with any of the numerous obstacles along the path, but everyone chasing in wild pursuit became aware of the car ahead, the car with Thurley and Stuyvesant, hedged in the narrower earth-banked road and unable to dodge to the side. "We're in for it now," said Robley quietly. "You'll have to race to escape it." Thurley glanced behind again and then at the road ahead. "We can't pick up the speed," she said calmly enough, making every possible move to give her more power, "and some trolley cars are blocking ahead, and a danger flag or something in the way." "Good God, those children!" muttered Stuyvesant. "It's they or us, or maybe both, in spite of all we can do." He expected that he and Thurley would be saved, not by their possible speed ahead, but rather by some frightful plunge the comet behind them must presently make, with no sentient control of the wheel. But still, by that singular perversity of inanimate things, the runaway mechanism clung to the road as if some unseen, ghostly hand was laid to guide it to the deadly course and reap a greater harvest. "Gaining!" Stuyvesant cried in helpless horror, while Thurley, bending every energy to urge the car faster and faster, abruptly saw a mass of rock and earth debris piled up from a broken water main across her only course. They shot past the first of the trolley cars stalled on the tracks, and were in a cul-de-sac. Passengers, conductor, and motorman shrieked as they saw the impending doom, where the dead man's chariot held lurchingly, almost malignantly, to the road and crept upon the rear of Robley's car. Stuyvesant was kneeling in his seat, helplessly transfixed by the awful stare of the dead man's face, now a few rods only away. He had never seen anything more frightful, more repellent in his life. A fearful intensity had set its mark on the mask of death, till the face bore a look of murderous hate which chilled the blood in Robley's veins, Thurley stood up, or half stood up, by the wheel. "I'm going to let it strike," she cried. "It's the only way." She meant the racer was bound to overtake them despite her utmost efforts. Disaster blocked the road ahead. The machine behind them had gone amuck, and death was at the helm. She dared not slack to receive the blow. Her only hope was to hold her speed, and so accept the impact with as small a jar as such momentum would allow. She was glancing alternately out ahead to steer, and behind to receive the plunging comet of steel and force so madly hurtling upon them, her face as grey as stone. Inch by inch the fire-belching engine of doom was creeping up in their dust. It struck a bump of something in the road, lurching horribly over, struck another that instantly righted in forward wheels, and leaped onward as if angered by delay. Forward, backward, Thurley's glance was flung, and then with a sudden twisting of the wheel she swerved aside for the breadth of a hand, and the monster behind rammed viciously up against her car. Its headlamp shattered with a crash of glass and metal, its two front wheels, as it were, closely sandwiched with the rear ones of Stuyvesant's machine, while its radiator crumpled on the springs and tonneau of the flying obstacle encountered. There was one huge jolt which sat Thurley down, but her hands were still glued to the wheel. She kicked off her clutch and lightly applied her brake. Her own motor, disconnected from the driving gear, raced in the wildest uproar. She held to the road, thrusting harder on the brake, till presently, driven only by the madly ramming machine behind, she was halting the interlocked cars. The weight of her own big tourer was slowing the racer at the rear to impotent snarling and inertia. When Stuyvesant clambered heedlessly over the tonneau, and all but leaped to the car where the dead man sat, and stilled the labouring motor. Ahead they had barely another 100 yards of road sufficiently open for the race. Thurley sank limberly into her seat, as weak and white as a towel, yet she faintly smiled as Stuyvesant cast her a look from his place where the children were safe. She had performed a masterpiece of receiving and cushioning a collision which, something akin to a miracle, had cheated of its prey. End of chapter 28. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 29. Baron Hochhaus. How long they had been delayed by the avoided collision, the ensuing excitement, and the forcing apart of the cars, Thurley could never have told. It seemed to her another afternoon a long way removed from the earlier hours, when at length she and Robley were once more gliding down the road with the lowered sun redly blazing upon them. She was driving automatically, reactionary steadiness having succeeded her nerve collapse. She was still a trifle pale, but had pulled herself together with amazing promptness. After the ordeal was over, and had stoutly refused the services of a dozen chauffeurs that Stuyvesant was ready to engage, they had not resumed their former gaiety of conversation. Indeed, they had scarcely spoken at all for the 15 minutes elapsed since once more getting under way. They came to the great iron drawbridge over another winding of the Harlem River, where railroad structure, shipping, trolley, confusion, and a mighty exemplification of the city's activities abruptly blotted out all but memory of the quiet glades behind.
"We seem fated for excitement," said Stuyvesant at last, "especially with this car. I wonder what the third will be, and when." Thurley glanced at him with one of her fainter smiles. "You believe in threes? You're superstitious?" "Oh, I don't know. I'm sure everyone has a few superstitions, I presume. There does seem to be a sort of fatality in trios. We may not get our third experience, of course, but then—" "Well, why ride in this old car any more?" Thurley interrupted, half in earnest. "I don't believe I shall." "If it's fated you will, you can't escape it," he assured her laughingly, yet a little serious nevertheless. "We are mere helpless puppets of our destiny, and it works both ways. If we can't escape our cataracts of disaster, neither can we sidestep our zephyrs of joy." Thurley looked grave. "I think I prefer cataracts of joy and zephyrs of disaster." "May they come that way," he said devoutly. "I would order them so if I could." "Oh, it looked like a whirlwind of death a while ago," she said after a moment of silence. "Please, if you must have a third of our experiences, begin to tame it down right away." There was no particular pleasure in the threading the uptown streets of Gotham, as Thurley presently discovered. By Stuyvesant's direction she wound across and down strange thoroughfares with all her ordinary skill, however, till at length they rolled through Lenox Avenue, and so once more to Central Park for the final charm of their journey. The last of the orange sunshine was casting a ruddy glow of day-end splendour on the trees and lawns of the still populous roadways, as they joined the homeward roving procession of motors and open carriages. Thoroughly intent as before on the guidance of the control of the car, where a moment's reckless driving might precipitate some huge disaster, had barely taken time to enjoy a glance at the sun's soft glory and the cheering ruby background for the trees. She did not note the rapid approach of a carriage wherein two men were riding and inspecting all the crowds. Stuyvesant beheld the conveyance, or rather felt his glance attracted to one of the men on its cushions. The man was stiff in his poise and leaning angularly forward in his seat as he stared with concentrated intensity at the girl driving the car. It was Baron von Hochhaus, Ambassador Extraordinary from Hertzegotha, and Wenck at his side. In a vain, rapid search for the missing Grand Duke, they had finally adopted this expedient, trusting that they might perchance discover him riding in the park. The little man, more iron-visaged than before, with this vision of Thurley to set the lines of his countenance, saw nothing of Stuyvesant, or at most had given him a glance, but Robley returned his intensified stare, instantly puzzled to know where it was he had seen this face before. The exchange of scrutinies lasted but a moment, when the auto and the carriage shuffled into moving pack of life and parted by the ceaseless manoeuvres of the traffic, and the fates continued each its own way. The Baron turned galvanically as one on a pivot in his seat, and Stuyvesant craned his neck to the limit, and the incident was closed. "Did you see him? See that man?" said Robley, wheeling at once to the girl. "He stared at you as if he had seen a spirit." "What man?" said Thurley. "I didn't notice anyone at all." "Who in the deuce? I've seen him before, but where?" continued Stuyvesant. "He's someone in particular. I wish I could think. I know him well, but where or how?" "New York has a large staring population," Thurley ventured. "Perhaps he's just the star starer, or star gazer, if you prefer, of the town." Stuyvesant smiled, but his thoughts were far afield. It always worries me to forget a thing I ought to remember. It seems to me he did me a favor sometime. Couldn't have been at Newport or here in New York. Doesn't a thing like that get on a fellow's mind and stick like a ghost? Thurley saw no necessity of taking the matter so seriously. Are ghosts really known to be sticky? Ah, I remember, of course. He suddenly turned to the girl, a new sort of gravity depicted on his face. If you had only seen him, he added. No wonder he stared. I mean, he was Baron von Hochhaus of Hertzegotha, one of the biggest men in the kingdom. For a moment Thurley met his gaze blankly, till of a sudden the full significance of this intelligence, in the light of what Robley believed of herself, burst in upon her swiftly moving thoughts. She coloured instantly, visions of the Grand Duke Karl and 100 kindred incidents and lucubrations crowding thickly upon her. "The Baron?" she started. Stuyvesant, noting her confusion, was instantly contrite. "I beg your pardon. I hardly stopped to think. The abruptness of the meeting, my memory, I hope I have not distressed you unintentionally." "Oh, it's not worth mentioning," Thurley murmured, still somewhat nonplussed nevertheless, and wondering what, if anything, the visit of another dignitary from Hertzegotha might imply, and how much his presence in Gotham might affect herself and Alice. "You met him on the Continent? You've been to Hertzegotha?" "No, at Berlin. I've never been to his country, but hope. Well, he did me a very great service 2 years ago, and was good enough to say I had done him a greater. We became very friendly. I liked him through and through." Thurley was silent for a moment. When she spoke, her companion was aware that the subject was dismissed. "I believe I shall not drive all the way down through the park," she said. "I begin to feel a little reoccurrence of something from what we went through." Stuyvesant, having hoped all afternoon from one of the little familiar exchanges of a word or a glance between herself and him, something that would hark back to their initial meeting, perhaps, or to some of the few sweet occasions since, was loath to realize that their day was at an end, with nothing said between them to arouse his oscillating hopes. "It's a pity the sun must sink, a day like this," he said. "I wish it might reverse its motion and begin things all over again." "Oh, no," she expostulated warmly. "It has been far too strenuous for me. I'd rather start a new one, please, and leave a few things out, but not our ride and sense of comradeship." She looked at him quietly, softly, despite her sense of judgment. "It has been like that, hasn't it? I mean, shall I drive you home again?" It was just a flash of that wondrous afternoon when joy had eased his pain. His heart bounded lightly at her look and smile, and the shadowy presence of her softer mood, before it was merged into something else, elusive and evanescent. "Oh, no, my man will drive me home," he said. "Would you wish to have him take you away again and leave you somewhere in the park?" "I enjoyed that visit to the park," she answered, and speeding up the car she drove it down the avenue to which they had emerged, and was presently halting by the curb before the Van Kirk abode. He assisted her out, and thrilled at the clasp of her little hand for a moment entrusted to his own. For a second he held her gaze. "Shall I see you again, Miss Thurley, soon?" She arched her brows in her quaintly piquant way. "I hardly expect to vanish or become invisible. Good-bye until we meet again. I've enjoyed it, nearly all." She ran up the steps and waved him adieu, and her smile made his heart rejoice.
Then presently he was gone, with his waiting chauffeur, and thoroughly encountering Alice on the stairs, paused halfway up, as if the weight of her news could be carried no farther that day. "More startling things for you to hear," she said. "Who do you think we just passed in the park?" "I know," said Alice, instantly mimicking soldierly rigidity. "Baron von Hochhaus, all sorts of things from Hertzegotha. Am I right?" "Good gracious," said Thurley, once more a trifle pale from over-taxations of the hour. "But how—" "He has already been here this afternoon. He is coming again at 8 o'clock, and has asked to see you alone." Thurley sat down on the stairs. "Aren't they getting thick?" she said, faintly smiling up at Alice. "But what's the use of worrying? Mr. Stuyvesant and I were nearly killed by a runaway automobile." It was Alice's turn to feel a wilting of the heart. She too sat down on the stairs. "Thurley, you're pale, child. Tell me all about it." "Well, it didn't last long, thank the stars," imparted Thurley, and, reducing the story to the minimum of facts and horrors, she related what had occurred. "It happened to end all right," she continued presently, "but it made me a little weak. The other car was damaged pretty badly, but we were barely scratched. Of course, there were plenty of people to take the children home, and the awful dead thing away." "Made you a little weak?" repeated Alice. "Good heavens! Robley couldn't have driven you home. Who did?" "Oh, there was no good reason for hiring a man," said Thurley simply. "I was soon all right again." "You drove the car after that?" "Why, of course." Alice swallowed hard at her emotions. "I think you are safe enough to meet the Baron alone." But she put out her arms, slid down a step, and strained Thurley tightly against her bosom. "You frighten me, dear," she added maternally. "I some way feel I'd rather you wouldn't ride with Robley again. There's a hoodoo on his car." Thurley laughed in sheer relief from overstrain of strength and nerves. "Robley said something like that himself. But I almost love that car. He said we'd have to look out for the third time and its charm. Dear girl," Alice added in her tender mood, "I have launched you in violent waters, apparently." "Mostly Florida waters," Thurley laughed. "I'm the luckiest girl in the world, after all." Alice kissed her, rose, assisted Thurley to her feet, and with one arm snugly about the slender waist, went with her up the stairs. End of chapter 29.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 30. A Plenipotentiary Begs. For the third time Thurley faced a species of dread behind the reception-room door. The Baron was there, alone. "He's as little as a Christmas tree candle," Alice assured her, smoothing the girl's wondrous golden hair by way of allaying her nervous apprehensions. "You needn't be afraid of handling him, just as you wish. You could blow him out with a whiff." "If you could only help me a little," Thurley said, her smile rather faint and forced, "you would know in a moment whether I'd better tell him or not that I'm sorry I've just looked so like the princess." Alice patted her affectionately on the cheek.
If a girl who did what you did today cannot trust to guidance of her instincts and judgments, she ought to be abandoned to her fate, that's all. You'll know what to say and do, and whatever you decide, be sure, my dear, I'll accept it and be content. Now go along. I'll finish reading of your heroic contact in the Evening Star. Oh, it isn't half true, not half of all of that stuff, said Thurley, reddening guiltily at the thought of the lurid account already in the New York press concerning the collision on the road. I don't see where they ever get so much. Go along, said Alice, and remember, this little clothespin of a baron is not a 60-horsepower automobile. One of the servants opened the door to the room where the baron was in waiting. Thurley entered in girlish trepidation, instantly convinced that the baron was 8 feet tall and 150 horsepower at least. The man was little only in his stature. His genuine size could not have been concealed or calculated. He was standing in the centre of the room when Thurley entered, his hands behind his back. He had halted from pacing up and down at the slight sound at the door. He came half the distance forward, regarding Thurley piercingly, as she, half dazed and wholly fascinated by his personality filling all the room, gazed fixedly upon him while advancing. "Miss Thurley, I believe," he said in German, the iron of his face relaxing in a mobile way as he discerned and comprehended her timidity of spirit. "May I hope I am welcome in your home?" "Oh, very welcome," Thurley said impulsively, transformed at once to her frank and easy self by something cordial in his manner, and she held forth her hand in token of sincerity. With an older, more finished grace than that of the Duke, he took it and raised it to his lips. "I honour myself in the privilege of coming," he assured her, looking her once more squarely in the eye. "You were a little prepared for my visit?" "I have been prepared for almost anything recently," Thurley blurted honestly. "I mean, of course, Mrs. Van Kirk informed me when I returned this afternoon." "So, will you not be more comfortable seated?" Thurley inclined her head. "And you will also be comfortable?" He drew up a chair as she sank on a slender bit of Chippendale, and then sat only on its edge with a certain military alertness, as if expectant of the bugle's call and the hastening into action. "You are perhaps a little aware of my mission here in America," he said, with no further preliminaries by way of introducing his subject. "You know I have come as an extraordinary representative of the court of Hertzegotha." "Yes," answered Thurley a little faintly, "I knew something of your dignity, your mission, of course. Mrs. Van Kirk informed me." "You know that the kingdom of Hertzegotha is very much distressed, almost disrupted by the unprecedented disappearance and absence from the court of Princess Thurvinia and the Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm?" Thurley wondered whither his line of queries might be trending, but she saw no course but to answer straightforwardly. There was no sign as yet to guide her along a special path. "I could scarcely be in ignorance of what you have stated, of some of it, I mean." "But you may not know the gravity, the acute anxiety of the situation," he told her quietly. "I wish in particular to impress upon you the fact that Hertzegotha is appalled, is politically stricken to its utmost foundation by this calamity. That disaster stares her in the face. Absorption, disintegration, I might say degradation and ruin, if her princess and the duke are not restored to their kingdom.
I wish to arouse your profoundest sympathy with these facts, and to play upon every noble attitude of your nature thereby." He spoke with a feeling even deeper than that betrayed by Wenck in this very room, as the former representative pleaded with her to return to Hertzegotha. Wenck had obviously believed herself to be princess. It did not seem credible for half a moment that Baron von Hochhaus could be similarly deluded, and yet she could not, from his impassioned speech, extract the slightest clue to his mind. She was much affected. Her sympathies were thoroughly aroused. She hardly knew what she must answer. She was almost on the point of revealing then and there her entirely American identity and helplessness in Hertzegotha's situation. You certainly do arouse. You make me wish to help you all I can," she said. "I only wish—" "You can help me greatly, here, tonight." And he interrupted eagerly, the predicament of his country having wrought a miracle of transformation in the man to make him thoroughly human. "I was certain of the goodness of your heart." Thurley flushed. "Thank you, but I'm afraid you were not first. Let me ask you, you have seen the Duke here last night?" "Yes, Mrs. Van Kirk and myself." "Could you possibly tell me what he did, how he acted when he saw you, what he said?" "Why, he acted like anybody else." "Was he pleased, surprised?" Thurley's colour mounted redly to her throat and cheeks. "He said he was pleased, I think. He seemed to be glad. It is very hard for any young woman to claim, to boast, to make a statement about anything like that." "Naturally," agreed the Baron, "but he kissed your hand. He kept his eyes upon you. He enacted the rôle, pardon the query, of the accepted fiancé." Thurley's colour became fairly scarlet. "Why, I hardly know what anyone else might think. His eyes were very bright. I couldn't help noticing that." "They were upon you rather constantly?" She nodded. "But he was here a short time only. Yet he was not sad. He said he was not, in the least." "Ah, perhaps he said he was happy." The Baron's anxiety in the Inquisition increased. "Most any man feels obliged to say as much as that," was Thurley's naive reply. "Could you possibly repeat exactly what he said in that regard?" "Why, he really made his remark to Mrs. Van Kirk. He told her that when he arrived at noon he hated New York, and that night he loved all America." "Ah!" The Baron slid back in his chair, and his look of anxiety growing more pronounced. I had a fear of this." Thurley was intensely sympathetic. "You fear he will not return?" "Tell me," he answered, his face slightly twitching as he spoke, "did he express the slightest desire that you go with him to Hertzegotha?" Thurley was certain the game, begun in innocence, was going much too far. She felt that to meddle in affairs of state, where a kingdom's agony was vividly revealed, was not to be warranted another moment for anything she and Alice might desire. "The Duke suggested something like— he seemed to think," she faltered, observing distress more and more plainly inscribed on the Baron's lineaments. "Oh, I think I ought to tell you, Baron von Hochhaus, that—" A startlingly loud and imperious knock on the door interrupted her speech and startled Thurley to her feet. The Baron, too, had risen instantly, his face once more an iron mask, as he faced about to the door, which had opened
from without. Wenck shot in with a military galvanism accelerated by some worry, almost foaming in his eyes. He was fearfully congested with something new that the Baron must instantly hear. The Baron, for his part, divining that something untoward had occurred, was keyed to a high celerity of speech. "Pardon," he said to Thurley jerkily, "may I crave your permission for a moment apart with Herr Wenck?" "Certainly," Thurley answered, herself wide-eyed with wonder at it all, and she went to the farther end of the room, while Wenck continued from his place by the door to bow and redden in her presence. The Baron was at his side at once. "What is it?" he demanded. "Find your voice. No new ill tidings of the Duke?" "Ill tidings for them both," almost wailed poor Wenck, his utterance a rasping whisper for only the Baron to hear. "Zagorski, with all her brood, Pelvin Jan and others, is here in New York, their agent already shadowing her Highness, and doubtless his Excellency, night and day. You must make them to flee, or all for the kingdom will be lost." "Zagorski. I feared it," said the Baron, instantly calm, now that the worst was thus baldly presented. "We could find no trace of this woman on her usual associates after the Princess had gone. Have you further news of the Duke?" None. But this has overwhelmed me. Our customary safeguards are impossible here. The chances for violence are many, unless you can now persuade the Princess." "There is hope," said the Baron, interrupting, another change abruptly coming on his face as he cast a quick glance in Thurley's direction. "No sacrifice now could be too great to retrieve this runaway pair. Leave me now and wait to go in half an hour." Wenck hesitated. "But is there nothing I may do, no assistance I may offer? I must only wait." "You will thereby serve. Then go." "Forgotten, Hertzegotha," said Wenck, his face betraying his emotions, and saluting, he bowed himself backward from the room. The Baron returned to his former position, and Thurley glided up from the farther window, thoroughly determined on the course she had felt to be imperative. "Baron von Hochhaus," she said at once, resuming precisely where she had been interrupted, "do you not discern that I am not Princess Thurvinia? If you do not, I must tell you so, and tell you how weak I am to help you. Perhaps I resemble your princess. It would seem I must, for all New York, and even Herr Wenck, have thrust this new identity upon me. Neither I nor Mrs. Van Kirk ever started this absurd mistake. If we have a little permitted others to delude themselves, it seemed an innocent diversion, but with all this serious entanglement, this menace to your country, I cannot consent to another moment of this grave misunderstanding." The Baron was watching her face with penetrative, keen discernment of the character that lay behind her looks and words. He had shown not the slightest sign of surprise, nor the change of a muscle in his face. "Thank you, Miss Thurley, for your candour, your spirit," he said to her quietly. "I knew at once that you were not the princess. You will pardon a grey old man, I am sure, for saying you are perhaps more beautiful, even more endowed with charm. It was because I knew you were not Her Royal Highness that I ventured to hope for your assistance." Thurley felt her tension instantly released. "Oh, I am glad you know. I've been so puzzled. I have felt so guilty. I've hardly known what I ought to do in such a situation. But as long as it seemed a harmless joke, it was fun, a temptation to let it go on." "Your position requires no explanation," he assured her. "I understand it perfectly. I am certain, moreover, of your sympathy, as well as your honest intent. I am here to implore your aid." His gesture and the tone of his voice in that final sentence went straight to Thurley's heart, she knew not why. "I can help you? But how? What is it I could do?" "Much, perhaps, very much indeed." His gravity was obvious. "First, let me ask you, did the Duke request that he might return again?" "Well, yes, certainly. You see, I couldn't understand whether he'd been engaged to a princess without having ever seen her first, as they sometimes do, I'm told, or whether he really thought—" "Exactly," the Baron interrupted in his quiet way that masked a certain eagerness to proceed with the matter at hand. "I appreciate all of that also." "Did you tell him he might return?" "Well, there seemed nothing else to do. I hardly knew how to refuse." "You had no personal feeling, no suddenly ignited feeling toward in the interview, its outcome, his evident pleasure at the meeting, his desire to renew his addresses?" "Why, he was nice, very interesting. It was flattering, I suppose," Thurley faltered, rosy of face again. "I hardly had time to think, except that he was handsome and pleasant, and a duke." The Baron motioned her once more to her seat, then occupied his chair edge as soon as she was settled. He altered his course to secure the information for which he was delicately feeling his desire to know how much or how little Thurley might have fallen love's victim to the looks and titles of her recent suitor. "Today I saw you riding in the park with Mr. Stuyvesant," he said. "Once I knew him well. I regard him as an exceptionally able and splendid young man." "Oh," said Thurley, surprised at his swift abandonment of the former subject. "He said he saw you at the time, and mentioned meeting you once in Berlin." The Baron nodded. "Do you feel a particular interest in Mr. Stuyvesant?" "Pardon the question of an old man, greatly concerned in everything at present pertaining to yourself. You doubtless have many admirers, but perhaps there is one—" He left the sentence incomplete. Thurley had reddened as before. "Would it help in your dilemma to to know? Won't you please tell me exactly how I may be of assistance?" "I will be very frank," he answered, becoming aware that the open way was Thurley's way, and candour the most expedient. "If the young Duke should fancy himself in love, if it should be no fancy, what would you say to his addresses? What would you do?" Thurley laughed. "Oh, he couldn't do anything of the sort unless he thinks— Oh, why, he's only a boy. He's not an American. I should feel very sorry if it went so far, and I'm sure it never will." "Ah!" exclaimed the Baron. "I felt certain of your aid. Is it possible now to tell me when he will come?" "Well, I have no means of knowing that myself." The Baron rose and paced about a little uneasily. "Of course, but come he will, and we shall learn. I arrive now at the point, Miss Thurley. I shall make a very important request." Thurley met his gaze unflinchingly. "Yes, it is something about the Duke?" "That part presently. It is, first, that you continue, as before, to enact the role of Princess Thurvinia, that is to say, that you do nothing, state nothing, confess nothing, that in any manner disabuse the minds of those who now credit the stories that you are Her Royal Highness." Thurley almost gasped. She had been prepared to abandon everything in any public manner the Baron might have desired. She had thought no other course tenable after tonight. She had even feared the imposition of which she and Alice had been passively guilty had wrought great harm to Hertzegotha, possibly, and constituted grave peril to its princess. "Go on with this pretence," she said. "You wish that
wish me to occupy the place? Do you mean to everyone?" "To everyone." "Not confess to the Duke when he comes?" "Even that would be quite unnecessary." "But why continue the fiction after this?" she inquired wonderingly. "Can it do any possible good, to be of any benefit or service?" "Perhaps a very great service indeed," he assured her earnestly. "I am not at liberty to explain, except to say that you are already accepted almost officially as Princess Thurvinia, and that Hertzegotha may be immeasurably served and indebted if you will kindly consent to proceed as before. Disturb no beliefs already excited as to who and what you are. This you will promise to do?" Thurley smiled at him girlishly. "Well, of course I've enjoyed it. Any young woman would. If you knew how novel, how wonderful it has been to me. I've done almost nothing to bring it about. I admit I'd feel a little regret to, well, be stripped of all of it so suddenly, but I made up my mind to do anything to help Hertzegotha, for all her troubles are real and serious, and mine are all pretence." "Not all pretence," he corrected her kindly. "They are just as real, just as poignant as those of the kingdom. But may they be fewer and briefer." He held forth his hand, took Thurley's in his firm, dry clasp, and raised it as before to his lips. "You deserve your throne and coronet," he added. "I trust they will come one day." "Thank you," said Thurley, "but I feel as if I am being absurdly overpaid for having a very happy time." Her smile went straight to his heart. He knew of the dangers besetting the unsuspecting girl, and felt a momentary pang at the element of heartlessness he was practising in shielding the genuine princess, and perhaps Hertzegotha's integrity behind this innocent instrument of the fates. Then the overwhelming gravity of the situation, and his own relentless and absorbing patriotism, for which he would have sacrificed a score of lives, his own included, this steadied him back upon his course like an iron device on its rails. "I could wish your happiness in absolute triumph always," he assured her sincerely. "Be sure that every possible exertion will be made, so far as I and my associates are concerned, to secure that end. I have your agreement to continue as you were, the reputed Princess Thurvinia?" "If you wish it, with all my heart." "To everyone, no matter what may occur?" "Of course, it could be no other way." He kissed her hand again. "Auf Wiedersehen," he said, and she presently heard the hall door close when he and Wenck had gone. End of chapter 30.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 31. The Caldrun Bubbles. Gaillard came into his office a trifle pale and more than a trifle agitated. The news received at his bank had been staggering, yet had served to arouse a rage in his breast that stiffened all the sinews of his being. The first intimation of Faishi's double dealing had come thus belated to his ken. He found himself practically undermined before his least suspicion had been aroused. His secretary glanced up at him instinctively, wondering if the warning note received that morning from the bank had been confirmed. He saw that it had.
Gaylord threw down a bundle of papers and leaned on the desk. "I might have known better than to deal with that Dago Count," he said. "They are born to fatten on the world at large, and the U.S. in particular. Has the list improved since noon?" The secretary rose and went to the ticker, where the white paper tape was coiled yards long in a basket. "It was going off when I looked at it last," he imported, scanning the figures printed on the narrow strip of ribbon. "Still dragging a little heavily." "I'd expect that as part of the luck," said Gaylord, seating himself beside the desk and idly strumming with his fingers. "It's something, I suppose, to have found out as soon as this what my olive oil associate is doing. I'll put a crimp in him for this that the devil himself couldn't iron out." "I hope you will, sir," exclaimed his secretary earnestly. "I have felt all along that you were trusting the Count too far, putting too much of the management in his hands." Gaylord scowled. "Without him and his uncle's connections in Paris, we couldn't have put a finger in the pie." "Quite right, sir, but hasn't he got you to put in more than a finger? I mean, in the past few days?" "That's the joker," Gaylord admitted. "My share before was comparatively small, all he would let me have. Now I've got an arm in the pie, and maybe part of my shoulder. He must have held me off before to make me eager, and now he has let me in up to the hilt for this." "But what about your notes, sir?" said the eager assistant, returning from the ever-busy ticker that was blithesomely tapping out fortune or ruin on the tape. "They have not fallen into his hands?" "That's the one uncertainty. I shall not be able to determine where they are for several days. Tyson has let them go, the ingrate. If Faishi gets them at all, it will be in a roundabout manner. I doubt if he'll take them personally. He'd prefer to have someone else put on the screws." "But you'll beat him, of course, at the final moment." "To a pulp," said Gaylord, rising and striking the desk with his fist. "I'd rather go stone broke and get out in the street to dig sewers than have him down me now, the treacherous hound." "Perhaps," said the secretary timidly, "you might be wiser to let me sell your curb securities. Well, the loss is reasonably small." "Not a share," Gaylord told him decisively. "I've taken losses enough. This is merely a dip in the market. That's well known everywhere. I shall need some profits on that Q&P to fight this business through, and metal reductions is due for a rise on the dividend payable this week. I'll take a profit on them both." He went to his inner office, restlessly closed the door behind him, and began to pace the floor. His thoughts had gone straight to Thurley and Faishi's aspirations for her hand. He was instantly hot all through, recalling a scene of the princess and her count together at Alice Van Kirk's. He had likewise read of her adventure with Stuyvesant's car, and this had increased his impatience. He thought of his letter, written and sent to Thurley after their drive in the park. There had been no answer. He turned to a heap of mail that was neatly piled on his desk, and pawed it over rapidly in search that availed him not at all. Again he paced the room. That Faishi had mixed their business with affairs concerning Thurley, with purpose to eliminate himself, had not yet occurred to his mind, but now that the die was cast by the Count, the plan to beat him thoroughly in their financial deal, and so perhaps forcibly eject him from Thurley's circle, was royally welcome to his mind. He paced for an hour, working out his plans, then started for Alice Van Kirk's. He encountered Faishi outside the office door, the Count having just arrived for a moment's conversation. "Ah, so very early you depart your business place," said he. "It is not impossible a trifling conference?" "I'm rather in a hurry," Gaylord answered. "Anything new? Perhaps you can tell me here." "Very good. The building is your office, eh?" And Faishi shrugged resignedly. "I have only to inform you this option which we hold. It is demanded we shall cable the money not later than the 17th, and this is important, you shall know." Gaylord coloured wrathfully. "But you said the end of the month." "Ah, yes, this was my wish, my hope, but also I am helpless. This is the cable from Paris." He produced the cable in question, and Gaylord read it with a blur of red before his eyes. He felt convinced that his friend the Count had requested this demand for no other purpose than that of destroying all possible chance for him, Gaylord, to meet his obligations. He saw more than words upon the yellow slip. He saw ruin smoking about him, and his structures prone on the ground. Yet one gleam of hope still shone through it all, and with characteristic American stoicism he accepted the outlook with scarcely a sign that Faishi could have enjoyed. "All right," he answered carelessly, handing back the message. "Is that all you can think of today?" "It is enough for me," replied the Count mirthlessly, smiling. "I shall be obliged to call upon all my resource, everything. Yourself, you Americans have such untold moneys. Still, I have no more intelligence. I must also go." His gentle hint that Gaylord must command a very large sum of money within a week to meet his obligations or be wrecked was not at all lost on his business associate, who felt the barb of the Count's little shaft diffusing poison through his system. They went to the elevator together, parting below in the hallway of marble that led to the Broadway entrance. Each was anxious to escape the other, and both took cabs a block apart and started to race uptown to the Van Kirk mansion. They were doomed to double exasperation. Not only did they once more meet at Alice's home and exchange the venom of jealous hatred, disgust, and distrust, but Alice and Thurley were away for a ride in the park, and had left no word as to when they might return. Both men went off wrathfully to inundate the place with flowers. Alas for plans! The quiet ride intended by Alice and Thurley for a little slipping away together, for a much-needed calm and subsidence of nerves and pulses, had been metamorphosed almost at the moment of departure into one more extraordinary experience. Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm, youthfully confident that American manners were absolutely informal and different from those of civilized community, had translated Thurley's hospitable remarks with a literal license positively touching. He had come unexpectedly this afternoon because he wished to come, and he had found an earlier arrival on the scene in American tailoring a bit impractical. Indeed, he apologized profusely for this somewhat tardy appearance, when the dictates of his heart and sentimental system would have urged him to the scene the very next morning after his formal introduction. Alice and Thurley, with one accord, had invited him into the carriage. He sat himself down by the Princess, and with alacrity that could leave no doubt of the happiness he declared to be his portion, he forthwith desired to know of Thurley and Madame Van Kirk if their tongues were accustomed to French. His joy could scarcely have been concealed when he learned that Alice was helpless and Thurley fluent in the Gaelic language. Nevertheless, he continued for a time to address them both in German. He was a pleasant youth, despite the fact that he had fallen hopelessly in love. His observations, as quaint as a child, amused his companions immeasurably. The buildings, the American women, and the brilliant winter sunshine astonished him in nearly equal degrees. He announced, however, that of the three he preferred the women. "Is it very difficult to become an American citizen?" he asked quite seriously. Could one be made of me?" Alice replied that 5 days usually bestowed the manors, clothes, and money madness, and 5 years the vote upon all foreign aspirants to this red, white, and blue preeminence. "Ah," said the Duke, "and how far from New York are the Mormons?" "About 5 minutes' walk from Trinity Church," said Alice gravely. She added that the sect of Brigham Young and his followers was 3,000 miles to the westward. "And so many beautiful women here," said the Duke, solemnly shaking his head. "One must live here longer to comprehend the American men." Thurley regarded the Duke amusedly. "And should you like to become a Mormon?" His eyes glowed with all his youthful fire and pent-up eloquence as he turned them reproachfully upon her. "Princess," he said in French, "after this discovery of you?" Her colour mounted with the undulating beauty of a zephyr over a meadow of clover. "I thought it was your discoveries of our women, you know, that aroused your interest in that obsolete religion." Her answer was in German. He adhered to the tongue that he knew obscured his observations from Alice. "For the others, yes. For me, what happiness I have known since I came upon you in your home. But you shall tell me, Princess, must you live always here to be content?" Thurley smiled and replied in the Teuton tongue, "I hope to be contented wherever I may live." His eyes became imploring. "Have you no little word for me alone in French?" "How little," she answered. "There is always non, you know." "Ah, how hopeless I am," he declared. "Those who have travelled far to find you, do you treat them always thus?" She could not resist the temptation. Her answer was in the tongue he desired. "You are certain you came to New York to find me?" He reddened, but did not for a second drop his glance, held magnetized by her own. "How could it be otherwise? Have not the fates quickly brought me to your side and given me back my joy 1,000-fold?" "But, your Excellency, not Karl, when I asked it so earnestly, when I searched no farther in all America to satisfy my heart." "There are so many things to talk about before you return to Hertzegotha," she said, her own glance falling in the uninterrupted ardour of his eyes. "Do you not very soon return?" "How shall I say? Unless you say it for me, Princess. There are beauties of the land, beauties of the people, beauties of the life in Hertzegotha, as you would be certain to know. Will these not appeal to you and call you presently there?" "Call me there, your Excellency?" "You shall make me yet to curse that word Excellency, gracious Princess though you are," he told her warmly. "Why shall I hesitate to confess to you the love grown wild for utterance in my heart? Is it treachery to your love of America for me to beg that you go to Hertzegotha at my side, my princess and duchess and companion?" "Good gracious," said Thurley in English, turning suddenly to gaze outside, where carriages by scores were rolling by. "Oh, your Excellency, perhaps it is someone you know." His eyes followed hers to a landau wherein 2 women were bowing and smiling. "You know them," said Alice, bowing as she spoke. "The Custers? We'll have to be careful, my dear, or our friends will think we have cut them." Thurley immediately began in her animated way a description of various friends in whom the Duke was interested less than in Mars, theoretical policemen. It was anything to interrupt and forestall his uncomfortably ardent declarations. Alice, with her customary grasp on the situation, rose to the moment's requirements superbly. She had readily divined more than half of the cause for Thurley's abrupt discomfiture.
She had seemed absorbed in the passing show, but all her faculties had nevertheless been focused on the looks and speeches of their guest, whose obvious madness over Thurley had much more amused than alarmed her. She was naturally in possession of all the facts and developments resultant from Thurley's interview with Baron von Hochhaus, and far more than her protégée was pleased at the turn of affairs. She was planning such a dinner as Gotham's swelldom had never yet experienced. She meant it to be the one sensation and triumph of the season. Already a brilliant success was promised, and now she felt as if the gods of chance had cast to her hand the most amazing combination of drawing cards conceivable in her princess and the Duke. She thoroughly expected sagacious New York to discover His Excellency, with its normal celerity for obtaining and printing news. She had scarcely a doubt that even this ride would discover his identity in a measurable degree. It did. In the briefest time their carriage was attracting such attention as almost to interfere with pleasure's traffic. In their eagerness to have a second, a third, or even a fourth good look at the brilliant young couple, delightedly conversing as they rode, a dozen women ordered their drivers back and forward most eccentrically to give them their coveted view. It became the topic of the park. The topmost notch of Thurley's skill, more than ably abetted by Alice's manoeuvres, was required to subdue and manipulate the young Duke's ardour sufficiently to conceal it from outside observation. Thurley talked like a fountain, spilling crystalline water of roses. It was like that, a fragrant, bright nothingness of conversation, as nearly endless as she could make it, and all of it chaining the senses of the Duke more and more by its unintentional charm. The drive became a trial before at last it was ended, and His Excellency went his way, duly shadowed by one of Zagorski's brood, who had waited for hours for his man. Mindless of everything and boyishly joyous, Karl Wilhelm, already made acquainted with the New York habit of wooing through the offices of roses, proceeded at once to send such a mass of fragrant beauty back to Thurley as even Alice had rarely beheld. To conclude a day hardly less exciting than some of its predecessors, the late edition of the Evening Star appeared with a wondrously ingenious sensation to the effect that Princess Thurvinia and her fiancé, Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm of Saxon-Herzenheimer, had been riding that day in Central Park. The young Duke, so the story stated, had chartered a vessel to break all transatlantic records in hastening New Yorkward to the errant princess known to have run away from Hertzegotha recently. She fled, it related, from a mating repulsive to her spirit, inasmuch as she had never seen her royal suitor. Their dove-like happiness had now been established in the prettiest royal romance known in years. The results had been brought about, continued the bend of fact and fiction, by the timely arrival of some mighty potentate from Kaiser Wilhelm himself, said to be Baron Hochhaus von Sieglitz from Berlin, who was still sojourning in Gotham. A wedding journey back to Hertzegotha soon in the private yacht of Kaiser Wilhelm was the next development to be expected. End of chapter 31. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 32. A Baited Trap. The wonderful weather broke. The days had been like jewels of a rosary, and were counted to the cross. Grey skies, a bitter wind, and a snow that turned to rain and sleet marked the first of the winter's footsteps treading north. Behind this desolating bleakness there were scores of jewelled days to come, granting forgetfulness of all but sunshine, yet all the world seemed an endless dreariness in face of this attack. There had been another of the crowded days and nights for Alice and Princess Thurley, with another session at the opera and supper afterward, made more than merely interesting by redoubled efforts on the part of Thurley's undiscouraged admirers to alter a royal romance. More flowers had come, more letters, more declarations, and even a sparkling gem of poetry from tireless Algy Dearborn. Saturday morning, pinching and acrid with dirty remnants of snow still clinging in the shadows and protected spots where the wind had hurled the flakes, brought about two incidents of exceptional significance in the fates of all concerned with Princess Thurley. At 10 o'clock, a giant liner in from Liverpool landed 4 of the pick of Germany's and Hertzegotha's Secret Service officers, who were met by Baron von Hochhaus. They had followed him as swiftly as possible, and without delay were placed in charge of several men engaged by the Baron himself, and began at once the search for the truant young woman whom Thurley so closely resembled. The Duke had already been found, and was kept in sight and guarded day and night. The Baron also made an effort to protect Thurley from the lawless creatures known to be upon her trail. The second incident appeared to be far less pretentious. It was simply the arrival of a letter for Thurley, sent through the Major's office in the well-known calligraphy of Edith Steck. It bore no sign of forgery. On the contrary, it convinced the Princess instantly that her cousin had written every word, and written in anguish and alarm. "Dear Lady Bountiful, you will never forgive me, I know, for what I have found myself obliged to do, and for being once ill. I am back in New York, as you will notice from the date and address above. Don't be angry with me, please, for I was simply obliged to come. I was robbed in Lakewood, robbed of every penny I had in the world, all that you and your beautiful friend provided. I hardly even know how it happened, simply that it was taken from my room while I was absent, and that, despite the efforts of all the hotel officials, nothing could be found of the thief or my funds. I had done quite well for several days, but was feeling a slight relapse to my former complaint when this occurred. A kind and generous woman here gave me money to return to New York, and I have come to the old address for shelter, knowing of no other where I would be even slightly welcome. I am ashamed to write you such a confession, and should have tried to creep back to my old quarters and work and conceal the facts, were I not so ill and incapable of giving any sort of promise of rent to the woman here who has once more received me under her roof. I do not ask you to come, but I felt I must at least acquaint you with these melancholy facts. It seems so needless for the world to be filled with women such as I. God bless you for all you have done, is the prayer of your grateful Edith." A more clever adaptation of words, phrases, and characteristics culled from a bright and cheerful letter could scarcely be imagined. It was Edith throughout, as Thurley instantly conceded. A great gush of sympathy, affection, and compassion surged to her heart. In such bitter cold as this, for Edith to be housed in the wretched old hovel where Thurley had found her before was insupportable, and for Edith so to blame herself and apologize for being overtaken by calamity was poignantly affecting. It was like her self-denying ways, to attempt this return to New York and work, instead of informing any one of her plight before she left the warmth and comfort of her place among the pines. "Oh, I'll scold her for that," said Thurley to herself, "treating me as if I were an ogress, when all the poor dear had to do was let me know of her trouble. She's got to go back at once." She went to Alice immediately and gave her the letter. Alice was horrified. "Merciful heavens," she said, "what awful things happen to the poor! Why couldn't some rich old woman have sustained this wretched loss? Why couldn't they come and rob me, for instance, instead of a girl like that? We'll send James down at once." "To drive me? Of course, if you wish to," Thurley answered, "but I went before in the cars, and I'd just as soon do so again. In fact, to arrive there in a carriage, it's hardly the thing that Edith's cousin would do." "Very well," said Alice, "if you must go, child, a morning like this, you may let James drive you somewhere near, and wait to drive you home." "Perhaps that might be better," Thurley agreed. "I'd like to take a few things anyway, just a few flowers and things, and I wish I had an oil stove. Her room must be colder than a barn a day like this, but perhaps I can send her one in." "But she mustn't be there long," said Alice. "Send her right back to Lakewood to-day, if she's well enough to go. Poor dear, she deserves it now if she didn't before." Thurley was feverishly eager for the start. She changed her dress while Alice was phoning for the carriage. In a wild, stinging sleet once more hurled upon the city, she was presently driven away with a promise to return by 1 o'clock. The ride was long and cold, but Thurley was warmed by the tender emotions of her being, and her indignation at the unknown thieves who had brought about Edith's discomfort. She alighted at last a block from the house she had visited before, and trudged sturdily down the slippery walk, entirely unprotected from the storm. So filled were her arms with bundles. The place seemed forsaken and forbidding, its windows curtained, its aspect one of chill and dreariness. Thurley shivered for Edith as she mounted the steps and rang the bell. After waiting a time that seemed very long, she rang again, and a faint sound of stirring within renewed her confidence that her cousin would soon be discovered. Then the door was opened, and a little old woman blocked the way. "Miss Steck," said Thurley. "I came to see Miss Steck. Is she in? May I go right up?" "Third floor, rear," rasped the housekeeper shortly, and turned at once to disappear in the darkened hall below. Breathlessly Thurley stumbled up the dimly lighted stairs, coming all rosy and panting to the door she remembered as having been Edith's before. Not a soul had she seen, not a sound had she heard in all the ghostly place. It had never occurred to her mind to be daunted or to hesitate a moment on her way. She waited a moment only to catch an easier breath, then knocked on the soiled, disfigured panel of the barrier. "Come in," said a weak, half-muffled voice, and Thurley, overburdened with her flowers, fruits, and comforts, entered impetuously. Instantly something heavy, blinding, and pungent, with a stifling odour, was thrown about her head. She dropped her bundles, obeying an instinct to fight for air, and struggled in a blanket held roughly round and over her face, while her arms were pinioned to her sides. "Edith!" she called, or tried to call, more and more stifled, and fast succumbing to some dizzying, engulfing lethargy. She felt a sense of being closely surrounded by and gripped in the jaws of countless wolves before blackness descended upon her. Her last sensation was of the room turned hideously ebon, crushed in upon her walls and ceiling, and then she knew no more. A large automobile with a limousine body closely curtained had driven up to the curb outside and halted there. 5 minutes later, 3 wrapped figures, supporting between them what appeared to be a helpless invalid, descended the steps, made a hurried entrance to the car with their charge, and were rapidly driven away. End of chapter 32. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 33. A Still Alarm. At 1 o'clock, with the storm increasing in fury and threatening to become a blizzard, Alice Van Kirk was already impatient and blaming herself for having permitted Thurley to respond so recklessly in person to the needs of her unfortunate cousin. She remembered the dread with which she had permitted Thurley's visit to the place on the former occasion. With a sense of uneasiness and indefinable premonition expanding in her more subconscious self, as she thought of the weather, of Thurley's unprotected condition, and her beauty that marked her at once for attention, she rebuked herself anew for permitting the girl to undertake another of these doubtful excursions alone. She stood by the window, commanding a view of the avenue as well as the cross street running east, eagerly scanning every carriage that might contain the princess. Countless important trifles were neglected. She owned herself frankly worried even before she might in reason have expected Thurley home. By 1:30, with the avenue all but deserted in the fury of the gale and driving snow, Alice was fidgeting, feverish, and thoroughly distressed. She felt so utterly helpless. She was aggravated by the knowledge that the house where Edith lived was a horrid place, without a telephone and without proper heat for such a day. Thurley would be certain to contract a cold if nothing worse occurred to make this adventure the last of its kind that should ever be permitted. Alone with her servants, Alice felt more than ever isolated and haunted by multiplying fears. At 2 o'clock, unable to endure the uncertainty longer, and possessed of all manner of suggestions and suspicions, she ordered one of the servants to go at once with the car to the place of Edith's residence and determine what had happened. "Phone me at once before starting home," she instructed, concealing her agitation as best she might, "and insist that Miss Thurley return without delay, even though her task is unfinished." She was certain Thurley would come before the man could reach the house. She told herself she felt relieved now that something had been done. Nevertheless, she oscillated back to the window times innumerable, straining her eyes to peer far down the avenue gloom to detect the form of James and the dark maroon of her carriage. When the phone bell finally jangled its demand for attention, her nerves were all on edge. She hastened to the instrument. "Well, hello, is that you, John? You coming home?" Like the voice of a ghost, hard riding on the storm, the hollow reply came back. "I couldn't find nothing of her, ma'am. Not there, ma'am. The house was apparently empty, ma'am. No one to open the door. Nothing alive about the place, ma'am." Alice felt a sudden, overwhelming confirmation of her nebulous fears. Something sank in her bosom leadenly. "Are you sure you had the right number, John?" And she gave it again with most distinct particularity. There could be no doubt that John had applied for admission to the house that Edith had named. Alice all but moaned. "But," she demanded, "where is James?" "Driving up and down, ma'am, to keep his horse from freezing. He hasn't seen nothing of Miss Thurley. He's stopping where she posted him, ma'am, to wait." Alice hesitated, a settled conviction of disaster to Thurley taking unopposed possession of her being. "John," she called, "why didn't you ask at the other houses near? Go and do so at once, and phone again." "So I did, ma'am," John replied across the wire. "I knocked up 3 of the neighbours, and 2 knows nothing at all, ma'am, and the 3rd old person says all the parties in the house I referred to moved out and went away this morning, ma'am, taking a sick one with 'em and going in a car." "When?" cried Alice sharply. "Was it after Miss Thurley arrived?" "The old party didn't say, ma'am, not having seen Miss Thurley arrive, but 4 persons left before 12 o'clock, one, as she says, being apparently queer and so weak she had to be carried." "Oh!" Alice swayed where she stood, but grasped at the mastery of self and voice with all her strength. "You and James may both come home." She did not hear his "thank you, ma'am," as she hung the receiver on the hook. She simply stood stock still and stared at the instrument which had crystallized her alarms. She was utterly faint, and felt a sense of helplessness, together with a wild, unreasoning wish to rush at once to the house herself, do something, anything, pervading all her being. Her conviction that Thurley was the victim of some fiendish plot was absolute. She had felt a premonition from the first, and its warning had been unheeded, so vague and senseless had it appeared. Yet it did not seem possible that anything actually harmful, malignant, could have come to the girl in a time so brief as this. "It's the princess business," she exclaimed aloud, in a sudden lucubration where her mind was groping for a reason. The Baron, the Duke, the others, she thought, were some way responsible. There was something political, something hidden in a matter involving so much to Hertzegotha. But what? Why take Thurley, whom the Baron knew to be an American girl? Her thoughts ran wild as she stood there, big-eyed with fear and helplessness. The runaway princess might have died, and the kingdom require her double. So much was at stake, as the Baron had said, as he himself had requested Thurley to continue in her role. But what to do, and how to discover anything, and how to save the trusting girl she had grown so dearly to love? Her natural thought was the chief of police and all the scions of the law. She even started toward the phone to alarm every station in town. But she halted instantly. To advertise the disappearance of the girl like this might be exceedingly unwise. It would warn the possible conspirators who might have committed some act of violence. It would wholly divulge the final facts as to who Miss Thurley was. Moreover, it might not be a case for the bungling police, especially if the Baron or the Duke was concerned. But something must be done, and done at once. To stand here inactive, paralyzed with dread and fear of some terrible thing that had happened, was the action of a child. There must be something, there had to be something to do. Yet to whom could she turn, and what could she say, and how act swiftly and effectively to get the princess back? The phone bell rang again, and she started galvanically, her hand flying quickly to her heart. A wild hope surged through her fears. It might be Thurley. With a nerveless hand she caught the black receiver and placed it to her ear. "Hello?" "Hello," said a cheery voice across the wire. "Is that you there, Alice? This is Robley. It's such a gem of a day, I thought perhaps I'd find you in, and you'd let me come just to celebrate putting my wrist back in commission. What do you say?" She had never felt so glad in her life for the thought of a man to give her help. Of all persons in the world, including her absent husband, none could have been more welcome in her helpless plight than Robley Stuyvesant. "Oh, come at once," she answered in the instrument. "Come just as soon as you can." She would trust no more to the wires, which not infrequently leak, but sank into a chair already made weaker for the very thought of leaning on someone else. She had nearly 10 minutes in which to calm herself before Robley was admitted below. He was directed at once to Alice's one particular real home room, where he had no sooner entered than he realized something was amiss. "Alone?" he said, as he gave her his hand, the right hand offered for the first time since his accident. "You're pale. Not ill, I hope?" "Sit down," said Alice, so absolutely colourless and smileless that Stuyvesant was alarmed. "Something dreadful has happened, Robley, and Heaven must have sent you to the phone. I need you so." "Nothing has happened to Miss Thurley," he said, his own dearest thought thus prompt to apply the worry accurately. "What is it, then?" "Heaven knows. I wish I knew," she said, and rapidly, briefly, she reviewed the entire morning's events, including the statement of the servant John, who was due to arrive at any moment. I don't know what to think or how to act," she presently concluded, having risen to walk erratically and nervously about the room. "I am simply convinced she was lured to the house in question on a blind, and has been abducted, spirited away, if it isn't something worse. I hailed your coming as a godsend. Now tell me what to do." Stuyvesant's face had assumed a set expression of intensity heightened by pallor. The depth of his feeling for Thurley had never been gauged before, and the grip at his heart could not measure it now, as it was at length to be measured. Who in Heaven's name could have a motive, a reason for desiring to abduct her, he asked. That is the first thing to know. "You have read in the papers that Grand Duke Karl and Baron von Hochhaus are both in town," said Alice, "both having come to America in record-breaking haste to search for Princess Thurvinia." "Yes, but these newspaper rumours—" "Both the Baron and the Duke have been at this house," Alice interrupted. "The Duke has all but insisted that Thurley go at once with him to Hertzegotha." Stuyvesant stared at her blankly. "They've both been here? It's not a newspaper yarn? The whole thing might be a sort of political intrigue? The Baron also demands or requests?" "Requests entirely," said Alice, who had checked herself at the very brink of revealing the truth concerning Thurley's origin. Don't you see that almost anything terrible could have happened, that it must all have been a trick?" Stuyvesant had risen, even as Alice once more sank in her chair. "Perhaps I haven't any right to interfere," he said, "but Thurley chose a life for herself, perhaps even escape from her country and the Duke. She is more to me than perhaps you realize. Her wishes and her rights to freedom and the liberty to go unmolested, to give her kindness and sympathy to the afflicted, have got to be respected. Such conduct as this would be unpardonable, even in Emperor William himself. I mean to get to the bottom of this, no matter what sacrifice or who may be involved. I will find her, I'll help her, I'll get her back, if they shoot me down for my pains." "But do something now, this minute," said Alice, "before it is all too late. We haven't any time for walking up and down and talking. What do you advise?" "The first thing to do is to make ourselves sure that something is wrong. Some plot, some trap has been laid. The letter, you say, was from a girl she sent to Lakewood some time ago, and Edith Steck, who wrote that she had been robbed,
and had therefore returned and was ill and greatly in need at her old address, the address where Thurley had gone to see her before. Stuyvesant went to the phone and snatched the receiver from the hook. "Give me the Western Union Telegraph Company in a hurry," he demanded a moment later. "I haven't time to look up the number." "What is it?" said Alice. "What do you mean to do?" "Wire to Edith Steck at Lakewood. You said she's at the Pines? If she's there, all right, we'll know it was all a job." "But her letter mailed right here in town." "Perhaps a clever forgery. It's possible. Hello, Western Union, take a message, please, and make it a special with paid reply, and charge me any price you like, but get it off and the answer back in an hour. Yes, Robley Stuyvesant. All right, ready? Miss Edith Steck, Hotel Pines, Lakewood, New Jersey. Kindly wire your condition at once. Important. Reply paid. Sign it, Robley Stuyvesant." And he added Alice's address. "Thank you. Rush it, please. Goodbye." "But why the girl's condition?" said Alice excitedly. "What will she think?" "Anything she pleases, perhaps. That some situation depends on her health. The main idea is to find out at once whether she is there or not." "Then why not use the long-distance phone?" "Oh, I am an ass," he declared, and back he shot to the instrument and was presently making his demands. Fully 20 minutes of time were consumed before the connections could be made. Both Robley and Alice were pacing restlessly to and fro in the meantime, speculating, surmising, attempting to deduce from the little they knew what might be lying beneath the deed so boldly and unexpectedly committed. James and John had both returned and were neglected while Stuyvesant waited on his wire. Then at length the bell rang out its call, and the Hotel Pines was on the farther end, the clerk's voice sounding so clearly that Alice could distinguish every word. "Miss Steck is here." "Yes, sir," said the voice. "Stood at the desk not 5 minutes ago, asking for a letter. Shall I call her to the phone?" "No, thank you, no," said Stuyvesant. "Is she well?" "Oh, she said so, and she looks it." "Thank you. Kindly let her know a wire is on the way, asking about her health, and tell her the phone was a second thought, and not to bother with an answer. This is Mr. Stuyvesant speaking. Thank you. I think of nothing further. Bye." He turned to Alice. "My suspicion is confirmed. Thurley was lured to the house by a forgery, without a doubt. I want to see James and John a moment, then I'm going myself to the house." "I'll get you the letter," said Alice. "I'm sure it was left in Thurley's room." End of chapter 33.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 34. A Shattered Hope. New York is filled with houses of indifference, degraded and degrading old shells, where anyone of however dubious of a calling may rent a shelter, alleged to be furnished, and be certain no questions will be asked, no matter what the use to which the apartment may be adapted. The house where Edith Steck had found her miserable lodging was one of this character, as Stuyvesant realized as soon as he entered the door. He was therefore handicapped at the outset, since no one resident therein would divulge the slightest fact that might be concealed or evaded by ignorance or art. The same dull little female creature who had admitted Thurley opened the door at his knock. She was either half deaf or half idiotic, or an excellent actor of the part, By dint of repeated questions and not a little flattery, Stuyvesant elicited the information that she was not the landlady, that the latter was out and had been for 2 or 3 days, and also that some perfect lady had occupied the room once rented to Miss Steck for several days. The perfect lady had been veiled when she came, and had never been seen by this informant, who was merely a servant in the place. This was deception number 1, for she herself was proprietor of the utterly neglected house. Stuyvesant paid her $1 to take him to the room in question, alleging that a young woman friend had called there that morning and left a trifle behind. The trifle was on the floor when he came to the place. The bunch of roses Thurley had carried to comfort a comfortless soul. Convinced that no one else could have taken them there, Stuyvesant took them eagerly, then glanced about the place. It was simply a wretched little back hall cave, dirty, ill-smelling, abominably furnished with rickety old junk, and littered everywhere with half-smoked cigarettes. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, to furnish the slightest clue as to recently departed occupants, save the roses already secured. What other parcels Thurley had brought had been carried away with herself. When Stuyvesant left, he possessed the meagre intelligence that the perfect lady of the veil was tall, and that several men had called to pay her their respects at various times. His most skilful corkscrew methods could extract no more than that. As a matter of fact, the wizened little woman knew almost no more herself. She had seen little of her recent guest and nothing of her departure. Stuyvesant acknowledged to himself that he was almost as much in the dark as he had been half an hour earlier. He felt certain that Thurley had actually been in the room and dropped her roses at the moment of some attack. He was convinced it was she who had been seen placed helplessly in an automobile, but concerning the motive, Thurley's condition when abducted, where she was taken, and the perpetrators of the outrage, he was helplessly at sea. He telephoned to Alice, relating the little he had managed to discover, then informed her that he would call by 8 at the latest, deliberately set to work to discover, if possible, the abiding place of Wenck and Baron von Hochhaus. Some hazy idea of comforting the Baron, and possibly surprising from him even the merest hint concerning Princess Thurvinia, was in his mind, together with a wonder at himself for daring to presume so far as to meddle with the state affairs of a foreign kingdom and its royal truants. He only knew he loved this glorious girl who had come to his assistance in the park. He only knew he must serve her now, if it lay in his power, with the final drop of blood in his heart. But his search was vain. For more than 2 hours he was driven up and down from one small high-class hostelry to another, before at last he was rewarded by the information that 2 Germans, neither one named Wenck or Baron Hochhaus, but who might have registered under pseudonyms and might have been the parties sought, had stayed in this house 2 days. They had gone together, but no one knew where, as neither received or expected letters here, and had left no future address. It was nearly 8:30 at night, and the storm still raged savagely, when he came again to Alice Van Kirk's, to be mocked by his evening's search. Both Wenck and Baron von Hochhaus had arrived 5 minutes before him, and Alice had just come down. Tempted to send in his name and request admission to the conference, Stuyvesant curbed the impulse and went to the great empty drawing-room to wait impatiently the outcome of this wholly unexpected development. Alice, in the reception room, had scarcely more than greeted her distinguished visitor, concealing as best she might her state of agitation, when the servant, acting on instructions, quietly announced Robley's arrival. She hesitated a moment on the point of asking Stuyvesant in, then resolved on a course whereby she might a little sound the Baron and possibly discover vital facts by the policy of permitting him to reveal the purpose of his visit, while she continued to act as if nothing had occurred. The Baron was labouring under rigidly suppressed emotions. Grave fears were entertained by himself and Wenck concerning not only the young Duke Karl, but also Princess Thurvinia, still missing and perhaps never to be found. At most, his Secret Service officers had learned that some young woman, exceedingly beautiful and unknown, had recently succumbed to sudden illness in Jersey City, under conditions that vaguely suggested she might have been the royal runaway they sought, and Grand Duke Karl, readily run to cover upon his second visit to the Van Kirk mansion, had madly proclaimed his love for Miss Thurley, whom alone he wished to wed. The Baron was thus doubly bewildered and harassed. If the Princess still lived and was discovered, these two must wed, and be returned to Hertzegotha forthwith. If it should be discovered beyond a peradventure, on the other hand, that Princess Thurvinia had paid for her folly with her life, it might not be altogether preposterous to persuade Miss Thurley, as her double, to assume her royal place. The adjustment of the matter, so delicate, was not a simple affair. The Baron was not in the least discomfited now to discover Thurley temporarily absent from the scene. "I shall approach the subject of my appearance frankly," he said to Alice, as soon as mere conventional greetings had been exchanged, "and perhaps it is as well to request permission to ask a few questions of yourself at once." "Please feel quite at liberty to do so," said Alice, making her excitement and feeling of doubt with a smile. "Perhaps I may be able to assist you." "Please acquit me of any desire to intrude personal curiosity in a matter most exceedingly grave," he begged courteously, "and permit me to apologize in advance for the necessity of pursuing my country's requirements in a matter of some delicacy." Alice nodded, and he continued, "Perhaps Miss Thurley was already acquainted you with the substance of our last conference?" "Oh, yes, to some extent." "That is well, and should save considerable time. May I now inquire what attitude of mind Miss Thurley expressed or betrayed concerning his Excellency the young Duke?" "Why," said Alice, "I think she hardly knew herself." "He was honoured by a carriage visit with yourself and Miss Thurley recently?" "He drove with us, yes." "I am aware of his instant infatuation with and high regard for your protégée. Is it possible now, or might it ever be possible, for Miss Thurley to requite his esteem, his love, in a word, should occasion arise to make such an outcome desirable or expedient?" Alice was certain now the genuine princess was dead and Thurley politically required. She was almost equally convinced that Thurley had actually been abducted for this reason, and the Baron was here to make all possible amends without, however, relinquishing his captive. She answered incautiously, "Was this the reason you desired and requested her to continue in the role somewhat thrust upon her by an overzealous public?" He coloured slightly. "Certainly not. At the time of that request, no such necessity seemed even remotely suggested. Believe me, madam, there may be no such necessity now. Perhaps I am premature in preparing for any such emergency.
I have merely asked you the question." Alice felt a little the constraint of his position. She resolved upon a bolder stroke. A young woman like Thurley might learn to care very dearly for any handsome young man, but not Baron Hochhaus by force. He looked his genuine surprise. "By force? Most certainly not, my dear Mrs. Van Kirk. Miss Thurley's entire cooperation, if not voluntary, spontaneous response to the young Duke's exalted emotion, would be an absolute essential to the furtherance of any such development as fancy and necessity might presuggest at this perhaps untimely moment." Alice had almost hoped for proof that the Baron had procured Thurley's spiriting away. She could have been certain, at least, of the girl's comfort, security, and freedom from violence or danger. Now she underwent a doubt, so entirely candid was the Baron's speech and demeanour. Yet she tried another tact. "Is not the question, after all, one to be answered only by Miss Thurley herself?" "Most certainly, in its finality. Yet I welcomed this opportunity of questioning yourself, her confidant and friend, as a diplomatic forestep should occasion arise for any such negotiations later. It is highly probable that such a proposition may never be broached again. I sincerely trust there may be no such necessity. Indeed, my next inquiry may occasion some astonishment for its opposing character." Alice was thoroughly puzzled, and losing a species of hope to which she had clung, since if Thurley had to be carried off because of foreign politics, it were better far she should be in the hands of the Baron than caught in the toils of conspirators wholly unknown. She grew impatient to demand all the Baron knew, yet still she smiled. "Your next inquiry," she said, "directed also to me?" "It is perhaps just as well directed to you." He leaned a little closer. "In the event of our State's desire in the matter, would it be too much to request Miss Thurley to refuse to see more of the Duke, to discourage him finally once and for all, dismissing this friendship at most, bidding him return forthwith to Hertzegotha, there to resume the obligation of his life?" Alice gazed at him blankly, amazed at such a question on the heels of what had preceded. The Baron gave her no time to reply. "I perceive I have too far presumed upon your relationship with Miss Thurley," he hastened to add. "May I beg the privilege of an interview with Miss Thurley herself?" Alice's final hope was gone, and with it her wish or need for further concealment. She rose abruptly. "But, Baron von Hochhaus, Thurley is not here. She is gone. She has disappeared. I have the most terrible fears for her safety, her life. I hoped that you had abducted her, caused her abduction, anything but this horrible uncertainty and dread." The Baron, too, had risen. His face betrayed his complete astonishment and shock. "Gone?" he repeated. "Abduction? You do not mean to say—" "She went this morning to assist an ailing friend, or so she thought. The letter that summoned her was evidently a forgery, a blind. I am fearfully distraught. Mr. Stuyvesant has been the only one to help me. He has just come in from a fruitless search of the house where she went this morning." The Baron's distress was more than mere compassion, it was grave concern. He had feared for some such development. He had known of the dangers impending and surrounding the putative princess when requesting Thurley to continue the rôle. He had even made efforts toward the discovery and apprehension of Zagorski and her following, but had felt the discovery of the genuine princess and the protection of the Duke Karl to be more immediate
pressure upon himself and his men. Now that this outcome had established the menace to Princess and Duke, he was startled as well as afflicted with a sense of guilt, yet he dared not betray his convictions as to what had happened to Alice Van Kirk's protégée. "I am shocked at this intelligence," he said in all sincerity. "Believe me, I shall make every possible endeavour to assist you in discovering and recovering your companion. Excluding myself, you have no suspicions as to who might commit such an outrage?" "How could I have?" said Alice. "She hadn't an enemy in the world. I was certain it must be something political, something I may have brought upon her by permitting a silly world to believe her your Princess Thurvinia." The Baron took a quick, impatient turn down the length of the rug and back. His perturbation was obvious. His rage against Zagorski was consuming. "That such a thing could happen in daylight, here in your city," he said. "The punishment should be so swift and terrible for crimes of this dastardly nature. You shall have my help. Did you say Mr. Stuyvesant has come? I esteem him your friend. I may see him now?" "I wish you to see him, please," said Alice, "but he is not aware that Miss Thurley is not Princess Thurvinia, a matter which I prefer to leave undisturbed if possible." "The suggestion meets my entire approval and desire," said the Baron, and Stuyvesant was summoned to the room. The meeting between himself and the Baron was cordial. Then, in the briefest time, he was made acquainted with the Baron's innocence in the present matter, and his earnest desire to promote the greatest possible activity for Thurley's return to her friends. Hochhaus did not, however, cast an illuminating ray upon the facts in his and Wenck's possession concerning Zagorski, and Wenck, remaining in the farthest corner of the room, was barely aware that important complications had developed. Stuyvesant related all he had found at the house and room where the trap had been prepared, adding a brief account of the means whereby he had discovered that Edith Steck was still at Lakewood. Reflecting that death could have claimed Princess Thurvinia, the Baron was thoroughly disturbed and incensed. Convinced that an effort would be made to entrap or even assassinate the Duke, he became a wary, sagacious element in the game. Primarily actuated by his country's needs and relentlessly pledged to the conservation of its integrity, no matter what the sacrifice to other beings or their nations. And yet, for the adequate punishment of Zagorski and her lawless followers, he would almost have given a hand or an arm to be lopped from his sinewy body. His agitation seemed to Stuyvesant a confirmation of Thurley's royal character. There was nothing to be done that night, however, save to counsel Stuyvesant to avoid the municipal police and report for a conference the following day with the secret agents imported to search for the princess. The address for which Robley had searched all evening was readily supplied, together with the names under which both the Baron and Wenck were registered, after which, with every assurance of his lasting friendship and zealous action in this calamity, Hochhaus withdrew, leaving Alice and Stuyvesant as well, blindly groping for a hope or a clue upon which to proceed in the morning. End of chapter 34.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 35. The Ice Blue Eyes.
When Thurley awoke, the day-end sun was obliquely breaking through the clouds and storm, and streaming coldly in at the window of a barren room, the features of which suggested the hazy continuance of an ugly dream. Her mind was dazed and uncertain. She was ill and faint. Only the dimmest shadows of memory came to restore the morning's occurrences. Vaporous ghosts of her last sensation at Edith's room haunted her half-illumined mind. She closed her eyes, vaguely convinced that she was lying in her bed, and must soon arouse and prepare to go down to her work with Major Phipps. She felt she'd overslept, dreaming some wondrous experience like a modern fairy story, wherein she had almost been a princess, almost been... She opened her eyes again, feeling something strangely hard in her hand. It felt like a chain, but she did not immediately raise it, or raise her head to see. She was still too weak, too indifferent. The sunlight pained her eyes. What a strange room it was, after all, with its broken ceiling, its ragged walls, and the shattered chair and table. A pain went through her head as certain functions of her heart and blood resumed their normal ways. With a hurtful throb, a frightening memory surged through the dullness of her brain. She sat up suddenly, turning actively and staring with blazing eyes at a woman who sat upon a second bed a foot removed from her own. Confusion, rushes of blood to her brain, disordered recollections and new alarms plunged pell-mell into the cavities of her skull, congesting her brain with illness, pains, a tumult of thoughts and emotions. A sickening sense of revulsion overwhelmed all else momentarily as she recognized, but failed for a second to place, the eyes at which she was gazing. Then she knew them. Those poisonous ice-blue eyes, so intently fastened upon her that night in the horse-show box. A shudder of cold and weakness and disgust passed rapidly through her frame, for the woman smiled, and her smile was worse than her eyes. "Oh," said Thurley, as she sank on the pillow of the couch once more, racked by pains and haunting dread. "Come to at last," said Zagorski in German, her utterance one of sneering contempt. "Didn't know where you were at first, or how it happened. Think how you can pass the time guessing where you are and why you come." She laughed abominably. "It wouldn't be so comfortable and warm if I didn't have to stay in the room myself, I can tell you that. So thank your fortunate stars I am here." The vapours and ghosts of memory in Thurley's mind became real substance with painful clarity. All events of the morning crowded back in their sequence like a series of shocks, and again she felt herself being stifled and blotted from existence. She was wholly at loss to understand the situation or the reasons for anyone's attack upon herself, however, and found the woman here so utterly repellent that nameless fears were her portion. Once more she became aware that something foreign lay in the grasp of her hand. She drew the hard thing upward as she once more rose to a sitting position. It was a light steel chain secured to a girdle of similar metal fastened about her waist. She was still fully dressed. A new sense of chill went down her spine. "What does all this mean?" she said, her hand going up to her cheek and forehead. "What have I done to be chained here like an animal?" "You've been one," laughed the woman mirthlessly, "a pampered, pretty animal, useless if not even dangerous. If you have the brains to understand me, which is doubtful, and quite properly chained at last." The other end of the chain was fastened to the bed, which was of iron. This Thurley comprehended in one discerning glance. Half-formed fears of what it might all imply became inescapable dreads as she once more faced the poisonous light balefully gleaming in the woman's eyes. The sun ray was withdrawn as a cloud obscured the great cold orb, and a chilly draught that an odorous oil stove could neither dispel nor greatly modify swept like another inimical presence across the girl's warm cheek. "Have I ever harmed you?" she inquired, ill again with an intention that appeal, query, or reason would be wasted on this malignant-looking being. "Have I ever harmed anyone at all?" "Harmed? Ha!" Thurley tried another tact. "Will you tell me where I am?" "Didn't I tell you to guess and occupy your mind?" All that Thurley could recall seemed very far away. She wondered how far it really was. She asked, "Is it permissible to inquire the time of day?" "Nearly 5 o'clock." "Thank you. Saturday?" "Saturday." Thoughts of Alice and how she might be worrying crept between the baffled conjectures, alarms, and turmoil in Thurley's brain, and aroused her to something approximating anger. "This is infamous," she said. "It was cowardly, inhuman." She remembered Edith. "You haven't brought Miss Steck here, too, in her wretched condition?" The woman revelled in her captive's impotent warmth. "Miss Steck is still in Lakewood, useless to the cause." Thurley looked at her, puzzled alike by this statement concerning Edith and the reference to a cause, her active mind swiftly flashing from one speculation to another in her effort to fathom the feeling of animosity against herself which the woman manifestly harboured. "Still in Lakewood?" she repeated. "But her letter—" Oh! A dim and wavering light was vouchsafed her groping mentality. She comprehended first, in the somewhat hazy manner, that Edith had never written the letter, that a trap had been laid with Edith as the bait, that something lay behind it all too profound for immediate solution. It wove in fantastic, elusive forms about the masquerade, the belief of all New York that she was Princess Thurvinia. Yet why, even then, this clear, vivid memories of the woman's eyes at the horse show, this woman's chilling eyes, the intensity of her gaze, the hatred in her face, and the awe and creep she had then inspired, blazed up with singular intensity as if to reveal much more, but faded again and left the mystery black. She was tempted for a moment to cry out protestingly that she was not Princess Thurvinia, merely a poor Cinderella, granted an hour of butterfly existence from a life monotonously grey and dull before. But she banished the thought at once. She knew it would be so utterly in vain and futile. The story would not be credited. It would appear the merest childish subterfuge of anyone similarly situated, precisely what the real princess might attempt in hope of escape. Subconsciously aware that the chain and the woman's watchful presence argued unusual precautions against her escape, therefore unusual importance doubtless in her capture, and remembering also the Baron's request that she continue in her role, she was momentarily more and more convinced that something political lay behind the affair of which she was the victim. The Baron had said she might perform a great service to his country. Her fright gave way to thinking, planning impossible things. wondering why she was kept alive at all, speculating as to Baron von Hochhaus and how much he might have known of dangers surrounding the princess. Indignation succeeded a number of lesser emotions in her being, and yet she was weak and could not long retain anger adequate to the indignities here thrust upon her. What to do was the question, not what might have been done. Was escape by any means possible, chained as she was, and probably under the constant watchfulness of this icy-eyed woman who suggested some species of vampire yet unnamed? She sank on the pillow, ill again, in a slight degree from the reflex action of the drug employed to blanket her senses. She could think of little more clearly thus, and realized the uselessness of questioning the woman who would certainly reveal nothing of the slightest importance. The day was fast greying into gloom. She could see far out through the dirty panes of the window across the dreary landscape of denuded trees and snow. She had known it for open country at the first waking glance. The wind was swaying the trees, snow wraiths drifted homelessly across the desolation. There was not a house in sight. She looked about the wretched room on that particular side of the couch without a motion of her head, wondering just how far above the snow the earth was, the window. Her thoughts went straying off to Robley Stuyvesant involuntarily. Some way she felt that if she could only let him know where she was, he would come, though death itself should bar the way. She knew she would go to him in such a plight, and the thought warmed her heart like a flame of sacred fire. If she only knew where she was, if she only knew, if she could only tell him. Her secondary drowsiness overcame her, and she slept there like a child. It was less than an hour before she once more started to her senses, this time wide awake promptly and blinking at a smoky lamp on the rickety table near the wall. The windows were heavily curtained. Not a ray of light could have found its way to the outer darkness of the land. Two figures cast great shadows on the floor, one the woman's, the other a man's. The latter bore some steaming dishes in his hands, and on his arm with a waiter's universal skill. It was he they called Pelivin, an accomplished being with a mind, he always said, above the roles for which the world had cast him. At the slight sound made by Thurley in propping herself on an arm, the woman turned. "Get up," she commanded. "I am hungry. We dine." Thurley was staring at Pelivin, whose face was sure betokened better things than a questionable association with this woman. He did not turn, however, till he had placed all the dishes on the table. Then, as he went, he cast a look on the captive girl that seemed, she fancied, friendly, if not indeed compassionate, all while Zagorski's back was turned. "Will you drink tea or coffee?" asked the woman, arranging the dishes on the table. "You see, I'm generous, a good provider." "Coffee, if you please," said Thurley, who trusted it might be as good as the bare suggestion promised. She was painfully hungry. She rose from the bed, discovering her chain to be fully 10 feet in length, even as the woman strode to the door and bawled to Pelivin to bring 2 cups of coffee. Then presently, with Zagorski seated close to her side, Thurley assuaged her appetite on mutton stew with bread and butter. The fare, though exceedingly limited as to variety, was nevertheless acceptable, being well cooked and comfortingly hot. The coffee in 2 large heavy cups was brought a few minutes later, and once more Pelivin disappeared. It seemed to Thurley utterly incongruous to sit here calmly eating with such a being under such conditions, but she was a healthy, hungry young woman, and to starve would be the greatest folly. Zagorski was not a communicative or loquacious person. Thurley felt that queries, entreatings, or demands would be alike wasted on the creature, and therefore, both being greatly in need of bodily sustenance, there was nothing said during the progress of the meal. The same inherent shrinking from the adventures was constantly present in Thurley's subconscious thoughts and movements, yet a sheer determination that she would not needlessly grieve or otherwise waste her strength possessed her absolutely and supplied her with courage, hope, and a wisdom rare and helpful. When at length she pushed her empty cup away, there was new resolve and a steady re-nerving resentment in her being. She took one look at Madame Zagorski, almost as if with a thought in mind of pouncing upon her, fighting it out, and then perhaps leaping from the window. But the wild idea faded instantly, leaving her sober sense of throne and aware of the heavy odds against her. She rose from the table, and her angry glance, which was also girlishly wistful, sped along the twisted links of the chain that bound her to the bed. She almost started at the sight of a link supplied by strands of wire. The chain had either been broken, or two short pieces had once been spliced together, the wire being passed at least 4 times between the iron links, then twisted hard and nipped off close and bent down level with the strands. Thurley's breath came faster, merely with the thought of things perhaps made possible could she once but tamper with the link. Then Zagorski faced about, and Thurley sank on the edge of the bed with her eyes averted from the woman's. Despite all the sleep she had taken that day, she presently felt herself heavy again. She made an effort, at first rather slight, then more determined, to cast the feeling off. A few minutes later she was exerting the utmost will-power and mental goading of which she was capable to divest her brain of the lethargy creeping upon it. The effort was in vain, her struggle impotent. She felt herself dimmed as by some heavy cloud expunging her life. With her last protesting lucubrations, she realized that the drowsiness was wholly unnatural, and was helplessly certain the coffee had been drugged. With one despairing fear of what the night might bring upon her, a fear that fought but had not the force to battle down the narcotic, she felt herself drooping head downward on the bed, and was once more inert and unconscious. End of chapter 35. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 36. An Offer of Help. Zagorski, being herself a heavy sleeper, once that condition of inactivity was achieved, proposed taking no chances with her captive. She had no mind or inclination for sitting up awake or otherwise assuming needless responsibilities with an important captive while drugs were cheap and certain. At length made certain that Thurley was wrapped in the folds and weavings of the baleful stuff employed, she closed the door upon her, went actively down the stairs, and strode unexpectedly in upon the 3 of her following, smoking in the kitchen of the house over the dishes of their dinner. Inasmuch as she nearly always approached them in this stealthy manner, the 3 were not unduly surprised. Pelavin quickly rose from his seat and offered her a chair. She sat near the stove, for the night was cold and the house leaked air like a sieve. "So," she said, eyeing the men before her with her penetrative stare, You are all convinced I know nothing of my business, and are all of a mind to murder the girl and get away?" She had heard no more than a word on entering, yet had diagnosed the state of their minds unerringly. "It was not yet certain," said the man called Max. "I was willing the matter should be discussed with you to decide, or at least show cause for this dangerous delay." "Ah," said Zagorski, "you were willing that I, the brains and all of this enterprise, should squeak like a mouse at the conference of lions?" The fellow Jan was in a sullen mood. He was not to be immediately browbeaten into his customary submission. "We shall presently have the whole pack down upon us," he said. "We are not in Europe. They manage things differently here in America. Have I not reason to know? We should be satisfied to obliterate this much of the power and oppression of Hertzegotha now, take no chances of her escape, and work for the Grand Duke afterward." "You mean to murder and run with our business half accomplished," corrected Zagorski malevolently. "It is your usual cowardly method. I say I shall get them both by midnight of tomorrow at the latest. As for escape, chained logs do not vanish in smoke through a keyhole and re-embody themselves outside to roll away." "She is a bird in hand," insisted Jan, averting his gaze from the ice-blue eyes he dreaded. "If you find the task too severe for delicate hands, it is business that must be done." "Do you threaten?" asked the woman quietly. "Let one of the three of you dare appear above the head of the stairs between this hour and 8 in the morning, or all the three, if you have the courage between you." "But 8 o'clock," said Pelavin. "This is very late." "I sleep late," answered Zagorski. "Have I inconvenienced myself for years to bring this capture about only to disturb myself for no reason now? When at last I have earned my morning's repose? I repeat it, 8 o'clock. The girl may sleep till 9. Jan continued sullen and wedded to his topic. "Instead of the Duke appearing at the broken mill, you will have a posse on our heels, and even though it may be different, what purpose does it serve to keep the princess here alive?" "Several purposes best known to myself," answered the woman, leader of the business. "Even you should perceive there may be a final necessity of showing this girl to the Duke at the window of the mill before he will enter the trap." "But, mark my word, he will not come alone," insisted Jan. "One potentate in the grave is worth 2 in a cordon of police. Think you Hochhaus is unwary? Think you Karl Wilhelm goes about in unprotected, free to blunder to our trap?" Max took his pipe from his mouth. "He is still in hiding from Wenck and the Baron," he supplied. "He is little minded for more coercion here in the land of the free." "I have only one question to ask," said Zagorski calmly. "Who engineered this capture of the princess? Who brought about its success? Who have been the failures heretofore?" She rose and stood facing the table, her back to the stove. "Bah! Of the three of you, Jan, you are the least endowed with brains in this association. Yet I had not thought even you reduced to common hurried murder in your utter lack of finesse." "I know my duty," growled the man. "We'll see what we shall see." "A threat?" she demanded as before.
If it comes to that, at least fling it out like a man." "I make no threats," said Jan, sullenly, puffing at his pipe. Only she waited, but he did not complete his sentence. "I understand," she said, more soothingly herself, a little fearful of this blood-desiring man. "When the hour arrives, it shall be you, no other, that has the deal, the honour, the glory of the stroke." He glanced up quickly. "Is it a promise? All agree?" "I am all, and I agree," said Zagorski, in a way of magnificence all her own. "And that being settled, an hour for consultation." The council sat till midnight, resolving there by the glowing stove the plans for assuring the coming of the Duke to meet a waiting doom. There were no more hints of mutiny, but all agreed that instantly upon the possible appearance of deliverance sent for Thurley, the knife in the hands of Jan should do its work, no matter what the after consequences to any in the band. Zagorski retired a little after 12. Thurley was sleeping like the princess of legend, bound by a magic spell. In its corner the oil stove, rank with emanations, glowed all night like a beacon set to lure trusting ships on the reef. At 8 in the morning a thunderous and long-continued pounding on the door roused Thurley from her torpor, while still her captor rasped a song of sleep. It was Pelivan, ready to bring the breakfast, but desiring the dishes of the meal of the evening before. The door was locked, a precaution Zagorski had taken on her own initiative, lest Jan be overzealous in the night. She was roused at last, reluctantly and heavily emerging from her hibernation, which Thurley duly noted. The day had officially begun. It was destined to be a day of dullness, dread, and desolation, broken but once in the morning when the breakfast things had gone. Zagorski was summoned to the room below, and Pelivan returned for the earthenware cups over which the woman had lingered. The door had been left a trifle open, Zagorski desiring to hear any sounds that might be of moment above. The man, thus alone with Thurley, abruptly placed the utensils once more on the table. He turned to the girl with a face transformed to one of contrition and shame. "Ah, your Highness," he whispered in a tragic undertone, suffused with intense emotion, "I can no longer bear that you shall regard me also with the hatred and dread, the suspicion and horror these others may inspire. I have waited to tell you, declare my loyalty, my friendship, my wish to assist you to escape." And down on his knees the fellow sank, his hands held imploringly before him. Thurley was startled more than surprised by the abruptness of his actions. Something in his face the previous evening had a little prepared her mind for some such declaration. Yet she hardly knew what were best to do in the moment that might be vouchsafed them. "Oh, if you only could really help me," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "But what can I possibly do?" "Your friends," he said eagerly. "Let them know. Your royal fiancé. In an hour I must go to the village for meat. A letter, a note to the Duke, the brave young Duke. Let me take it, if only a line." "But I have no paper, no pencil. My other friends," she answered eagerly, "if I tell them all—" "To ruin everything," he interrupted imploringly. "If so many come or seen from here, your life must pay the forfeit on the instant. This is predetermined. Let the Duke come alone, he only, and I can help. A part of a letter." He had snatched an old letter from his pocket and torn away the second sheet. "But a stub of pencil only." This he likewise produced, with grime from a pocket of his vest. Write it quick. There is not a moment to lose. and already I know where to find him." The tears rolled swiftly from his eyes. "It is so little I may do, but your life shall be saved. I shall not have lived in vain. I shall have not suffered shame, degradation for nothing." He dashed away the tears. "But write." Thurley was deeply affected by the fellow's outburst of emotion. She felt new hope in the day. Quickly kneeling by the table, she turned once more to the man. "Where am I? Where shall I tell him to come?" "The village of North Winnig, Long Island," Pelivan whispered rapidly. "Tell him you are captive in the old mill, 1 mile out to the eastward, where he shall come at 9 o'clock tonight, but come alone on peril of your life. Tell him you will go with no one else, and to bring no help nearer than the village." Thurley started to write in feverish haste. She paused. "But tonight at 9 I may be drugged again and fast asleep." "I am the cook," he whispered. "I shall leave out the drug. You shall then pretend to sleep, and leave the rest to me." She wrote again, but stopped to inquire, "This house is a mill?" "At the front, which you have not seen." "Ah, if we waste the time." He had risen and now tiptoed to the door and listened there intently. "It is nearly done. I must appear below." There," said Thurley, signing the note, and she placed it at once in his hand. He read it hurriedly. It was written in German. "Dear Carl Robley, I am captive in an old mill 1 mile out to the east from village of East Winnig, Long Island. You must come alone to save me. Bring no one with you nearer than the village, and at 9 tonight. It is important that you come alone. You must remember that, or it seems I am sentenced. Yours, Thurley." "Carl Robley?" he said inquiringly, but his name Thurley reddened. She had thought by this means it might be possible to get the intelligence also to Stuyvesant, who, far more than all the dukes in the world, might move effectively. "A nickname," she told the man without the slightest hesitation. "No one calls him so but myself." "The better, then. Then he will know it is from yourself," agreed Pelivan hurriedly, tucking the note in his pocket. "The blessing of the god, if I shall be able to help you, my princess." Again the tears welled swiftly to his eyes, and kneeling he kissed the hem of her skirt, then hastened to his dishes, made a noisy clatter at the table, and sprang through the door to stumble awkwardly down the stairs which Madame Zagorski was ascending. End of chapter 36.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 37. The Baron and a Knight. That morning brought little of comfort or hope to Alice Van Kirk, and nothing of relief to Robley Stuyvesant. No news had arrived. The mystery of Thurley's disappearance and whereabouts remained absolutely unbroken. Stuyvesant felt doubly despairing. He had learned sufficient from the conference with the Baron to realize that Princess Thurley was tremendously essential to the integrity and future of Hertzegotha, and was thoroughly convinced that should she be discovered and returned after this, she must soon complete her alliance with the youthful Duke and completely withdraw from his own existence. Nevertheless, his fanatical desire to serve her, to be, if possible, the one particular knight to reach her side and deliver her out of whatsoever dangers might impend, increased upon him hourly. If the fates decreed that his love must be forever hopeless, it would not be thereby lessened. Come what might, that day in the park had knitted a bond between them that nothing could ever wholly sever. A strange conviction that Thurley's doom hung close and loose above her head had haunted his thoughts since the very hour when he heard of the way she had gone. He had fretted with wild and increasing impatience because of this conviction. He was nearly beside himself, to be baffled, impotently ignorant of what he ought to do. This enforced inactivity and stupid waiting while a night went by seemed enough to drive him crazy. Of what avail was his eager love when he made not the slightest move? Stifling an hourly repeated impulse to seek the aid of the city's police, he could scarcely wait this Sunday morning for the time appointed to meet the Baron at his rooms. When he came there at last, the Baron was no wiser concerning Thurley than at Alice's the previous night. 2 of his men were still to report. He could only advise further patience. Wenck was still away. At 11 o'clock his 2 men came with vital news and were interviewed in private. They had found Princess Thurvinia. That royally erratic young person was lying dangerously ill, unknown and unsuspected, at the home of some loyal, if humble, subjects of Hertzegotha, living in unromantic Weehawken. She was unaware of the presence either of Wenck, the Baron, or the Duke in New York, and was too reduced to care. Vastly disturbed by this intelligence, and yet in a measure relieved, Hochhaus was still tremendously concerned with the fate of Thurley Ruxton. The princess might yet succumb and leave his kingdom bereft, while the young Duke, ignorant of Thurley's disappearance, was still persistent in his declarations that he loved no one else in the world. There was nothing to communicate to Stuyvesant. Indeed, the Baron's perturbation grew with the very fact his men had brought him no report concerning the abducted girl. He had much to do to maintain the secrecy hedging the princess about, to provide her the finest medical attendance, to arouse the Duke to his highest sense of duty, and, if possible, aid with all his power in saving the girl he knew to be in imminent danger of her life, if not already slain. He could only tell Stuyvesant to wait. Later he went to Weehawken, skilfully disguised, since he felt convinced that his movements were closely observed by Zagorski's agents, doubtless on his trail. At 3 o'clock a message from out in Long Island arrived for the young Duke Karl. It was quietly intercepted by the Baron's agents and brought to his quarters at once, Karl Wilhelm none the wiser. Half an hour later the Baron returned, and the message was placed in his hands. Stuyvesant, having been twice to Alice's, was once more waiting, and growing momentarily more desperate. Wenck had not only appeared, but had not sent the slightest word. No sooner had Hochhaus glanced the message over than he strode to Stuyvesant's room. He was thoroughly aroused, but incisively keen of wit. He had leaped at the truth of things as a tiger leaps on its prey. "Stuyvesant, here it is at last," he said as Robley sprang to his feet, prepared to blurt out his impatience with methods so lacking in action. "I rather thought that something in this manner might appear, but I didn't expect. Man, what do you think of this?" He held up the note to read. "What is it? Something from Miss "It's a bit of correspondence addressed to Grand Duke Karl, and intercepted by my orders," interrupted the Baron. "Listen. Excellency, I have found Miss Thurley, and send you immediate words that you may hasten to her rescue. For you alone will she trust, so great is her present apprehension for her life, and so great is the warrant for her fears. She is a captive in the hands of political enemies of Hertzegotha,
at a small village called North Winnig on Long Island, 100 miles out nearby, and is at an old mill 1 mile to the eastward of the village, where she informs me one of the band has revealed a secret loyalty and desire to render her assistance, though through him only will her rescue be possible. You must come alone tonight at 9 o'clock, bringing no assisting friends nearer than the village proper, lest you excite suspicion and thereby sacrifice her life on the instant. Be under the window at the stroke of 9, the window at the rear of the mill, and do not, for the love of heaven, attempt her rescue by force of numbers, or come otherwise than alone. The one man loyal to her Highness is expected to go out tonight and return at 9. Hence, one man approaching will arouse no suspicion. I shall await your advent myself in the village. For God and Hertzegotha, Otto Wenck. Postscript. I enclose confirmatory note from Stuyvesant, white with excitement and crouching as if for a spring of action, snatched the paper from the Baron's fingers. "Pardon," he said, "but where is it? Where? Village of North—" "My dear young friend," admonished the Baron quietly. "Wait, don't you see?" "Wait," said Stuyvesant wildly. "I've done nothing but wait all day. I want to get started. Don't you understand?" "I do," said the Baron, "perfectly. There is more. You have not heard at all. This also was enclosed." He held up Thurley's note and read it, puzzled at once by its presence in the letter and the method of the address. "Dear Carl Robley." "What?" cried Stuyvesant, more excited than before. "It's half addressed to me. Perhaps she thought that Baron, I'll take a force of men. I mean that I shall go in my car to fetch her back. There may be no railway in miles. Can your men be ready at once?" "Mr. Stuyvesant, sit down," commanded the Baron sternly. "Can't you see this is merely a trap?" Stuyvesant halted in the act of throwing on his coat, and the sable trailed on the floor. "A trap? It's Thurley's appeal, and it's half addressed to me. I don't understand. There's nothing to do but get there as soon as the Lord will let me. Why should you call it a trap?" "This letter was sent to the Duke. I told you that." "It was, but right here, Robley. His name isn't it's signed here, Otto Wenck." "Your man, I know, but nevertheless—" "That's the lie of it, man," the Baron interrupted. "Wenck, it is true, is over there somewhere and has made no report, but he's under another name, and on no account would send me a line, or a line to the Duke, with his own name actually attached." "You mean?" "I mean. That was my orders, absolute orders. Furthermore, he would never, in a case like this, send a line to anyone save myself, while it is perfectly preposterous for him to urge the Duke into such a noose as this. A trap, a clumsy trap, and this sort of bait I've expected." Stuyvesant paled. "But, good heavens, Baron, how could this note from Thurley, not a forgery, you think?" "I'm not prepared to say. It may be genuine, it may be all a lie. This Wenck note is a forgery, and clever as the fiends. It sums up all a trap, my son, to compass a double murder." Stuyvesant went white about the mouth. "Murder?" "Sit down," urged the Baron more quietly. "This is a matter of life and death. To the beautiful woman I feel you would serve to the utmost limits of your strength. My life, I mean it, sir." "Then, in the name of the Heaven you implored, be calm a little, and assist me as far as you may." "You think she's alive? She may be there, that village, North Winnig?" It is the barest hope in the world. It is far more likely she is far away in another direction. God alone knows where, and yet it is all we have at present, and you might at least investigate, though the dangers, I warn you, are great." The younger man was confident. "I'll simply take a dozen men, picked fighters, gunfighters at that, and clean up." "So I feared," it was dryly remarked, and the Baron screwed up his mouth. "If she is there at all and alive, your course would ring her knell the instant your men appeared. It is no idle threat, that part of the letter that warns the Duke he must be certain to come alone, his friends no closer than the village. Of what avail are friends a mile away? Then I'll go alone, though all the demons out of the Hades, and be quietly captured there beneath the window. Then they find you are not the Duke. What then? And you wouldn't expect, with a letter as false as this, that Miss Thurley, as you call her, would be standing at the window waiting to leap into your arms?" Stuyvesant saw the situation, yet clung to a species of hope. "Good heavens, man, do you expect me to do nothing? If she's there at all, and in momentarily danger of her life, I've got to take a chance, that's all." "And give yourself none," commented the Baron dryly. "If you mean to help in this affair, go over, if you please, to North Winnig with your car and your man, and ascertain, if possible, whether or not any strangers have recently come to that neighbourhood in particular circumstances, and are occupying any old mill. And then report to me, or at most adopt some sane expedient for the safe delivery of the captive, should you find her actually imprisoned and alive thereabouts." "But you?" demanded Stuyvesant. "In the meantime you are certainly as deeply interested, perhaps more deeply interested. Where will you be with your men? What will they be doing?" "Scouring the darkest, farthest corners of all New York," said the Baron laconically, "endeavouring to retrieve any time we may lose by sending you off to this village." "Then you think she isn't there?" The Baron smiled. "It would be almost too good to be true." "I shall go and see," said Stuyvesant. "God grant I may find her safe." He flung on his coat, which had fallen to a chair. "Amen to that," answered the Baron, his fine old mouth slightly twitching and his eyes suspiciously moist. Then he placed his hands on Robley's shoulders. "Don't take the slightest unnecessary risk, my boy," he added. "Serve her as far as you like, with your life if you must, but be certain first it is a service. My affection for you is great. To sacrifice another life, youth, take no risks that can do no good in the end." Stuyvesant was greatly affected. His fine young face took on an expression approximating sublimity. "I would go through anything to serve her," he said simply, "and because she has written Robley here, I am certain she lives, and sent this note and expects, well, someone at 9 o'clock tonight." The Baron could say no more. He wrung the young man's hand with tremendous intensity and watched him go out at the door. Then he sank on a chair, limp and wretched, staring at the carpet. He knew what the dangers were into which this youth would plunge, the dangers into which, he confessed, he had feared Thurley Ruxton would fall. "God help us all," he murmured. "I must serve Hertzegotha first." End of chapter 37.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 38. The One Weak Link. The day for Thurley was one long monotony of fear, disgust, and helplessness. The windows had been finally uncurtained late in the morning, but the day was grey and dreary, while the atmosphere within was murky and foul with odours from below and the reek of the stove that kept the room slightly warmer than freezing. Zagorski remained at her captive's side almost constantly. She seldom spoke, and Thurley would never have addressed her voluntarily, since questions and pleading would have been of no avail, and conversation was impossible. As often as she encountered the ice-blue stare of the woman's eyes, she shuddered anew with repugnance and the certainty of a gross, malevolent mind behind their baleful glistening. She had found herself wrapped in an exceptionally long grey cloak, patched and dirty, but at least of wool and therefore slightly comforting in this leaky old hovel, long before abandoned as a human habitation. She spent her time lying or sitting on the bed, or walking the few feet rendered possible by the meagre length of chain. She did not sleep again. From time to time she heard a murmur of voices, where the men below were repeatedly protesting against the delays of Madame Zagorski. Now and then the woman descended on the trio to soothe or to domineer as occasion might demand. Never for more than 5 minutes at a time did she thus leave Thurley to herself, and the girl was aware of the utter futility of attempted escape in such interim or in the glare of day. Twice she had dared snatch up her chain and try with her fingers to loosen the wires where the twisted ends were nipped and bent over on the link. She had no intention of doing more than barely prepare the stubborn splice for possible tampering later on, but even this seemed quite impractical to fingers fashioned delicately and unprovided with a tool. On the last occasion, nevertheless, she found an edge on the iron bed where the twist of wire, being once engaged, was readily bent backward on the link. It did not break, being tough and malleable, and she barely had time to bend it once more to its former position when Zagorski again returned. There were no more opportunities to labour with the wire, and at most it was merely possible for Thurley to sit there planning how, if her chance should come, she could bend and bend that metal prong till its point should finally snap. She planned all day at 1,000 things, impossible and even extravagant. No thought had entered her mind again of attempting a struggle with the woman. She knew her strength could avail her nothing in a combat so entirely unequal, and the noise would disturb the men. Her hope attached itself with childlike confidence to the man Pelivan hour after hour. Her only fear concerning him was that of his ability, surrounded as he was by other men, to render the necessary hope at the vital moment. She had doubts again of the arrival of the note addressed to the Duke and Robley. It seemed to her she was very far from all the world of Gotham. The note might be lost, intercepted. The day being Sunday, it might easily fail of delivery, if no one should come that night at 9. A fever of anxiety, hope succeeding doubt, eager planning for herself, and increasing dread and illness in this fetid room was flaming her cheeks and eyes. The day was so frightfully long. The unknown fate impending, and the mystery as to why she had been thus entrapped, were so baffling and frightening as the hours wore slowly on. She could not have known that Pelivan, clever actor that he was, had tricked and deceived her with shameless duplicity, playing on her feelings and credulity to procure her note to the Duke, yet she finally doubted even him. It was merely the accumulated despair to which she was victim, making its pessimistic inroads to her courage. She doubted everything at times, and was hopelessly haunted by instinctive alarms, as if the violence hovering in the air and lurid with murderous desire was some way communicated to her more receptive self, which could not interpret their meaning. Yet back to her hope in Pelivan she fled, as if aware it was all she had, no matter how tenuous its substance. He had promised not to drug her coffee. If he should lie, she might be wiser to refuse the draught and take no chances. But the action, on the other hand, might readily excite the woman's suspicions, even against Pelivan. Her fever rose with the waning of the day, and when at 5 the sun went down in a red-streaked sky, suggesting blood and fire that some way were not warm, she felt the landscape's desolation creeping coldly to her heart. She had risen from the bed so many times in the spirit of restlessness increasing steadily that she feared the woman must note her condition and pounce upon its actuating cause. With all the power of her mind's volition, she remained at peace, attempting to convey an impression of sleepiness again and dullness for lack of air. "May we have the window open for a moment?" she finally asked. "The air will be better for freshening." "It suits me well enough as it is," said Zagorski. "Once I heard of a man on the gallows who was given a glass of beer, from which he blew the froth. Someone questioned why he blew it away. He said it was not healthy, and then he was hanged." She laughed uproariously, shaking with mirth at the grimness of her joke. A sickening conviction of doubt settled at Thurley's heart. Ominous night and ominous threat seemed brooding together in the shadows that fell upon the snow-bound world and house. There was nothing to do but wait, and wait for God alone knew what. Evidence of more uneasiness increased below the stairs. Something seemed amiss. Zagorski was up and down repeatedly between the hours of 5 and 6. There appeared to be no preparations for dinner, or even a thought of eating. It was all concerned with Pelivan, not yet returned from sending Thurley's note with his own to the young Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm. It was 7:30 when he came at last, and the news he brought was satisfactory. Dinner was served to Thurley and the woman a little after 8. It was precisely the sort of meal supplied the previous evening, in fact, part of the stew still remaining unconsumed. Coffee was provided as before, the man Pelivan snatching at a momentary opportunity to nod at Thurley reassuringly while the cups were being placed on the table. The man had no more than retreated through the door than Zagorski was on her feet. "Pelivan!" she called, and, following actively, half closed the door behind her as she gave him some manner of instructions delivered in Russian and barely above a whisper. Instantly, for no absolute reason she might at the time have explained, Thurley conceived an extraordinary plan: to exchange her cup for the woman's. She did so before she could halt the action or reflect as to why it was done. Her heart, however, swung like a wind-swayed bell in its tower. Her hands shook as if with ague. She knew it was not with some sudden distrust of Pelivan she had acted. She had merely obeyed some blind intuition and prompting to be doubly safe should treachery lurk in the drink. Zagorski returned almost immediately. The trifling sound that Thurley had made, transferring the heavy earthenware receptacles, had alarmed her frightfully. She was certain the movement had been heard, and the ruse would be detected. Partly to hide her confusion, partly to complete her action and force her own cup upon Zagorski, she drank the portion now allotted to herself, without even waiting for sugar. She was drinking indeed, when the woman came and resumed her seat at the table. Zagorski glanced at her only once, a grim expression of satisfaction betrayed for a second in her eyes. She had feared Thurley might refuse the coffee altogether. In the wildest flutter of excitement and fear, Thurley watched for the woman to drink. Her heart continued its tumult, which she was certain Zagorski must hear. She rose from her seat and proceeded to the bed, watching from the corner of her eyes. Below, the men left silently to proceed to an old abandoned gristmill a mile to the east of North Wenck. Zagorski drank, draining the cup to the dregs. "Horrible water, unfit for cooking," she said, as the drug taste left some impalpable tang on her palate, and she rose and went over to the stove, renewing the oil in its tank. Then she stood above its heavy gush of heat, while Thurley, watching with blazing eyes, presently remembered that she must seem to droop and sink into sleep as before. She began the symptoms against which the previous evening she had struggled helplessly. Zagorski, attributing her sense of comfort to the warmth of the stove and dinner, crossed to the door, bolted it fast, and returned to the ruby glare, so impotent to dissipate the cold. She was watching her captive narrowly, a thing that Thurley felt. Rising, Thurley shook herself, rubbed at her eyes, and briskly chafed her hands. She staggered a little where she stood, winking her eyes in the heavy manner compelled by the drug before. Back to the bed she sank, maintaining all her show of drowsiness, and at length was prostrate on the pillow, her whole tingling being startlingly awake and trembling with suppressed excitement. The drug worked slowly on Zagorski. Sleep always came to her reluctantly and remained over long, the morning hours invariably increasing her torpor. Nevertheless, her feeling of placid contentment now rose and engulfed her lurid brain. She sat in a chair beside the stove, somewhat exulting in the thought of a good night's rest ahead. She nodded there, her sense of peace possessing all her body. Dimly she thought of 9 o'clock, and of work to be done by Jan and the others when the trap should close its jaws. What need to bother herself? When that was done, the rest could follow quickly, and then, if a flight by darkness seemed advisable, a bit of sleep to start on would be well. She rose by making an effort and moved across to her bed. An hour at the most she might nap serenely, and then she dropped herself down, or rather drooped, possessed of a sudden with a wild suspicion that something might be wrong. A flash of vivid, glaring light was seared across a portion of her brain, like a lightning stroke that fails to reach the earth. The zigzag halted in the dullness, shutting out her intellect, and faded on her night. She tried to rise, to cry to the men who were gone, as she fully remembered. She could neither lift the leaden mass of her shoulders and weighted skull, nor utter forth more than a gurgle. The sound she made was terrible to Thurley, lying there quivering with her life. It was such an animal, savage sound, as of some wild beast that struggled with suffocating death, expecting almost that the creature would come staggering, possibly, but horribly vital and stubbornly active in her sinister intent. Thurley dared not move and dared not remain, and held her breath in fearful alarm as she listened to hear the lightest tread. It did not come. Zagorski was down, her brain like a blackened frame where fireworks, having expended their flare, die suddenly, with here and there a streak or a star of unattached and meaningless red glowing vividly a moment on the velvet gloom that its previous brilliance has intensified. She was still awake in a manner, sinking as one who drowns but is not yet wholly unconscious. Then oblivion claimed her for its own. It was not until nearly half an hour later, when the woman was breathing with the stentorious gasps and irregular percussions of a gasoline engine, that Thurley dared to move. She rose, then cautiously glancing at once toward the inert mass the woman had become. The house was still. The silence, save for Zagorski's breathing, was intense. Thurley went to the lamp and turned it low, then crept to the window and tried to peer through the snow-lighted darkness of the night. There was nothing to be seen. She had no means of determining the time, but felt it must be fully 9 o'clock, when perhaps deliverance should come. Once more at that, the clear, bright light of her reason was cast illumining upon the facts. Pelivan was a proved liar. The coffee he had promised should be harmless had been obviously drugged. Undoubtedly, all his sympathy and loyalty had been a sham. New forms of suspicion and dread rose before her vision as she thought of the uses to which her note to Robley might be put. She was terrified anew by the murky conception of some hideous network of duplicity and crime, with its meshes about her vouchsafed to her vividly working mind. She must save herself, she realized, or the blackest of fates would doubtless be her portion. Alone with the silence and the sodden woman labouring in her sleep, she stood undecided, overwhelmed for a moment with a half-clear glimpse into things appallingly obscure. Doubts as to where she really was assailed her, together with consuming fear of the creatures heard at times below. But to leave this house without the slightest unnecessary delay was the first demand of action. Quietly, furtively, she glided toward the bed, catching up the iron chain that bound her like a slave. Her hand ran past the wire link in her trembling anxiety for haste. Then she found it, and, moving it to the metal edge employed in the afternoon, bent the twisted strands upon it and began to force them down and up by the feeble glow of the lamp. It seemed as if they would never snap, so tough was their substance, so soft her hands, and so great was her fear of creating a noise that would rouse Zagorski from her sleep. In feverish desperation she strained at the wire, and was torn through the skin of her finger. Her hand was presently reddened from the wound, but she worked more hotly than before. The wire gave way. Excitedly assailing the bright-tipped strand, she pushed it and drove it back through the link that it coupled to a mate, finding it harsh and resisting to her efforts. Her hands were stabbed and cut anew, but the loosened ends were forced to yield, till presently the chain was parted, and an end fell down and struck the floor sharply. Thurley could have moaned. Zagorski started in her slumber, some of her stubborn instincts of suspicion and watchfulness responding automatically to the noise the chain had made. End of chapter 38.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 39. A Desperate Flight. Scarcely daring to breathe,
Facing the room with the dilated eyes and expecting an almost immediate demand for admission to the room by some of the men, Thurley stood holding one end of the chain like a goddess released from bondage. She was almost prepared for a fight for her life, had the moment demanded a fierce and desperate stand. But nothing happened. Her colour having fled, crept back once more as her fever and hope burned anew. She was free in part. She must take advantage of her moment. The window was her only concern. To attempt escape by the stairs and door was a thought far too frightening for a moment's entertainment. She was certain that some, if not all, of the men were below in their usual quarters. The room afforded nothing in the nature of a rope. She knew from her former examination that the window was far too high from the frozen ground and snow for a leap, or even a drop. She had heard of captives tearing the sheets of a bed to form an escaping strand. Wrapping half of the chain about her waist and securing the end with the wire, she tumbled the bed clothes over wildly to find there were no sheets. She remembered the fact for a moment, forgotten in excitement. But 2 of the blankets were old. She dragged them out and attempted to part them with her hands. The hems at the ends resisted stubbornly. She bit and tore them with her teeth. Once they were severed, she made headway faster, using jaws and hands together. The blankets were torn into 3 strips each. Then she knotted their ends together. Zagorski stirred and partially rose, goaded by some latent force that frequently possessed her in her sleep, rousing her even to walking. "Bellowin," she said, apparently staring at Thurley. In sickening fright, the girl let fall her strips of cloth as the woman sank back in her bed. Cold moisture broke on Thurley's brow. Her heart throbbed like an engine in her breast. It seemed as if the horrid inefficiency of a nightmare numbed and paralyzed her actions, yet she soon resumed her task. Fear had electrified her ingenuity as courage had steeled her nerves. She tied her rope to the table leg that was nearest the window at last, and slightly raised the sash to drop the end. The window came down again immediately, its loose old skeleton rattling in the frame. Once more its noise awoke the peal of alarms in Thurley's bosom. A gush of the wintry air sweeping in had struck like a zone of chill across her heated body. She glanced about, aware she should need protection from the night and its wind and snow. The grey old cloak was on the bed. She caught it up and put it on, when a crack and a thump on the stairs below made her gasp and start with dread. She stood there trembling, suppressing her breath, and pressing both hands above her heart, as if to stifle its clamour. Again all was still. She thought of the lamp and blew it out as a measure of precaution. Groping her way to the window again, she thrust aside the curtains, raised the sash, and put out her foot to crawl out backward. Her one hand closed in frantic grip upon her strand of wool. A horrible voice abruptly woke the silence, Zagorski talking in her unsurrendered restlessness of spirit. "You, John, shall strike the blow." A fearful gurgle sputtered in her throat. She rose from the bed as Thurley could hear and floundered about the room. Unable to endure the frightening thoughts that suddenly swooped upon her, Thurley supported the sash with her shoulder, dropped backward from the sill, and was suddenly out in the clean-smelling cold, swaying 20 feet up from the ground. The window had closed behind her, falling with its rattle to the cushion of wool where the blanket lay across the frame. Down, down slipped Thurley, nearly thrust from her hold, when a knot in the strand was encountered. Her hands were all but scorched by the rope, as the last few feet slid through her tender palms, and she landed on and fell to the earth.
up in an instant, unhurt and remarkably revived in strength and nerve by the tonic of the air, she paused for a moment to glance about and listen before she moved. The entire side of the building was dark. Not a gleam of light was revealed from a single window. There was not a sound in all the world, it seemed, nor a sign of other houses. A few stars gleamed in wells of vast profundity between huge masses of cloud. The great brazen dipper blazed heatlessly as it swung about the polar star immovably studded in the north. It seemed to Thurley like a guidance divine as she recognized this mighty constellation. It told her the way to go. The village of North Winnig, she thought, must barely be a mile to the west. She did not know the abandoned mill was not this structure. She was quitting, but was miles away in the opposite direction. Raising the cloak, which would have dragged and caught upon her feet, she faced the wind that had blown all day across the wintry continent, and was presently plunging through dry drifts of snow and over barren earth too hard to receive her tracks. The wind sent scud where the drifts were piled, and this filled in the imprints of her shoes and so concealed her trail. She glanced behind as she hastened on, but neither a shout nor a ray of light did the sombre old hovel surrender. Nevertheless, she felt pursued, a haunting sense of her insecurity peopling every shadow with a sinister form, about to leap out and retake her. She presently ran, as increasing distance from the house made the echo of footsteps far too faint to travel back and betrayed the fact that she was gone. She came to a fence and clambered through, tearing the cloak which she held as close as possible about her chest, where the wind sought the thinness of her garments. For the very first time since the moment of entering Edith's room, she missed her furs, her muff and scarf, which Zagorski must have taken. They did not matter. Nothing mattered now but escape, to escape the village and beg for protection and shelter from the first warm house she should find. Running and walking, feverishly pushing forward, she took no heed of distance or the roughness of the field where she was travelling. She felt a glow of warmth and life responding to her rapid locomotion, and at last she came upon a road. It led apparently westward, doubtless, she thought, to the village she was seeking. Perhaps North Winnig was now no more than half a mile away, and still no sign of pursuers in the rear. It was a strange, still world of grey and black, with skeleton trees against the restless sky, and huge abysses of shadow in the far-off woods, and lakes of dull snow in the meadows. It was frozen to lifelessness, stilled to the silence of death. Thurley went on. It seemed endless, this road, and its course was altered at a curve here and there, till directions were all confused. Dark clouds had blotted out the stars, and from time to time a flurry of snow was driven fiercely earthward on the wind. Thurley was certain she had come a mile at the end of a half an hour of ceaseless hurry. She had gone more nearly 2, and by then was 6 from the nearest town and leaving it further behind. She had nothing by way of plan save to go and go till she came to North Winnig. She had slowed to a steady, active gait, but doubts were beginning in her mind. An hour out she halted, glancing about her in bewilderment, wondering whither she had come. Long before this, as she felt convinced the village should have been encountered, a realizing sense that she must have chosen the wrong direction came discouragingly upon her. She dared not return and so approach the house from which she had escaped. She felt a little weariness and a dread of being lost. The chill of the breeze would not permit long halting in the road. She must go and keep on going, she knew, but where?
I shall come to something finally, she told herself in bravery, and onward she trudged as before. At midnight she was all but exhausted. The chain about her waist was cold and heavy. A new despair was at her heart. To go on all night was hardly possible. To sink by the road in such a bitter atmosphere would mean to perish long before dawn. She felt the road must terminate at last at a farm, if nothing more. Anything now as a shelter from the wind would be as a haven of rest. The snow was deeper in the road, and her feet were heavy with its weight and constant retarding. She went on and on. It seemed to her a time that was never to end. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, with the wind assuming a colder, brisker search of all the land, when out of the darkness loomed the low, squat form of a shed or outbuilding standing by the road. A note of gladness escaped the girl as she prodded her lagging limbs to vigorous effort. She was certain of a house which should be near at hand, and her theory was right. There had been a dwelling once at the place, and its ruins were there when she came to the site, the mute, gaunt bones of a structure consumed in the autumn by fire. Thurley could have wept from weariness and disappointment. She stumbled back to the shed-like building, once a blacksmith's shop, effected an entrance where a board was torn away, and, sinking down where a few old shavings had escaped the pencils of snow, flung in at gaping cracks, she sheltered herself as best she might in a broken box beneath a workman's bench, and was thankful to God for rest. End of chapter 39. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 40. A Night of Toil. Alice Van Kirk on Sunday afternoon felt as if the suspense and strain of uncertainty would completely break her down. The morning had been sufficiently insupportable. She had barely slept all night, and with Stuyvesant reporting no progress after 10 o'clock, her cup of anguish had seemed full to overflowing. But the afternoon, as mockingly barren of news or hope as any hours already endured, brought calls and callers innumerable with inquiries as to Thurley's health, invitations for the week forthcoming, and astonishment and curiosity on the part of those who discovered by personal attendance at the mansion that Thurley was away. Alice had not revealed the truth to anyone save Robley and the Baron. She feared and dreaded the rumours and gossip, the exaggerated tales, and the inescapable suspicions that knowledge of the Prince's disappearance would immediately engender. Nevertheless, to maintain a smiling composure and to parry insidious queries was taxing the utmost of her ingenuity, and all but driving her distracted. Major Phipps, who had been away recuperating from his literary labours for several weeks, was one of the callers. He came with Kelsey Woods, and was annoyingly insistent in his probing as to Thurley, her whereabouts and prospects. Willie Stetson, with 20 different bunches of flowers for Thurley to accept or reject, but to exercise her wholly untrammelled choice upon, was early on the scene. Algy Dearborn brought a brand new limerick. Captain Fowler and Beau Bremer of the diplomatic service arrived almost together. Lady Honour Calthrop and Count Faïschi came together, as they had on a number of occasions. Gaylord came later with floral contributions, and by great good fortune did not collide with the Count. Faishi was sufficiently persistent in his reiterated desire to be made acquainted at once with Thurley's whereabouts. He cornered Alice by herself at the moment when the others were engaged in a mild debate on woman's suffrage, and repeated his wishes anew. "It is not that I shall be considered as one of the limpid others," he explained. "My nature is one of fire and action. So impatient to move, to surround. Miss Thurley herself understands. She would wish it for me to be informed where she is, what she does away from her home, where I shall send my eager thoughts to remind her of the pleasant times whenever we have met." "I quite understand," said Alice, distraught by her haunting fears. "If I were to tell you, Count Faishi, that she is far away and in peril, what would your fire and action do?" He grinned. "I should be aware, dear lady, that you are a humorous people, you Americans. I shall wait. She must presently return. My longing shall bring her back." "Perhaps," said Alice, "but I would pray God to send her a humorous American man with a good strong arm and fearless heart. No hothouse absent treatment." She rose and joined the others restlessly, her feeling one of negative guilt that she talked and smiled with guests like these and did nothing at all for Thurley. She was glad when they went, particularly glad to be rid of the glib Faishi, shamelessly boasting of the heat of his heart that she knew to be colder than brass. But if the Count was insistent, Gaylord was fairly intolerable. The man was at the brink of ruin. His nerves were as brittle as glass. He was pale, irritable, strung taut as a rope between two twisting screws. Faishi had crowded him fairly to the edge, and he felt already that the slightest push must hurl him downward to the pit. Some way in his desperate plight he felt the necessity for Thurley Ruxton, a summon of the other days, to whom to open the gates of his soul and relieve the pressure within. She had not replied to his letter, that note amounting to a curt demand that she permit him to announce their engagement. Irrationally he told himself that if she had only sent him word, definite word, even a negative reply, the entire fabric of his luck must have undergone a transformation. He was not prepared to accept her no for his answer. Today, however, it was anything to find her and perhaps compel her to consent to be his wife. He felt it would conquer Faishi to discover that she was absent from the scene, and to receive no adequate explanation of what her absence meant increased his annoyance and impatience. "See here," he said to Alice in his domineering way, the moment he could snatch her away from the others, "we both understand that my position with Thurley is unlike that of anyone else. I've a right to know where she's gone." Alice was nettled. "I wish it were such a right as might keep you better informed, more vitally in touch with events, and then perhaps you might assist instead of goading me." "What do you mean?" he demanded. "You're not declaring your ignorance as to where she is." "And if I were, what then?" He narrowed his gaze upon her, countless suspicions flashing briefly in his brain. "You're sure she hasn't gone to New Haven?" he said. "It isn't some attempt to erase all final traces of the past?" Alice could almost have slapped him. "Her past with you?" she queried, as she had on previous occasions. "I am sure there is no occasion, Mr. Gaylord. If, as you say, you occupy a peculiar position with regard to Thurley, what would you think your duty should anything arise to menace her happiness, her freedom, her life?" She had masked her intensity of feeling, or, if she had not, Gaylord failed to penetrate her thin veneer of calm. He smiled again in his mirthless, sardonic manner, the manner of one desperate no matter where he turns. "Is this some trap for me?" he inquired. "Does it snap upon my answer?" "It does, to some extent, though my question was not intended as a trap." "Precisely. May I exercise the privilege of avoiding the trap?" "You may think the trap avoided." He ceased to smile. "I suppose you mean I am trapped no matter how I answer." Alice shrugged her shoulders. "Your fate is of your own making, not of mine. Suppose Thurley needed help. You claim you occupy a special position in her destiny. How far would you be willing to go? What would you sacrifice to find her and give her assistance?" Gaillard wondered if perchance the game was over and Thurley sent away, whether Alice Van Kirk had begun to fear detection of their game, and had brought it to a sudden termination. His attitude was altered by the thought, so lightly did his weather vane respond to a zephyr of change. "If she's out of town," he replied, "I'd do what I could, do anything in reason, except, of course, to leave the city just at present. God knows my whole career may depend on my being here now every minute." "Exactly," said Alice, and that was her final word with the man, but not her final disgust. She sounded nearly every man who had hung on Thurley's words and moves, while flowers and speeches were the price. There was none in them all, she felt convinced, with the manhood, the courage, and the self-denial to risk his comfort, far less risk his life should the princess require such sacrifice to defend her, perhaps from death. In the final analysis, not a few regarded Thurley as already the prize, and therefore the charge of the young Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm. They would gladly flirt with his affianced bride, but her dangers were all for him. It was late when Stuyvesant found at last that a faint star of hope had risen. His message was brief and excited, the merest statement that a hint had arrived at the Baron's headquarters, and that anything further that might develop would be phoned in later on. He was going, Robley added, to a place far out from Manhattan, to investigate a vague report that might prove utterly groundless. It was something, at least, on which to act, and midnight would tell the tale. To all of Alice's eager questions he returned the vaguest of answers, presently hanging up the phone. If disappointment lurked beyond, he preferred to accept its brunt himself and not raise beaming expectations to dash them later in the night. It was late when he started his car with his man in the driver's seat. He had ascertained that no railroad trains ran nearer than 15 miles or more to the west of North Winnick. He was dressed in furs, which differed but slightly from those of his mechanician. Wolfskin robes were heaped in the tonneau's hold, should occasion arise for their use. Their lamps were lighted on the ferry boat. Half an hour later, with nearly 4 clear hours ahead of them, in which to cover a distance calculated at something under 70 miles, the car was going like a huge projectile over roads hard as flint. The darkness descended swiftly. The night was moonless, but the film of snow that lay on all the lifeless world reflected the dim refulgence of the heavens, clearly defining the pike. For more than a quarter of the distance, the big dark device of modern power and velocity shot through villages, past fields, and over bridges like a thing made glad by its own sheer might and perfection. Then it blew out a tire, and a long, heart-racking siege of disasters had been ushered in as if at the beckoning of fate. A cylinder began to miss, almost upon the resumption of the journey. For fully an hour both Stuyvesant and his man sought vainly to locate the trouble. When they came upon it finally, they found it somewhat serious, a valve rod sticking every other minute, and then for a time running normally. Filing and oiling aided materially, but the lost minutes were totaling fast. When once he could drive ahead again, the chauffeur urged such terrific speed that wreckage was constantly threatened. One violent manoeuvre resulting from this recklessness stripped out the gears of the intermediate speed. A battery connection shaken loose brought on the recurrence of the missing, for which the valve rod was for long mistakenly attacked. One crushing, delaying complication after another arose. The great machine, now racing, now barely toiling in the highway, performed every known depravity of steel and spark and gasoline. Another tire went the way of ruin. Impatiently, wildly, Stuyvesant strove to redeem lost time, but in vain. It was one interminable series of delays, repairs, and exhausting efforts to keep the machine on its legs. 8 o'clock found them far from anywhere, with 40 miles to go. Calamity overtook them almost while they reckoned that, with luck, they would still be late no more than half an hour. At 9 they were down and out again, Stuyvesant groaning in vain. He had looked at his watch 100 times, and now, with more than 30 miles to travel, was sweating in the frozen wind to think of what might be happening where Thurley waited, peering through the night for the help that could not arrive. How they limped along toward North Winnig, Robley could never have told. It seemed a veritable nightmare of helplessness, wherein he struggled furiously to get ahead, only to be baffled, hindered, stalled by things intangible that may not be engaged or overcome. It was midnight and past when they came at last to the village. They had gone astray from the road among their other accidents, and expended an hour getting back. The little settlement in which they found themselves at last seemed part of the frozen world. Not a light was shown from any house, where all appeared like spectral things, merely mockeries of men's abodes, with glassy eyes lifelessly staring. Leaving his man in charge of the car, Stuyvesant hastened off at once to find the abandoned mill. He came there at last, discovering an empty old ruin through which the wind was howling dismally. Armed as he was, he nevertheless approached it with caution, only to ascertain that a burial place would exhibit more cheer and life. He knew that if Thurley had been here at all, she had long since gone away. Bitterness and self-accusation and impotent bickerings at fates and accidents consumed him there in the wind. It seemed so utterly puerile to have come this far and be obliged to turn about and return, the way he had travelled, crowned with defeat and disappointment. There was nothing about the structure to give him the slightest guidance or hint as to what he should do. He could only turn disgustedly away, reviling himself for failure in Thurley's hour of need, and face the cold and desolation between himself and his car. Harassed, even tortured by worry and apprehension as to what his delinquency might have involved, he could only wonder vaguely how possible to serve the princess now. He could think of one thing only: remain for the night at North Winnig, and by search and inquiry early in the morning redeem a little of his effort. He came to the village street some distance from his car. Up the road he went as rapidly as possible, wondering soon if his man had curled himself down in the furs to keep himself warm as he waited. He had rather expected the man to be walking about on the road, warming himself by motion. "Banks," he called as he came in speaking distance, but no reply was returned. He came to the car, glanced in at the tonneau, discovered it empty of anything save the furs, and was passing along the front of the hood
when he all but fell over his man. He was lying loosely crumpled in the road, his hat a little thrown aside, his face marble white on the snow. "Banks!" cried Stuyvesant, kneeling down, but the man, unconscious, left there for dead by Pelavin and Max, returning from their long cold wait at the mill, neither heard nor felt nor moved. End of chapter 40.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 41. The Gold of Morning. It was not till an hour afterward, with the village astir and the neighbourhood agog, that Stuyvesant paused for a moment to wonder why his chauffeur had been attacked. He was unaware that Banks, in the night's dim starlight, resembled the Grand Duke Karl somewhat strikingly. The task of dragging and carrying Banks to a house, arousing the inmates, and inducing the frightened men and hysterical women of the immediate vicinity to help him save his mechanician's life, had occupied all his strength and thought. Underlying all of this was a dull but throbbing consciousness that Thurley was somewhere near or far, disappointed if alive, and doubtless in the hands of assassins allied with those who must have beaten Banks. It was never possible for even the part of a second to forget that the Princess had called him, sent him her brief appeal, expected him here or somewhere at the fateful hour of 9. He felt that now, in the hours left of the long, disastrous night, he should be in his car, driving hither and yon, moving, doing something definite, something to find her and help her. He groaned at the necessity of serving Banks while neglecting Thurley, though the loyal impulse of his nature urged him readily to give all he could to his man. Banks had sustained a frightful blow on the skull. That the arch of bone had not been more severely fractured or even crumpled inward was a miracle, due perhaps to the thickness of his hair. He had not revived till nearly 3 in the morning, and then for a moment only. A local physician, summoned tardily, had exhausted himself and his resources early, while the ministrations of the women served to better purpose. It was daylight, and Stuyvesant was still tirelessly assisting and directing operations, when his man at length gave assurance of assuming his normal functioning, so suddenly interrupted, and so near its termination. The man, however, would be too ill and weak to be moved for several days. The name of a skilful woman, nurse, was supplied in answer to Stuyvesant's demands. She lived in a larger village 20 miles away, whither no one could go in a hurry. There was no alternative, as Robley knew. He must go in his car and drive the machine himself. He drank 3 steaming cups of coffee, thoughtfully provided by the one calm woman of the house, and started on his way. The sun arose in clouds and blew together its first frost, brightened rays appearing to press upon the earth a colder wave of air. Far off on a lonesome snow-strewn road, Thurley had meantime roused from an inactivity which could scarcely be described as sleep. She had shivered and chattered all night in her box, drawing shavings and her tattered cloak about her chilling limbs and shoulders, and had risen at times to beat her hands, tramp up and down the shop, and otherwise struggle with the numbing cold that crept to the marrow of her bones. The first faint streaks of dawn had readily addressed her senses, alert for signs that the night was past, since its darkness and drag had seemed to be centuries long. She had slipped from the shed-like structure only to find the half-dim world a scene of chill and desolation. The wind had sought her instantly, as if in greed for a victim long denied. To face the road thus early was utterly disheartening. She was not even sure of the way she had come. Back to the darkness of the partly sheltered shop she hastened, to hunt in vain for a match whereby a fire might be lighted in the forge. When at last the sun put a finger through a crack, a slender golden finger, cold but comforting, smouldering hope took flame again in the heart of the weary girl. Her courage was endless. She felt that if only she could find a house with any sort of welcome in a space of 20 miles, she would walk and make no complaint. No sooner had she issued forth, however, and ascertained her right direction by sight of the fire-ruined house, than all the old fears of the previous night, plus 100 more, returned to reignite her fever. The darkness, after all, had been her friend. By the morning's light those terrible men and the frightful woman at the house she had quitted would soon be infesting every road. They could not long remain in ignorance of her escape, if they had not indeed discovered her absence early in the night. It seemed almost as if perhaps her greater safety lay in remaining at the shop. Yet there they might also presently search, and there she could starve or perish with cold, before she might perchance be enabled to hail some passing vehicle and beg for aid and protection. And how should she know from whom to implore assistance, since of all the men she had heard at the house she had seen but one, Pelivan? She knew she must simply hasten on as fast as stiffened, aching limbs could carry her down the road. If only the chain about her waist could be dropped, she should feel such tremendous relief. She was powerless, however, to remove it, and breathlessly expectant that any moment she might be startled by a shout as pursuing men espied and bore down upon her, she faced the bleakness of the lifeless road and trudged bravely onward as before. She had certainly gone far less than a mile, and was coming to a wooden bridge that spanned a black little stream, when out of the crispness of the morning air came a series of sharp percussions. She knew them at once, the rapid-fire discharges of a motor car with the muffler cut out open. Her heart leaped like a doe discovered by a hunter. The car was somewhere down ahead, but was not in sight where the road curved in the woods. Instinctively certain that pursuit alone could arouse men at sunrise, she darted swiftly to the bridge, leaped down a frozen bank of gravel, and was presently crouching in the shadows by the stream, holding her breath to still her heart, which she felt must betray her with its beating. She had not long to wait. The car, thus early disturbing the silence, sped with a snarl of power to the bridge and over its planks, rattling down dust and bits of snow on the girl as grey as her cloak. It was gone as quickly, its two eager occupants, Max and Jan, wildly searching the road, copse and field as they rounded the circle back to the house from which their intended victim had escaped. They had made their discovery shortly after 2 in the morning, returning from their wait at the mill and their murderous assault made upon Banks, who had been discovered too late to be another person than the young Grand Duke. They had striven in vain to arouse Zagorski, till the door had been forced and the truth abruptly discovered. At daylight the search on foot had begun, then the car brought into requisition. They had taken a road where some tracks in the snow had been left undisturbed by the wind. The tracks were not Thurley's. Now their circle brought them back again, calculations convincing both the men that their captive could scarcely have gone so far, even by walking all night. When they came to the old-time blacksmith shop, they halted and broke in the door. Thurley, meantime, not having dared attempt to look when the car was passing, remained in her place of concealment till the faintest sound had died away in the distance, when she emerged to clamber once more to the frozen road and hasten on more feverishly than before. She was suddenly afflicted by a second thought which made her sick with disappointment. It might have been Robley in his car from whom she had hidden at the bridge. He might have received her note at last, and have come as soon as possible, arriving only at dawn. It was highly improbable, after all, that creatures such as she had seen at the house of her imprisonment would employ an automobile. She could almost have cried, she could almost have turned and run where the car had disappeared, but the thought of proceeding in that direction was instantly frightening. She could only plod ahead. How far she had trudged when once again she heard the lively puncturing of the air by a motor's exhaust, Thurley neither knew nor cared. She was once more possessed by alarms and excitements, the instincts of precaution, the hope of deliverance and friends. The car she heard was behind her. It was not yet to be seen, so winding was the road. She had halted opposite a more than usually desolate area where trees had been cut, earth hauled away, and stumps left strewn in dismal neglect. She darted to the cover that the nearest one afforded, and concealed herself behind its blackened bulk. The car was coming rapidly, still hidden by the earthy bank where excavations had ceased. It slowed to take a furrowed bit of road, its muffler purring quietly, then rolled into view with the sunlight gleaming from its brass. "Robley!" cried Thurley, leaping to her feet and stumbling and pitching grotesquely to catch her balance where a frozen clod had caught her foot. She saw the startled whitened face of Stuyvesant turned upon her, and felt as if her very soul must leap from her bosom in joy. He had halted his car as if it had struck a wall. He leaped from his seat, and as he had that day when he fell, and ran to catch her in his arms as she lunged once more to fall from weakness and the stiffness of her body. "Thurley," he said, "Thurley, in God's name, how? Oh, get me away! Don't stop!" she interrupted wildly, clinging to him helplessly. "I've walked so far, and they may be coming any minute. Oh, you've come. I don't see how you could have ever found me, but please don't wait, don't talk, let's go, just as fast as ever we can." "But Thurley, let me help you in," he said to her, leading her promptly round the car, where she climbed to the seat beside his own. "There's no one on the road. You're cold. Good heavens, what you must have been through. You must take these robes. Perhaps you'd better ride in the back. Which way do you wish me to go?" So many words, explanations, and questions were on his mind that he abandoned coherence in despair, and thoroughly weakened by sudden relief and reliance on his strength, could only sink in the cushioned seat, muffled with furs, and reply in broken sentences. "I'd rather ride here. Oh, to see you, anyone, after it all, the horrible dream. But they'll come, just straight ahead, anywhere but back the other way, somewhere to get a train or reach a house and demand protection. They'd stop at nothing now. Just please make it go." The car started slowly down the road. "You're safe," he assured her, gaining in calm as her weakness increased upon her and the need for his strength arose. "You're excited, Thurley, naturally. God, to think—" "What's that?" she interrupted wildly, her eyes tremendously dilated and blazing in his own. "What's what? It's another car. Oh, if it should be!" She had turned to look backwards on the highway. Suddenly round the turn shot a big red limousine, 2 men on the seat in front. One of the men half rose by the wheel and let out a yell like a fiend. Stuyvesant's car had already responded to his urging of spark and throttle. He felt thoroughly slump in sickening fear, and understood the situation as no spoken word could have told him. He crowded on his utmost power. The monster beneath him lurched forward like a liberated locomotive, and a furious race began. End of chapter 41. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 42. The Race. There was certainly less than 300 yards between the cars when Jan and Max, who had turned 5 miles back on suspicion to pursue the Stuyvesant machine, were obliged to slow for the briefest period where the ruts would have wrecked their motor. Stuyvesant, glancing back at them quickly, was confident of winning should his car behave its best, but his face was grim. "These men have no right, wouldn't dare," he started to cry, but he realized they would halt at nothing as a vivid conviction was flashed on his brain that doubtless they had struck the blow that had all but killed his man. "We're gaining," cried Thurley, her strength and courage reasserting themselves with wonderful resilience. "Can you give her any more?" For his answer, Stuyvesant jammed the muffler cutout with his heel. A terrific series of detonations instantly followed. The car plunged forward with newer zest, and trees shot past in a blur. In the moment's advantage caused by the ruts that held the pursuing monster at the rear, they nearly doubled their lead. Then on came the giant limousine, like the fragment of a meteor ripping up the road. It was Jan driving, his rage prodigious, his lust for murder now a mania broken from its bounds. The car was one of enormous power, a racing model, equipped with the limousine for winter use, but little hindered by this bulky superstructure. Its 6 big cylinders were pouring might and Gatling fusillade upon the road. It roared like an engine of doom and destruction, hurtling and rocketing to overtake the fleeing machine ahead. Stuyvesant's car was low to the ground like a greyhound eager for work. For some inexplicable reason, the motor that had balked in the night was running like a dream, its mighty pistons hurtling a cataract of power upon the shaft and wheels. Despite the superior dynamic of the car behind, it continued to creep away. Snow, frozen dust, and a stifling cloud of fumes seemed scorched from Stuyvesant's path when he leaned a little forward and gave more oil to the swiftly heating motor. Din, crazy speed, and appalling velocity marked the course where the huge devices raced. A knife-edge wind seemed hurtling down upon Thurley as they split the frozen air. The road became a torrent, rushing incredibly under their wheels, its grey and snow-white blended in the froth. They swung about an angle in the highway out upon a wider pike which led straightway to a village small in size. For one brief second Stuyvesant dreamed that to halt in the town and demand protection might be advisable, but he almost as quickly abandoned the thought as an invitation to death. Not only was the settlement insignificant and the hour too early for its officers to be astir in the street, but the fiery projectile behind, belching red flame and scorching the very snow from its path, was heating to new efficiency and making perceptible gains. There was nothing on earth that Robley could do by way of giving more power to his car or heaving out freight to make it lighter. He could only attempt to hold his lead by absolutely reckless driving, hoping that some deserved catastrophe might overtake the minotaur of evil there behind. They shot through the village like a fury of battle hurled by a monstrous hurricane, frightful echoes of their Gatling fire thundering back from the houses. A sharp staccato like a pistol shot in the uproar of red-hot exhausts pierced through the roaring of the car behind and told of a miss in one of her 6 great cylinders. 2 men and a dog had spun dizzily past, the sole signs of life in the village. Again that barking explosion came, and Stuyvesant's heart and his stampeding car leapt like animals together. He knew his pursuers were in trouble. By yards and rods the limousine was falling to the rear, lamed by the one bulking cylinder, now running, now dead for a second or less. It relinquished speed like a marathon runner facing a hill on the final lap of his race. A gap of nearly a mile extent was swiftly opened between the two, as Stuyvesant held to his speed. Exultation burning in his pulses, flaring in his motor, and roaring in his wake made hot his frame, despite the biting wind and brightening of his eyes with triumph. He shot to the cover of a stretch of woods where the road wound westward like a river. A crack like a rifle's incisive note rang out on the air, and his car swerved wildly from the road. A tire had gone from the right fore-wheel, and a spring was snapped as he wrenched her back and saved them from destruction. It was madness to drive at speed after that, and he groaned as he slowed her to reason. He had to keep on despite his flattened casing, and his wrist all but failed as he clung to the wheel, holding the cripple from plunging away on a tangent of death for them both. Almost simultaneously with the accident, the air-startling roar of the huge 6-cylinder came vibrantly and clearly on the wind. It was back in tune, with no more missing to cut its power down. "They'll catch us thoroughly," he called to the girl. "We've done for now on speed." She knew precisely what had happened. She knew how utterly mad it would be to race with a flattened front tire. On this rutted road it was not to be attempted for a moment. It would be fairly suicidal. She could think of nothing to say, and Stuyvesant shouted, "What shall we do?" The car was still racing, but slowly now, her speed perhaps sufficient to elude the pursuers for 5 or 6 minutes or more. "We couldn't hide?" cried Thurley, and Stuyvesant glanced at the woods. "There's just one chance," he called above the din, releasing the muffler cut out for the purpose. "Give me your cloak. You take my cap and furs. I'll get out and run so the devils can see me, and you drive on. They'll think it is I still driving, and you are running to hide. Slip off your cloak and be quick." He halted the car as he spoke. "But oh, if anything," Thurley started, when he interrupted quickly. "No time to talk or argue. It's the only chance. Your cloak." He had dropped off his great fur coat and clapped his cap upon her head. She rose, and he stripped her of the old grey garment, helping her swiftly into his furs and urging her into his seat. "If they catch you, Robley," she started as before. "I mustn't let—" "I love you," he said, in the stress and white heat of the moment. "I'd give my life to serve you. Quick, there isn't a moment to lose. Open her up as wide as you dare to drive, and don't stop for anything on earth." He leaped from the car and started for the woods, covered from heels to crown by the long grey cloak that Thurley had trailed in the night. "Goodbye," he called. "Don't wait, don't wait. They're nearly in sight up the road." "Goodbye," she replied, the tears swiftly springing in her softened eyes, and starting the car with her firm young skill, reinforced by the courage demanded by the moment, she was going again at dizzying speed when the huge limousine, belching and roaring with malevolence and bloodlust, shot into view around the bend, and Stuyvesant ran to a bit of brush and crouched as if to hide. One yell of satisfaction, barely audible to Robley, ascended from the pursuing car and informed him he had been seen. Almost at once the detonations of the limousine ceased. The car was halted, for the roadway bent a trifle, and the way to the woods was shorter from here than from where the fugitive had started. Both men leaped from the heated monster and started across the snow and broken ground, rapidly approaching the spot where Stuyvesant was hiding. He leaped to his feet, and through dry weeds ran as if staggering with terror. One man fell, but rose again, cursing the root that had thrown him down, and drawing his knife as he once more darted forward. It was Jan, and he quickly overtook his less fiendish comrade, with the quarry now nearly in his grasp. Stuyvesant felt for his pistol and nearly collapsed with the sudden memory he had left it in the car. For a moment he nearly went wild with disappointment, then adopted a desperate plan. Nothing but quickness and the great advantage of surprise could avail to save him now, and this he knew. He seemed to struggle on, when out of the corner of his eye he could see his pursuer's shadow, and in his ear caught the puff and snort of the fellow's breathing. He suddenly halted, turned like a flash, and struck the man with all his might fairly in the pit of his stomach. Down he went like a stricken bullock, doubled with agony, to writhe on the earth in pain and loss of breath. Leaping fairly across his helpless form, Stuyvesant met the German, Max, with an equally unexpected and unparried blow on the point of the chin, and saw him quiver where he fell. It was all accomplished in the briefest span, a matter made comparatively easy by the wholly unlooked-for method of attack. Panting and white with rage and his effort, Robley regarded the first of the two with his eyes that gleamed like steel. The creature was helpless, rolling his eyes in an anguish that did not subside. "You curs," said Stuyvesant, taking up the knife that Jan had let fall from his hand, and starting at once to make further pursuit impossible. He ran and walked to their waiting car and clambered to the seat. For the first time then, as he made an attempt to grip the wheel with his hand, he realized that his wrist was gone from the blows he had just delivered. In its mending condition, it had been too weak to sustain the force of the shock. It was useless, though not again broken. He had hoped to take the limousine and continue after Thurley. Such a course was out of the question, but to wreck the car was well within his power. He made ready to leap, slipped in the clutch, speeded up as much as he dared, then, pushing the spark and the throttle forward, jumped out at the side and permitted the erstwhile roaring monster to rush unguided down the road. For a moment it clung to the straight bit of road like a thing endowed with life. Then, gathering speed and lunging forward like a maddened animal, it suddenly veered at the highway's curve and plunged with violence incredible down through a glade of the snow and ice, ramming a tree with an impact tremendous to behold. There was a crash of shattered glass, fierce grinding of sounds, the crunching of iron, and turmoil of twisting steel, and its wreckage and ruin were complete. Stuyvesant started down the road where Thurley had gone on foot. There was nothing else to do, no other place to go. He merely wondered how far she might have sped, how far he must walk to come to a village and get a train at last, perhaps with the princess, and perhaps alone. He glanced back repeatedly until at length he came to a turn of the highway, beyond which was an opening through the woods, affording a view of all the open space where he had met his murderous assailants. Until the place was hidden from his view, he saw no sign that either man had risen from the earth. He was going rapidly, merely intent upon making all possible progress, and inclined to believe that Thurley might attempt to secure assistance beyond and return again to the scene, when he was thoroughly astounded to discover his car standing unattended in the road some distance ahead, a bit of bluish mist between the wheels revealing the fact that the motor was in motion. He hastened his pace, alarmed anew as he saw no sign of Thurley. Then he came to the side of the trembling machine and glanced hurriedly about. Thurley had disappeared. For a moment, possessed with the wildest beliefs that some new calamity met in this direction had accomplished her destruction after all, he ran ahead, came back, called out her name, and searched all the wooded copse with a quickly roving gaze. Not a ruffling nor a track did the snow in that direction afford. On the road's other side the wind had cleared the frozen earth, making footprints out of the question. But he hastened there and beheld in the field, quite a distance away, something furry that lay in the snow. It was Thurley. When she drove away and left the scene where Stuyvesant, running and hiding, was inviting perhaps even death to overtake him, she had almost immediately suffered a sense of selfishness in attempting to escape while abandoning the man she knew she dearly loved. She had merely obeyed instructions hurriedly supplied. Then the limping cart, bumping stiffly over frozen ruts, had presently added an element unforeseen. The seat cushion next to the one she occupied was jolted from its place. In a shallow receptacle where it had been placed lay Stuyvesant's revolver. The car had arrived at the turn of the road, affording a second view of the field where Stuyvesant was running. As Thurley looked, she beheld a man go down in a sudden encounter. She was certain it was Robley, viciously attacked by the creatures at her heels. She had halted the car, snatched up the revolver, and run with all her might toward the place half seen beyond. Then her foot struck a root. She plunged head foremost on the earth. The pistol was discharged, and she lay there motionless and white. End of chapter 42. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 43. A Joy Resisted. Stuyvesant came running to the place, the gravest fears overwhelming his sense of reflection. One impression only was his mind prepared to accept. A second foe had accomplished what the others had earlier failed to perform. The pistol gleaming in her hand sent a newer shock to his heart. He bent down at once, and raising Thurley's head, made a quick examination which revealed no sign of a wound. The bullet had done no harm. Thurley had struck on a frozen clod, and the blow had stunned her senses. Stuyvesant could not determine, however, the nature or extent of her injuries, and feared they were the worst. His mind was possessed by the thought of menace in all that wintry scene. He felt the most urgent necessity for getting her back to the car and far away without another moment's loss of time. He attempted to lift her prostrate form, but his wrist was far too weak. He merely succeeded in rolling her over and raising her head to his knee, but that was sufficient. Thurley returned to consciousness with astonishing celerity. Once more her position was altered. She opened her eyes and looked at Stuyvesant wistfully, as if some fear that she had only dreamed of this deliverance were colouring all her thoughts. "You're hurt," he said gravely. "What happened?" She could not immediately answer, but she presently said, "I fell. I was running to you with something, with your pistol. That was it." She raised herself abruptly, staring about her with blazing eyes. "Where are they?" she cried a little weakly. "But how have you? I thought I saw you fall. Oh, let's not wait another minute." Her nightmare of fears and horrors had rushed upon her relentlessly with consciousness fully returned. She struggled swiftly to her feet, her aspect one of alarm and apprehensions. "We're safe, at least from pursuit," he said, glancing far across the field of snow to the place where the Nihilists had fallen, "but we'll go at once and try to catch a train." With the pistol recovered and placed in his pocket, he threw off the cloak that had served them both, and supporting her arm with the left hand uninjured, conducted her back to the car. "I shall have to ask you to drive," he said, a grim little smile for a second curving his lips. "My hand is down and out again, from my hurry to get it back into use." Thurley was glad to take the wheel and start the car in motion. "What happened?" she said, still breathlessly excited. "How did you manage to escape? Oh, when I saw them after you, I felt the most awful sensations in the world." He told her a little of the happenings and how he had wrecked the car. He placed the furs about them both to protect her from the wind, and at last he smiled again. "For the third fateful time you drive the car in my place, as I feared you might, but as neither could have expected." She looked at him once more in her wistful way, a way that went straight to his heart. "But you do think this is the last of these frights, that the charm is satisfied?" she asked. "There will be no more like this, with accident or horror in it all?" "No more," he answered solemnly, "and yet each time has drawn us nearer together." The colour burned up in her pallid cheeks superbly, a flash of the Thurley he had known and must love, though time and space and the greater abyss of hopeless separation attempted to dim its flame. Her eyes met his for a wonderful second, and both souls knew the deeps of love wherein they floated alone. The words he had spoken when they parted in the road, that swift declaration of his loyalty, love, and devotion, echoed anew in her welcoming heart, and filled all her pulses with joy. She thrilled to the words he uttered now, his grave recognition that the fates had drawn their two unwitting selves together, knitting a bond between their deepest spirits with a strength they could not resist. Yet even here, after all she had recently endured, she could not forget her word to Alice Van Kirk, nor fully accept this wonderful happiness vouchsafed in the wintry desolation. "We have had some extraordinary experiences together," she answered, smiling faintly. "It makes it seem as if we have known each other always." Stuyvesant had swiftly taken flame. Love bounded and surged in his veins. He felt that, more than any one living, he had rights in Thurley's life and happiness, rights that no other could assume. "We have known each other always," he said, "as two souls must, when life and chance, yes, nature and God, have wrought to fulfil such meetings, destinies, such comradeship as ours." He placed his hands on hers that grasped the wheel. "Thurley, I told you back in the road." "Oh, please," she begged him suddenly, her eyes swiftly brimming with exquisite joy and the need to curb his declaration. "Would you please not tell me anything now? I mean, just tell me how you came." He felt that he understood, and yet he felt she loved him. Divine conviction of their oneness and their sublimated passion swept like a storm upon his nature, beating against the barrier he had felt and dreaded between them. Constraint, uncertainty, even pain and hurt were swiftly combined with the truths and necessities that he feared must still hold them apart. Yet, if he somewhat sounded the happiness and heart hunger for his love that throbbed in Thurley's bosom, he also felt convinced of her genuine wish to avoid the tender topic, and there, as in all else where her wishes lay, he was helpless to act in his own behalf, no matter what the penalty. His disappointment burned in his eyes along with the glow of his love. He could not take advantage of the situation that threw her thus helplessly upon his chivalry, and his heart, protesting, was dumb. "I came "Because I could not hesitate," he told her simply, and briefly he recounted all that had happened to himself, Alice, and the Baron since the moment the abduction was complete. Thurley broke out from time to time with a note of surprise, sympathy, of indignation when she learned of Pelivan's entire duplicity. Her worry and compassion had their expression when he told her of the long, hard ride with his man and the unseen attack that had laid his chauffeur on the earth. "You must send a nurse at once," she declared, when she learned the object of his early morning excursion. "Perhaps you could put me on a train for New York, and go back with a nurse in an hour." "I shall take you home," he answered. "You have told me nothing of all this atrocious business, how it happened, how you got away." She related everything, glad to share the horrors of her days and nights with one who would understand. She shuddered anew over all she had endured in those final hours of escape and flight and struggle with the cold. Her hand went out involuntarily a second to grasp the sleeve of his coat, so vivid were the moments lived again in her imagination. A sacred joy leaped exultantly in his heart at the little sign of her confidence. Then her hand returned to the wheel again and the duty of guiding the car. It was still fairly early in the morning, with the sun warmly blazing from a cloudless sky at last, when they came to a city on the railroad and learned that a New York Limited was due in 20 minutes. They phoned to Alice, devoured a breakfast of rolls and coffee, placed the car in charge of a local garage, and summoned a nurse to go at once to Banks in North Winnig. Then they were speeded home, missing the carriage Alice had sent to the ferry, where Robley had taken a taxicab at the moment of arriving. A white and fluttering fairy godmother, the victim of sudden reactions and relaxings of nervous strain, at last clasped Thurley somewhat hysterically to her bosom, and cried, for the joy she had felt was gone past all recalling. Robley was sent to his physician for needed attention to his wrist, and the princess was finally sent to bed, where she sank into slumber like a child. The chapter of violent occurrences was destined to achieve a fitting close. All North Winnig, tremendously shaken by the crime committed at their very doors, had aroused like a congress of sheriffs. At noon, in the old abandoned house where Thurley had been imprisoned, they came upon a dreadful sight, where Jan and Zagorski, still clutching knives, lay slain by one another. Pelivan and Max had fled. What duel of words, recriminations, and passions had preceded the deadly combat waged with steel, no witness was ever to reveal. Mute testimony of the fierce and savage conflict between the man and woman was supplied by everything about the room where they had fought, and the hatred of man and distrust of their kind, which alone must actuate the fanatical nihilist, was frozen indelibly upon their features as they lay there stark and cold. End of chapter 43.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 44. Unexpected Aid. It was fully 2 days before Thurley and Alice were sufficiently recovered to resume their ways of life. That Thurley was not completely prostrated was solely to the credit of her will, her courage, and her magnificently perfect health. The news had gone rapidly about the circle that the princess had returned, and for once the daily papers were unaware of the vital facts in the story. No one save Stuyvesant, Alice, and the Baron had been authentically informed of what had taken place.
as if all eagerness to regain lost ground and gratify desires and appetites merely whetted by Thurley's absence from the scene, her numerous admiring swains redoubled their former efforts for her favour. Whole shops full of flowers trooped fragrantly in at the mansion's doors, rivaled only by white-winged invitations to opera parties, cotillions, dinners, receptions, with which all swelldom inundated Alice and her protégée. Baron von Hochhaus, duly informed as to Thurley's safe return, desired to call at the earliest moment rendered possible by grave complications of his business. Count Faisci was fired with pent-up ardour which could scarcely wait to be conventional or restrained for another hour. His insistence, indeed, roused Thurley to a sense of resentment most diverting from her recent terrifying adventures. But her one great happiness now was Alice. They two had been knitted to a sweet relationship that was second only to that of mother and daughter. Alice had clung to her just a little wildly, accusing herself of having made the girl's dread experience possible, and declaring her frights, her despair, and her love repeatedly. She had hung upon every word and moment of the narrative, breathless and white with each succeeding anguish that Thurley had endured, and she had since become childishly loath to see her princess depart from her sight for so much as a moment. This was the partially restored condition of affairs at the great Fifth Avenue Palace, when Acton Gaylord, driven to final desperation, telephoned to Thurley on Wednesday afternoon for a private interview. "I have something important to say, to request," he told her, his voice harsh and hoarse on the wire. "It is nothing for myself, but something concerning a certain man who has thrust his attentions upon you, a certain count. I beg you to let me come." Thurley had told him to come. He arrived at 4, a haggard, nerveless being as remotely related to the Gaylord she had known as a dried and frozen rill is related to the boisterous and arrogant brook of the spring. She was shocked at his appearance, unaware either that Faisci had driven him finally to the blackest rim of ruin, or that matters of money could so undermine and sap a strong man's strength. "I haven't much to tell you after all," he said with a sickly sort of smile, when the mere conventions of their meeting had been satisfied. "But I felt I must beg this chance of warning you that Count Faisci is an utterly unscrupulous cur, with whom to associate is a degradation. I have known him a year. I have no wish to gabble of his shameless liaisons, his abominable affairs on the Continent, his glaring duplicities, or a score of transactions barely less than crimes, but I couldn't rest till I let you know a little of what he is. I have really come for that, and also to implore you, in the name of everything decent and American, to expel this charlatan, this leech and dog from your circle." Thoroughly already sufficiently informed as to the Count Faisci's detestable characteristics, was nevertheless a little curious to know what Gaylord meant, and what he might also know. "Your indictment is very positive," she said. "You must be prepared to prove a case against him." "I could prove 100 with a little time," answered Gaylord emphatically. "I have made no preparations for any such exposure. It was neither my way nor my duty. He has been my business partner. He has used my confidence for my ruin. He has beaten me, ruined me, working on my business word and honour, all in his effort to thrust me aside from his path to you. It is not for that I am here, however, smirching the man behind his back. I can take my beating, the wreckage, everything, if only I can be assured that through it he shall not triumph here. And understand, I have realized at last my own mistakes of the past, and the place where I put myself. but I almost feel I could murder this whelp if he's also blinded you." His emotions were tremendous. They shook him as if they were masters. In his pale, livid face, only his 2 eyes seemed alive, burning with the concentrated intensity of his angered being. Thurley gazed at him astonished. She had no thought of Faishi now as an element of menace in her life. She thought of him only as a monster in whose tentacles the man before her appeared to be strangely helpless. She felt Gaylord's helplessness, his surrender in some mighty struggle, doubtless waged with all his stubborn strength against some unseen treachery he was powerless to meet. Her resentment against Faishi, already vigorously and impatient, was like a metal fulminate requiring only a spark to flash out a shattering explosion. "Do you think," she said, with simulated calm she was far from feeling, "that the Count has dealt unfairly with you for any reason at all concerned with me?" "To put me out of the running," Gaylord answered hotly. "That's the part I couldn't stand. When a man is my partner and does a thing like that, I'd do almost anything to snatch away the prize he thinks he has won." Thurley's eyes blazed and steadied as she looked upon Gaylord's face. "Would you mind telling me a little of how he has beaten you in business?" Gaylord failed to understand. He expected that Thurley at the end would attempt a defence of the Count. Perhaps for that reason he made more clear, more naked and complete, the revelations hotly poured from his lips. He told of his first discoveries that Faishi, supposed to be his friend as well as business associate and partner in the enterprise, had begun to undermine his credit. He added item after item of the Count's intrigue and hidden manoeuvres to compass his absolute ruin. "I fought all last week when I thought I was done," he added in conclusion, rising to pace the floor and halting to mark his point, "and I made another loan. It was all I could get. I thought it would tide me over. Now he has engineered the final coup in buying up some notes of mine, of course through a friend, and insisting on payments that cannot be made, and so I rise to take the gaff." His smile was ghastly, mirthless attempt, such as one would expect on the lips of a warrior who, about to die, salutes great Caesar on his throne. He added, "I suppose he who takes up the street must perish by the street, but partners should be square." Thurley was stirred to the depths of her womanly nature. Gaylord, she knew, had confessed his failure in the fight he had waged with a species of relief as to one who had once been something more than just a social acquaintance. She felt indeed that she was the only one to whom it could have been told, and therein she was right. She controlled her one great impulse by a splendid effort of will, but her course was as clear as the wind. "When must it end?" she inquired. "When must you meet your obligations or go under?" "Tomorrow afternoon." "And how much money would it need to pay, I mean to win?" "To win?" He smiled again and shook his head. "Nearly $25,000. Her excitement grew intense. The colour flamed upward in her cheeks superbly. "Then 30,000 would make it absolutely certain?" "Absolutely. However, I might as well wish for 30 millions. But why?" "I wish to let you have it," she interrupted feverishly, her eyes ablaze with the prospect of Faishi's defeat. "Please don't ask me why today, but say that you'll take it and win." Gaylord stared. "You wish me to beat Faishi?" "More than anything in all the—" "You'll take it? You'll let me help?" "But if I should lose, after all, be a year or more repaying—" "You mustn't lose. You shan't. You're too American. Will you take the money and come out on top in the end?" "I will, by heaven," he answered, a surge of colour leaping for the first time to his face. "Thurley, please." "Nothing but your consent," she interrupted. I'll go at once and get the cheque." And presently Gaylord left the house, the bit of paper in his pocket and wonder and fire in his soul. It was strange that even in his humbled mood he could not understand. He was certain a spark of her former love had ignited Thurley's heart. Thurley, on her part, as thoroughly convinced that her action would be instantly comprehended, went to Alice radiantly excited. "He's gone," she said. "I don't suppose you saw him." "As pale as a pan of dough and frightfully nervous. I have lent him $30,000. Alice suppressed a gasp, but looked at her stunned with amazement. She merely said, "Acton Gaylord?" Thurley realized abruptly that the shock to Alice was staggering, though the reason escaped her intuitions. "Why, yes, do you very much mind?" she asked anxiously. "I guess I did it before I realized that the money was yours to dispose of as you please," Alice interrupted, smiling peculiarly. "Do you feel like a drive to Mrs. Ashley Duane's? Lady Calthrop has something important to communicate, and hoped we'd come this afternoon." "Why, yes," said Thurley, a little afraid she had overstepped the mark at last, and sacrificed the confidence that Alice had heretofore reposed in all her words and actions. "Have I done something very wrong or foolish?" "Certainly not," said Alice, almost reassuringly. "But may I ask if Acton requested such a loan?" "Oh, not in the least," said Thurley sturdily. "It surprised him as much as it seemed to astonish you." Alice kissed her to dispel a line of worry on her brow. "Then perhaps he's as fortunate as I, dear child. So go and be dressed in a hurry." Thurley went off to her own boudoir, much puzzled in her mind. End of chapter 44. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 45. A Drove of Lions. The elements essential to a logical climax of the innocent royal diversion that Alice Van Kirk had permitted, with Thurley as the central figure, were swiftly gathering when on Friday afternoon two widely opposed individuals made their appearance at the Fifth Avenue mansion. One of the visitors was Robley Stuyvesant, the other was Pelivan. Each had purposely chosen a moment of Thurley's absence from the palace, the better to further his ends. Pelivan came in the guise of a servant seeking employment as footman. He made his application in the region below stairs, where such an incident, though decidedly unusual, excited no particular interest, and certainly no disquietude. His desires were immediately communicated to the mistress of the house, who promptly, but in a spirit of kindness, replied that her retinue afforded no vacancies, wherefore she regretted her inability to accommodate another servant. Pelivan, as a matter of fact, had expected some such reply. During the few close-packed minutes of his stay, however, he had managed to acquire a number of important facts concerning the plan of the house, the number of its servants, their duties, and a little of the ways of life of those who resided above. When he presently departed, he was singularly undepressed for one who, desires for employment, had met with so little encouragement. Even the servants to whom he had spoken were a trifle suspicious of his manner, but his visit was soon forgotten. Stuyvesant, bent on a mission as vital to himself as that which brought Pelivan, seemed to Alice a trifle constrained when he entered the room where she was sitting. It was her own retreat, the room in which she had always received him before, an apartment where the very atmosphere was charged with discussions of Thurley. It was destined to be charged anew today. "Well, Robley," said Alice, once more restored to her lighter, more jovial mood, "you appear as chipper and gay as a clam. Has someone died and left you another fortune?" Stuyvesant attempted to smile, but its failure verged on the tragic. "I'm all right," he asserted, but without convincing emphasis. "I just dropped in to ask if by any chance you and Miss Thurley may have received a letter addressed to me, intended for me, would be more accurate, and perhaps directed wrongly by mistake." "Why, yes," said Alice. "Thurley brought me some epistle this morning, and we sent it at once to your address. At least it was posted by noon. Why, was it anything unduly important?" "I must ask you what comprised its text?" "Oh, it was just a sort of business announcement, I should say. Something about some bonds, a special concession from the Paris Bourse. If I remember correctly, it merely directed your attention to the fact that investments were now made possible in some sort of continental bonds." "Did it come from the office of Acton Gaylord?" His gravity impressed her inescapably. "Why, yes. We rather wondered, of course. I felt convinced that some blunder of mixing envelopes. Perhaps you received some other note or letter addressed to Thurley?" "I did," said Stuyvesant, his face peculiarly drawn. "I have brought it with me, thinking it might be of value." He drew an envelope from his pocket, removed a folded sheet of writing paper, and placed it in Alice's hand. She took it with a sense of ominous impending. It was the briefest bit of scrawl. "Dear Thurley, just a formal receipt acknowledging the loan of your $30,000. You must let me come Friday night as per my earlier request. With love, Acton." Alice read it at a glance, and the colour mounted swiftly to her face. A more provoking accident she could scarcely imagine occurring at this particular time. She looked up presently and met a somewhat stern and chilling gaze from Robley's blue-grey eyes. There seemed to be nothing adequate to say and nothing to do. She tried to smile. "Well?" "It's true," he said. "She has made him this loan?" Alice arched her brows. "My dear Robley, isn't that rather a matter of her concern alone?" He rose and rammed his hands in his pockets. "Obviously, you realize, of course, Alice, that I made this discovery through no fault or prying of my own." "Is it necessary to state that, Robley?" His manner altered instantly. "Oh, I'm hardly responsible for what I may say or do. This thing has jarred me, that's all." She looked out at the window. "Well, it jarred me." "You knew about it before?" "She told me she had lent him the money." "What do you make of it, if I may ask?" "I made a wry face over it," said Alice, "but what is the use?" "Then it doesn't make you happy?" "Very few of the world's occurrences seem designed for my particular joy." He crossed to another window and stood there, staring out at the park. "I admit I've been a fool enough to dream dreams," he confessed, after a moment of silence. "I could, I believe, have accepted philosophically anything that the needs of a nation at the hands of this young Grand Duke, anything that political necessity. Hadn't you seen any signs of this relationship with Gaylord?" "Oh, perhaps, but I thought—" She did not finish, but shrugged her shoulders instead. "Had he met her before?" "Oh, so I hear." "You weren't consulted first about this loan?" Alice smiled as before, without mirth or special meaning. "My dear Robley, we must neither of us forget that Thurley is of age and the mistress of her own affairs." "Oh, but this Gaylord!" he exclaimed impatiently. I suppose he's coming here tonight?" "I believe he is." He turned and looked at her squarely, his fine face re-chiselled in its lines. "I couldn't have believed it, Alice, if I hadn't had this accidental notice." "Accidental?" she echoed. "You don't really think Mr. Gaylord—" "The mixing of envelopes doesn't often occur in businessman's office without express intent," he answered incisively. "Still, I may, of course, be mistaken." "He couldn't be such a cad," said Alice, "although I might have expected— Oh, Robley, let's not attempt to judge, to settle, to do anything about this unfortunate matter here this afternoon. Come and see Thurley for yourself." "Tonight?" "Good heavens, no. I don't know how we're going to manage. Come tomorrow or Sunday. Come when you're calmer, anyway. It's so easy to make mistakes." "Alice, you really wish to encourage me to hope?" "To hope for what?" "You know how I feel toward your protégée, but I don't know how she feels toward you, and if I did, my dear boy, I've about made up my mind that the fates will have their way, no matter who it pinches, that's all. Now do say good-bye and go." He had barely gone when one of the servants brought her a letter delivered, he said, by special messenger awaiting to take reply. The letter was directed to Alice. It came from Baron von Hochhaus on affairs of the young Grand Duke. Alice read it with amusement of a kind. It was not, however, a humorous epistle. It was practically a warning that the ardent and somewhat unmanageable young Karl Wilhelm, Grand Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, desired to honour himself by calling that evening, unless his visit should be inconvenient or untimely. In the midst of the letter's perusal, Thurley returned, fresh from a gallop in the park with her groom and a special guardian on whose attendance Alice had insisted. Alice called her at once to hear the note, particularly the postscript, which read as follows: "I am practically powerless to avert this adventure on the part of His Excellency Karl Wilhelm, and I therefore take this means and occasion to state that Princess Thurvinia, recently discovered and found to be quite ill, is by the grace of God so miraculously improved that her immediate return to Europe is contemplated. You will readily understand, I am certain, and perhaps even pardon me, if I refer to a former conversation with yourself, in which I suggested the service possible to Hertzegotha in a complete discouragement of the Grand Duke by one of the noblest young women it has ever been my pleasure to encounter. May I beg a little further indulgence in behalf of my worried and disordered country." Thoroughly already acquainted with the outcome of the Baron's former visit during the time of her own despair and anguish, was now amazed to learn of the finding of the actual princess. She was perhaps also a little startled concerning possible results. She entirely overlooked the point that appealed to Alice. "Does it mean that that discovery, does it mean very much to us?" she inquired gravely, looking at Alice in her girlish, wistful way. "You can take it as part of the joke?" "Oh, it isn't that, my dear," said Alice, lightly enough. "I was thinking how utterly absurd it is for Acton Gaylord, the Count, and now the Duke, to insist, as they have, on coming here all in one evening, all together, or one blend the other, perhaps, for I hardly suppose you'd enter the cage with all your 3 lions in a drove." "Oh, he does want to come tonight, of course," said Thurley, still distinctly serious. "I had completely forgotten. But Count Faïs's to come by 8 and be gone in 15 minutes. Mr. Gaylord arrives at 8:30, and—" Her eyes flashed fun and warmth. "Why not let the Duke be last at 9 o'clock? I think I'd like it. 3 within the hour." "I thought so, or thought perhaps it might be entertaining," answered Alice, aware of the general reception planned for the Count, but puzzled still by Thurley's attitude with Gaylord. "Shall I answer 9 tonight?" "You may as well," said Thurley. "I've heard there's a charm in 3s." How easy it was to remember the things that Robley had declared. How eagerly, gladly, and naturally her thoughts went forth to find him day and night. How she treasured the flowers that came from his hand among the houseful constantly arriving, and how often she wished she could tell him things, share with him all the long day's happenings in the way that comrades should. "Charms and 3s," repeated Alice. "I should hope there might be some few charms distributed among this oddly assorted trio, but I greatly rejoice that the Counts have all been discovered." The Count, as a matter of fact, had been more than discovered recently. He had been a bit exposed, likewise a bit defeated, and was blissfully unaware either pertinent occurrence. Not only had Gaylord rounded on him brilliantly, recouping lost ground with a second burst of skill inspired by Thurley's unexpected help and attitude, but the all-important intelligence imparted by Lady Honour Calthrop at this tea was of such a nature that Alice was radiant with joy. The hour had come to mete out punishments for things endured under the laws of the social world, and Alice was a woman. Thurley had drifted far away on a thought of the young Duke Karl. "Some of his ways are very charming," she said. "I felt that you thought so too." Alice, who had spoken to the Count, betrayed new surprise. She felt she should never in the least know Thurley after all. "Why, yes," she agreed, "but there are charms and charms, and fortunately no man has them all. Poor little Zora Norton married a very charming creature 3 years ago. The last time I saw her she looked at me like a Dresden china shepherdess, and sweetly lisped, 'Doesn't a woman have to love her husband an awful lot not to hate him utterly?' I've thought it often since." "But," said Thurley, "aren't you glad you're married?" Alice smiled. "My dear, I like the changes of climate. I'm hardy enough to endure them, and they make me hardier for more. Now I think you'd better rest a while for your 3 in tandem tonight." Thurley felt a great excitement instantly assert itself, so much did the meetings presage. "I'll rest if I can," she answered, and went to the care of her maids. End of chapter 45.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 46. Answering the Count. Thurley did not rest. Her brain was too alive, and the fever too active in her pulses. Mysterious arrivals, plus an air of hurry and excitement, pervaded all the house. She suffered herself to be dressed for dinner in a dainty gown that, with its softness and its frailty, completely belied the strength, the courage, and the resolution with which she was amply endowed. Major Phipps appeared in time for dinner. He was, if possible, more tanned, more explosive, and more hearty than ever before. His admiration for Thurley was likewise more pronounced. He bragged of her discovery quite immodestly, taking such mountains of credit to himself that Alice was thoroughly shadowed. "'Tis one truly noteworthy and credible achievement of my career, by George," he asserted. Re-establishes my mental acumen. It does, sir. I've said so repeatedly. But by the gods of battle, that satisfaction is nothing compared with the fatherly affection engendered in my breast. Fatherly and brotherly and unclish and angelic, Alice supplied dryly. It's very beautiful and touching, but will you kindly indicate whether or not you will have some peas, thereby providing a moment for Thurley's blushes to subside? Thurley's colour, however, was destined for the briefest subsistence. The Major kept it flaming pleasurably for an hour, both during and after dinner, and 8 o'clock romped in upon them all. It seemed quite prematurely to ignite it again. Alice herself was nervously perturbed and a trifle feverish when one of the servants came to announce the arrival of Count Faïschi. The Major excused himself in haste and promptly disappeared. Alice, in one of her motherly moods, came swiftly to her princess and placed both hands on her shoulders. "Because he happened to demand that he see you alone is no reason why Faïschi should be gratified unless you wish it," she said. "I feel as if perhaps it might be much easier if I remained with you as chaperone all the time he is here." "If the horrid creature should attempt what he did before," Thurley halted, vividly remembering the kiss that Faïschi had dared to misappropriate. "Of course he wouldn't if you were there, and yet if he's here to demand, perhaps the way we have planned it is the best after all. You're sure that that everything is ready?" "Leave it to me," said Alice, a little pale, but smiling. "I'll go with you now and excuse myself at once." They went together to the golden room, where the Count was impatiently waiting. He was flushed with a sense of victory over Gaylord and his own irresistible prowess with the woman. He had sent great masses of roses earlier, and was certain now that the single American beauty worn on Thurley's bosom was selected from his offering. He could never have dreamed it was Syverant's rose, worn as a token of their comradeship and also as a talisman to guard her heart from evil. To do him credit for mere physical appearance, the Count had never been handsomer in his life. His glossy black hair, his damask skin, and his long-lashed eyes, which burned like molten garnets, dashed with liquid whirls of brown and ebony, were practically physical perfection. Only his mouth, over-red and sensuous, supplied a hint of the animal crouched behind his mask. He wasted no energy in passing the time of day. "Ah, the banishment of all the little fidgeting world!" he exclaimed in immediate rapture as Thurley and Alice advanced to give him formal greeting. "By division of yourself, I am transported, yes, as on the wings of ecstasy that for the highest exaltation shall exist," and he took Thurley's hand to raise it toward his lips, almost ignoring Alice, to whom he should have first addressed himself. Thurley smiled conventionally, withdrawing her hand with a firm, slow gesture, at once reserved and vigorous. "How interesting if visions took the place of aeroplanes," she answered lightly. "It is said the transportation business is very profitable." "Ah," said Faïschi, "Madame Van Kirk, I am charmed likewise at this encounter. Yes." "Only charmed?" said Alice, arching her brows. "Not one little flight when you see me? Perhaps you wish to surprise me later." Thurley felt her heart give a knock at the hidden suggestion. "Ah," said the Count, "it is not a fault to be blind. It is one of affliction. Shall I not be blind when I thus behold Miss Thurley?" To give him due credit once again, Thurley was matchless, brilliantly, bewilderingly beautiful. The animation of suppressed excitement, plus the fire of resentment, outblazing jewel marvels in her eyes, her colour and her pulses vibrant with life, reduced to sheer loveliness and magnetism.
Never had prettier partition grace enthroned itself in her carriage. Her golden hair was such a coronet as regal simplicity might choose for its dainty queen. Her arms and her shoulders were superb. Ariel, Titania, Diana, the exquisite beings and goddesses of all the ages might have bequeathed her a tithe apiece of their own loveliness to make her the princess she was. "Blind?" said Alice. "I have often wondered if love is so blind that a married man cannot see another pretty woman." If the Count changed colour for a second, he instantly laughed it away. "Ah, this American wit," said he. "The rapier is not more quick, more certain." He was ill at ease with Alice in the room, but concealed his impatience with some degree of art. "Well," said Alice, shrugging her shoulders, "since I am not seen, perhaps I may be excused for a moment, by your leave." For she made little concealment of his pleasure, thus to be left alone with Thurley. No sooner was Alice gone than he strode hot-paced to where the princess had taken a seat. She rose at once, not to be taken at the slightest disadvantage. "For this a moment I have lived, and could have died," he breathed with suddenly liberated fervour, once more catching up her hand and attempting to press his lips upon it. "If it were only that some word were sufficiently beautiful to name you in, some word more fragrant, more passionate, more enraptured than divinity, ah, how my soul would leap to its birth, to lay it at your feet, my idol, my—" "Will you not be seated?" Thurley interrupted, her breath coming quickly, her anger rising as she felt the insult of his words and glances, while his eyes sought to rivet her own. "You mention in your notes some special reason for an interview? Ah, and you have not guessed? You have not been aware of my soul's desire, my famishing of the spirit, my heart's consuming thirst? I did not suppose even walls, the horrible tumult of the city, anything could upon it avail to close it out. But I have waited its accomplishment. How, God alone knows, this waiting. But I wished to come with my hands, my arms, brimming with fortune. It is done. I have come tonight to tell me you have made a fortune. May I offer my congratulations?" Thurley was a little fearful of his ardour, fearful of some spring of the animal she felt behind his smile and eyes. She could only hope for a moment to dash his heats with the coldly commonplace. As well might she have attempted to dash a Vesuvian eruption. "The fortune, bah!" said Faishi more warmly than before, his hands fairly wrung and perspiring with impatience to clasp her hotly by the arms and to strain her lips to his. "It is a bauble only, to drop at your feet and forget. But the love I lavish, the adoration—" "Listen," said Thurley, interrupting desperately. "I thought I heard the bell. I must ask your pardon if I presently have to excuse myself. I am expecting another caller, who is likewise coming on business." "Business?" echoed Faishi. "Business?" Thurley's strength came surging to her aid. "What else could it be you particularly wished to say?" The Count was increasingly agitated. "It is not a business, the mighty demand of the soul," he cried to her fervently. "Yet I have tried to ask before, and I ask again, a definite answer from your heart, your lips. You are now already my soul's one choice, my all. But you will be my wife?" Thurley paled when it came, prepared as she was to hear his declaration and request. Anger and scorn flared quickly in her eyes, despite her efforts at control. "Your answer to that?" she asked lightly, clasping her hands and trembling with surcharged dynamics of the moment. "Your answer, Count Faishi, is here." A door behind him had opened at the signal. He turned like a cat as her glance sped past his shoulder. Countess Faishi, who had come here once to threaten, and if need be to fight for her rights, came haltingly into the room in front of Alice. She was white as paper. She put out her hand to support herself from falling, weakly groping for a chair nearby, as her eyes remained fixed on the Count. "Volgame Dios," breathed the suddenly wilted Faishi. "Por amor de Dios y todos los santos." "It is my right to come," cried the trembling wife, by way of meeting the blazing anger, shame, and accusation flaring in his gaze. "Forgive me, José. It is my love. I could not bear to let you go." She went down abruptly on her knees at his feet and clasped him wildly by the legs. "God help me if I love you so," she added, "for I was sure I had my love from God." "Oh, Thurley," said Alice quietly, "may I see you for a moment?" Thurley turned to the Count, who remained there livid and helplessly staring at his wife. "You will excuse me, I'm sure, if I say good evening?" But the Count had been stricken deaf and dumb, as well as pallid and blind. He made no reply as Thurley and Alice quitted the room and left him fully answered. Later they heard the closing of the door that led to the outside world. A servant came to announce, in accordance with directions, that the Count and Countess were gone. The evening had fairly begun. End of chapter 46. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 47. A Thoroughbred. Gaylord had rarely in his life felt more assured, more confident, restored, or at his ease. The man was amazingly transformed. There is no such tonic as victory with a dash of self-approval. He had entered on his flight against Faishi with a vigour so reinforced and dominant that the Count could scarcely have recognized the man he had encountered. He had smashed his way to supremacy in the situation with a power that astonished himself. Tonight he was firmly on his feet again and looked the part. His skin was clear and ruddy, his eyes were steadied and apparently hardened to a new blued steel species of temper. With composure regained and buoyancy reasserted in his step and carriage, he felt himself once more master of his destiny and able to cope with the world. Thurley was honestly glad to behold a change so complete and unexpected. She had once felt untold admiration for the qualities crystallized in Gaylord's composition. A slight reoccurrence of her old-time appreciation of his better self stirred in her being tonight. She knew he had beaten Faishi, and for that she rejoiced as a friend. "You see, I couldn't wait, and my wish to tell it all in person," he explained, holding her hands as she faced him there alone. "I wanted to come and acknowledge frankly that you saved the situation. I wanted to know that you are glad as I see in your eyes you are." "It gratifies me very much," she told him sincerely. "If I helped a little, I rejoice." She withdrew her hands and asked him to find himself a seat. He drew a chair close to hers and leaned familiarly forward, reaching to take her hand again where she leaned on a golden stand. With a motion apparently slow and unintentional, she placed the hand in her lap. "Thurley," he said, in the modulated tone she had once responded to with thrills, "you're a noble little girl, the finest little woman I have known in all the world." "Thank you," she answered lightly. "We are both still rather young." He was not to be diverted from his purpose. He seemed almost not to have heard her reply. "You know I told you once upon a time there was no one like you, Thurley." I told you that you were a thoroughbred, remember? Thurley grew more self-possessed. I recall some... Could it have been in connection with anything in particular? Oh, come, little girl, you remember, he said. I'll face it, take my medicine, everything I deserve. I thought at one time I was doomed for the axe, but thank God your spirit's too big for petty revenge. You are a thoroughbred, I knew it all along. But heavens, little captain of the Tigress, what a wonderful relief, what an unthinkable happiness to get back to our good old chumming again and forget all that's gone between. This time he caught her hand so swiftly and with a grip so sure that she had neither time nor strength to escape. "You're hurting my fingers," she told him, unmoved by his speech. "Please sit back in your chair, Mr. Gaylord." And "Mr. Gaylord," he echoed abruptly. She smiled and arched her brows. "What else should I say?" "Do you mean to keep this up?" he said. "Come now, Thurley, be yourself. You've punished me enough." "Punished you? For what?" "You know what I mean. What does a college graduate know of what he wants or says or does at a time like that? You've punished me thoroughly, and you know it." "Isn't it just the usual college sort of thing?" She forced a smile, which his egotism misinterpreted. "You little rogue," he answered, doing his best to outmatch her mirth and laugh her mood away. "We cared for each other, as you cannot deny, and that sort of caring lasts. If not, then why your friendship now, when you saw me down and out?" "I agree to friendship heartily," she said. "I honestly wish—" "Oh, it's more than that, little girl," he interrupted, leaning closer as before. "Now tell me candidly, like the candid little girl I've always known, why did you fly to my assistance with $30,000? Her face was grave, even pale. She faced him steadily. "In the first place, I very much wished you to beat that man, Count Fieschi." "Yes, I felt that, of course. I understood all that. But the real reason, Thurley, that's the one I'm after." He was sure of the corner to which she was forced, sure she would not evade, sure she would melt, as in the early days, and tell him what he wished to know, if only with her eyes. She did not evade, and her eyes were eloquent of truth. "I have been long anxious to repay you for all the flowers and chocolates, the attentions, kindnesses, and college friendship," she answered in a clear, low voice that surprised herself, so violent was the beating of her heart. "I have wished to even up the favours, and to show you that sort of friendship I learned was all I should ever have expected there at home. I wish to preserve the friendly feeling you have always entertained. I hope I have, and I hope you understand." He could not fail to understand, with a glaring vividness that left him stunned and dazed. He was placed under lifelong obligations, and cast to the outer regions where a formal, half-cold friendship was all he could ever expect. The dominant power, once his and neglected, had melted into air and gone for ever. The sense of it all crept through and over him with the tangible effect of a tide, chilling his being through and through. He was silent for a moment, staring at her fixedly. When he spoke, his voice had changed. "You mean that, Thurley? That's your final word?" She met his gaze unflinchingly. "You asked me to be candid. I have taken you at your word." She marvelled at the ease with which she answered. A reactionary passion rose for a final beating against the barriers within him. The old self, yet to be outgrown, once more took possession of his mood. He rose in his heat. "By heaven," he said, "if I'd known of this, I'd never have taken your help, your money, anything. You haven't the right. You'd better be careful, Thurley, how you play with a man like this. Your position here, this masquerade—" "Don't threaten again to divulge it, please, for your own sake," she interrupted. "It would be so useless after what I have planned for myself. It would rob me so utterly of all I have remaining of the Acton Gaylord I'm sure I used to know." "You've tricked me," he said less truculently. "You are living a trick. Your head has been turned. You seem to think... Oh, Thurley, I don't mean all this madness. I'm not an absolute cad. But this thing hits me. When I was sure, when I thought you'd forgiven... Forget what I've said. Tell me you didn't mean it. I want to be friends, be all I ever was and more. I want a chance to prove I'm a better friend than you think. I've confessed my blunder made at college. Let's be friends again and begin all over where we were." Thurley, too, had risen. She had never felt more distant from him, more ostracized by all that he said or did, nor yet more sorry or helpless. She looked him a little wistfully, poignantly affected by it all. "I want your friendship, believe me," she said. "I want it very much, and to give you mine, the most that I can offer." Something occurred deep down in his nature to alter his view of himself. His face was twitching with the struggle of his better entity to force itself to the top. "All you can offer," he said, peculiarly, as much to himself as to Thurley, and he nodded his head with a grim, if belated, comprehension of what it implied. "I've made a fool of myself." A ghastly sort of smile played for a moment over his features. "Will you shake hands, Thurley, for goodbye? Will you let me tell you again in a different way, you are a thoroughbred?" She gave him her hand, which he gripped as he might have clasped a man's. "You're more than that," he added huskily. "You're a princess, if ever one lived." He sounded the light in her frank brown eyes, finding there nothing but the truth. "Goodbye," he murmured. "God keep you as you are." And Thurley sat down when the door had closed, wondering at it all. She was there when Alice entered, excited by new events. "The Duke has been here for nearly 15 minutes," she said, "and now here's the Baron and Wenck." "I know," said the Princess, smiling faintly. "I wrote and asked them to come." "Good Lord," said Alice, "talk about the Sphinx. I just saw number 2 go out, Acton, of course, and looking more as if he'd found himself than I think I somehow expected." "Oh, I'm glad," said Thurley honestly. "That makes me very happy." Alice looked her disconcerted puzzlement. After all her hopes, she was nearly convinced that Gaylord still possessed the girl's real heart, in spite of all that had happened. "The Duke is wearing out his shoes, his pocket, and his intellect," she stated in her customary spirit. "Will you have him in with his tamer, or alone?" Thurley smiled a little wearily. "He probably prefers to come alone, like all the others." "You poor dear child," said Alice, and kissed her in sympathy and love. End of chapter 47.